9,000 years after the establishment of the Spirit Tower, Lin Chen inadvertently traverses into the world of Douluo, acquiring the blood of the Candle Dragon and awakening a defiant sword soul. Deep within the heart of the Star Dou Forest, Lin Chen encounters the still-recovering Gu Yuena for the first time. At a single glance, he is captivated, falling for a woman he should not have desired. Whether it be a rise against fate or standing proudly in Douluo, all he seeks is her acknowledgement. Chapter 1. The Douluo World, the Candle Dragon's Misfortune. Somewhere on the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, Lin Chen, clad in black athletic wear, lies sprawled upon the ground, his garments damp and soiled, likely due to an extended period of unconsciousness. A peculiar and sporadic avian call echoes in his ears, rousing Lin Chen from his stupor. Though he regains consciousness, his head feels as though it is pierced by countless needles, a pain most extraordinary. Various cries occasionally resonate from the depths of the forest, and the sky is intermittently graced by birds of all sizes. Yet, curiously, not a single larger creature can be seen nearby, not even an ant or a worm, as if this place were a natural forbidden zone, or perhaps something lurks here, deterring other beings from approaching. Where am I? Lin Chen instinctively wonders. Just a moment ago, he was in his dormitory. How could he have suddenly arrived in this bizarre and unfamiliar realm? Moreover, his awakening suggests something is amiss. It hurts. Suddenly, a fiery mark appears on Lin Chen's forehead, and a searing pain washes over him, accompanied by a profound and resonant voice echoing in his mind. My luck is truly wretched. Having evaded the pursuit of human powerhouses, I am ultimately to be humiliated by a mere boy like you. Alas, the voice is laden with resentment and hatred, as though it had once shone brilliantly, commanding awe, but now resembles a stray dog without a home. Lin Chen stands frozen, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind, momentarily at a loss for words. Both the enigmatic forest before him and the unknown figure in his mind are utterly surreal. If someone were to tell him he had crossed over at that moment, he would undoubtedly believe it without hesitation, for everything around him feels disconcertingly familiar. Suppressing his astonishment and confusion, Lin Chen maintains a calm facade and tentatively inquires, Ahem, may I know the esteemed name of the individual speaking? I reside within your mind. The voice continues to resonate. May I ask how to address you, Venerable One? His intuition tells him that this entity within his mind is far from ordinary, as indicated by the tone and self-reference. Simultaneously, he harbors significant curiosity regarding the term I used by this being. However, for him, the most pressing concern remains to ascertain his geographical position in this world and the identity of the being in his mind. Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, the voice in his mind falls silent for a moment before sighing heavily. I am from another universe, the 9 heavens of the Supreme Realm, the youngest genius of the Candle Dragon clan, revered by all as the Candle Dragon Sovereign. I once stood proud amidst the cosmos, inspiring admiration and reverence from countless beings. Thereafter, Lin Chen is compelled to listen to the legendary tale of this remarkable figure. Initially astonished, he gradually finds the narrative increasingly mundane. In summary, this Candle Dragon Sovereign is an extraordinarily gifted individual whose brilliance attracted envy, leading to his demise at the hands of adversaries. By a twist of fate, he escaped to this world with a fragment of his soul and a drop of his essence. Of course, these revelations are not what concern him most. What truly captivates his attention is the world he now inhabits. According to the Candle Dragon Sovereign, this realm is none other than the Douluo world, the very world dominated by the Tang family. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's disinterest and disdain, or perhaps keenly aware of his own shortcomings, the Candle Dragon's Sovereign continued. With my prowess, few beings in any world pose a threat to me. However, I must admit I have been somewhat arrogant. This accursed place known as Douluo continent harbors countless beings capable of threatening my existence. I could tolerate being pursued and harried by a group of human powerhouses, but after arriving in this so-called Star Dou Forest, even the spirit beasts are relentless in their pursuit. How infuriating! Had my soul remained intact, or my body whole, I could have easily obliterated these beings. The Candle Dragon Sovereign's frustration mounts, clearly having endured considerable hardship in this Douluo world. Ahem, so you're the Candle Dragon Sovereign, correct? Let me summarize what you have said. You currently possess only a remnant of your soul and a drop of essence in this world, correct? Lin Chen coughs lightly and speaks slowly. Indeed, what of it? Given your predicament, it seems you possess little combat capability and can only survive by residing within my mind. Am I right? Lin Chen continues, his tone growing increasingly assertive, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Yes, that is indeed the case. What of it? Very well, let us discuss matters of substance. Lin Chen resumes a calm demeanor, his heart already brimming with joy. What? I am a rather magnanimous and warm-hearted individual, and I might allow you to reside in my mind, but you must offer me some benefits in return. Lin Chen can no longer contain his glee, revealing a smug demeanor, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. You insolent brat! Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Candle Dragon Sovereign finally realizes he has been cleverly manipulated and cannot help but unleash a torrent of curses. Though his mind is engulfed in chaos, akin to a volcanic eruption, Lin Chen revels in the moment, finding delight in the Sovereign's escalating fury. Were it not for his current lack of combat prowess and the relentless pursuit by the denizens of the Douluo realm, leaving him utterly exhausted and entirely dependent on Lin Chen, how could a dignified Zhulong sovereign be reduced to such humility? In truth, my demands are not extravagant. Since you possess only a remnant soul and a single drop of essence in this world, why not bestow upon me half of that precious blood? No need for formalities, simply merge it directly into my being. Lin Chen chuckled, wearing an unabashed expression. Dragon's blood, particularly the essence, is undoubtedly a miraculous substance. Countless predecessors among the time travelers have ascended to greatness through a mere drop of some extraordinary blood. Now, it seems fortune has smiled upon him as well. Damn you to hell. Following this, another 10 minutes of invective ensued, while Lin Chen appeared oblivious, seated on the ground with his eyes closed, lost in reverie and enjoyment. Finally, the voice of a Zhulong resounded. I never imagined that I would one day submit to a human, especially to an ungrateful wretch like you. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. The Zhulong seemed to have made a momentous decision. Of course, I shall not regret it. Lin Chen replied with a slight smirk, brimming with confidence. Since the Zhulong needed to inhabit his body to survive, it would hardly dare to bring about his demise. Then brace yourself. With a cold snort, the Zhulong forcibly divided the fiery crimson essence floating above Lin Chen's mind into two, with half of it directly merging into Lin Chen's body. The instant the essence entered his form, Lin Chen felt as if swarms of ants were gnawing at his heart, the pain unbearable, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Ah! A prolonged cry echoed through the forest, yet no creature bore witness to this moment. An hour later, Lin Chen lay sprawled on the ground, a flame mark etched upon his brow, his body drenched in dark sweat, his face still somewhat contorted, yet he wore an expression of immense joy. Although the process was excruciating, he could distinctly feel that his body was now even more robust than before, imbued with an overwhelming sense of boundless power. Though I am unaware of the nature of my martial soul or the extent of my talents, with such a physique, I, Lin Chen, am destined for greatness in the future. Gazing at the dim sky, Lin Chen could hardly contain his exhilaration. You little rascal, remember not to perish. The Zhulong's voice seemed to weaken, and then fell silent. He must be even more enfeebled now, Lin Chen surmised. However, having tricked you today, I shall surely aid you in the future. Just then, a formidable and terrifying aura approached from afar, accompanied by incessant screams, as if some extraordinary being were drawing near. Dark clouds loomed, lightning crackled, and a tempest raged. Before Lin Chen could fully react, a colossal black dragon with golden eyes descended from above, surveying him like the king of beasts. In that instant, Lin Chen was struck by a chilling thought of a being both terrifying and formidable, or perhaps a beast. Chapter 2. The Beast God Emperor Descends. It is the Beast God Emperor Tian. Lin Chen felt his heart leap into his throat, his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. Yet he quickly feigned calmness, adopting an expression of unperturbed composure. Tian is the sovereign of the Star Dou Forest, the embodiment of soul beasts, and undoubtedly one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the Douluo continent. Faced with such an entity, whether human or soul beast, if the opponent wished for his demise, no amount of skill could enable him to evade it. It would be far more prudent to confront this reality head-on, for there might still be a glimmer of hope. The colossal black dragon in the sky merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen before its gaze sharpened like lightning, locking onto him as it descended. With a swish, the black dragon landed and transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a flowing black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, possessing a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, with a strand of golden hair cascading down one side of his face. Who else could this be but the illustrious beast god Emperor Tian? Upon seeing Lin Chen lying calmly on the ground, Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet his expression remained cold and devoid of warmth, exuding a domineering aura characteristic of the beast god. A mere glance sufficed for him to ascertain Lin Chen's strength to Tian. Lin Chen did not even qualify as a weakling, requiring no effort on his part to eliminate him. Just a slight display of his oppressive might would be sufficient to erase Lin Chen from existence. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen am fortunate enough to encounter the esteemed beast god. Slowly rising to his feet, Lin Chen directed his gaze towards Tian, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. I never anticipated that my identity would become so widely recognized. Tian initially appeared taken aback, evidently surprised that Lin Chen had recognized him, followed by a self-deprecating smile. His expression turning frigid as an air of hostility enveloped him. It seems you humans have expended considerable effort in studying us. 9,000 years ago, after Gu Yuena established the Spirit Transmission Tower, it was believed that soul beasts and humans would coexist in harmony. Yet, what has transpired? After Gu Yuena ascended to godhood and departed from the Douluo continent, the Spirit Transmission Tower has ruthlessly suppressed soul beasts over these 9 millennia. Many soul beasts have been captured and slaughtered as experimental subjects for the tower, their plight far worse than it was prior to the tower's establishment. Moreover, he had received whispers of dark tidings. The Spirit Transmission Tower was preparing to launch an offensive against the Star Dou Forest, aiming to seize control of the entire forest and obliterate all soul beasts. The situation for soul beasts is perilously dire, and with the Master still recuperating in the lake of life, only he, as the beast god, can shoulder this burden. Yet the strongest humans, augmented by external forces, have reached a point where they're no longer afraid of him and might even be capable of defeating him directly. How could he single-handedly alter this predicament? Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope. Not long ago, an immense power unexpectedly descended upon the Douluo continent. It was a drop of blood, radiating formidable energy. And most crucially, he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from that crimson blood, one even more intense than when he faced his master. Dragon blood. It must be dragon blood. Blood that surpasses even that of his master's lineage. He could conceive of no other possibility. If he could obtain and refine this blood and present it to his master, perhaps it would hasten his awakening. And then what would the impending crisis faced by soul beasts matter? However, the apex human powerhouses have also discovered the dragon blood, perhaps driven by a desire to prevent soul beasts from acquiring it, or perhaps for their own interests. These human elites have initiated a fierce contest for the dragon blood. Yet, that drop of dragon blood seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly evading the pursuit of all powerful beings, as if vanishing completely from the Douluo continent without a trace. Recently, however, he sensed the presence of dragon blood in this vicinity and rushed here, only to find Lin Chen. Reflecting on this, Tian scrutinized Lin Chen once more, and indeed, he detected some clues, though faint. Lin Chen bore a resemblance to the aura of that drop of dragon blood. Lin Chen must be connected to the dragon blood. He was confident in his senses. And moreover, Lin Chen's calm demeanor in his presence was undeniably peculiar. Feeling Tian's piercing gaze scrutinizing him, Lin Chen could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Yet his face remained composed, adorned with a smile. The sudden appearance of Tian could not bode well. Recalling the narrative of the Zhulong spirit, along with the series of transformations that occurred within him upon integrating Zhulong's essence, Lin Chen swiftly deduced Tian's intentions. It must be the blood of Zhulong. Unlike Tian's true form, the golden-eyed black dragon king, and distinct from the dragon god of the ancient Douluo divine realm, Zhulong is the epitome of true dragons. As the strongest soul beast in the Douluo continent, Tian undoubtedly possesses the ability to sense Zhulong's blood. It was likely that the essence emanated an aura when he integrated it. If only he had sought a safer place for the fusion. Lin Chen felt a pang of regret. Noticing Lin Chen's shifting expression, Tian unleashed his oppressive aura, immobilizing Lin Chen's body, his voice cold as ice. Truthfully, where's the dragon blood? Lin Chen took a deep breath, then met Tian's gaze steadily, his tone measured. Could you perhaps temper your aura for a moment? Startled for an instant, Tian experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the boy standing before him was not merely an insignificant insect, but a formidable being capable of standing on equal footing with him. In a flash, Tian instinctively retracted his oppressive force, awaiting Lin Chen's response in silence. Lin Chen took a deep breath, then surprisingly sat down, a look of fatigue crossing his features. In truth, he had overexerted himself. Had Tian not withdrawn his pressure, he might well have lost half his life. After a brief moment, Lin Chen regained his composure and fixed his gaze upon Tian, speaking slowly. You have arrived too late. The dragon blood has already been refined by me. Before Tian could respond, Lin Chen continued. Even if you were to kill me now and extract all my blood, you would still be unable to achieve the desired effects of the dragon blood. To be honest, he genuinely feared Tian might resort to such drastic measures. Given the current enmity between Tian and humanity, it was entirely plausible that he would commit murder for the sake of blood. Tian's expression remained frigid, permeated with an icy aura, yet he did not strike nor utter a word, seemingly contemplating how to deal with Lin Chen. After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen ventured to ask, "May I pose a question?" Before Tian could react, Lin Chen pressed on, "What do you intend to do upon obtaining the dragon blood? Will you refine it directly? If so, what benefits would it bestow upon you? Could it enable you to surpass your current limits? Human, are you not afraid that I might simply kill you?" Tian's voice suddenly cut through the air, cold as frost. "If you truly wish to kill me, you would have acted the moment I mentioned the dragon blood being refined." Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. How intriguing, Tian mused. He would not eliminate Lin Chen. If what Lin Chen asserted were true, then killing him for blood would yield no benefit, and he would be at a loss. Although Lin Chen might be attempting to deceive him, indeed, he was likely doing just that, Tian could not afford to take that risk. The dragon blood was far too critical to him. Rather than gamble, it would be prudent to first control Lin Chen. At the very least, controlling Lin Chen would indirectly secure the dragon blood, which seemed the most reliable course of action. However, you have posed too many questions. While I shall not kill you, do not expect to leave this place. With that, before Lin Chen could react, Tian raised his right hand, and Lin Chen was abruptly drawn towards him, ensnared in his grasp. As long as you are here, I will inevitably find a way to obtain what I desire. With a swift motion, a tempest howled, as Tian transformed into his true form, a colossal black hand seizing Lin Chen and propelling him towards the heart of the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 3. The Silver Dragon King and the Maiden Gu Yuena. Upon Lin Chen's reappearance, he found himself ensconced within a verdant embrace of trees and dense underbrush, creating a natural enclosure. Before him lay the banks of a lake, nearly desiccated, exuding a refreshing aura that spoke of vitality. The water of life, the lake of existence. This was the very center of the Star Dou Forest. Recognizing this scene, Lin Chen felt a surge of inexplicable excitement mixed with astonishment. Surely, he and Tian were among the few who knew the secret of the lake of life on the entire Douluo continent. This was the fabled place where she recuperated. Observing Lin Chen's expression, a flicker of perplexity crossed Tian's eyes, only to vanish swiftly, for he had ulterior motives in bringing Lin Chen here. Suddenly, Tian knelt before the surface of the lake, his demeanor grave, his voice resonant. "My lord, the dragon blood has been refined by this individual. I have brought him here for your judgment." As Tian's words echoed, Lin Chen felt his heart leap to his throat. While others may be oblivious to the identity of Tian's lord, he was acutely aware. Who else could it be but her? A mixture of fear and inexplicable anticipation welled within him. With a splash, the center of the lake began to churn, forming a vast whirlpool. And a radiant beam of multicolored light erupted from its depths, descending before the two, materializing into the ethereal figure of a maiden. Though her visage remained obscured, the commanding elegance of her posture, her graceful legs, and the extraordinary aura she radiated were enough to drive any man to madness. Lin Chen was no exception. His gaze fixated on the ethereal maiden, momentarily lost in a daze as his heart raced. He acknowledged that at this instant, he was captivated. How audacious! It seemed the maiden perceived Lin Chen's thoughts as she issued a sharp rebuke, an icy aura emanating towards him. Tian, still kneeling, cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, his face etched with profound ire. Had Lin Chen not held some utility, he would have surely vanished from existence by now. Snapping back to reality, Lin Chen composed himself, though a sense of foreboding gripped him. According to his recollections of the Douluo world, the dragon god had once harbored enmity with the other deities in the Douluo divine realm, ultimately being vanquished by their collective might. His body cleaved in twain by the Shura god, resulting in the birth of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was currently imprisoned in the divine realm, while the Silver Dragon King had fled, gravely wounded and lost to the world. The maiden before him was none other than the embodiment of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuena. The thought of what this maiden would do for the Soul Beast clan upon her full recovery a millennium hence stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within Lin Chen. The maiden, Gu Yuena, cast a piercing gaze upon Lin Chen, as if she could see through all his secrets. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Lin Chen's scalp tingled in unease. Could she have discerned the half-drop of dragon blood lingering in his mind? A sense of trepidation crept over him. With a sudden force, Lin Chen's body was drawn towards the maiden, halting mere inches from her. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, A sharp pain shot through his fingertips. A slender stream of blood flowed from his finger into the maiden's mouth, this process enduring for 30 seconds. Lin Chen was unaware of the exact amount of blood lost, but he felt dizzy and disoriented. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, utterly weakened, breathing slowly, struggling to regain his senses. The maiden paused for an extended moment, seemingly assessing the potency of the blood. As if aware of the outcome, she cast a cold glance at the prostrate Lin Chen, her voice ringing clear yet indifferent. Indeed, there is the essence of dragon blood, but its efficacy is virtually nil. How shall we dispose of him? Shall we eliminate him to avert unforeseen complications? Ditian inquired respectfully. Since Lin Chen had refined the dragon blood, and it proved ineffective, he was of no further use. Hearing Ditian's words, Lin Chen cursed inwardly, then suddenly interjected, "Wait." The eyes of both Ditian and the maiden turned toward Lin Chen. Struggling against his weakness, Lin Chen managed to rise, casting a glance at the maiden before shifting his gaze to the kneeling Ditian. Forcing a smile, "I didn't expect the beast god to pursue dragon blood not for his own gain. Truly, the beast god is commendable, exhibiting unwavering loyalty." Ditian remained silent, his gaze respectfully fixed on the faceless maiden. "You have returned here after fleeing the divine realm for tens of thousands of years to recuperate. Aside from the duel with Gu Yuena, this is likely your second encounter with a human. I consider myself fortunate," Lin Chen remarked, a hint of pride lacing his voice as he smiled at the ethereal maiden. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Ditian froze, his expression one of disbelief. The maiden's aura also momentarily stilled, clearly taken aback. 9,000 years ago, Gu Yuena had indeed engaged Ditian in battle as he departed the Douluo continent. Ultimately, Ditian was defeated, and although it was expected that Gu Yuena would strike him down, he had instead chosen to spare his life. Of course, even had Gu Yuena intended to kill him, he would not have succeeded, for she had been watching over the encounter. Yet, these details were inconsequential. What mattered was how Lin Chen had acquired such knowledge. He appeared to possess insights into events that even Gu Yuena was unaware of, suggesting he had been observing the battle from the shadows. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Ditian's voice turned cold, his tone hostile, as a powerful aura pressed upon Lin Chen, only to be warded off by the maiden. "It appears you are privy to many secrets." The maiden's voice remained frosty. "I indeed possess considerable knowledge." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "In that case, you cannot remain in this world." The maiden's tone was still icy, yet lacked any murderous intent, as if she were awaiting something. Gazing at the maiden, Lin Chen replied earnestly, his eyes clear, "I understand that you require dragon blood to expedite your recovery. However, I have only recently refined the dragon blood, if I am allowed to grow stronger. The potency of my blood may significantly enhance as well." Though uncertain if the dragon blood could regenerate, he genuinely felt that possibility. Naturally, he only made this assertion to temporarily safeguard his life, for he knew Ditian and the maiden Gu Yuena would act decisively, often without mercy, to eliminate him and reduce uncertainties. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall cultivate here. Once you reach a sufficient level of strength, I will take your blood for experimentation," the maiden stated coldly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled. "While cultivating here would undoubtedly enhance my strength rapidly, it is not my style. I wish to rely on my own efforts to elevate my power. I must venture outside," Lin Chen declared resolutely. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" Ditian scolded. "You are merely concerned about my safety while I venture out." Observing the demeanor of Emperor Tian, Lin Chen felt no surprise. "How about this? Since you possess a piece of the reverse scale, the one you once gave to Gu Yuena, allow me to wear it. And then you need not fret over my potential absence." A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips, his mind already concocting plans. The paramount objective at hand was to escape this human city, although the reverse scale of Emperor Tian imposed a certain restriction on his life. It was nonetheless a precious talisman for survival. One could hardly deem a loss. Moreover, if Gu Yuena could extricate himself from Emperor Tian's influence, Lin Chen felt confident he could do the same. As for returning here to undergo blood testing after enhancing his strength, he genuinely felt compelled to do so, for he had developed feelings for the young woman before him. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Emperor Tian was momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for Lin Chen's willingness to go to such lengths for freedom, yet a hint of concern lingered in his heart. What if Lin Chen met the same fate as Gu Yuena? Would that not render his efforts futile? However, the final decision lay with their master. "Give it to him." At that moment, the young woman spoke softly. Though Emperor Tian instinctively hesitated, He ultimately retrieved a jagged dragon scale from his being, its exterior radiating immense energy. Casting a glance at the young woman, Emperor Tian projected the reverse scale, causing it to merge with Lin Chen's body, forming a scale mark just above his chest. Lin Chen seemed oblivious, his sunny smile unwavering. "May I take my leave now?" Noting the inaction of the two, Lin Chen's smile broadened, and he turned a stride towards the exit. Suddenly, recalling something, he halted and turned back, his gaze lingering on the young woman, a hint of infatuation gracing his features. "Is there something else?" Emperor Tian, standing behind the young woman, inquired coldly. Lin Chen smiled faintly, looking upon the young woman's face, his voice imbued with sincerity and unwavering conviction. "One day, I, Lin Chen, shall undoubtedly grow to be a man worthy of you." Having spoken, Lin Chen did not wait for their reactions, but rather, with an air of nonchalance, he swiftly departed. Emperor Tian paid no heed to Lin Chen's grand declaration, dismissing it as mere folly. Did Lin Chen truly believe he was worthy? "Master, are we truly allowing him to leave?" Emperor Tian respectfully inquired, his gaze fixed upon the young woman. To be frank, he felt a disquieting sense of unease at the prospect of releasing Lin Chen so easily. The young woman appeared unfazed, casting a fleeting glance towards Lin Chen's departing figure, as she uttered a few words. An intriguing human. With that, her form transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, vanishing into the center of the lake. In response, Emperor Tian murmured to himself, "Let's hope a second Huiyuhao does not emerge." Chapter 4. Star Sea City, Fengshan. Star Sea City is a coastal metropolis located on the eastern shore of the Sun-Moon Federation, recognized as a moderately developed urban area. Today, the city buzzed with excitement as the Star Sea Intermediate Soul Master Academy commenced its enrollment. At this moment, within an upscale ice cream parlor on the second floor, a boy clad in black athletic wear, appearing no older than 15, sat quietly by the window, cradling a large cup of strawberry-flavored ice cream. His gaze fixed upon the vibrant scene outside. He marveled at the splendor of this world, which rivaled that of Earth. Indeed, the three young masters had constructed an impressive realm. Lin Chen mused himself. After more than half a month of wandering, he had finally discovered a city boasting a respectable intermediate soul master academy. Just then, a commotion erupted near the staircase, shattering the tranquility of the second floor. Lin Chen turned his attention to the source of the disturbance and spotted a youth clad in opulent robes, handsome in countenance, exuding an air of nobility as he appeared at the top of the stairs. His gaze swept the surroundings, pausing momentarily on Lin Chen before he descended with the swagger characteristic of a wealthy heir, approaching Lin Chen's table. "My apologies, sir, but we have no private tables available. I sincerely regret the inconvenience. Please make do." A beautiful young woman, approximately 20 years old and dressed in the establishment's uniform, addressed him with a respectful tone tinged with embarrassment. Her slightly awkward demeanor suggested she was relatively new to the job. The noble boy cast a glance at the attractive server, narrowing his eyes with playful intent. "Sister, you are quite beautiful. Your figure is splendid. Do you have a boyfriend? If not, how about considering me?" The pretty server was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting surprise and embarrassment. She quickly summoned a somewhat bashful smile, her voice soft. "You jest, dear customer." A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. It was amusing to think that a boy no older than 15 would attempt to flirt with her. It would surely make for a laugh among acquaintances. Who was this peculiar child, so distinctive at such a tender age? Ha ha ha. The noble youth initially offered a faint smile before hastening his steps toward Lin Chen, taking a seat directly across from him. The beautiful server stood nearby, maintaining a courteous demeanor as she awaited the youth's order. "Hey friend, it seems fate has brought us together. May I know your name?" The noble boy disregarded the server's presence, instead beaming at Lin Chen with an inviting demeanor that was hard to refuse. Lin Chen regarded the youth with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, but casually replied, "Lin Chen, I am Fengshan, a privileged heir," the boy declared, reclining with an air of superiority, exuding the unmistakable essence of wealth. Lin Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, offering no further reaction. Had this been Earth, he might have felt compelled to engage in polite conversation, adopting a respectful attitude. However, the circumstances were different here. This was the Douluo continent, where strength reigned supreme. While power and wealth were both vital, strength rendered authority and riches inconsequential. Thus, he felt no need to feign interest. "By your demeanor, I surmise you are here to participate in the entrance examination for the Star Sea Intermediate Soul Master Academy." Fengshan observed Lin Chen's composed expression, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Lin Chen remained silent, savoring his ice cream leisurely. He had indeed come to this place with the intention of entering the Star Sea Intermediate Soul Master Academy, but not to gain admission through the examination. At 15 years of age, without exhibiting extraordinary talent, he would hardly qualify for the academy. Furthermore, he had no desire to start from the first year. That would be an egregious waste of time. Given his aptitude, he could graduate from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in a remarkably short period. The sole dilemma that plagued him was how to gain entry to the Star Sea Academy. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Feng Xingchen chuckled and then addressed the server with a flourish. "This is my friend. Do you not think he's quite impressive?" The server glanced at Lin Chen, then back at Feng Xingchen, politely nodding without uttering a word. "Bring me 2 cups of your most expensive ice cream." Feng Xingchen commanded the server, showcasing his affluent demeanor. The server promptly retreated to fulfill the order. With a swift motion, Feng Xingchen rose and seated himself beside Lin Chen, casually draping an arm around him. Wearing a broad smile, "Lin, you seem somewhat downcast. Have you encountered an insurmountable challenge? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. I might be able to assist you." Feng Xingchen declared earnestly, his hand resting upon his chest, exuding sincerity. "No," Lin Chen replied succinctly, promptly pushing the other away. Feng Xingchen was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had encountered indifferent individuals before, yet none displayed the same level of aloofness as Lin Chen. Before long, a waitress approached with 2 extravagant cups of multicolored strawberry ice cream. Addressing Feng Xingchen politely, "Esteemed guest, here is the most expensive ice cream in our establishment. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed, casting a glance at the enticing ice cream before him. Feng Xingchen gracefully scooped up the dessert, savoring it delicately, an air of aristocracy emanating from him. Although its appearance leaves much to be desired, and the texture is somewhat rigid, it is passably adequate, Lin Chen thought, bemused. Was this truly the hallmark of a wealthy heir's gastronomic critique? "Are you also preparing to take the assessment?" Lin Chen inquired suddenly. Given Feng Xingchen's age, he would normally have no chance of entering the Star Sea Academy. However, Lin Chen had no doubts about Feng Xingchen's admission. As a scion of wealth, entry to the academy would be a mere formality, provided the financial resources were available. Feng Xingchen glanced at Lin Chen and chuckled. "I shan't participate in the assessment. I will directly enter the Star Sea Academy and advance straight to the highest 3rd year." Though his actions appeared graceful and leisurely, he devoured his ice cream with remarkable speed, finishing it in no time. Spotting another cup on the table, he boldly proclaimed, "If you don't eat it, I shall." Lin Chen observed in silence, scrutinizing Feng Xingchen once more. Midway through his indulgence, a ringing sound interrupted the moment. Feng Xingchen rose, flashing Lin Chen a casual smile. "Lin, I must take this call." Lin Chen nodded calmly. As Feng Xingchen turned to ascend the staircase, his earlier flamboyance was replaced by a lightness in his step. However, half an hour passed without a sign of Feng Xingchen's return. At that moment, the waitress from earlier approached Lin Chen, her demeanor respectful. "Esteemed guest, our establishment is quite busy, and several patrons are still in line. You have been here for over half an hour, since you are no longer ordering. May I kindly ask you to settle the bill?" Lin Chen hesitated, but recognized the absence of malice in her request. The bustling business was understandable. He surveyed the surroundings, and then inquired of the waitress, "Have you seen my friend? He left half an hour ago and has not returned. He mentioned that he would cover his own bill." Lin Chen paused, then regained his composure, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes as a devious smile crept upon his lips. "How much do I owe?" he asked the waitress. "The strawberry ice cream you ordered is 200 federal coins, and your friend's exquisite specialty ice cream amounts to a total of 1,200 federal coins." She replied with a faint smile. Lin Chen produced a black card, settling the account before leaving the restaurant. Outside, Lin Chen held a palm-sized wooden plaque inscribed with the word recommended, gazing towards the direction of the Star Sea Academy, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Feng Xingchen, I trust you will return to seek me out." With that, he departed into the distance. Chapter 5. The troubled Feng Xingchen alongside the thoroughfare leading to the Star Sea Academy. A youth wore a smug smile, as if he had just reaped an extraordinary fortune. Relishing the moment, were Lin Chen present, he would undoubtedly rush forward to teach this individual a lesson, for the boy was none other than Feng Xingchen, who had just exited the ice cream parlor. "Lin Chen, do not hold this against me. Had I not been in such a rush and forgotten my card, I would not have taken advantage of you. I assure you, when next we meet, I will repay you handsomely." He glanced back towards the restaurant, a guilty sigh escaping his lips, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in his expression. "I truly cannot fathom what my father was thinking, sending me to such a mediocre city," he mused, casting his gaze towards a prominent, distinctive structure in the distance, the emblematic building of the Star Sea Academy. Merely arriving is not enough. One must possess a recommendation token. Is the Star Sea Academy truly that prestigious? As he pondered this, Feng Xingchen instinctively reached into a pocket, seemingly searching for something. Yet the next moment, his brow furrowed, his expression darkening. No, it couldn't be, damn it. In an instant, Feng Xingchen spun around, his eyes fixated on a massive building shaped like an ice cream cone, unleashing a tirade of expletives that left passers-by dumbfounded. A mother and daughter strolled past, the little girl innocently pointing at Feng Xingchen and exclaiming, "Mommy, what is that big brother saying? I don't understand." The woman cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xingchen, her expression rife with contempt as she scoffed. He dresses well, and doesn't he appear to be from an ordinary family? Yet his manners are atrocious. Feng Xingchen stood frozen, feeling as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows, his heart struggling to cope. "Sweetheart, you must never behave like him. Otherwise, you'll never find suitor," the mother admonished, her face serious as she imparted her wisdom to the little girl. "Oh, I understand, Mommy. Looks like he has a bad big brother," the girl remarked innocently, her naivety evident. Feng Xingchen nearly choked on his indignation. Once the pair departed, he shouted to the heavens, venting his frustration. "Hopefully, I merely misplaced my belongings at the restaurant," he thought, exhaling deeply as he regained his composure. Concern etched across his face as he looked back at the restaurant. Without hesitation, he retraced his steps, hurrying back. Approximately 10 minutes later, a perspiring Feng Xingchen arrived at the entrance of the ice cream parlor, a look of exhaustion mingling with complexity on his face. He had never anticipated that, as a super-rich heir, he would one day find himself rushing with such urgency toward an establishment he deemed inconsequential. Spotting a familiar waitress within, he entered the restaurant and approached her. Esteemed guest," she exclaimed, recognizing him as the one she had previously served alongside Lin Chen. "You've returned so soon. Wasn't he less than an hour ago when you left? Do wealthy heirs possess such remarkable digestive capabilities?" Noticing the curiosity and bemusement in her eyes, Feng Xingchen took a deep breath and stated, "I am not here to dine. I merely wish to inquire if my friend departed earlier." "Yes, he left approximately 20 minutes ago," the waitress confirmed, nodding. She distinctly remembered Lin Chen. Upon hearing these words, Feng Xingchen inexplicably felt a sense of relief, yet a foreboding sensation crept over him. He promptly inquired, "It appears that I have misplaced something in your store earlier." "I have returned to." The saleswoman instantly grasped Feng Xingchen's intent and asked, "What item are you referring to? Could you describe it?" "A wooden plaque. Approximately this size," Feng Xingchen gestured. The saleswoman paused, seemingly recalling something, and a faint smile graced her lips. "Is it a wooden plaque inscribed with words?" "Indeed." Feng Xingchen nodded eagerly, his face a canvas of anticipation. "I observed your friend playing with a wooden plaque just as he departed. So it was yours." A flicker of nostalgia danced in the saleswoman's eyes. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening, his body gripped by an icy chill, and his countenance etched with a myriad of emotions. Before the saleswoman could pose another question, Feng Xingchen spun on his heel and departed at a swift pace, heading straight for the city center. Watching his retreating figure, the saleswoman wore a look of perplexity and curiosity, murmuring to herself, "What a peculiar customer." Along his journey, Feng Xingchen unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Chen, his face betraying anger, frustration, and a profound sense of grievance. He had resorted to this desperate measure of seeking a free meal due to his lack of a money card, initially believing himself to be more cunning. Successfully compelling Lin Chen to foot the bill, he was astonished to find that Lin Chen had ultimately absconded with that crucial wooden plaque. When had he uncovered my intentions? And when had he taken my plaque? Feng Xingchen was ensnared in recollections. Judging by Lin Chen's demeanor and reactions at the time, it was evident that Lin Chen had never anticipated his abrupt departure. Thus, in the scheme of tricking Lin Chen into paying, he had indeed emerged victorious. The only moment of physical contact between him and Lin Chen had been prior to placing their order, while they sat together. Could it be that Lin Chen, perceiving him as a wealthy heir, had unwittingly seized my plaque while attempting to take my money card? The mere thought of this possibility left Feng Xingchen momentarily dazed. Goodness! Feng Xingchen, how foolish you are! Why did you insist on sitting with him? This realization filled him with regret and dismay. Sighing, he pondered the imposing structures of the city center, a glimmer of speculation in his eyes. He must be heading to the Star Sea Academy. Although Lin Chen had not explicitly indicated his intention to go there, Feng Xingchen recalled Lin Chen's earlier question. "Are you also preparing to participate in the assessment?" It was evident that Lin Chen intended to enter Star Sea Academy. He hoped Lin Chen remained unaware of the plaque's significance. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, Feng Xingchen quickened his pace. Simultaneously, at the center of Star Sea City, outside the grand and magnificent gates of Star Sea Academy, a multitude of youths congregated. Despite the throng, they stood in an orderly manner, lined up in 5 rows. At the forefront were 3 middle-aged men and women alongside 2 elderly gentlemen, exuding an aura of formidable strength. These individuals were the initial examiners of Star Sea Academy, often referred to as the reception personnel, tasked with inquiring about the candidates' age and corresponding abilities to preliminarily filter those who met the standards. Lin Chen stood in the first row, with at least 20 individuals ahead of him. Half an hour passed swiftly, and finally, only one person remained before Lin Chen. However, instead of the anticipated excitement or anxiety, a cloud of worry enveloped him. He had not been in this world for long, and he was entirely oblivious to the nature of his martial soul or the level of his soul power. Even the simplest act of manifesting his martial soul eluded him. Next, a voice rang out as the girl before Lin Chen stepped aside, and it was finally his turn. As he approached, the official taking notes was a young woman in her 20s, clad in a plain academy uniform. Although her figure was obscured, her alluring features hinted at her captivating presence within the academy. "What are you staring at? Quickly provide your name, age, and soul power," admonished a middle-aged man. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, "Mind your own business," the woman retorted, casting a glare at the man before returning her focus to Lin Chen. "Name, age, soul power, and if possible, please share your martial soul as well." With a smile, Lin Chen stepped forward and stated, "I am Lin Chen, 15 years old," and my soul power. Before he could finish, astonished expressions filled the faces of those around him, as if they could scarcely believe their eyes. 15? He's only 15 and here to register for the examination? Murmurs spread through the crowd, suggesting he was either an extraordinary genius or a complete fool. A voice from the adjacent line scoffed at Lin Chen, dripping with derision. Those behind him swiftly distanced themselves, as if ashamed to be associated with him, with some even opting to queue in other lines. "Everyone here is under 13, some merely 11, and how dare a 15-year-old waste space here?" exclaimed a girl who appeared no older than 11, simultaneously attempting to persuade and express disdain. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, casting admiring glances at the young girl, clearly acknowledging her as the one she referred to. Faced with their scorn, mockery, and disdain, Lin Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, showing no signs of anger or irritation. After all, he was a chosen one, a traveler from another realm, having long grown weary of the cliched scenarios of arrogance and retaliation. To him, these individuals appeared as mere children, exceedingly immature, and he couldn't muster the desire to engage them in conflict. Moreover, the most salient point was that their words rang true. In this world, a 15-year-old applying to a mid-level Soul Master Academy was indeed seen as a failure. Many prodigious Soul Masters of his age would have likely already been honing their skills in a higher-level academy. Yet, he remained unfazed. Having successfully acquired the blood of the Candle Dragon was already a commendable start, and he held the confidence to progress rapidly and strengthen his abilities. "Lin Chen, 15 years old, and what about your soul power?" The woman snapped back to reality, her curiosity piqued. She wondered how someone so young could arrive here with such composure. As previously stated, Lin Chen was either a remarkable genius or a fool, and she sensed he belonged to the former category. In response to her inquiry, Lin Chen sheepishly admitted, "Actually, I'm not quite sure about my soul power or what my martial soul is." Upon hearing this, the young woman, who had been filled with anticipation moments earlier, appeared utterly frozen, as though her dreams had been mercilessly shattered, leaving her in unspoken anguish. Surrounded by laughter and disdainful expressions, the crowd mocked him, some feigning melancholy, as if they were the epitome of charm at that moment. The other 4 individuals tasked with recording shook their heads, their faces betraying a hint of anger. "Are you here to insult our Star Sea Academy?" "Silence," the woman retorted sharply, clearly irked, before turning to Lin Chen with a slight expression of regret. "I'm sorry, but you cannot enter our academy." "Ah, so it is indeed true," Lin Chen murmured to himself. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. He was confident that he would one day prove extraordinary, undoubtedly deserving of a place in Star Sea Academy. Yet, the harshness of reality was unforgiving. Being deemed unqualified meant just that. He bore no ill will towards the woman or the 4 recording teachers who had scolded him. It was simply their duty, and another would have received no different treatment. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Lin Chen began rummaging through his pocket. If you lack qualifications, then do not obstruct the path. Step aside, fool. A youth approached Lin Chen from behind, exuding an air of arrogance. Lin Chen turned to glance at the boy, who appeared around 13, somewhat overweight, and emanating an unpleasant odor, clearly the offspring of a wealthy family. While I may seem somewhat disheveled, there is no need for such behavior. Do you not realize you are inciting animosity? If you cross paths with someone beyond your means, it may endanger your family and bring disgrace upon you. Would you not be the villain then? Lin Chen replied coolly, turning his gaze away from the portly boy. Just as the overweight youth prepared to retaliate, he caught sight of the palm-sized wooden plaque in Lin Chen's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a look of panic washed over his face. Esteemed teacher, please take a look at this. Lin Chen presented the wooden plaque he had obtained from Feng Xingchen. His heart tinged with hope as he noted the word recommendation inscribed upon it. Upon seeing the plaque, the woman stood transfixed, astonished that Lin Chen possessed such a token. With a skeptical demeanor, she accepted the plaque and examined it thoroughly. After confirming its authenticity, she rose, her face a mask of apology and respect. On behalf of Star Sea Academy, I sincerely apologize for the behavior of my colleagues and myself. The crowd, along with the other recording teachers, stood in stunned silence, their expressions a blend of incredulity and shock. What had Lin Chen produced that warranted such reverence from the Academy? After all, this was the pinnacle of Soul Master institutions in Star Sea City. Before Lin Chen could utter a word, the woman stood tall, her impressive figure commanding attention, and approached him directly. Without waiting for him to respond, she grasped his wrist with a smile. You need not partake in the assessment. You may enter the Academy directly. Follow me. She turned to the other 4 teachers, instructing them. You handle the rest. I will take my leave. With that, she swiftly led Lin Chen away, leaving the 4 bewildered teachers and the crowd in a state of shock. The earlier mockers now felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What had they just heard? Lin Chen would not have to undergo the assessment and could enter Star Sea Academy directly. The little girl who had previously looked down on him stared blankly at the direction he had vanished, muttering, Why is he granted such privilege to enter without assessment? That is a treatment I do not even enjoy. Who exactly is he? The remaining 4 teachers exchanged glances, harboring a shared suspicion, then shook their heads and addressed the crowd. Continue with the enrollment. Regaining their composure, the crowd resumed the arduous task of queuing for registration. The earlier excitement dissipated. A singular figure embedded itself in their minds. Lin Chen. The overweight youth stared after Lin Chen, still dazed, reflecting on Lin Chen's earlier words. A sense of dread began to creep into his eyes. Who is he, and how did he possess such a plaque? If he truly... Not long after Lin Chen's departure, a drenched Feng Xingchen finally arrived, though he had missed Lin Chen by a hair's breadth. Chapter 7. The Beautiful Dean. Upon entering the academy, Lin Chen was immediately struck by the towering, majestic clock tower, a symbol of Star Sea Academy and a landmark of Star Sea City. Standing beneath, it elicited an inexplicable surge of emotion. The woman, her gaze wandering around, wore a proud expression, as if she viewed Star Sea Academy as a sacred place. To be grasped by the wrist by a stranger, Lin Chen felt a strange sensation, prompting him to quip, Beautiful teacher. It is improper for men and women to engage in such intimacy. It causes me great distress. Taken aback by his remark, the woman released his wrist. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush before she quickly regained her composure. When she turned to face Lin Chen, her initially intended ire faded, replaced by an expression of hesitation. Ahem, I am Lin Chen. May I ask how to address you, esteemed teacher? He inquired politely, breaking the awkward silence. You may call me Teacher Mu. Mu Xian regarded Lin Chen with a glint of curiosity and interest. Since you possess the plaque, I need not elaborate further. Only the dean can arrange your admission. Let me take you to meet the dean. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, Mu Xian stepped forward. Upon hearing the title of dean, Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Meeting the dean right away, was this plaque truly so extraordinary? As he felt the warmth radiating from it, Lin Chen silently mused. An uneasy feeling washed over him, as if something unfavorable were about to transpire. Yet he followed her nonetheless. By the way, let me tell you about our Star Sea Academy. Mu Xian began to explain as they walked. Star Sea Academy is a mid-level Soul Master institution, divided into 3 grades. The minimum requirement for first-year students is Soul Power of level 20, level 30 for second-year students, and level 40 for third-year students. Graduation necessitates a breakthrough to level 50 within 4 years, allowing for 1 repeat year. Failure to meet this standard results in immediate expulsion from the academy. Such stark regulations have not diminished the student body of Star Sea Academy. Rather, each year, many students from other cities flock to Star Sea City, eager to enroll. After all, students who graduate from Star Sea Academy are of exceptionally high caliber. After hearing Mu Xianyin's description, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing. He was still uncertain about how to unleash his martial soul, let alone what level of soul power he possessed. The prospect of attending Star Sea Academy felt akin to a toddler attempting to enter high school, filled with dramatic challenges. Soon, they arrived at a tranquil area where a modest 3-story building stood. Its minimalist exterior exuded a sense of relaxation, suggesting that its occupants were likely individuals who preferred solitude. Ascending the stairs, Lin Chen and Mu Xianyin arrived before a grand door on the 3rd floor. As if sensing their arrival, a voice echoed from within. "Come in." Mu Xianyin exchanged glances with Lin Chen and then pushed the door open, stepping inside. Upon entering, Lin Chen beheld a middle-aged woman, appearing to have just crossed the threshold of her 30s. Her visage marked by a touch of coldness and authority that naturally invoked a sense of chill and distance. "Dean, he possesses the wooden token you mentioned. I have brought him," exclaimed Mu Xianyin, addressing the middle-aged woman with utmost respect. "Xianyin, return to your duties for now. Come back later," the woman replied with a slow nod of her head. "Yes." Mu Xianyin bowed respectfully and, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen, turned to exit the room. "Wait, please inform Shui Air to come see me." The middle-aged woman suddenly called out to Mu Xianyin, as if struck by a thought. "Understood, Dean." Mu Xianyin nodded before vanishing from sight. In an instant, the vast space was left with only Lin Chen and the middle-aged Dean. The atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Lin Chen scrutinized the Dean, feeling an unexpected sense of astonishment. Truth be told, on his way here, he had envisioned various possibilities regarding the Dean of Star Sea Academy, considering differing personalities, ages, and appearances, but the woman before him took him aback. In his perception, a Dean was typically an elderly man, often stern and imposing, whose age and authority ensured a formidable strength. Yet this Dean was a woman, remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. To the outside world, the illustrious Star Sea Academy was led by such a stunning figure. Few would believe it if he were to speak of it. As Lin Chen appraised the Dean, she too was observing him. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of recognition passed through her eyes, her expression laden with complex emotions, sighs, and even a hint of regret. Yet, almost instantaneously, her demeanor shifted, as though recalling something that sparked her ire, her gaze fixated on Lin Chen, her silence lingering. Lin Chen perceived the sudden surge of anger emanating from this enigmatic Dean, leaving him perplexed and bewildered. Simultaneously, the ominous feeling that had earlier gripped him intensified. Suddenly, the woman burst into laughter, her smile bright yet tinged with tears at the corners of her eyes, creating an exceedingly strange juxtaposition. Witnessing the scene, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. "Surely, I haven't encountered a madwoman as a Dean?" The woman's gaze abruptly locked on a Lin Chen, her voice laced with a fiery jealousy. "No wonder he is the spawn of that wretched woman. Merely looking at him is enough to evoke disgust." In an instant, Lin Chen was left dumbfounded, his mind racing as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through it. It seemed he had stumbled into an extraordinary predicament. Damn, could this cursed wooden token be a deceitful trinket? He regarded the token in his hand, his expression darkening. Initially, he had presumed it to be a key granting him access through the back door of Star Sea Academy, but now it appeared he had misjudged its significance entirely. The token indeed served as a key to the Academy's hidden entrance, yet it was evidently entwined with some unknown origins. At that moment, a girl clad in blue, seemingly no older than 15, with an air of coldness about her, entered the room. Without hesitation, she bowed respectfully to the Dean, addressing her with deference. "Master, what do you require of your disciple?" "Shui Air, I have a task for you today," the Dean stated, casting a glance at Lin Chen, her tone decidedly unfriendly. The girl paused, then inquired, "What is the task?" Instead of responding, the Dean's gaze focused on Lin Chen, her expression akin to that of a vengeful adversary. "Feng Tianji, let your son bear the brunt of your debts." With that, her attention shifted to the blue-clad girl, her voice growing colder. "He is the son of my enemy. Ensure you teach him a proper lesson without killing him." The blue-clad girl hesitated momentarily. Then an icy aura enveloped her as she directed her chilling demeanor towards Lin Chen. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Chen felt his gaze locked onto the two, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ah, please, allow me to explain. It is not as you think." As the terrifying energy of the girl approached him, Lin Chen felt a surge of panic. How could someone who didn't even know how to unleash his martial spirit hope to contend with her? Before he could utter another word, the girl was upon him, delivering a punch with tremendous force. The sound of impact reverberated throughout the room, intermingled with Lin Chen's cries of anguish. At that moment, regret washed over him. He should never have carelessly taken Feng Xingchen's wooden token, nor relied on it to come here. The suffering he endured was surely meant for Feng Xingchen. Heaven has its cycles of retribution. Who can escape its grasp? Chapter 8. The main character emerges. Who can escape heaven's grasp? 10 minutes later, the blue-clad girl ceased her assault, standing obediently beside Dean Lu Qingyu. Her expression still somewhat frosty, showing no signs of having relished the opportunity to discipline Lin Chen. In stark contrast, Lin Chen lay on the floor, battered and bruised, his eyes vacant, gazing up at the malicious duo of master and disciple, devoid of the will to speak. What a miserable plight. He was likely the first interloper to play the scapegoat, suffering such a severe reprimand. At this moment, he harbored no desire for revenge against Lu Qingyu and her disciple. Rather, he only longed for the next encounter with Feng Xingchen, where he would surely reclaim double the punishment to vent his pent-up fury. Master, in my humble opinion, since he is the son of your enemy, why not simply kill him? The blue-clad girl cast a glance at Lin Chen, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. She had often overheard her master gazing at the night sky, murmuring a certain name, revealing the depth of her hatred for that individual. Punishing Lin Chen seemed far too lenient for that wretched man. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill creep up his spine, his eyes widening in horror, a wave of icy dread washing over him. How could such a cruel master and disciple exist? Punishing him was one thing, but now they were contemplating murder? What enmity lay between Feng Xingchen and Lu Qingyu that warranted such extreme measures? Damn Feng Xingchen. One day I, Lin Chen, will surely repay this moment tenfold. Lu Qingyu cast a cold glance at Lin Chen before addressing the blue-clad girl. Spare his life. I wish to see how that wretched woman will react upon learning of this. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of indignation. Mustering the strength to speak through his pain, my name is Lin Chen, not Feng Xingchen. You have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Chen uttered these words, previously unspoken, filled with grievance and restrained tears. In an instant, Lu Qingyu froze, her gaze locked onto Lin Chen, her breath quickening, a chill creeping into her voice. You're not Feng Xingchen? Then from whence did you acquire that wooden token? With that, she drew the token from Lin Chen's grasp, seizing it with an air of authority. This is a lengthy tale. At that moment, just as Lin Chen began to speak, two figures hurriedly approached the door, their footsteps echoing with urgency. Lin Chen instinctively glanced over, and upon spotting youth radiating the aura of a wealthy heir, his expression became exceptionally vivid. Could this be the true owner of the wooden plaque, Feng Xingchen? The other individual was none other than the beautiful teacher who had brought him here, Mu Xianin. Lu Qingyu's gaze shifted towards the two, particularly drawn to Feng Xingchen, causing her eyelids to twitch involuntarily. She soon regained her composure and turned to Mu Xianin, inquiring, Xianin, what is going on? Mu Xianin glanced at Lin Chen, who was seated on the ground with a bruised face, her expression shifting from surprise to a semblance of anger, as if feeling deceived by Lin Chen. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. Dean, this young man beside me is Feng Xingchen. He claims that his personal item, which you referred to as the wooden plaque, has been stolen, and the thief is. Mu Xianin shot a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chen, her tone tinged with suspicion. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Feng Xingchen laden with a complex blend of emotions, jealousy and astonishment mirroring the expression she had when she first laid eyes on Lin Chen. Quickly regaining her composure, she cast a discerning glance at Lin Chen, piecing together the unfolding events, yet she remained icy and unyielding, offering no hint of apology for the mistaken identity. As Feng Xingchen entered the room and laid eyes on Lin Chen, his face contorted with sheer rage. But upon noticing Lin Chen's injuries, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, accompanied by a peculiar suspicion. When he heard Mu Xianyin's words, Feng Xingchen hastily regained his composure, looked at Lu Qingyu, and stepped forward with a congenial smile. I am Feng Xingchen, greetings, Dean. Lu Qingyu's countenance remained cold and expressionless, seemingly deaf to his greeting, her gaze towards Feng Xingchen still laced with inexplicable animosity and ire. Feng Xingchen circled around Lin Chen, deliberately sizing him up. A smile plastered on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother Lin, I once considered you a friend, yet you stab me in the back and pilfer my belongings. Thankfully, the esteemed dean is wise and discerning. Otherwise, allowing someone like you into Star Sea Academy would surely tarnish its reputation. His sense of triumph and vindication grew stronger. The thought of Lin Chen having snatched his wooden plaque first irked and frustrated him. To be honest, as he hurried over, his foremost intention was to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but he never anticipated that retribution would come so swiftly. No effort on his part was even required. Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable jealousy. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. After all, he was the one who had been wronged. He wished to retort, but upon seeing Lu Qingyu's cold, angry expression, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his entire being relaxing into a mysteriously enigmatic smile. Esteemed Dean, you too have heard it. The plaque is not mine, and I am not the person you think I am. Lin Chen addressed Lu Qingyu, deliberately adopting a demeanor of profound grievance. Suddenly, Lu Qingyu, who had been silent, spoke, her voice chilly. Your name is Feng Xingchen. What is your relation to Feng Tianji? He is my father. Feng Xingchen instinctively answered. Then, as if realizing something, he leaned in excitedly, his face alight with anticipation. Does the dean know my father? Oh my, I had no idea my father had such a beautiful friend. I wonder what your relationship with my father is. Feng Xingchen began to flatter her, adopting a familiar tone. However, as his words fell, an icy chill enveloped him. Lu Qingyu's eyes glinted with reminiscence, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Oh, so Feng Tianji has never mentioned me. Has he? Feng Xingchen was momentarily stupefied. What was unfolding before him? He could not comprehend why it seemed that the dean harbored some grudge against his father. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, seated on the ground, reveled in the unfolding drama, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Whether it was mere coincidence or not, the thought of what Feng Xingchen was about to face filled him with a sense of elation, causing him to momentarily forget his own bodily pain. Lu Qingyu turned towards the blue-clad girl beside her, speaking slowly. Swear, repeat what just transpired, but with a bit more force. Just ensure he doesn't die. Huh, Dean, what do you mean by that? Feng Xingchen gaped at the two, an ominous sense of dread creeping over him. The blue-clad girl glanced at Feng Xingchen before respectfully addressing Lu Qingyu. Understood, master. With that, an intense, frigid aura surged towards Feng Xingchen, the temperature in the vicinity plummeting instantaneously. Hey, what are you doing? I warn you, don't come any closer. I am a level 40 soul master. You cannot defeat me. Feng Xingchen's composure faltered as he sensed the encroaching chill, his own soul master energy flaring in a desperate attempt to resist. Is that so? The blue-clad girl scoffed lightly. Her aura, even colder and more forceful, bore down upon Feng Xingchen, the surrounding space filled with swirling snowflakes, effectively immobilizing him in ice. Crack! Ah! The ensuing chaos echoed, reminiscent of Lin Chen's previous experience. Screams, wails, and the sounds of impact filled the air. Lu Qingyu observed with indifference, her aura oscillating towards Feng Xingchen, intent on either restraining him for punishment or pursuing some other objective. Mu Xian stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before her. Was this truly the dean she had known, allowing such an occurrence? In this moment, Lin Chen was undoubtedly the most content in the room, having already endured the blame. Witnessing Feng Xingchen's plight brought him an indescribable sense of relief, causing him to forget the pain in his body. With karma in play, who can escape the heavens? Feng Xingchen relished this moment. Lin Chen mused inwardly. 10 minutes later, Feng Xingchen, battered and bruised, lay sprawled on the floor, appearing worse off than Lin Chen. So, how do you feel, Brother Feng? Is it exhilarating? Lin Chen asked, an inexplicable sense of pride and satisfaction etched upon his face. Lin Chen, I merely tricked you into an ice cream. Is this truly necessary? Feng Xingchen gazed at the ceiling, his voice weak and filled with grievance. A storm of confusion and anger brewing within him. I will tell my father about this. You will be in big trouble. Straining against the pain, Feng Xingchen directed his fury at Lu Qingyu. He had intended to unleash his ire upon the blue-clad girl as well, but upon witnessing her ethereal, ice-cold beauty, his words faltered, a strange light flickering in his eyes as his heart inexplicably raced. Heh, inform your father? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu smirked coldly. Why not tell your mother instead? Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, recalling Lu Qingyu's earlier demeanor and inquiries, and suddenly a realization struck him. He had heard elders in his family speak of his father's past, a renowned figure in his youth, pursued by countless admirers. Could it be that this beautiful dean standing before him was one of his father's suitors? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. Scrutinizing Lu Qingyu with a newfound intensity rendered speechless. Recalling the mysterious expression on his father's face when he had sent him away, he now felt as though he had been played by his own father. Indeed, I find myself wishing for your father to arrive here, yet I fear he may lack the courage. Lu Qingyu wore a cold smile, her tone dripping with disdain toward a certain individual. Although Feng Xingchen felt both vexed and aggrieved, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was a matter concerning his father. Did Lu Qingyu truly need to vent her frustrations on him? An eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. Ahem. Esteemed Dean, have you perhaps forgotten about me? Observing the calm expressions of the others, Lin Chen suddenly coughed, shattering the stillness. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Oh dear, please don't look at me like that. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, particularly under Lu Qingyu's indifferent gaze, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Mu Xianyin glanced at Lu Qingyu, awaiting her command. She had come to understand the situation, evidently. Lin Chen was being blamed for Feng Xingchen's predicament due to the wooden token he had brought, and it seemed the academy, or rather, the dean, owed Lin Chen a debt of gratitude. Lu Qingyu scrutinized Lin Chen, her voice icy. What do you desire? Upon hearing such domineering and frigid words, Lin Chen's expression fell, marked by a sense of helplessness. What could he do? The other party was the head of a prestigious academy, whereas he was merely a weakling who did not even know how to unleash his martial soul. With a sigh, Lin Chen looked earnestly at Lu Qingyu and said, Dean, I wish to learn cultivation. I aspire to join Xinghai Academy to contribute to its illustrious future. Lin Chen rambled on, but his intent was singular, to gain entry into Xinghai Academy. Lu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a straightforward request. Entry into the academy merely required passing an assessment. Why would Lin Chen complicate matters? Before she could nod in agreement, Mu Xianyin quietly interjected. Dean, you may not be aware, but he is already 15 years old, yet his martial soul and soul power remain unknown. I suspect he may not possess a martial soul at all, rendering him ineligible to become a soul master. Earlier, when outside the academy, she had overlooked Lin Chen's information upon seeing the wooden token. Now, understanding that it was stolen, it was impossible for her to claim indifference. Undoubtedly, she was speaking the truth. Hearing Mu Xuanyin's words, Lu Qingyu assessed Lin Chen anew, a flicker of surprise and curiosity passing through her eyes. She had encountered many individuals awakening useless martial souls, but this was her first encounter with someone who either could not awaken a martial soul or lacked one entirely. If Lin Chen truly had no martial soul, it would be an exaggeration to label him as useless. He would not even qualify for that designation, for in this world, every human ought to possess a martial soul. Is what Xianyin said true? Lu Qingyu turned to Lin Chen, probing. Or are you concealing something? Rest assured, if you are indeed hiding a secret, I shall not press further. I will allow you to enter the academy. To be frank, she found it easier to believe that Lin Chen was concealing something rather than accepting that he lacked a martial soul. Lin Chen initially intended to speak the truth, but upon realizing that even if he awakened a martial soul, his soul power would only reach the pinnacle of level 10 at birth, he fell silent. If that were the case, he could already envision the shock on their faces, and Lu Qingyu would undoubtedly refuse him entry into the academy. After all, no one would permit a mere newly awakened martial soul to enter a mid-level Soul Master Academy, much less a Junior Soul Master Academy. Given that Lin Chen was already 15, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. Dean, I have my secrets and difficulties. I ask for your understanding. However, I genuinely wish to enter Xinghai Academy to study. If I can deceive, I shall. He was confident in his ability to progress rapidly in a short time, and when the time came, he would not fear the consequences. Observing Lin Chen's earnestness and gravity, Lu Qingyu regarded him once more, then calmly declared, Very well, I believe you. You are permitted to enter Xinghai Academy. Thank you, Dean. Lin Chen stood, his tone respectful. A glimmer of surprise danced in Lu Qingyu's eyes. In that fleeting moment, she felt an aura emanating from Lin Chen that belied his age, as if he were far older than 15, a most peculiar sensation. What grade do you wish to attend? Lu Qingyu inquired next. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen responded, The 3rd grade, please. Lu Qingyu nodded, her eyes reflecting satisfaction, as the last vestige of doubt faded away. Had Lin Chen claimed he wished to enter the 1st grade, she might have suspected he was attempting to deceive her. One could surmise that Lin Chen's claim of ignorance regarding his martial soul and soul power stemmed from his lack of ability, compounded by his age, rendering him unable to pass the admissions assessment for Shanghai Academy. Thus he had feigned a need for secrecy and difficulties. However, it now seemed Lin Chen had not spoken falsely. Casting her gaze at Feng Xingchen on the floor, Lu Qingyu coldly remarked, "Since your father has sent you here, you should make yourself comfortable. I shall await the day he comes to retrieve you." Feng Xingchen was left speechless, his thoughts consumed with a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to the man who had brought him here. "Xianin, let them both enter your class. You shall be their instructor." Lu Qingyu directed her gaze toward Mu Xianin and spoke slowly. Then, as if struck by a thought, her tone turned particularly earnest. "Remember to keep a close watch on the two of them." "Certainly, Dean." Mu Xianin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding, regarding Lin Chen with a warm smile. Yet there was something about her demeanor that seemed both mysterious and sinister. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, unease creeping into his heart. Would this woman seek revenge on him in the future? "Come, follow me. I shall take you to your dormitory and classroom." Muxuan Yin commanded, then led the way outside. Lin Chen wore an expression of disbelief and outright refusal, but ultimately, he still accompanied the dejected and aggrieved Feng Xingchen out of the chilly and unwelcoming dean's office. In the end, he had achieved his wish. He had entered Shanghai Academy. Chapter 10. The Two Who Find Closure. This shall be your residence for the coming year. I hope you will coexist harmoniously. Outside a quaint villa at Shanghai Academy, Mu Xianin gestured toward the structure, her voice calm. As Lin Chen beheld the villa before him, he appeared composed, yet within, he felt a surge of satisfaction and excitement. Throughout high school and university, he had always resided in dormitories, often shared with 6 others. Now, to be offered a villa felt quite surreal. Lin Chen did not mind. In fact, he felt quite pleased, but Feng Xingchen was far from content. "Teacher Mu, may I refuse to share accommodations with him? I desire a room of my own." Feng Xingchen expressed his dissatisfaction, his tone laced with disdain and discomfort, exhibiting the traits of a wealthy heir unaccustomed to arrangements made for him. Mu Xianin regarded the bruised Feng Xingchen with a mysterious glint in her eyes. The academy has regulations that require at least 2 students to reside in a villa. If you prefer not to share with him, I can arrange for you to live with other students. However, I must inform you that all other villas accommodate 4 students each. Are you certain you wish to decline sharing with Lin Chen? Mu Xianin maintained a neutral expression, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen was rendered speechless, his expression shifting dramatically, before he broke into a grin. "Teacher Mu, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take me seriously. I am very satisfied, truly satisfied." Lin Chen shook his head in amusement, finding the situation quite humorous. "Here is your key. The rest is up to you. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Mu Xianin tossed him a key and turned to leave. Remember to visit the classroom in the evening for a class meeting." As if pondering a matter, Mu Xianin turned back to utter this remark before departing without delay. Glancing at the key in his hand, and then at the wind-blown Xingchen he was assisting, Lin Chen promptly set him down and strode towards the villa's entrance. With a thud, Xingchen fell to the ground, bewildered. He shouted after Lin Chen, "Hey, how can you treat your roommate and classmate like this? I still have an injury." "You have an injury, but do you think I am without one?" Lin Chen shot a cold glance at Xingchen. The mention of injuries stirred a deep-seated desire within him to personally teach Xingchen a lesson. Bearing the blame was truly unbearable. With a deep breath, Lin Chen suppressed his frustration and opened the door, stepping into the villa. Once this young master has healed, I will certainly give you a proper lesson." Xingchen, sensing Lin Chen's cold indifference, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "Oh well, consider it debt for the ice cream I owe you." Struggling against the pain and discomfort, Xingchen got to his feet and moved forward. The villa's decor was surprisingly simple, lacking the opulence Lin Chen had envisioned. Upon reflection, it made sense, as this was the Soul Master Academy, not a hotel. Ascending the staircase, he found a second floor divided into 4 large rooms, evidently designed for 4 occupants. Confirming Mu Xianin's words, before Lin Chen could speak, Xingchen's voice rang out from behind him. "The 2 rooms on the left will be my territory, and the ones on the right are yours. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room." Lin Chen turned to glance at Xingchen and nodded. "I am aware, even without you saying so." For the time being, Lin Chen retreated to his room to rest. He still bore some minor injuries and felt genuinely fatigued. Several hours later, Lin Chen awoke from his slumber. True to the nature of the Douluo world, his injuries had healed and the bruises had vanished. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, where the bruises had completely disappeared, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. in this world conducive to cultivation. If it were the previous one, a wound of this nature would have taken at least 10 days to heal completely. Gently opening the door, he approached the railing and glanced down at the living room. There lay Wen Xingchen on the sofa, fast asleep. Remarkably, despite appearing more injured than Lin Chen, the bruises on his face had also faded significantly. Slowly making his way downstairs, Lin Chen sat opposite the sleeping Wen Xingchen, contemplating with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Forget the embarrassment. Let's awaken our martial souls first. With that resolution, Lin Chen directly roused Wen Xingchen. What? Wen Xingchen awoke, a look of groggy confusion on his face, before sitting upright, regarding Lin Chen with a wary expression. Ahem, Wen Xingchen. How do you intend to address the money you swindled from me at the ice cream shop? Lin Chen adopted a stern expression, his voice laced with challenge. Although I initially had the intention to deceive you, you were the one who stole my wooden token first. If I hadn't come here to expose you, you would have. Wen Xingchen interrupted with a frustrated huff, his demeanor reflecting annoyance. He had thought he had outsmarted Lin Chen, only to find Lin Chen had struck first. However, it was somewhat gratifying that Lin Chen had also suffered a fitting retribution, bearing an unwanted burden on his behalf. Well, I merely took it in passing, after all. You approached me with ill intentions, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. All right, I shall forgive you this time, considering we are now roommates and classmates. Let's not let this harm our camaraderie. Lin Chen offered a gracious smile. That's more like it. Wen Xingchen chuckled in response. Before he could fully let go of the matter, Lin Chen continued. However, you must agree to one condition. Huh? What do you mean? Wen Xingchen looked at Lin Chen, perplexed, unsure of how to respond. How shameless. Just moments ago, we were roommates and classmates, and now he demands a condition. Ahem, it's not a difficult request. I simply need your assistance. Lin Chen coughed lightly. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, wearing a sunny smile, yet to Wen Xingchen. It resembled the demeanor of a wolf in sheep's clothing, sending a shiver down his spine. What kind of assistance? Wen Xingchen scrutinized Lin Chen warily, instinctively asking. Lin Chen rose, clasping his hands behind his back, striving to maintain an unflinching facade, his gaze fixed on a row of potted plants outside the window. His voice was calm. Help me awaken my martial soul. With a jolt, Wen Xingchen's jaw dropped, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen's back, uncertain if he had misheard. Awaken a martial soul? Teach Lin Chen to awaken his martial soul? Is it true that Lin Chen, at 15, has yet to awaken his martial soul? Suddenly, Wen Xingchen recalled everything that transpired in the dean's office, turning back to Lin Chen, murmuring to himself. Were those words you spoke earlier simply a ruse to deceive the dean? As Mu Laoshi said, you truly haven't awakened your martial soul? That is merely a temporary setback. Once I awaken my martial soul, I will undoubtedly progress rapidly and soon stand atop Douluo Star. Lin Chen asserted with a calm demeanor, his eyes radiating intense confidence. Hearing this, Wen Xingchen nearly choked. He had encountered arrogance before, but never had he seen someone as audacious as Lin Chen. At 15, he had yet to awaken his martial soul, yet he fancied himself destined to stand at the pinnacle of Douluo Star. Was that not wishful thinking? Even Wen Xingchen, who considered himself an extraordinary talent, could not fathom the audacity of Lin Chen's claims. Where did he derive such confidence? Shaking his head, Wen Xingchen sighed before speaking blandly. You needn't boast. Since I previously took your money and you bore an unwarranted burden for me, I suppose I can reluctantly lend you a hand. Lin Chen turned to Wen Xingchen, his expression serious and his voice sincere. Thank you. Wen Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, the last vestiges of his resentment towards Lin Chen dissipating. Rest assured, I won't report you to the dean or Mu Laoshi. However, even if you awaken your martial soul and possess an extraordinary one with innate soul power, you will still struggle to remain at Xinhai Academy. Prepare yourself for that. Fear not. Once I awaken my martial soul, I will swiftly catch up, Lin Chen assured with confidence. Could we refrain from such grandstanding? Wen Xingchen found Lin Chen's serious and self-assured expression increasingly unbearable. Previously, he had thought himself the king of boasting, but now it seemed Lin Chen surpassed him. All right, let's begin. Chapter 11, Sword Soul, Innate Full Soul Power, Innate Soul Ring. Awakening a martial soul is quite simple. It merely requires a certain level of soul power and martial soul pressure to manifest. Wen Xingchen stood up and moved behind Lin Chen, raising his right hand. A gentle blue star, soul power flowed directly into Lin Chen's body. Simultaneously, a constellation image appeared behind him, radiating a powerful star force that pressed toward Lin Chen's being. In the moment when the wind and the stars infused their soul power, Lin Chen felt a warm current circulating ceaselessly within his body, ultimately converging in the palm of his right hand. After several seconds, he instinctively raised his right palm, and a crimson small sword materialized above it, exuding a fierce aura. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's awakening, Feng Xingchen promptly withdrew his martial soul and soul power, directing his gaze toward the blood-red small sword in Lin Chen's hand. His heart filled with an indescribable sense of astonishment. What he beheld was remarkable. Not only had Lin Chen awakened his martial soul in an extraordinarily brief period, but the energy emanating from the crimson sword clearly indicated its exceptional quality. Lin Chen scrutinized the blood-red sword hovering above his palm, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he exhaled in relief. Although he was confident in his ability to grow stronger swiftly, it was predicated on the awakening of his martial soul. After all, he was not a native of the Douluo world, and lacking a martial soul was understandable. I wonder if it's my bad luck, but your martial soul seems quite impressive, Feng Xingchen remarked lightly. Previously, he had envisioned the most favorable and outrageous scenario for Lin Chen, a top-tier martial soul and innate full soul power. Now that the martial soul had met his expectations, it remained to be seen how Lin Chen's innate soul power fared. Lin Chen cast a glance at Feng Xingchen, an enigmatic smile gracing his features. I have a feeling that perhaps your predictions hold some truth. My soul power is indeed at its innate maximum. All right, boast a little less, or you might end up with egg on your face. Feng Xingchen retorted with a hint of skepticism, yet his heart brimmed with unexplainable anticipation. Here, this soul power testing sphere can measure soul power up to level 90 for titled Douluo and below. Give it a try. Feng Xingchen produced a white crystal sphere from his hand and handed it to Lin Chen. You carry something like this with you? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback as he examined the crystal sphere. Be careful. This crystal sphere is quite expensive. Feng Xingchen hastily cautioned upon noticing Lin Chen's casual demeanor. Lin Chen paused momentarily, then recalled Feng Xingchen's earlier mention of the testing range, and suddenly it dawned on him, muttering, "No wonder you're a wealthy second generation. Even a soul power testing device is of the highest caliber." Through the crystal sphere, Lin Chen could infer that Feng Xingchen's backing was at least of the titled Douluo level, and such forces or families were among the elite within Douluo Star. Shaking his head, Lin Chen dismissed further contemplation and infused his soul power into the crystal sphere. Immediately, a brilliant white light flashed, and upon counting, he found exactly 10 beams of light. No way, could it be true? I actually called it. My soul power is indeed at its innate maximum. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Xingchen stood dumbfounded, astonished as he gazed at Lin Chen, rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that a youth who awakened his martial soul at the age of 15 would not only possess a martial soul of exceptionally high quality, but also have innate full soul power? Such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief if shared. Feng Xingchen scrutinized Lin Chen once more, murmuring, "Are you truly 15 years old? And not merely someone who matured early, appearing 15, but actually only 7 or 8. If Lin Chen were merely 7 or 8 years old with such an extraordinary martial soul and innate full soul power, it might make sense. However, he was indeed 15. What on earth was happening? In actuality, I'm more than 15. Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile. He appeared 15, yet his actual age exceeded 18. After staring at Lin Chen for several moments, Feng Xingchen averted his gaze, sighing, "Impressive, truly impressive. Such talent is rare in a century. If you truly ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo Star in the future, today will surely be recorded in history. TSK, awakening your martial soul at 15 with innate full soul power, you surpass even the founder of the Tang sect in your prowess." Feng Xingchen expressed his amazement. Well, compared to Tang San, I might still fall short in terms of martial souls, but perhaps in certain aspects, I may surpass him, Lin Chen declared, confidence radiating from his eyes. After all, he had refined half a drop of Zhulong's blood, though he was still uncertain how to utilize it. The blood of Zhulong was undoubtedly extraordinary. You're boasting again. Do you really not know the meaning of humility? Feng Xingchen was at a loss for words. Tang San was widely acknowledged as the most impactful figure on Douluo Star, and Lin Chen had the audacity to compare himself to such a legendary individual. Suddenly, beneath Lin Chen's feet, a blood-red circle materialized, emanating a terrifying and fierce presence. Yet its essence betrayed an uncommonly ordinary nature, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon an exhilarating smile spread across his face, his voice resonating throughout the space. Haha. Feng Xingchen, observing the blood-red circle at Lin Chen's feet, was rendered utterly speechless, his body tensed with immense shock and profound fear. What had he just witnessed? Lin Chen had actually released a soul ring. On Douluo Star, when soul masters reach certain levels, they must hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings or purchase the corresponding soul spirits from the spirit tower to continue their advancement. For instance, Lin Chen, with his innate full soul power at level 10, would remain stagnant at that level for life without obtaining a soul ring. Yet Lin Chen had merely just awakened his martial soul, and he already possessed a soul ring, implying he could continue to advance to level 20 before even considering acquiring additional soul rings. Feng Xingchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching the blood-red soul ring beneath Lin Chen's feet, swallowing nervously. If Lin Chen's innate full soul power came with a soul ring, he could somewhat accept it, as there have been instances in history of soul masters possessing innate soul rings. However, Lin Chen's situation was extraordinarily outrageous. He had a blood-red soul ring that could only be obtained by hunting soul beasts of 10,000 years or more, something even the Spirit Tower could neither sell nor provide. Only available before the establishment of the Spirit Tower a millennium ago. And Lin Chen had it innately. It was utterly inconceivable. A mixture of envy, jealousy, and complex emotions flickered across Feng Xingchen's face. He had not anticipated witnessing such a miracle today. Noticing Feng Xingchen's dazed expression, filled with envy and disbelief, Lin Chen chuckled. What is so surprising about this? It's just a soul ring of 10,000 years or more, is it not? Is that all? Feng Xingchen felt an overwhelming urge to retort. What more do you want? That was a soul ring of 10,000 years or more. In a time when soul beasts were nearly extinct, it was an item of antique-level rarity. Yet Lin Chen spoke of it so nonchalantly. Ahem, 9,000 years ago, Ling Bing Douluo Yuhao began with a million-year soul ring. That was truly outrageous. While my situation pales in comparison, Lin Chen replied with an air of calmness, though he could not entirely conceal his delight. Feng Xingchen was entirely speechless. He had no desire to engage in conversation. If possible, he would have liked to strike Lin Chen, for this was infuriating. Comparing himself to Tang San was one thing, but now he was comparing himself to Hui Yuhao. Was Lin Chen aiming to emulate such extraordinary figures? Remembering Lin Chen's earlier declaration of his ambition to stand atop Douluo Star, Feng Xingchen suddenly felt an inexplicable belief that Lin Chen might indeed achieve it. All right, it's getting late. We should head to the classroom, Lin Chen declared, striding away with a light step. Feng Xingchen sighed inwardly, pondering how such a person could exist in this world and lamenting the misfortune of having encountered him. Observing Lin Chen's silhouette, Feng Xingchen let out a sigh tinged with a sense of defeat. Oh, Feng Xingchen, you truly are your own worst enemy. Had you not offered him assistance, you would not find yourself in this predicament now. Shaking his head, he promptly followed Lin Chen. Chapter 12. Yi Tenyin, the classroom where Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen were situated, resided in the heart of the academy, characterized by its singular, yet grandiose, architecture. Soon enough, the two arrive at the entrance of their classroom, where the words Grade 3, Class 1 were prominently displayed. While the criteria for class designation remained a mystery, the designation of Class 1 resonated with a certain gravitas, far superior to that of Class 2 or Class 3. A cursory glance into the classroom revealed approximately 20 seats, with nearly half already occupied by students scattered throughout the room. Lin Chen made his way to a seat by the window in the second row, and Feng Xingchen, seemingly by design, settled beside him. Ah, I see your faces are somewhat unfamiliar. I don't recall encountering you during my first and second years. Could it be that you're transfer students? Just as they took their seats, a figure approached them, his gaze scrutinizing and tinged with disdain, his expression flamboyant. He introduced himself as Yi Tianyun, a formidable presence who dominated both the first and second year cohorts at Shanghai Academy, a name known to every student of his time. From the moment Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen entered, he had observed them with a mix of surprise and disdain. Typically, transfer students gained admission to Shanghai Academy through connections. Yet here were Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, having directly entered the most prestigious class, a situation he deemed outrageous. A sense of disdain and an inexplicable humiliation brewed within him. Indeed, we are transfer students. Do you have an issue with that? Lin Chen shot a calm glance at Yi Tianyun, his voice unwavering. Noticing Lin Chen's cool demeanor, a flicker of cold malice crossed Yi Tianyun's eyes as he scrutinized the duo more closely, speculation brewing in his mind. Could it be that Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen had entered Shanghai based on merit? thus qualifying for Class 1? Realizing this, Yi Tianyun's expression softened slightly as he introduced himself. I am Yi Tianyun, a level 40 Soul Master. May I inquire about your names? Lin Chen, Feng Xingchen. Do you require anything else? If not, kindly refrain from bothering us. Feng Xingchen responded with evident disinterest, his tone laced with impatience. He was still reeling from the shock Lin Chen had instilled in him, indifferent to Yi Tianyun's provocations. How audacious! Yet I wonder, what is your current soul power? Are you at level 40? Yi Tianyun's demeanor darkened at Feng Xingchen's attitude, his expression shifting to one of cold amusement. At Xinghai Academy, no student from the first or second year had ever dared to treat him with such contempt. Feng Xingchen's blatant disregard was nothing short of an affront. Our institution upholds strict standards, and admission into Class 1 necessitates rigorous assessments. I am beginning to suspect that you two may have relied on some backdoor connections to gain entry. Yi Tianyun's voice dripped with sarcasm, his tone accusatory. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Tianyun, prepared to respond, only for Feng Xingchen to interject impatiently. Are you not tiresome? Is it truly necessary for you to act this way? Even if we did enter through connections, what of it? What kind of world do we live in where a fool like you fixates on such trivial matters? After delivering this retort, Feng Xingchen could not resist adding a mocking note. Lin Chen chuckled, understanding Feng Xingchen's sentiments. In a world where strength reigns supreme, connections can also be a form of power. Though it may be looked down upon, it undeniably exists, and one is powerless to alter its reality. Isn't it infuriating? Fuming with anger, Yi Tianyun coldly challenged, if you possess the ability, let us engage in a duel. We shall see who prevails. Spare me the theatrics. Firstly, why should I waste my time battling you? Secondly, I have no desire to bully someone of your caliber. With your skills, I could easily take on 10 of you. Unbeknownst to him, influenced by Lin Chen, Feng Xingchen spoke with a grave demeanor, though his bravado was hard to miss. At this, Yi Tianyun could no longer contain himself. A surge of fury emanated from him, only to be swiftly reined in. Were it not for the Academy's rules prohibiting brawls, he would relish the chance to deliver a sound thrashing to Feng Xingchen. In a voice as cold as ice, Yi Tianyun fixed his gaze on Feng Xingchen. You ought to count yourself fortunate, otherwise. He paused, adding, and do not presume you're the only one with connections. With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward a distant seat. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tianyun's retreating figure, Lin Chen remarked to Feng Xingchen with a hint of schadenfreude. It appears he disapproves of your method of arrival here, and it seems he is backed by a formidable force. You may find yourself in a precarious situation. What does it matter how powerful his connections are? Should I be intimidated? Besides, even if he wishes to make trouble, he must first contend with me. Who knows who would end up in hot water? Feng Xingchen replied with an air of disdain, confidence oozing from his words. Impressive. Lin Chen could only marvel at his bravado. Moreover, as if you did not leverage your own connections to gain entry. Feng Xingchen shot Lin Chen a scornful glance, his tone shifting to one of complexity. After all, Lin Chen had indirectly benefited from his connections. Without Feng Xingchen's influence, Lin Chen would likely have been rejected from even the most basic Soul Master Academy. How could you say such a thing? We are classmates and roommates. Lin Chen chuckled. While he had taken a fall for Feng Xingchen on one occasion, it was undeniable that he had indeed entered Xinghai Academy thanks to Feng Xingchen's connections. At that moment, all attention was suddenly drawn to a figure entering the classroom. Lin Chen turned to look, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sight. The newcomer was none other than the blue-clad girl who had previously reprimanded him and Feng Xingchen, Su Xiaoxue, the disciple of Lu Qingyu. Feng Xingchen's gaze fixated on Su Xiaoxue, an unnameable emotion flickering in his eyes. Su Xiaoxue, of course, noticed the two but offered no acknowledgement, her expression as cold as ice, resembling that of a complete stranger. It wasn't until she settled into a central seat in the first row that Feng Xingchen snapped back to reality, a foolish grin adorning his face. Ahem, Feng Xingchen. You aren't developing a crush, are you? Lin Chen teased. Absolutely not. Feng Xingchen quickly retorted, only to hesitate momentarily. She did give us quite the thrashing before. Have you forgotten the pain so soon? Lin Chen marveled at the sudden shift in Feng Xingchen's demeanor. Feng Xingchen defended. That was due to the matter involving Dean Lu and my father. I bear her no ill will. Lin Chen facepalmed, speechless. Indeed, when one is enamored, even the wrongs of that person become justifiable. But just then, Yi Tianyun approached Su Xiaoxue, casting a deliberate taunt at Feng Xingchen before addressing her with a nonchalant tone. Hello, classmate. My name is Yi Tianyun. A pleasure to meet you. Chapter 13, Rivals in Love. Su Xiaoxue cast a cold glance at Yi Tianyun, then promptly closed her eyes, as if she were deliberately choosing to disregard everything within the space around her, emanating an aura of icy indifference. Witnessing this, Yi Tianyun stood there momentarily stunned, an unbidden anger bubbling within him. It was one thing to be dismissed by Feng Xingchen, who perhaps had the confidence to disregard him. However, to be so brazenly overlooked by a mere woman was utterly infuriating. Heh, I suppose you were a transfer student, so it's understandable that you don't know my name. But let me make it clear, at Shanghai Academy, you can offend anyone, but not me. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. Yi Tianyun shot a frigid glance at Su Xiaoxue, his voice chilling, laced with a subtle threat. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiaoxue's exquisitely fair and delicate visage was rather enchanting, prompting him to involuntarily raise his right hand, yearning to caress her unblemished face. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as his hand was seized mid-air by another, accompanied by a frigid voice. If you dare to move again, I will kill you. Yi Tianyun lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Feng Xingchen's cold and furious expression, his own aura erupted, the pent-up fury within him igniting. Kill me? I doubt you possess such capability. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue opened her eyes, surveying Feng Xingchen and Yi Tianyun with an indifferent expression, her voice icy. Leave. Though it was but a single word, it carried with it an overwhelming chill that momentarily froze both men in place. Feng Xingchen's lips twitched, glancing at Yi Tianyun before retreating to his seat with a flourish. He was acutely aware of Su Xiaoxue's formidable strength, having previously been thoroughly bested by her. In retrospect, even if he had not intervened to stop Yi Tianyun, the latter likely would not have succeeded in his endeavors. Yi Tianyun, however, was left in a stupor, his gaze fixated on Su Xiaoxue, displaying a mixture of shock, fear, jealousy, and fervor. He had just sensed an aura of coldness emanating from her that was several times more potent than his own, indicating that her strength surpassed his. As someone who had always dominated his peers at Shanghai Academy, he now felt an inexplicable sense of defeat and loss, yet simultaneously, it ignited within him the fervor to pursue Su Xiaoxue. He must win her heart. Casting a sidelong glance at Feng Xingchen beside Lin Chen, Yi Tianyun's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and he offered a hasty apology to Su Xiaoxue before returning to his original position. Lin Chen, perceptive to the deeper meaning in Yi Tianyun's eyes, couldn't help but smile at Feng Xingchen. It seems you have a rival. If he dares to touch Xiaoxue, I'll tear him apart. Feng Xingchen snorted, determination gleaming in his eyes. TSK, Xiaoxue, you call her so affectionately. Lin Chen teased, a playful expression on his face. Leave. 10 minutes later, as students gradually filled the classroom, a striking figure with an imposing presence entered. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Mu Xianin. Mu Xianin cast a glance at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen in the second row, her eyes reflecting a hint of mystery. Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen exchanged glances, feeling a sudden unease. They clearly recalled how Lu Qingyu had previously mentioned that Mu Xianin would give them special attention. Mu Xianin surveyed the class, her voice calm. Let me introduce myself. I am Mu Xianin, your homeroom teacher. We will spend the next year together until your successful graduation. She proceeded to outline some important regulations and classroom rules, delivering a lengthy speech that lasted about 10 minutes. As Lin Chen reflected nostalgically on his high school days, he noted the familiar presence of a homeroom teacher, the same kind of class meetings, and various reminders, albeit now in a different institution, the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. The curriculum at Shanghai Academy is divided into two primary categories: theoretical and practical courses. Theoretical courses encompass the study of soul master cultivation and knowledge of soul guiding devices, while practical courses are divided into combat, training, and experimental classes. Similar to modern education on Earth, while the studies at Shanghai Academy might seem varied and numerous, they lay the foundational groundwork for selecting specialized courses in advanced soul master academies in the future. As the class grew somewhat bored, Mu Xianin finally ceased her lecture. She glanced at everyone below, her voice neutral. Now, let us have a round of self-introductions to get acquainted with your classmates. Let us start from the back, she announced when no one volunteered to step forward. The selected students took turns walking to the front to introduce themselves. As it turned out, most of the class consisted of students who were not originally from Shanghai Academy, having transferred from various places. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and muttered to himself, "It seems this so-called Class 1 is quite extraordinary." The previous introductions were rather simplistic, with students merely stating their names and backgrounds before stepping down. However, When it came to Yi Tianyun, the atmosphere shifted. Yi Tianyun strode confidently to the front, each step radiating natural self-assurance. Upon reaching the podium, he first glanced in Lin Chen's direction, a smirk gracing his lips. He then surveyed the row containing Su Xiaoxue and a strikingly beautiful girl beside her, who bore a radiant and sunny smile. Quickly, don't waste your classmates' time. Mu Xianin, noticing the delay, interjected, her tone slightly displeased. Snap back to reality. Yi Tianyun addressed the crowd, his voice calm. Hello, my name is Yi Tianyun, and I hail from Shanghai City. I attended this academy for both my first and second years, and my academic performance has been commendable. I ranked first in every assessment. At this, the class erupted in murmurs of admiration, with some gazes filled with awe. Show off. Feng Xingchen shot a look at Lin Chen, his tone dripping with disdain, clearly unable to tolerate Yi Tianyun's arrogance. Yi Tianyun's gaze flicked towards Su Xiaoxue before he continued to showcase his prowess. As for my family background, I find it somewhat embarrassing, as it pales in comparison to most of yours. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xingchen, a smirk of provocation evident in his expression. I come from a humble background. My family status within the Federation is not particularly high, with only my father and grandfather holding the title of Douluo as the family's pillars. I am the hope of my family. Yi Tianyun deliberately emphasized the words only two, clearly directed at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen. TSK. He really is trying to compete, Lin Chen thought, amusement dancing in his eyes as he glanced at Feng Xingchen. So what if there are two titled Douluos? I really don't understand why he is so proud. Feng Xingchen retorted dismissively. Lin Chen merely smiled, recognizing that the power behind Feng Xingchen was likely far greater than that of Yi Tianyun. As Yi Tianyun concluded his introduction, the attention of most of the class shifted towards him, their expressions a mix of admiration and curiosity. After all, belonging to a family with titled Douluos, even if not a major force, commanded respect, especially with two such figures backing him. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn to take the stage. I'll go first, Feng Xingchen declared, striding confidently to the front, exuding the air of a privileged heir, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It is evident that Feng Xingchen has been provoked by Yi Tianyun, eager to flaunt his impressive background in order to embarrass Yi Tianyun. Chapter 14. The art of subtle pretentiousness often requires only simple words. Upon taking the stage, Feng Xingchen first cast a glance at the cold-faced Su Xiaoxue in the front row, then surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately locking onto Yi Tianyun. An unmistakable clash of wills reflected in his expression. Ahem, greetings everyone. I am Feng Xingchen, a level 40 soul master. I hail from a city quite distant from Star City, and my family possesses a mine. My father, grandfather, and uncles are all titled Douluos, and my brothers and sisters are students of Shrek Academy. I suppose I am the least accomplished among them. At this juncture, Feng Xingchen couldn't help but let out a sigh, his expression and demeanor conveying an air of utmost seriousness, as if overwhelmed with guilt. Yet, upon hearing his previous declaration, one could hardly contain their exasperation. A family with a mine, a plethora of titled Douluos, and siblings enrolled in the continent's most prestigious institution, Shrek Academy? Is this even a reasonable statement? The audience initially responded with murmurs of disbelief, which soon escalated into admiration and awe, surpassing the applause that followed Yi Tianyun's earlier introduction. Mu Xianin observed Feng Xingchen, her eyes flickering with surprise and intrigue. What could possibly bring someone of such remarkable pedigree to Star Academy? While the academy is renowned in Star City and its neighboring locales, attracting a student of such extraordinary background seems unfathomable. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but recall the peculiar dynamics between the principal and both Feng Xingchen and Lin Chen during the lunch meeting in the principal's office. It seems the principal is not merely an ordinary figure, Mu Xianin mused, somewhat astounded. In the penultimate row, a seat against the wall, Yi Tianyun clenched his fists, an intense fury simmering beneath the surface. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have been tempted to confront Feng Xingchen with a punch. It was clear that Feng Xingchen's introduction was deliberately crafted for his ears. The reaction of those around him confirmed it. He had been the center of attention moments ago, only to be overshadowed by Feng Xingchen's sudden audacity. However, despite his anger, Yi Tianyun recognized that he had no leverage against Feng Xingchen's illustrious background. The only avenue left was to measure their strengths in combat. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Yi Tianyun's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Defeating you would not only bring you disgrace, but would likely tarnish your family's reputation as well. The more he pondered, the more he felt a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. Casting a glance at Su Xiaoxue in the front row, a knowing smile spread across Etienne's face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Xingchen returned to his seat, a satisfied grin plastered on his face. If one were to encapsulate Feng Xingchen's current demeanor, it could be summed up in 4 words, brimming with confidence. How's that? Have you come to appreciate my prowess? Feng Xingchen shot a glance at Lin Chen, his eyes gleaming with pride. Indeed, the privileged second generation truly excels. I cannot compare. Lin Chen shook his head, feigning a look of modesty. Before Feng Xingchen could bask in his own glory, Lin Chen interjected, but no matter how impressive you are, you will ultimately find yourself eclipsed by me. Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wishing to retort, but recalling the astonishing events he had witnessed at the villa involving Lin Chen rendered him speechless. His smile abruptly vanishing. Indeed, no matter how remarkable he was, he would likely pale in comparison to Lin Chen. Lin Chen possessed an extraordinary martial soul, innate full soul power, and a naturally occurring soul ring that surpassed 100,000 years, destined to become a celebrated figure across Douluo Star. Could he ever hope to measure up to Lin Chen? Alas, dear heavens, why do you treat me so? Feng Xingchen sighed inwardly. Yet, his resolve began to solidify. Though Lin Chen may be extraordinary, he too would not remain weak. Even if he could not surpass Lin Chen in the future, he must not allow himself to fall too far behind. In that moment, a transformation occurred within the heart of this naturally flamboyant second-generation heir, igniting a newfound determination. As Lin Chen's turn to present approached, he stepped forward without hesitation, making his way to the stage. At that moment, all eyes in the class were fixed upon Lin Chen, curiosity evident in their expressions. Since Lin Chen entered the classroom, he had not displayed the same flamboyance as Feng Xingchen. Yet it was clear that their relationship was significant, with Feng Xingchen seemingly holding Lin Chen in high regard, which only heightened the interest of the onlookers. Feng Xingchen's identity and strength could already be deemed extraordinary. Finding another comparable figure in Star Sea would be nearly impossible, and Lin Chen was likely to surpass even him. Su Xiaoxue regarded Lin Chen with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, mirrored by Mu Xianyin. Were it not for Lin Chen taking the blame for Feng Xingchen, and had he not hinted at possessing hidden secrets, Lu Qingyu would never have permitted him to remain. In this moment, both women found themselves anticipating what Lin Chen would divulge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen surveyed the assembly and then spoke with a calm demeanor. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chen. The audience held their breath, expressions unchanging, eyes alight with anticipation. I have come to Star Sea with a singular goal, to become stronger. Lin Chen continued. The crowd remained poised, still brimming with expectation. However, in an unexpected turn, Lin Chen simply stepped down from the stage and slowly returned to his seat. The audience was momentarily dumbfounded. Was that it? Had he concluded his introduction just like that? No mention of his identity or background. No discussion of his strength or martial soul. As they regained their senses, all eyes turned towards Lin Chen in the second row by the window, their expressions a mix of contemplation and profound curiosity. Although they were taken aback, their intrigue regarding Lin Chen's identity and abilities only deepened. Oftentimes, the unspoken carries an air of profound mystery. In that moment, Lin Chen emerged in the minds of the audience as an enigmatic figure cloaked in uncertainty and intrigue. The art of highbrow pretentiousness often requires merely a few simple words. Were Lin Chen aware of the boundless fantasies swirling around him at this moment, he would surely be bewildered. He too felt helpless. If he possessed an impressive identity or background, would he refrain from sharing it? As for his strength and martial soul, there was no need to elaborate. His martial soul had only just awakened, and his soul power was merely at level 10. Wouldn't that be laughable? Feng Xingchen cast a glance at Lin Chen, utterly speechless. He understood the crowd's sentiments. But Lin Chen truly had little to share beyond his name and aspirations. The rest was either too embarrassing to disclose or simply unspeakable. Yet, he was certain of one thing. Lin Chen's future would undoubtedly be exceptional. Though the crowd's speculations and curiosity were misguided, they would certainly have ample material to boast about in the future. Yi Tianyun observed Lin Chen's retreating figure, filled with contemplation, while the previous considerations he had regarding Feng Xingchen faded into obscurity. To confront Feng Xingchen, he needed to uncover Lin Chen's secrets. Otherwise, he risked provoking a force he could not contend with. In the future, he would have to find an opportunity to probe further. With this plan in mind, Yi Tianyun ceased his musings and shifted his gaze back to the stage, where the girl in blue, Su Xiaoxue, was introducing herself. Chapter 11, Yi Tianyun's Fury. As Su Xiaoxue ascended the stage, the crowd's attention was immediately captivated, their eyes alight with admiration and infatuation. Undoubtedly, Su Xiaoxue's breathtaking beauty, her ethereal demeanor, and her statuesque figure exerted an irresistible allure upon the youthful audience, particularly given that there were only 2 girls in the entire class. This presented a profound psychological challenge for the majority. On stage, Su Xiaoxue uttered but a single phrase indeed, merely her name, before casting a fleeting glance towards Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen and gracefully descending from the platform. Did you see that? Xiaoxue just looked at me. Feng Xingchen grinned foolishly. Lin Chen, shaking his head in bemusement, thought to himself, if only you could perceive the astonishment and curiosity in her gaze. What reason do you have to be so elated? Indeed, it is said that when one harbors affection for another, one's intellect often suffers a grievous affront. The next to take the stage was a girl clad in green, her countenance radiating innocence and adorned with a bright smile. She was called Lu Feifei. As one of the 2 girls in the class, although her beauty did not quite rival that of Su Xiaoxue, she was undeniably a lovely girl, drawing the collective gaze of her classmates, each face reflecting admiration. Like Su Xiaoxue, Lu Feifei merely stated her name before gracefully exiting the stage. In the penultimate row, Yi Tianyun's gaze was fixated on Lu Feifei's retreating figure, not averting his eyes until she returned to her seat, an indescribable expression illuminating his features. With a subtle upward curve of his lips, Yi Tianyun revealed a mysterious smile, as if he had concocted an inscrutable scheme. With all self-introductions concluded, Mu Xiaonin slowly approached the stage. Observing that all attention was centered on the front row, where Su Xiaoxue and Lu Feifei sat, she furrowed her brow and, in a frigid tone, remarked, "Remember why you are here. Should I catch anyone allowing trivial matters to hinder their progress, I shall not hesitate to take action." As her words echoed, an icy chill enveloped the classroom, sending a shiver through the students. It appeared that their seemingly gentle teacher was far from the mild-mannered figure she initially presented. Some murmured in their hearts, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. All right, that concludes today's class meeting. If you encounter any unresolved issues, feel free to seek my assistance. After surveying the students, Mu Xiaonin made her exit. This gathering was merely a customary class meeting. Had it not been mandatory, she would have hesitated to assemble everyone, but such were the rigid demands of the academy. Once Mu Xiaonin departed, the atmosphere shifted, buzzing with excitement as students began forging connections and familiarizing themselves with one another. Feng Xingchen was poised to rise and take action when he noticed that Su Xiaoxue had already vacated the classroom. "You're in quite a hurry. We're all classmates here, and there will be ample opportunities ahead," Lin Chen remarked, observing Feng Xingchen's dazed expression with a hint of amusement. At that moment, the collective gaze of the students was suddenly drawn to Yi Tianyun and Lu Feifei, their eyes betraying intrigue and envy. Before Lu Feifei, Yi Tianyun exuded an earnest charm, his voice melodic as he greeted her. "Hello, Lu Feifei. I am delighted to be classmates with such a beautiful person." Lu Feifei, radiating warmth, squinted her eyes in a sunny smile, responding sweetly, "Thank you." As they engaged in lively conversation, many boys seethed with jealousy and frustration. In a class with only 2 girls, both exceptionally beautiful, it was only natural for envy to brew among the boys. Su Xiaoxue, with her frosty demeanor, seemed to repel any advances, leaving little hope for the boys. In contrast, Lu Feifei's enchanting beauty, coupled with her vivacious and cheerful disposition, made her all the more desirable. Yet, it appeared that Yi Tianyun had made the first move. Had their backgrounds not paled in comparison to Yi Tianyun's, they might have boldly confronted him. Watching Yi Tianyun and Lu Feifei banter merrily, the students felt a mix of admiration and envy, yet they dared not act, their frustration mounting. "Feng Xingchen, do you have no opinion on this?" A burly boy behind Feng Xingchen inquired, his tone tinged with a desire for Feng Xingchen to disrupt Yi Tianyun's budding romance. It was no surprise. In a class where only the mysterious Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen possessed backgrounds potentially strong enough to challenge Yi Tianyun, many were eager to witness Yi Tianyun stumble. "Look at him. He seems quite adept at charming the ladies. I wonder if he can withstand my scrutiny," Feng Xingchen mused, a smirk playing upon his lips as he observed Yi Tianyun from a distance. Lin Chen, bemused, could foresee the impending misfortune awaiting Yi Tianyun. As the saying goes, those who watch the drama are often more entertained than those who perform it. Lin Chen found himself curiously engrossed in the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun and Lu Feifei were engrossed in their conversation, revealing Yi Tianyun's evident social prowess, as he elicited laughter from Lu Feifei several times with just a few words. Feifei, there's something I've wanted to tell you since the moment I laid eyes on you, but I've hesitated to voice it, Yi Tianyun suddenly declared, his expression serious and filled with emotion. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. The atmosphere thick with anticipation as every eye was fixed upon Yi Tianyun and the visibly startled Lu Feifei. Is it about to commence? This question loomed in the minds of many, particularly the boys who dreaded the impending scene. Lin Chen watched with keen interest, while Feng Xingqian's smile grew increasingly enigmatic, as if he were on the verge of witnessing a spectacle that would incite uncontrollable laughter. Feifei, ever since I first saw you, I've been enamored with you, Yi Tianyun professed, his voice laden with sincerity and a tremor of excitement, seemingly a deliberate yet unconscious confession. Lin Chen could clearly see Lu Feifei's astonishment as she gazed at Yi Tianyun, rendered momentarily speechless. Feifei, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Yi Tianyun extended his hand earnestly, continuing his heartfelt plea. In this moment, the entire class fixated on Lu Feifei, their collective thoughts echoing a singular wish. Do not accept him, do not accept him. Yet, Lu Feifei remained in a state of shock and surprise, as if Yi Tianyun's words had profoundly impacted her. 3 breaths passed, an eternity in which the classroom remained utterly silent, all eyes glued to Yi Tianyun and Lu Feifei. Lin Chen cast a glance at Feng Xingqian, whose smile appeared increasingly peculiar, stirring his curiosity. Yi Tianyun's gaze was sincere, yet his lips curled into a confident smile, as though he had successfully executed this maneuver countless times before. Just as the audience held its breath, awaiting Lu Feifei's response, a voice pierced through the tension. How quickly he professes his affection after such a brief encounter. Feng Xingqian scoffed, shattering the silence and redirecting every gaze toward him, eager to hear what he would say next. Yi Tianyun furrowed his brows, visibly displeased, even seething with anger. Before he could utter a word, Feng Xingqian continued to mock him. Is that what you call affection? You're merely lusting after a body. How despicable. With this statement, the atmosphere became eerily silent, and the onlookers regarded Feng Xingqian with a mixture of intrigue, strangeness, admiration, and respect. Lin Chen's eyes widened, reflecting a hint of admiration for Feng Xingqian. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun's countenance darkened, as if shrouded in shadows, his anger surging like a volcano, radiating a palpable sense of humiliation. Chapter 16. I challenge you to a duel. Yi Tianyun could sense the mocking and schadenfreude emanating from the crowd, an immense humiliation that he could scarcely bear. With a sudden burst, his furious aura enveloped him, causing those nearby to instinctively recoil in fear and an inexplicable anticipation. Undoubtedly, Yi Tianyun had reached a breaking point, and it was evident that a confrontation with Feng Xingqian was imminent. He approached Feng Xingqian slowly, his eyes tinged with a fiery hue, his expression menacing, teeth clenched in fury. Oh, are you angry now that I've exposed your hidden thoughts? Feng Xingqian, undeterred by Yi Tianyun's aggressive demeanor, wore a disdainful look, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Observing Feng Xingqian's demeanor, Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing, yet he felt a twinge of sympathy for Yi Tianyun. Feng Xingqian's words were particularly cutting. Had it been anyone else, they would likely wear a similar desperate expression as Yi Tianyun did now. You are slandering and humiliating me. Yi Tianyun glared fiercely at Feng Xingqian, his hostility palpable. Slander? Humiliation? Are you denying that you are not lusting after a body? Feng Xingqian retorted, his expression indifferent. The crowd erupted in laughter, casting odd and mysterious glances at Yi Tianyun. While Feng Xingqian's remarks were certainly biting, they held a kernel of truth. They were more inclined to agree with Feng Xingqian than to believe in the notion of love at first sight. Perhaps it was jealousy, but it mattered not. Witnessing Yi Tianyun's embarrassment brought them inexplicable joy. This also illustrated that Yi Tianyun was not particularly well liked. Yi Tianyun shouted, and then turned directly to Feng Xingqian. Feng Xingqian, if you were a man, duel with me. At that moment, his only desire was to teach Feng Xingqian a severe lesson. A duel? Feng Xingqian paused momentarily, then replied with disinterest. Why would I want to duel with you? You. Yi Tianyun was instantly rendered speechless, and the mounting humiliation from the crowd's gaze became increasingly unbearable. This was unexpected. Logically, Feng Xingqian should have accepted his challenge. The onlookers shared a sense of disappointment and regret at Feng Xingqian's refusal. They had been eager to witness the extent of Feng Xingqian's abilities, curious to see if he truly surpassed Yi Tianyun, even if only slightly. Regrettably, Feng Xingchen appeared entirely uninterested. Showboating? That was out of the question. As a wealthy second generation with a decent background, he had long grown weary of flaunting his status. Why would he agree to a duel just for the sake of it? Even if he were to boast, it would depend on the audience. Yi Tianyan, however, regained his composure, casting a cold glance at Feng Xingchen. His voice laced with provocation. You shrink back at the mere mention of a duel? If your family knew, they would surely consider you a disgrace. Though Feng Xingchen's refusal to duel left Yi Tianyun with nowhere to vent his frustration, he felt a sense of relief upon calming down. If Feng Xingchen had readily accepted, it would have been a cause for concern. After all, he had no idea if he could truly defeat Feng Xingchen, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare to strike too hard. In short, even if a duel were justified, he could not afford to hold back. This feeling of being restrained was infuriating. However, since Feng Xingchen was unwilling to duel, Yi Tianyan decided to probe Feng Xingchen's limits. With his earlier taunts, if Feng Xingchen remained unfazed, it could only mean one thing. He was too weak to accept the challenge. Suddenly, Feng Xingchen's expression turned serious. His gaze fixed on Yi Tianyun, his tone menacing. Don't push your luck. If you truly anger me, you will come to regret it. Yi Tianyun was taken aback, but he quickly masked his surprise with a calm facade, inwardly smirking, for it was evident that Feng Xingchen could not contend with him. At that moment, Yi Tianyun's eyes darted towards Lin Chen, who was observing the spectacle with amusement, and an idea sparked in his mind. He spoke nonchalantly. Lin Chen, since Feng Xingchen has backed down, why not step in yourself? Lin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, then regarded Yi Tianyun with amusement. I don't believe I have provoked you. What is the meaning of this challenge? I simply ask if you dare. Yi Tianyun replied earnestly, his eyes resolute. He could not confront Feng Xingchen, but Lin Chen was a different story. Despite Lin Chen's air of mystery and his close ties with Feng Xingchen, possibly possessing an even more formidable background, these were merely conjectures. It was the perfect opportunity to test Lin Chen. Lin Chen, fully aware of Yi Tianyun's imposing presence, bore an expression of fearless indifference, mirroring Feng Xingchen's earlier demeanor, one of contempt and disregard. If you wish to duel, you must first defeat Feng Xingchen. If you cannot even best him, then you are certainly unworthy of competing with me. Lin Chen stood with arms crossed, his posture exuding superiority, his tone condescending, as if looking down on Yi Tianyan. In that instant, the onlookers perceived Lin Chen as towering and radiant, their curiosity about his identity and strength intensifying. Except for Feng Xingchen, of course. Observing Lin Chen's pretentious demeanor, Feng Xingchen felt exasperated. Was Lin Chen truly that formidable? Hadn't he just awakened his martial soul, with only a soul power of level 10? In essence, Lin Chen was merely a weakling. If he dared to accept Yi Tianyan's challenge, he would be in for a severe beating. Watching Lin Chen act so impressive, one would think he was genuinely powerful, yet it was evident that he was merely pretending. But the admiration from the crowd suggested otherwise, as if Lin Chen surpassed Feng Xingchen in capability. Yi Tianyan found himself at a loss for words, stifled by Lin Chen's retort, feeling even more frustrated and helpless. It was only due to his formidable heart and strong endurance that he had not succumbed to the humiliation. Anyone else in his position would have likely succumbed to despair long ago. However, just as he prepared to turn away, Feng Xingchen suddenly spoke. You wish to duel me? Very well, I accept your challenge. Yi Tianyun stood frozen, his mind racing with disbelief. He could hardly fathom it. Feng Xingchen had agreed so readily? Just moments ago, he had appeared so dismissive. How could he have changed his mind so abruptly? Although deep down he harbored a desire to engage in a duel with Feng Xingchen to vent the humiliation he had suffered that day upon Feng Xingchen's immediate acceptance. An ominous premonition unexpectedly gripped him. Despite the inexplicable anxiety swelling within, he could not afford to lose face. With an imposing glare directed at Feng Xingchen, Yi Tianyan declared assertively, 3 days hence, at the Academy's Central Arena, I trust you will not falter. With that, he exited with an air of dominance. Compelled by his inexplicable unease, he resolved to prepare diligently to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were instantly filled with curiosity and anticipation. The duel between the two most prominent individuals in class, aside from Lin Chen, promised to be exhilarating. One could foresee that the Academy's Central Arena would be abuzz with excitement 3 days later. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen wore a foolish grin, seemingly lost in fanciful reverie. Observing this, Lin Chen paused. Curiosity piqued, yet he refrained from probing further. Just as the two intended to depart, Lu Feifei's figure abruptly obstructed their path. Her countenance icy, exuding an aura of chill as her gaze fixated on Feng Xingchen. What is the meaning of this? Both were left bewildered. Lin Chen then recalled the derisive remarks Feng Xingchen had hurled at Yi Tianyun, suddenly realizing that, albeit unintentionally, Feng Xingchen's words had indeed wounded Lu Feifei. However, to his astonishment, Lu Feifei coldly addressed Feng Xingchen. Am I unaware that he covets my form? Must you speak of it? Now that it has escalated, do you intend to take his place? Her gaze was menacing, and a hint of fury flickered across her face. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen stood frozen, his eyes wide in shock. Oomph. Lu Feifei scoffed before turning on her heel and departing. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chen fell into contemplation, harboring several hypotheses. Yet he shook his head, smiling softly. What relevance did his conjectures hold for him? Chapter 17. Tang Sek's Xiantian skill. Upon returning to the quaint villa, Feng Xingchen remained preoccupied with Lu Feifei's earlier words. Visibly agitated as he muttered, I was merely acting in her best interest. Why did she have to respond that way? That Yi Tianyun was nothing but a fool, and judging by her tone and expression, she seemed to blame me for their separation. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and discontent he felt, his expression clouded with frustration. I distinctly recall Lu Feifei asking if you wish to take Yi Tianyun's place. Lin Chen teased, a smirk on his face. Indeed, you shattered their bond. And she remained magnanimous. Lin Chen remained silent, curiosity lingering, yet he chose not to delve deeper. What do you mean by that? Feng Xingchen retorted, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he asserted, Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? I have aspirations. He thumped his chest, exuding a sense of righteous conviction. Cough. In my view, it would be wiser to pursue someone you admire who may not reciprocate your feelings, rather than someone who is fond of you. Lin Chen feigned profundity, adopting a serious tone as he analyzed the situation. Oomph. No way. While Lu Feifei is somewhat attractive, my heart is set on Xiaoxue. Do not attempt to sway my affections. Feng Xingchen declared resolutely, embodying the sentiment of one willing to forsake all for love. Enough. You call her Xiaoxue with such intimacy, yet she doesn't even spare you a glance. Lin Chen remarked incredulously, then suddenly pondered something and queried. I am quite curious about one thing. You previously declined to duel Yi Tianyun, yet you later accepted. Why the change? He distinctly remembered Feng Xingchen's disdainful attitude toward Yi Tianyun. How had he come to agree to a duel? Feng Xingchen paused, then grinned, Oh, that. Initially, I had no intention of agreeing, but upon reflection, engaging in a duel with him would surely elevate my reputation within the academy, and perhaps I could also impress Xiaoxue. As he spoke, Feng Xingchen's face lit up with a silly smile, his eyes glimmering with the fantasy of being cheered by the masses and adored by his beloved. Is that your sole motivation? Lin Chen remarked, exasperated. Otherwise, why would I seek to humiliate Yi Tianyun? To be fair, he has his merits. At least he can serve to amplify my brilliance. Feng Xingchen replied, excitement evident as he looked forward to the duel in 3 days. Goodness, I am at a loss. I truly hope Su Xiaoxue does not take a liking to you. Lin Chen shook his head, looking at Feng Xingchen as one might regard a fool. By the way, accompany me outside, as there are still 3 days until the duel, and if fortune favors me, perhaps I may make some progress with Xiaoxue. Feng Xingchen casually suggested. Out? For what purpose? Lin Chen inquired. To purchase flowers. For a moment, Lin Chen regretted having divulged so much to Feng Xingchen. He should have refrained from conversation. Do you need me to accompany you to buy flowers? Lin Chen asked, bewildered and perplexed. Ahem, I happen to be short on funds. Could you front me some money? I shall repay you as soon as my father transfers the funds. Feng Xingchen said, embarrassment evident on his face. Had he possessed money, he would not have resorted to tricking Lin Chen earlier. Lin Chen understood, initially inclined to refuse outright, but then he shifted his gaze, speaking calmly. I might consider lending you some, but I have 2 stipulations. Pray enlighten me. Though somewhat reluctant, Feng Xingchen inquired. Firstly, upon repayment, it shall be 5-fold. Lin Chen raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as he spoke slowly to Feng Xingchen. 5-fold? Feng Xingchen was taken aback, then exploded in outrage. Why don't you just rob me? Lin Chen remained unflustered, adopting a demeanor of utmost assurance. Ah, dear Feng, this is not merely a loan. It is love. As the saying goes, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. A mere 5-fold price pales in comparison to the worth of love. Furthermore, dear Feng, are you truly so financially constrained? Lin Chen continued, coaxing him gently. Hearing Lin Chen's affectionate address and lofty rhetoric about love, Feng Xingchen felt somewhat dazed and floaty. There may be merit to your argument. After a moment's thought, Feng Xingchen nodded. Very well, fivefold it is. I, the young master, shall never lack such trifles. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a mysterious expression gracing his features. Is there anything else? Feng Xingchen inquired. Indeed, this matter is not a daunting challenge for you. Lin Chen replied with measured calmness, his gaze contemplative. Spit it out. Here's the thing. You are aware that I have only recently awakened my martial soul, and I'm still unfamiliar with practices such as meditation or energy gathering. Lin Chen stated with a serene demeanor, glancing at Feng Xingchen, his face devoid of any expression of seeking guidance, instead conveying an air of entitlement as if Feng Xingchen owed him this knowledge. Ah, so that is the matter. This is simple. I can teach you. Feng Xingchen was unconcerned with Lin Chen's attitude, nodding readily, relieved internally. As long as the request was not too extravagant, he could accept it, fearing only that Lin Chen might present some outlandish demand. It was hard to imagine that as a wealthy heir, he would one day find himself so humbly accommodating. Yet for the sake of love, he endured. Lin Chen could easily discern the thoughts swirling within Feng Xingchen's mind, skillfully manipulating the situation to his advantage. Although it felt somewhat unethical and shameful, he found himself unable to resist. His current power was pitifully weak. He lacked the means for cultivation and was devoid of funds. Encountering a wealthy second-generation heir, he felt a nagging discomfort at not capitalizing on the opportunity. Subsequently, Feng Xingchen divulged a meditation technique, and Lin Chen diligently practiced it for a week. For someone at the outset of their cultivation journey, the results were remarkably pronounced. Casting a curious glance at Feng Xingchen, Lin Chen inquired, "What is the name of this technique?" Feng Xingchen hesitated momentarily, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. Adorned with a smile, "It's best not to ask for its name. Suffice it to say that it is effective, and please do not teach it to others." Feng Xingchen continued, his tone imbued with a clear sense of admonition. Observing Feng Xingchen's unusual demeanor, Lin Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But soon he seemed to stumble upon a significant secret. With a mysterious glint in his eyes, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Feng Xingchen and remarked, "Could it be that the technique you just taught me is the Tang sect's Xiantian skill?" In an instant, Feng Xingchen appeared as though struck by lightning, swiftly regaining his composure with a faint smile. "Xiantian skill? What Xiantian skill? It's getting late. I must return to my cultivation. Remember your promise." With that, Feng Xingchen departed the hall and ascended to his room on the second floor. "Ah, your actions have betrayed you." Lin Chen chuckled, a sense of understanding washing over him, coupled with a thrill of excitement. The Xiantian skill was a cultivation method from the Tang sect, passed down by Tang San prior to his transmigration. Upon arriving in the Douluo world, Tang San began his cultivation using this technique and preserved it after dismantling the spirit hall and establishing the Tang sect. Practicing the Xiantian skill allowed for a significantly accelerated growth in soul power, which was its most notable advantage. However, one could not simply practice the Xiantian skill at will. Joining the Tang sect was a prerequisite. Lin Chen, having no ties to the Tang sect, was unexpectedly fortunate to have learned it. It seemed that Feng Xingchen, or perhaps his family, had deep connections with the Tang sect. He might very well be a disciple of the Tang sect himself. Lin Chen pondered this possibility. Perhaps I could leverage my association with him to join the Tang sect ahead of time. With this thought, Lin Chen devised a plan in his mind. He would not forget the ominous reverse scale of Dtian resting upon his heart, nor the bold vows he made upon leaving the Star Dou Forest. The Tang sect possessed two sacred grounds, the Ice and Fire Yinyang Eye and the Qian Kuan Asking for Love Valley, both brimming with rare treasures and unknown artifacts. Only by joining the Tang sect could he gain access to these sacred sites and seek the treasures capable of aiding Gu Yuena in restoring her vitality. This, in turn, would mitigate the suffering he would endure in the future. After all, the sooner Gu Yuena recovered, the less blood he would have to shed. Of course, beyond these reasons, he harbored his own selfish desires, as the bold proclamations he made upon his departure constantly echoed in his mind. "One day, I will become a man worthy of you." Lin Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with determination and confidence. Returning to his room on the second floor, he immersed himself in cultivation, the passage of time slipping by unnoticed. Chapter 18. Are you buying flowers? Or are you buying love? The next day, in the heart of Star Sea City, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen stood before a charming flower shop. its exterior exuding an air of mystical allure, as they marveled at its decor and the four prominent characters that read Wonderful Flower Shop. I never expected such a place to exist in a mid-sized city like Star City. It's quite remarkable, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, clearly impressed and taken aback by the flower shop. Lin Chen, however, wore an expression of exasperation, realizing that the speech of a wealthy second-generation heir often carried an air of pretentiousness. Just as Feng Xingchen was about to express further admiration, Lin Chen interrupted him. Enough with the pretentious remarks. After all, the one footing the bill today is me. You. Feng Xingchen's face contorted, clearly vexed, yet he found himself powerless to protest. Had he not forgotten his wallet, accustomed as he was to a carefree attitude towards money, he would not be in this position. Just wait until this young master. Never mind. The two entered the shop. The interior was adorned with an array of vibrant flowers and potted plants, creating an enchanting floral paradise. The air was thick with the intoxicating aromas, enveloping them in a sense of relaxation. At the forefront stood a counter, behind which a middle-aged woman, appearing no older than 30, with a hint of age around her eyes, greeted them with a warm and inviting smile. How may I assist you two today? Upon recognizing their presence, the woman stepped forward with a professional smile that was anything but off-putting. Rather, it felt welcoming. Boss, we would like to purchase some fresh flowers. Feng Xingchen glanced around and, seemingly overwhelmed by the variety, added, something nice. The woman regarded Feng Xingchen with an amused smile, asking, are these for someone special or for personal enjoyment? Do you have a particular type or style in mind? If they are a gift, who is the recipient? Feng Xingchen appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Although he was a wealthy second-generation heir, this was his first time purchasing flowers, and he had no idea that there were so many considerations involved. Observing Feng Xingchen's perplexed expression, Lin Chen stepped forward and clarified, flowers for gift. Yes. For a girlfriend. We're not particularly knowledgeable about this, so could you please help us choose something? After hearing Lin Chen's words, the woman cast a surprised glance at Feng Xingchen, her face soon lighting up with understanding. Before she could introduce any options, Lin Chen interjected, boss, let us go with the best in the shop. The woman regarded Lin Chen with slight puzzlement. Why is he so eager when he isn't the one buying the flowers? Despite her confusion, she led them to the back of the shop, pointing to a pot of exquisitely fragrant violets. If it's for someone special, this pot of violets is perfect. It symbolizes beauty and love, and unlike ordinary flowers that wither quickly, a potted plant can be enjoyed for a long time. As Feng Xingchen examined the violet plant, his satisfaction grew, especially upon hearing the woman's description. What is the price? Lin Chen inquired. 100,000 federal coins. The woman replied calmly, her gaze shifting between Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, her expression warm and inviting. 100,000? Feng Xingchen's face fell, looking at the woman as if she were a demon, disbelief and anger lacing his voice. A single pot of flowers for 100,000? Why don't you just rob me instead? Though he was a wealthy heir accustomed to spending lavishly, he expected value for his money. The price of the violet seemed outrageous, akin to extortion. I'm sorry, but this pot of violets is indeed priced at that amount. If you find it too expensive, you are welcome to explore other options. The woman replied slowly, clearly unfazed by Feng Xingchen's outburst, indicating she had encountered such reactions numerous times before. Just as Feng Xingchen was about to voice his objections, Lin Chen flashed a gentle smile. No need for that, boss. We'll take this pot of violets. Feng Xingchen turned around in a daze to look at Lin Chen, his eyes wide open, clearly filled with confusion and astonishment. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Feng Xingchen erupted with curses. Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you feel as though the money spent isn't yours? Although Lin Chen was indeed the one paying today, he would eventually require a five-fold reimbursement from Feng Xingchen, which meant the more was spent today, the greater Lin Chen's future gains would be. Brother Feng, you are utterly mistaken. Lin Chen replied earnestly, donning an expression that suggested he was considering Feng Xingchen's welfare. Though this pot of violet may be somewhat pricey, what you are purchasing is not merely a flower. It's love. Who knows? It might just be this pot of violet that helps you successfully win her heart. Lin Chen continued, earnestly persuading, embodying a friend who was wholeheartedly invested in his companion's happiness. A woman nearby, observing their exchange, maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heart was rife with speculation and curiosity. It was evident that Feng Xingchen was the one buying the flowers, while Lin Chen was the one paying, and Lin Chen's fervent enthusiasm hinted at ulterior motives. Nevertheless, as long as it posed no detriment to her, she was content. As the proprietor of the flower shop, she found herself hoping Lin Chen would make the purchase. Feng Xingchen gazed into Lin Chen's clear eyes and sincere expression, tentatively asking, "Is that truly how you feel?" "Heaven bears witness," Lin Chen proclaimed, continuing to project an air of righteousness. "Fine, if it costs 100,000, so be it. After all, I am not short on cash. Though it does feel somewhat unwarranted." Feng Xingchen shook his head and spoke. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the shop. It was a youth who seemed to be of a similar age to Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, with an unremarkable appearance yet exuding a distinctive aura. Lin Chen recognized this aura well. It was akin to that of a wealthy second-generation aristocrat, much like Feng Xingchen. It was evident that the newcomer held a significant identity. "Boss, I have my eye on that pot of violet. Sell it to me." The youth cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen. His expressions filled with contempt and condescension, radiating an air of affluence. Feng Xingchen turned to look at the youth, his face darkening, but before he could utter a word, the female proprietor had already bypassed the two and approached the youth. "Ah, it's young Master Long Outyen. It has been a while. Are you here to buy flowers again today?" "Indeed." The boy, referred to as Long Outyen, nodded and then pointed disdainfully at the violet. Looking down upon Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, he spoke dismissively. "From the looks of you, you can't afford it, so why embarrass yourselves here? Allow me to do you a favor and help you escape this predicament. Why not hurry along?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly, while Feng Xingchen, filled with anger, stepped forward, emanating a powerful and unfriendly aura as he confronted Long Outyen. "Hey kid, that pot of violet was spotted by me first," Feng Xingchen declared, exuding dominance and ire. "Huh, you claim to be someone? I've never heard of a young master from Shanghai City like you." Long Outyen scoffed, intrigued yet dismissive. Feng Xingchen shot back with a cold smile. If I told you, you'd be too frightened to speak." What followed was a heated exchange of banter and rivalry. Yet both parties skillfully refrained from revealing their true backgrounds. The female proprietor glanced at Feng Xingchen with surprise, never imagining that a person who needed someone else to pay for flowers was actually a wealthy second-generation heir, and one bold enough to spar with Long Outyen at that. Perhaps out of goodwill, she leaned in to whisper to Lin Chen. "He's one of the 3 young masters of Shanghai City, Long Outyen, backed by the powerful Long family of the 3 great clans in Shanghai City. You should leave. You cannot afford to provoke him." Although Feng Xingchen and Lin Chen had seemingly impressive backgrounds, they were undoubtedly inferior to Long Outyen's influence. Continuing this confrontation would ultimately harm Lin Chen and his companion. Lin Chen paused, taken aback after hearing the proprietor's introduction. He redirected his gaze toward Long Outyen, astonished. Another second-generation aristocrat. "Let me be clear, in Shanghai City, I am both the dragon and the sky. Even if you are formidable, you cannot afford to offend me," Long Outyen proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Offend you? Who do you think you are? I would dare to offend someone 10 times more formidable than you," Feng Xingchen retorted, refusing to back down. Watching the two engage in their verbal sparring like a comedic duo, Lin Chen felt utterly exasperated. He stepped directly between them, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke flatly. "All right, you may cease your bickering." Feng Xingchen appeared puzzled, his expression revealing a hint of frustration, as if he had been abruptly interrupted mid-argument. Meanwhile, Long Outyen cast a glance at Lin Chen, still embodying an air of arrogance and superiority. "And who are you to dictate to me?" Lin Chen met Long Outyen's gaze with calmness, his voice steady. "I am aware of your reputation in Shanghai City, but we are students of Shanghai Academy. You wouldn't want to invite trouble upon yourself, would you?" No matter how powerful the Long family was, Shanghai Academy remained the dominant force in Shanghai City. "What? You are students of Shanghai Academy?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Long Outyen finally tempered his haughty demeanor, gazing at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen with surprise. Feng Xingchen was equally bewildered, casting an admiring glance at Lin Chen, astonished that a mere statement could silence Long Outyen. Impressive indeed. However, he was also perplexed, wondering why the force behind him seemed less intimidating than a mere academy. Weren't you just feeling smug? What is this? You shrink back upon hearing the name of Shanghai Academy, despite feeling some irritation about his family being overshadowed by the academy's influence. Feng Xingchen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at Long Outyen's current expression. So what if you're students of Shanghai Academy? You act as if you were the overseers of the academy, or perhaps even the head of Shanghai City itself. What is so remarkable about that? Long Outyen suddenly smirked. Though his demeanor was less contemptuous than before, yet still exuding discomfort and annoyance. "Besides, I'm also a student of Shanghai Academy." Hearing this, Feng Xingchen and Lin Chen were left dumbfounded, both thinking, How astute of you to remind us. Lin Chen distinctly recalled the expression on Lu Qingyu's face when she met Feng Xingchen yesterday, suggesting a significant relationship between Lu Qingyu and Feng Xingchen's father, one of familiarity. In an instant, Feng Xingchen broke into a radiant smile, the previous gloom on his face vanishing entirely as he displayed an air of triumph. Ahem, to be honest. I do have a connection with the head of Shanghai Academy. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin displayed a rare and profound emotional reaction, standing frozen in disbelief, unable to regain his composure. How fortuitous, Lin Chen thought, incredulous, as he gazed at Feng Xingchen, whose expression was simultaneously smug and shameless. While Lu Qingyu might have a connection with Feng Xingchen's father, it was utterly shameless for Feng Xingchen to casually claim such a relationship. If Feng Xingchen's father were to discover his son's reckless boasting, he might well wish for the ground to swallow him whole. Oof. Even if you have a connection with the director, what does it matter? This pot of violet belongs to me today, and no one shall dare to seize it. Long Outyin, regaining his composure, maintained an expression of unyielding arrogance. Just as the two were on the verge of plunging into another interminable dispute, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a sudden epiphany. He interjected, "Such bickering is ultimately futile." Both parties turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. "How about this? I have a solution that neither the store owner nor the two of you can refuse." Feng Xingchen glanced at the duo before fixing his confident gaze on the female proprietor. "What solution?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. As the owner of the flower shop, she genuinely wished to avoid a quarrel between Feng Xingchen and Long Outyin, for offending either of them was not an option she could afford. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke slowly. "It's quite simple. Whoever offers the highest price shall claim the violet." At this proclamation, the three of them momentarily froze. The shop owner quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her features. As Lin Chen suggested, she truly could not refuse, nor did she wish to. With Feng Xingchen and Long Outyin bidding against each other, she would undoubtedly profit. Long Outyin cast a glance at Lin Chen, then scoffed dismissively. "You think you can compete with me in wealth? You must be mistaken." Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen stared at Lin Chen, his eyes wide, a look of incredulity upon his face. Although he agreed with Lin Chen's proposal, it meant that the higher he bid for the violet today, the greater the debt he would owe Lin Chen in the future. Yet, witnessing Long Outyin's arrogant demeanor ignited a fire within him, prompting him to declare, "It's settled then. For the sake of pride, I'll endure the loss." A typical mentality of a wealthy, second-generation heir. Seeing the three in agreement, Lin Chen could not help but smile with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing in delight. What a lucrative opportunity. He could barely suppress his laughter in his heart. This pot of violet had previously been priced at 100,000. Now, let the bidding commence. The shop owner looked at Feng Xingchen and Long Outyin as she gradually began. "You may begin. The price is set at 110,000. What followed was a relentless bidding war between the two affluent heirs, each displaying an attitude that money was of no consequence, as if they were more intent on subduing each other than on the financial stakes at hand. Chapter 20. The Frustration of Feng Xingchen. The bidding between Feng Xingchen and Long Outyin was characterized by its simplicity and lack of flair. Whenever one party raised a bid, the other was quick to respond, unwilling to appear weak. After all, for the wealthy, everything could be sacrificed, but their prestige and dignity must remain intact. Despite their fervent bidding, several minutes passed, and the price barely exceeded 300,000, with both parties having exchanged offers at least a dozen times. Though they were quintessential wealthy heirs, clearly not short on funds, neither was willing to be a fool, which resulted in a fierce yet stagnant competition. However, as the price edged past 300,000, Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. His own bank balance was barely 30,000. While he was delighted by the higher bids from Feng Xingchen, knowing it would increase his repayment in the future, he also feared that if Long Outyin suddenly conceded, he would be left in an embarrassing predicament without sufficient funds. Though a sense of panic gripped him, Lin Chen maintained a cheerful facade, appearing unconcerned. He observed the increasingly animated shop owner, clearly delighted with each increment in the bidding. The contest between Feng Xingchen and Long Outyin continued, while Lin Chen casually surveyed the shop. Suddenly, an album behind the counter caught his attention. Approaching slowly, he gazed at the figures within, momentarily stunned, before a mysterious smile crept onto his face, as if he had stumbled upon a grand secret or conceived an extraordinary idea. Turning back, he regarded the currently boastful and arrogant Feng Xingchen with a newfound determination. 350,000, Long Outyin declared, still embodying that nonchalant attitude toward money. Just as Feng Xingchen prepared to respond, Lin Chen stepped forward to intervene. Long Outyin, you've won. We concede. Lin Chen stood before Feng Xingchen, his expression bright and cheerful as he addressed Long Outyin. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had appeared thrilled at the prospect of higher bids. Why was he now suddenly halting the competition? Had Lin Chen experienced a change of heart, wishing to spare him? As this thought crossed his mind, Feng Xingchen felt a strange sense of affection for Lin Chen, despite his frustration. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen whispered in his ear, I only have 30,000 in my account. You should concede. Feng Xingchen stood frozen. Incredulity etched on his face, while a pang of pain shot through him, as if he had been betrayed by someone he trusted completely. How could he have thought so highly of Lin Chen? Feng Xingchen, how could you be so foolish? Why did you ever think so well of him? He mentally screamed in anguish. At that moment, he regretted everything and felt a deepening sense of frustration. Long Outyin, too, was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's suggestion to withdraw from the bidding, clearly taken aback. He recalled Lin Chen's earlier enigmatic smile when proposing the bidding method, which had suggested he was eager for the price to soar. Why was he now so willingly conceding? For reasons unknown. Long Outyin felt a sense of betrayal, but could not articulate why. The shop owner glanced at Lin Chen, her earlier joy dissipating instantly. She instinctively wanted to rebuke him, but halted, remembering that everything unfolding was also a result of Lin Chen's influence, and thus her expression morphed into a standard service smile. Long Outyin regarded the increasingly flustered and frustrated Feng Xingchen, tauntingly remarking, I thought you were something special. You were boasting so grandly. It turns out you're just a pauper. With that statement, Long Outyin felt an inexplicable thrill, akin to winning a monumental battle, satisfaction radiating from his face. Feng Xingchen, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words, his face a mask of anger and frustration. For the wealthy, losing was acceptable, but they could never afford to appear weak. Yet, he was left with no choice but to endure Long Outyin's arrogant visage and taunting remarks, as he truly lacked the funds. In stark contrast, Lin Chen remained unexpectedly calm in the face of Long Outyin's mockery, as if it were of no concern to him. The shop owner moved the violet in front of Long Outyin, a gentle smile on her face. Young Master Long, 350,000. Thank you for your generosity. Long Outyin paused, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes, yet he ultimately produced a black card to settle the bill. To be frank, spending 350,000 on a mere pot of violet was undeniably a grievous loss, were it not for the sake of pride. He would have hesitated to part with his money. Wealth, after all, does not come effortlessly, even for the affluent. While they may sometimes spend extravagantly, there lies a fundamental principle, value. Yet, the violet before him was evidently not worth such an exorbitant sum, despite the twinge of regret in his heart. The sight of Feng Xingchen's flushed face, brimming with indignation, brought him immense satisfaction. For this alone, the 35,000 was justified. Retrieving his black card, Long Outyin cast a derisive glance at Lin Chen and his companion, his tone dripping with disdain. You two paupers, I hope never to cross paths with you again. With that, he swaggered away, pot of violet in hand. Before Feng Xingchen could respond, Lin Chen swiftly grasped his arm, his voice calm. Stay composed, stay composed. How can you expect me to remain calm after this? Feng Xingchen retorted, his face a portrait of indignation, as if he had suffered a profound humiliation. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Isn't it merely ridicule? What's the big deal? You haven't lost anything, but this is not the same for me. Feng Xingchen glared at Lin Chen, his expression rife with discontent, coupled with a tinge of confusion. The Lin Chen he knew was not so magnanimous. Moreover, he detected a glimmer of joy and perhaps a hint of smugness on Lin Chen's visage. What could possibly be the reason? Cough, cough. Let us discuss the specifics later. Suffice it to say, you've not suffered a loss. Lin Chen stated with a measured tone. Not a loss. Feng Xingchen was left utterly bewildered. Observing the perplexed expression on Feng Xingchen's face, Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further, instead addressing the beaming shop owner with a serene voice. Congratulations, boss. This also owes much to you. The shop owner remained enraptured by the unexpected windfall of 350,000. No need for thanks. Our relationship may flourish further in the future, Lin Chen replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The shop owner blinked in surprise before returning his smile with a nod, perhaps anticipating that Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen would frequent her establishment often. Boss, find him another pot of flowers. Lin Chen gestured towards Feng Xingchen, speaking slowly. The shop owner understood immediately and selected a pot of blue roses, priced at 10,000 federal coins. This time, Lin Chen did not hesitate. paying promptly before swiftly departing the flower shop with Feng Xingchen. What intriguing youth, the shop owner mused, watching the pair disappear into the distance. A sense of foreboding stirring within her that she would soon encounter them again. Chapter 21. Feng Xingchen's Confession, a scene of commotion. On the way back to Shanghai Academy, Feng Xingchen, still brooding with indignation and frustration, finally addressed Lin Chen. Hey, what did you mean by your earlier words? Allow me to share some good news. Lin Chen replied, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. What is it? Feng Xingchen inquired, instinctively curious. The shop owner might very well be your future mother-in-law. Lin Chen remarked casually, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. He recalled seeing a photograph behind the counter of the flower shop, featuring the owner alongside none other than Su Xiaoxue. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the implication, his expression turning panicked. Are you saying that the shop owner is Xiaoxue's mother? While he could not assert it with absolute certainty, the likelihood was high. Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Feng Xingchen stood frozen, his mind swirling with endless possibilities. Soon, the memory of his earlier encounter with Long Outyin surfaced, and he expressed his concern. Oh no, what if I made a poor impression in front of my future mother-in-law? Will she despise me now? Lin Chen, exasperated, retorted. You haven't even won her over yet, and you're already calling her mother-in-law. How shameless can you be? It's all that wretched Long Outyin's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have appeared so disgraceful in front of her, tarnishing my good standing. Feng Xingchen exclaimed, bitterness lacing his words. Lin Chen could no longer hold back and quipped, enough. You shouldn't blame him. The only one to blame is your empty wallet. Feng Xingchen found himself momentarily speechless. Although you may have seemed inferior to Long Outyin today, at least you've made an impression on her, and we've helped her earn a substantial profit. To some degree, she must harbor a favorable opinion of us. Lin Chen stated thoughtfully, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Right? Hearing this, Feng Xingchen nodded, a wave of relief washing over him. Let us go. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day for the entire Shanghai Academy. His eyes sparkled with determination as he quickened his pace towards the academy. Lin Chen, anticipating Feng Xingchen's next move, felt a surge of curiosity and excitement. The autumn sun cast a comforting warmth, yet outside a girl's villa, an unprecedented event was about to unfold. A throng of students had gathered around the villa, predominantly girls, with a few boys scattered among them. At the center, standing tall and earnest, was Feng Xingchen, clutching a blue rose in his right hand. Oblivious to the crowd's scrutiny, Feng Xingchen appeared deep in thought, brows furrowed as if contemplating something of great significance. Then, as if reaching a resolution, he fixed his gaze on the villa and shouted with unwavering conviction, Su Xiaoxue. Feng Xingchen, I'm in love with you. The proclamation reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves throughout Shanghai Academy. Given that the third-year villa area was situated within the academy, the sound resonated, stirring all students in the vicinity. Instantly, the names Feng Xingchen and Su Xiaoxue echoed in the minds of many, eliciting expressions of confusion and curiosity. As more and more students flocked to the scene, their eyes alight with understanding and intrigue, a sense of anticipation began to build. However, in the wake of Feng Xingchen's bold declaration, Lin Chen felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, realizing the potential consequences. The volume of Feng Xingchen's shout likely attracted not only fellow students, but also teachers and perhaps even the dean. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Feng Xingchen. He had no idea how Su Xiaoxue would react, but he was certain that Feng Xingchen would face dire consequences. Within the villa, Su Xiaoxue, engaged in conversation with 3 classmates from other classes, was taken aback by the sudden outcry from outside. Her smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of irritation. The other 3 girls exchanged curious glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and bewilderment. Xiaoxue, do you want to go outside and check? One girl suggested lightly, glancing at Su Xiaoxue. Snap back to reality. No need. Really? Another girl asked, her tone hinting at disbelief. Clearly, all 3 were eager to discover the identity of the bold individual who dared to make such a daring declaration in broad daylight. Before Su Xiaoxue could respond further, the trio simultaneously rose from their seats and made their way out of the villa's hall, stepping into the open air. Upon the appearance of 3 rather attractive young women, the onlookers initially cast curious glances at Feng Xingchen, only to subsequently be captivated, their eyes sparkling with a hint of intrigue. Lin Chen surveyed the trio with a stoic expression, then glanced around, failing to spot any figures resembling teachers. Feng Xingchen also regarded the three, nodding in acknowledgement, before he boldly proclaimed, Xiaoxue, I genuinely like you. Although we have had our minor disagreements, they hold no weight for me. My feelings are sincere. His declaration resonated through the crowd, igniting their imaginations with vivid scenarios involving Feng Xingchen and the elusive Su Xiaoxue. Just then, an irate voice echoed from a distance, prompting the crowd to turn around, only to be met with a collective shock, their expressions tinged with an inexplicable fear. The newcomer was none other than Lu Qingyu, the current dean of Xinghai Academy. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing that the inevitable had come to pass. Regardless of whether Feng Xingchen would succeed today, even if Su Xiaoxue were to astonishingly reciprocate his feelings, she would likely face the formidable obstacle of Dean Lu Qingyu. After all, Su Xiaoxue was her apprentice. Even more intriguingly, Lu Qingyu and Feng Xingchen's father appeared to share a clandestine connection. It seemed that the endeavors his father had failed to accomplish were now being unwittingly inherited by his son. Contemplating this, Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation for the ensuing spectacle. What chaos would unfold if Feng Xingchen truly won Su Xiaoxue's heart, and his father came to Xinghai Academy to confront Lu Qingyu. As Lu Qingyu approached, the crowd, fully aware of the dean's unpredictable temperament, discreetly dispersed, eager to avoid her scrutiny. Feng Xingchen stood before Lu Qingyu, whose icy demeanor radiated a palpable anger, leaving him feeling both awkward and apprehensive. Echoing Lin Chen's earlier thoughts, he envisioned a series of unfavorable future scenarios. Yet he resolutely met her gaze, his voice earnest. Dean, Aunt Lu, I truly like Xiaoxue, and I hope you will not obstruct us. Upon hearing Aunt Lu, Lu Qingyu momentarily faltered, but her expression quickly hardened, her voice frigid as she commanded, while I have yet to reach the point of wrath. You would do well to leave now. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. No, Aunt Lu, Dean, I genuinely like Xiaoxue. Feng Xingchen implored, his sincerity unwavering. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him, rendering him as if ensnared in the depths of winter, his very essence frozen, and his consciousness beginning to wane. Please, Dean, show mercy. I will take him away immediately. Lin Chen interjected, desperate to halt the impending confrontation. Although he longed to rouse Feng Xingchen from his stupor, he found himself powerless against Lu Qingyu's formidable presence. In an instant, Lu Qingyu retracted her oppressive aura, allowing Feng Xingchen to gradually regain his composure. Though a flicker of fear lingered in his eyes, resolutely he steeled himself, declaring, Dean, enough. Lu Qingyu interrupted, her demeanor icy as she gazed at him. Your father was a fool back in the day, and now you come to endanger Xiaoxue? Her words dripped with malice and resentment. A torrent of pent-up emotions unleashed at once. Feng Xingchen, caught off guard and agitated, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his father for leaving him with this mess, jeopardizing his chances of happiness. And with your current abilities and talents, do you truly believe you deserve Xiaoxue? Lu Qingyu's words slipped out, and though she regretted them instantly, they could not be retracted. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen's eyes ignited with renewed determination. The previously despondent expression on his face transformed into one of hope. Dean, rest assured, one day I will prove my worth. Lin Chen, witnessing this familiar exchange, found himself momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Qingyu. Whether intentional or not, it was undeniable that having standards was preferable to having none at all. If Feng Xingchen were to rapidly advance in strength and reveal his talents, even Lu Qingyu would find it challenging to impede him. At that moment, a serene young woman clad in blue emerged from the villa, stepping before the three. Master. Su Xiaoxue greeted with a respectful bow, then turned her gaze towards Feng Xingchen, her expression devoid of warmth, as though he were a stranger. Xiaoxue, you must not repeat the mistakes I made. Do you understand your master's intentions? Lu Qingyu remarked, casting a glance at Feng Xingchen before turning to Su Xiaoxue with a tone of earnest guidance. I understand, master. Su Xiaoxue replied respectfully, then directed her gaze at Feng Xingchen, her voice flat. You should leave. I will never like you, nor anyone else. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen's heart sank momentarily, only to be rekindled by a newfound determination. The implication that she would never like anyone else suggested he still had a chance. If Su Xiaoxue were aware of how Feng Xingchen had misinterpreted her words, she would be astonished. Her intent was to convey that she would never entertain romantic notions. Recognizing the moment had come to depart, Lin Chen understood it was time to exit. The unfolding drama was becoming increasingly unpredictable. As he approached Feng Xingchen, Lu Qingyu suddenly turned her attention to them, her tone casual. I hear you are to duel Yi Tianyan the day after tomorrow? Feng Xingchen blinked, then nodded indeed. As long as it is not a private conflict, the Academy permits and encourages such challenges, as practical experience reveals many issues that theoretical knowledge cannot. Lu Qingyu nodded, then shifted her gaze to Lin Chen, a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes, her voice steady as she continued. Your interference in disrupting the Academy's discipline today warrants punishment. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he grasped the implication. Had he truly disrupted the Academy's discipline by aiding Feng Xingchen? Regardless of whether that was accurate, it was outrageous that he alone would face retribution while Feng Xingchen remained unscathed. Bias. It could only be explained as bias. After all, the complicated relationship between Lu Qingyu and Feng Xingchen's father had been glaringly evident. Dean, is it truly fair to exhibit such blatant favoritism? Lin Chen could not contain his indignation, speaking out in protest. How am I being biased? Lu Qingyu responded with a smile, in that moment transforming from the cold Dean into a malevolent specter. Though Feng Xingchen has erred, I have already imposed punishment. Must you also endure my scolding like him? Lin Chen was now utterly bewildered. Was this still the Dean he had come to know? Just say how you intend to punish me, he queried, brow furrowed, struggling to suppress his frustration and anger. At that moment, he regretted his eagerness to assist. Why had he followed Feng Xingchen here? What did his success or failure have to do with him? Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, how foolish you are. Had Feng Xingchen known of Lin Chen's thoughts, he would have found solace in the shared sentiment, for he had once felt similarly during their time in the flower shop. As Lu Qingyu cast a glance at Lin Chen, a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth, her voice imbued with an enchanting allure and a hint of triumph. In truth, there is no need for you to fret. In just 2 days, Feng Xingchen will be competing against Yi Tianyan. Once Feng Xingchen concludes his match, you may step up and face Yi Tianyan as well. Regardless of the outcome, it will serve as a form of retribution for this matter. Before Lin Chen could utter a word, Lu Qingyu continued, I shall return to the venue to observe, eagerly anticipating the performances of both of you. With that, she and Su Xiaoshu gracefully entered the villa, leaving behind Feng Xingchen, who wore a faint smile, and Lin Chen, who was left astonished and bewildered. As Lin Chen regained his composure and gazed at their retreating figures, he quickly deduced Lu Qingyu's motive behind such arrangements. It seemed she still harbored doubts about his previously confided secrets and struggles, wishing to further gauge his prowess through the competition with Yi Tianyan. However, whether she chose to test him or not was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he possessed merely 10th level soul power. How could he possibly contend against Yi Tianyan, who was at level 40? Lin Chen knew without a doubt that should he foolishly step onto the stage, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly trounced by Yi Tianyan. What troubles you? Feng Xingchen queried, observing Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he wore a mischievous grin. TSK. Even Aunt Lu is concerned about you. He too had grasped Lu Qingyu's intentions. In the current Star Sea, or perhaps in the Douluo realm, it seemed he alone was privy to Lin Chen's secret. The thought of being humiliated by Yi Tianyan in 2 days stirred a strange sense of anticipation within him, almost provoking a hearty laugh. Lin Chen shot Feng Xingchen a sidelong glance, though it was the Dean's directive. It seems you are the one who has dragged me into this predicament. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate me? He glared at Feng Xingchen, his irritation palpable. This is not my affair. I know nothing. Feng Xingchen feigned innocence, a smile gracing his face. As they departed, the brief commotion of the day was destined to etch itself into the annals of Star Sea Academy's history, with the names of Feng Xingchen and Su Xiaoxue officially entering the public consciousness. Naturally, with news of Lin Chen contesting against Yi Tianyan spreading, Lin Chen too found himself in the spotlight. Chapter 23, The Day of the Duel. 2 fleeting days passed, and soon the time for the bout with Yi Tianyan arrived. In the villa's grand hall, Feng Xingchen regarded Lin Chen, who appeared slightly altered, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossing his features. Have you broken through? Lin Chen paused momentarily before understanding dawned on him, a smile illuminating his face. Quite well, I should have reached 13th level soul power. Over the past 3 days, he had immersed himself in fervent meditation and training, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivation aside from meal breaks. Although even with such rapid progress, he was still no match for Yi Tianyan. It mattered not. Even in the absence of Yi Tianyan, he would continue to train diligently, all in pursuit of that somewhat absurd declaration he had once made. Lin Chen spoke with remarkable ease, yet to Feng Xingchen's ears, it sounded utterly unreasonable. Gazing at Lin Chen's composed visage, Feng Xingchen felt an overwhelming urge to pummel him. To elevate one's soul power by 3 levels in just 3 days was an unfathomable feat, and yet Lin Chen treated it as if it were commonplace. Was this not infuriating? He had always considered his own talent to be commendable, if not exceptional. But it had taken him over a month to ascend from 10th to 13th level, and Lin Chen, merely 3 days, though his emotions were tumultuous. The thought of Lin Chen awakening a martial soul accompanied by a blood-red soul ring exceeding 100,000 years of age brought him some solace. Indeed, Lin Chen was shrouded in an aura of the extraordinary. A 3-level increase in 3 days was hardly remarkable for someone like him. Let's proceed. Lin Chen adjusted his attire and stepped forward. Goodness, you truly know how to flaunt, don't you? Shouldn't I lead the way instead? Feng Xingchen exclaimed, bemused, as he hurriedly positioned himself ahead of Lin Chen. As they walked, Lin Chen seemed to recall something, and he spoke slowly. When it comes time for the duel, you should go first. Are you confident you can defeat Yi Tianyan? What, do you doubt my capabilities? Feng Xingchen retorted, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. I am not boasting. Currently, in the entirety of Star Sea Academy, aside from Xiaoxue, no one stands as my rival. With that, Feng Xingchen cast a triumphant glance at Lin Chen, as if to declare that even if Lin Chen were extraordinary, he still paled in comparison. Lin Chen chose to disregard Feng Xingchen's demeanor, responding deliberately. In any case, I find myself entangled in this mess due to you. Since you are so confident in defeating Yi Tianyan, why not resolve it swiftly? Knock him down, so he cannot rise again. Feng Xingchen paused, then understood Lin Chen's implication. Simply put, if he incapacitated Yi Tianyan, Lin Chen would have no need to step onto the stage, and even if he did, he would not have to fear being humiliated. TSK, are you afraid? Feng Xingchen couldn't help but look at Lin Chen with a teasing glare. It is not fear, but rather a consideration for Yi Tianyan. Lin Chen huffed disdainfully. Oh, what do you mean? Feng Xingchen asked, taken aback. If you cannot ensure Yi Tianyan falls, then although I may face some embarrassment today, Yi Tianyan will surely suffer greatly in the future. Lin Chen's voice was cold, his gaze steely and authoritative, as if delivering a decree from the heavens. Feng Xingchen regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect at that moment. He felt he was witnessing the true Lin Chen, in stark contrast to the amiable person he had known previously. Though Lin Chen's words sounded audacious and domineering, they strangely resonated with a sense of inevitability. By the heavens, when did I start feeling the need to idolize others? Feng Xingchen abruptly interrupted his own thoughts and turned to Lin Chen with a smile. Fear not, you shan't take the stage. After today, Yi Tianyan won't be able to rise from his sickbed for a month. The two swiftly made their way toward the central area of Star Sea Academy. Within a training hall resembling a grand arena at the heart of the academy, the expansive space was already filled to capacity with all the third-year students from Class 1, along with others who had somehow acquired news of the event. Naturally, their homeroom teacher, Mu Xining, and Dean Lu Qingyu were also present. Additionally, several individuals who appeared to be teachers stood a short distance away from Class 1, observing the proceedings below. All eyes from Class 1 were fixated on Yi Tianyan, anticipation and curiosity glimmering in their gazes. While the outcome of the match between Feng Xingchen and Yi Tianyan mattered little to them, they instinctively hoped for Yi Tianyan's defeat. As for Lin Chen, following Feng Xingchen, it was evident that he would dominate. He exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Brother Yi, do you feel confident today? A youth, exuding an air of affluence, casually inquired beside Yi Tianyan, a smile playing on his lips. I may have had some concerns earlier, but now Yi Tianyan's face bore a peculiar smile, his eyes radiating intense confidence. Oh, the youth paused, momentarily puzzled by Yi Tianyan's newfound assurance, but he refrained from probing further. All would be revealed in the forthcoming duel. Had Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen been present, they would have recognized this individual as Long Awakens. By the way, how is your Class 2 faring? Yi Tianyan suden liquidiet. It's just like that. No matter how excited they get, I remain the foremost. When it comes to Class 2, Long Awakens wears an expression of pride, his voice brimming with confidence. Yi Tianyan smiles on the surface, yet a glimmer of disdain flashes in his eyes. No matter how impressive Long Awakens may be, he is still merely from Class 2. If he were truly formidable, why hasn't he entered Class 1 like myself? A fleeting glance at Lu Feifei, dressed in green and exuding an air of purity, stirs a flicker of desire within Yi Tianyan, causing his heart to race slightly. To speak candidly, Lu Feifei perfectly embodies the fantasies he holds for a partner. However, just as he is about to take that crucial step towards her, he is unexpectedly thwarted and humiliated by Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen. Today I shall make you profoundly understand that provoking Yi Tianyun will be the greatest regret of your life. Yi Tianyun's heart screams. At that moment, seemingly noticing his gaze, Lu Feifei returns a smile. This smile instantaneously melts Yi Tianyun's heart, intensifying his desire to teach Feng Xingchen a lesson today, thereby proclaiming to the entire Star Sea that he is indeed the strongest. Meanwhile, Mu Xianin observes the calm and somewhat aloof Lu Qingyu beside her, asking slowly, Director, do you truly intend to let Lin Chen and Yi Tianyun compete as well? Of course. Lu Qingyu replies, her eyes reflecting contemplation. But didn't you promise him not to probe into his secrets? He has mentioned that he has his reasons. Mu Xianin hesitates. Lu Qingyu had previously guaranteed not to investigate Lin Chen's secrets, and now this development seems contradictory. Xianin, it is only natural for us women to occasionally change our minds. Lu Qingyu states matter-of-factly, her tone calm, as though this were not the first time such a thing has occurred. Furthermore, as the director of Star Sea Academy, I am entitled to know everything. Lu Qingyu continues assertively. And, are you not curious about the reasons Lin Chen has spoken of? Lu Qingyu shifts her gaze towards Mu Xianin. Mu Xianin is momentarily stunned. To be honest, she too is intrigued by Lin Chen's circumstances. After all, Lin Chen had once claimed to be oblivious to his martial soul and soul power. Perhaps today would bring revelations. At that moment, two figures approach slowly, none other than Lin Chen and his companion. Chapter 24. You are from Class 2? Upon the arrival of Lin Chen and his companion, the crowd's attention instantly converges, their expressions filled with curiosity and anticipation. Especially when gazing at Lin Chen, they're imbued with admiration and intrigue. Today, they not only witness a duel between the two most prominent figures of Class 1, but also have the opportunity to see the enigmatic Lin Chen in action. The thought alone is exhilarating. Yi Tianyun's gaze falls upon Feng Xingchen, who approaches slowly, a flicker of hatred and anger evident in his eyes. His fists clenched in evident emotional turmoil. Today, he must cleanse the humiliation Feng Xingchen has inflicted upon him, while simultaneously demonstrating to Class 1 and the entire Star Sea Academy that he, Yi Tianyun, is undoubtedly the most gifted and powerful student aside from Lin Chen. Casting a glance at Lin Chen beside Feng Xingchen, Yi Tianyun's expression shifts, a hint of wariness and a strong desire for battle rising within him. 2 days prior, upon learning that he would also compete against Lin Chen today, he was initially filled with trepidation, yet also harbored immense curiosity and anticipation. While battling Feng Xingchen primarily serves to redeem his honor, he is even more intrigued by Lin Chen. Even with a trump card capable of defeating Feng Xingchen, he feels an inexplicable fear when faced with the mysterious Lin Chen, a peculiar sensation indeed. Regardless, today shall be the battle that certifies my worth. Glancing at the members of Class 1 before retracting his gaze, Yi Tianyun's lips curl slightly, his eyes brimming with determination and confidence. Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, of course, spot Yi Tianyun not far away, but to their surprise, they also see a familiar face, Long Outyen. Upon seeing Long Outyen, Lin Chen remains remarkably composed, while Feng Xingchen, on the other hand, is anything but. He strides directly towards Long Outyen, his expression clouded with frustration and anger, his eyes filled with hostility. The last encounter at the flower shop left him feeling belittled, particularly in regard to money, something he deemed trivial. Now, fate has brought them together again. Long Outyen notices Lin Chen and his companion, initially taken aback, before turning to Yi Tianyun, incredulously asking, Brother Yi, are they truly your opponents today? Long Outyen has an indelible impression of Lin Chen and his companion. They were the first to challenge him in his life. Although he emerged victorious that day, he felt no elation, as if he had only harvested a fraction of the joy he could have. What do you know them? Yi Tianyun invitis somehat surpriset. Long Outyen succinctly recounts the incident at the flower shop. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyun glances again at Lin Chen behind Feng Xingchen, his wariness intensifying. Feng Xingchen's status is already formidable, yet Lin Chen appears even more enigmatic. What power lies behind him? How strong could Lin Chen truly be? As Feng Xingchen approaches Long Outyen, ready to vent his frustrations, he suddenly halts, his gaze fixated on a small badge on Long Outyen's shoulder. Class 2, 3rd year. In an instant, Feng Xingchen's anger evaporates, replaced by a beaming smile that suggests he has stumbled upon a momentous occasion worth celebrating. Isn't this the impoverished fool who couldn't even afford a pot of flowers? Long Outyen remarks mockingly towards Feng Xingchen. Although he now recognizes that Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen are top students of Class 1. So what? Both had previously faced setbacks at his hands, and, as one of the three young masters of Star City, he would not allow his authority to wane. Unmoved by Long Outyen's words, Feng Xingchen simply places his hand behind his back, speaking lightly. I am from Class 1. You are from Class 2. Long Outyen blinks in surprise, irritation flashing across his face as he retorts. I am one of the three young masters of Star City. Even if your background is impressive, it cannot surpass mine in Star City. You are from Class 2. Feng Xingchen replies dismissively, as if Class 2 were inherently unworthy of challenging Class 1. Seeing Feng Xingchen's flippant and disdainful demeanor, Long Outyen can no longer contain himself. Unleashing his full aura in anger, what qualifications do you have to boast here, being someone who entered Class 1 through the back door? He distinctly remembers Feng Xingchen claiming to have connections with the director. Yet, once again, Feng Xingchen's response is a nonchalant dismissal. You are from Class 2. Damn it! Long Outyen erupts in frustration, unleashing a torrent of expletives. It is hard to fathom that Long Outyen, a well-known second-generation rich kid in Star City, would lose his composure in such a manner. At this moment, it is evident how profoundly vexed and enraged Long Outyen is, no matter what he attempts to articulate. He finds himself silenced by a mere utterance from Feng Xingchen, and the crux of the matter is that he cannot retort before Feng Xingchen even opens his mouth. Some members of the first class, who have been observing the scene, express their discontent. One sneers at Long Outyen, saying, "What is wrong with you? Can't you handle defeat? Why resort to insults?" Another adds, "Indeed, you are a renowned figure from Star City. How could you behave so ungraciously? You are tarnishing Star C's reputation." Undoubtedly, those voicing these remarks are not locals of Star City, but rather students who have transferred from nearby cities. Faced with this barrage of scorn, Long Outyen's countenance is a mixture of shame and fury, leaving him utterly unable to raise his head. What a disgrace! It is an utter humiliation to think that a prominent figure, one of the three young masters of Star City, is now rendered incapable of holding his head high. This is indeed a blight upon his existence. Feng Xingchen, just you wait. I shall ensure you pay for this. With those words, Long Outyen hastily retreats, for he fears that if he lingers any longer, he might succumb to the weight of humiliation. Watching him flee in panic, Feng Xingchen feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. For individuals of their status, a victory in terms of dominance and face is the most exhilarating form of triumph. Although he may have lost in terms of momentum previously, he never found himself forced to flee in such a manner as Long Outyen did today. This serves as a form of indirect retribution for the grievances from the flower shop incident. Lin Chen, who has been attentively observing the unfolding events, wears an expression of silent incredulity. He has some insight into Feng Xingchen's thoughts. It is abundantly clear that, given the choice between defeating Yi Tianyun and witnessing Long Outyen's shame retreat, Feng Xingchen would undoubtedly opt for the latter, as it provides him with immense gratification. At this juncture, Yi Tianyun, who has remained silent thus far, directs his gaze at Feng Xingchen, his voice icy. Are you prepared? If so, step onto the stage. I hope you do not come to regret it. Today, his objective is to vanquish Feng Xingchen and redeem himself from the previous humiliation. As for anything else, he is neither concerned nor inclined to care. If you require preparation to defeat me, then I might as well concede. Feng Xingchen regards Yi Tianyun with disdain, his expression dripping with mockery. I hope your prowess is as formidable as your posturing. Yi Tianyun utters nothing further, descending from the stage to prepare for their match. And Feng Xingchen follows suit without hesitation. And thus, the contest begins. Instantly, the gathered crowd focuses their attention on the two figures upon the arena. A sense of inexplicable anticipation hanging in the air. Chapter 25, Defeating Yi Tianyun. Observing Feng Xingchen, who appears calm and even somewhat at ease on the stage. Lin Chen feels a pang of unease, while Feng Xingchen exudes confidence. It must be noted that Yi Tianyun has long been recognized as one of the most exceptional and powerful students of the first and second years. He cannot be underestimated, or else it would be unfathomable that he would even qualify for the first class. If Yi Tianyun possesses any hidden cards, Feng Xingchen may indeed find himself in dire straits. The clash between Feng Xingchen and Yi Tianyun immediately captivates the attention of all present. At this moment, Yi Tianyun is the first to release his martial soul, a gleaming white sword. Simultaneously, he unleashes the distinct aura belonging to a level 40 soul master, directing it forcefully towards Feng Xingchen. In response, Feng Xingchen refuses to be outdone. A cascade of starlight emanates from behind him, conjuring countless stars that neutralize Yi Tianyun's aura. The crowd's gaze is filled with both scrutiny and astonishment, judging by the energy radiating from their martial souls. It is evident that both possess extraordinary abilities, capable of dispatching the majority of opponents with ease. It is no surprise that Feng Xingchen and Yi Tianyun maintain such a formidable appearance, as they undoubtedly possess great confidence. The clash ensues with a resounding impact. A brilliant white light flashes, and sword energy surges forth, soon overshadowed by a torrent of starlight, overwhelming everything in its path. Neither combatant has moved. Merely relying on their martial souls has generated such a grand spectacle, underscoring their undeniable talent and strength. It seems that, apart from Lin Chen, none present could possibly rival the prowess of either Feng Xingchen or Yi Tianyun. As this realization dawns upon the onlookers, their gazes shift towards Lin Chen, who maintains an unervingly calm demeanor. Thoughts swirl in their minds. If Feng Xingchen is this formidable, just how powerful could Lin Chen possibly be? On the stage, Feng Xingchen muses, "Not bad at all. You've managed to withstand my strike." His voice carries a note of surprise. Yet the look in his eyes conveys a sense of condescension towards Yi Tianyun. You've merely blocked one of my attacks. What is there to be proud of?" Yi Tianyun retorts with a cold snort, his demeanor brimming with aggression. Although he attempts to project strength, Feng Xingchen's previous strike has genuinely taken him aback, even leaving him somewhat shaken. That was his fourth soul skill, and it was effortlessly countered by Feng Xingchen. "Behold my next move," Yi Tianyun declares as the white sword hovers above him, an immense energy coalescing within it. In mere moments, the sword's aura intensifies several-fold. Witnessing this, Feng Xingchen pauses momentarily, instinctively sensing a hint of danger. Without hesitation, he unleashes a meteor-like shadow, hurtling toward Yi Tianyun. Despite his unwavering confidence in defeating Yi Tianyun, he cannot afford to be complacent. Allowing Yi Tianyun to gather more energy could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Moreover, should he falter, he would become the subject of ridicule. "Break for me." Facing the oncoming starry shadow, Yi Tianyun swings his right hand, sending the white sword hurtling through the air to meet it. Bang! A deafening crash resonates as the arena is engulfed in swirling dust, the powerful energies palpable even from the elevated seats above. After several breaths, the dust begins to settle, revealing two figures upon the stage. Feng Xingchen stands firm, but with beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, while Yi Tianyun kneels on one knee, his breath uneven, casting a glance at Feng Xingchen filled with reluctance. Moments ago, he unleashed a combined attack utilizing his third and fourth soul skills, his most potent offensive technique, which he had comprehended over the past 3 days. Yet, this skill, which he had believed would secure him victory against Feng Xingchen, was thwarted. To be precise, Feng Xingchen had initiated the offensive, and Yi Tianyun found himself only able to defend using his strongest move. This experience has completely shattered his perception of strength. Was that last attack from Feng Xingchen his ultimate technique? If not, just how formidable is Feng Xingchen? Are they truly classmates, both at level 40 in the Soul Master ranks? How could such a disparity exist? Most troubling of all, if Feng Xingchen is this powerful, what then of Lin Chen? As this realization sinks in, Yi Tianyun's gaze involuntarily drifts towards Lin Chen, who sits in the elevated seats with an eerily tranquil expression. In that instant, Yi Tianyun feels as though he is plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Previously, he had planned to test Lin Chen's capabilities after defeating Feng Xingchen. But now he finds the notion utterly ludicrous. Does he truly have the right to challenge Lin Chen? Meanwhile, observing Feng Xingchen, who appears momentarily dazed as if contemplating some horrifying truth, a sigh of relief washes over him. Thankfully, he had resolved to unleash his strongest soul technique to defeat Yi Tianyun. Otherwise, it would have been he who knelt upon the ground. Yi Tianyun was not as weak as he had imagined. However, in the end, he emerged victorious in this contest, and that was sufficient. He chuckled. "You are not as impressive as you think." Feng Xingchen spoke to Yi Tianyun with a nonchalant tone, maintaining an air of disdain, as if his triumph over Yi Tianyun had been effortless. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never let their momentum falter. Yi Tianyun wanted to voice his thoughts, yet the words remained trapped within him. In the Douluo realm, strength reigned supreme. He had lost, and what significance would his words hold? At that moment, Feng Xingchen seemed to contemplate something, then continued with an air of arrogance. "Come, let us continue. I merely allowed you to have that moment. Otherwise, you would likely be unable to rise again." He had not forgotten his promise to Lin Chen to incapacitate Yi Tianyun, and it was evident that Yi Tianyun still possessed the strength to contend with Lin Chen. However, upon hearing Feng Xingqian's words, Yi Tianyun was instantly enraged. Just how much did Feng Xingqian look down upon him? Yet, recalling their earlier confrontation, Yi Tianyun sighed deeply. No matter how furious he felt, he could never surpass Feng Xingqian. Under different circumstances, he would have felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet now, only a yearning for strength resided within him. With this in mind, Yi Tianyun slowly rose, uttering softly, "I concede." Having spoken, he turned and descended the stage. Feng Xingqian was momentarily taken aback. Yi Tianyun's immediate concession left him at a loss for how to explain this to Lin Chen. Wouldn't Lin Chen be utterly crushed upon taking the stage? With this thought, Feng Xingqian, in a moment of desperation, resorted to provoking Yi Tianyun. "Oh, you concede just like that? Are you not a man? If you have the courage, let us battle another 300 rounds." Yi Tianyun paid no heed to Feng Xingqian and made his way toward his seat. Why would he fight on when he knew he could not win? Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Having acknowledged his defeat, why did Feng Xingqian still wish to continue? Was it merely because he found Yi Tianyun an easy target? "Feng Xingqian, since you have won, please step down." At that moment, the academy head, Lu Qingyu, interjected, her voice icy and devoid of emotion. Feng Xingqian, wanting to retort, ultimately stepped down from the contest platform upon seeing Lin Chen's bitter expression. He had done his utmost. Today, Lin Chen was destined to face a formidable trial. Returning to his seat, Feng Xingqian shared a wry smile with Lin Chen, his heart inexplicably racing with anticipation, especially when he considered Lin Chen's forthcoming ordeal. It was hard not to feel excited. At that instant, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Chen. They had witnessed Feng Xingqian's impeccable strength, yet Lin Chen, shrouded in mystery, appeared even more formidable, and it was evident that Lin Chen surpassed Feng Xingqian in power. They were eager to witness this spectacle unfold. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming discomfort, his expression a bitter smile. Finally, it was his turn, and there was no escaping it. Chapter 26. Lin Chen takes the stage under the expectant gaze of the crowd. Lin Chen struggled to rise, slowly making his way onto the stage. To the audience, Lin Chen's demeanor appeared calm, his eyes tranquil, as if participating in the contest against Yi Tianyun was merely a courtesy to both Yi Tianyun and the academy head. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun would never have had the chance to face him. In reality, however, Lin Chen was experiencing a surge of anxiety. He had no choice but to participate. If he were to concede now, he feared Lu Qingyu would never allow it. Meanwhile, after receiving treatment from a healing spirit master, Yi Tianyun had returned to a condition nearly identical to his previous state. Watching Lin Chen approach the contest platform with an unhurried demeanor, he felt an ominous premonition. If he could not even defeat Feng Xingqian, how could he hope to contend with Lin Chen? He could only hope that Lin Chen would go easy on him. Having steeled himself, Yi Tianyun's anxious expression eased, and the fear that had gripped his heart dissipated as he stepped back onto the contest platform. It was finally about to begin. All eyes were riveted on the two contenders, a palpable sense of anticipation filling the air. One was Yi Tianyun, a prominent figure whose strength was second only to Feng Xingqian. The other was Lin Chen, whose enigmatic nature had captivated everyone since entering Class 1. Today, they were set to witness a miracle. How powerful was Lin Chen? What moves would he employ to defeat Yi Tianyun? How much of his strength would he reveal? All would be revealed in the contest to come. In the front row, Lu Feifei watched Yi Tianyun on stage, then glanced at Lin Chen across from him. Her curiosity piqued. Like everyone else, she yearned to uncover the extent of Lin Chen's abilities. Nearby, Feng Xingqian, having just stepped down, gazed at Lin Chen with a bittersweet expression, a blend of worry and inexplicable curiosity and anticipation. While others were oblivious to Lin Chen's capabilities, he was well aware. Indeed, Lin Chen's talent was nothing short of extraordinary, but what did it matter? With only a level 33 soul power, Lin Chen, even with an advantage, could never hope to best Yi Tianyun, who possessed 40 levels of soul power. Lin Chen was destined to suffer a severe defeat. Curse it! Why did the thought of his impending humiliation excite him so much? Could it be that he had fallen victim to Lin Chen's schemes? Feng Xingqian pondered, his thoughts swirling. Headmaster, must we allow Mu Xianyin to witness the match between Lin Chen and Yi Tianyun? She hesitated to ask. Rest assured, it is merely a test of his strength. We are not aiming to end his life. Lu Qingyu replied coolly, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen on the stage. Even with her formidable power, she could not discern Lin Chen's true nature, indicating that the secret he harbored was likely of great significance. Possibly something that should not be revealed. Yet, her curiosity could not be contained. She desired to uncover the truth. I am the head of the Star Sea Academy. If I lack the authority, who else would possess it? Lu Qingyu's resolve solidified as she focused intently on the duel unfolding on the stage. On the contest platform, Yi Tianyun urged, "Make your move." Observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, he initiated the exchange while adopting a defensive posture as a sign of respect. After all, he had come to highlight Lin Chen's prowess. It was best to remain on the defensive rather than consider attacking Lin Chen, a notion he dared not entertain. Noting Yi Tianyun's serious and alert expression, Lin Chen could not help but smile wryly. Yi Tianyun regarded him as the strongest of adversaries. Yet he knew he could not match Yi Tianyun's strength. What should he do? Lin Chen pondered deeply. Directly confronting him was out of the question. Even if he showcased his full abilities, he would remain no match for Yi Tianyun. More importantly, he could not reveal his true power. If he unleashed his martial soul and displayed his soul rings, it was clear he would attract unwanted attention from all sides. For someone with such pitiful strength, that would surely spell disaster. Lin Chen, make your move. Yi Tianyun urged again, this time with a furrowed brow as his defensive stance became more pronounced. What is this? Does he look down on me so much that he cannot even be bothered to strike? Yi Tianyun mused to himself, contemplating Lin Chen's demeanor. Snapping back to the moment, Lin Chen glanced at Yi Tianyun, then suddenly declared with a smile, I concede. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Indeed, Lin Chen seemed to lack even the desire to fight, conceding outright. Today, their aspirations to gauge Lin Chen's strength were dashed. Yi Tianyun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the implications, his countenance darkening in an instant. He had been underestimated. Lin Chen had indeed belittled him. Yet, even in his profound anger, yearning to confront Lin Chen with a fist, he pondered whether he truly possessed the capacity to do so. He cannot. He could barely contend with Feng Xingchen, let alone Lin Chen. It was likely that before his fist could reach Lin Chen would have already inflicted severe harm upon him. Alas, how ironic it was that Yi Tianyun, who considered himself the foremost of the Star Sea Academy, now found himself in such a state of frustration and discontent. Yi Tianyun lamented internally. The emergence of Feng Xingchen at the Star Sea Academy was already disheartening. Why did Lin Chen also have to appear? In a cosmic twist of fate, Yi Tianyun felt as though the heavens were conspiring against him. Just as he was about to turn and exit the stage, the crowd, devoid of any expectations, was suddenly pierced by an icy, authoritative voice echoing throughout the venue. No surrender allowed. The audience turned in astonishment to discover that the speaker was none other than Dean Lu Qingyu. Initial surprise gave way to curiosity, as their gazes shifted expectantly towards Lin Chen on the stage. With the dean's declaration, who would dare to refuse? Indeed, was surrender truly not an option? Lin Chen wore a bittersweet smile. Although he had anticipated this, he still wished to test the waters. Lu Qingyu's demeanor clearly indicated her desire to witness his prowess. Alas, what a predicament! Feng Xingchen observed Lin Chen on the stage, apprehensive about the unfolding scenario, his body involuntarily shivering. Yi Tianyun halted, glancing at Dean Lu Qingyu above. Confusion swirling within him, yet he could not decline. Adopting a defensive stance, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, voice tinged with caution. Lin Chen, I seek your guidance. Shaking his head, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze to Yi Tianyun, speaking in a nonchalant tone. You may strike first. At this moment, he merely hoped that Yi Tianyun would temper his blows. Otherwise, this contest might result in serious injuries. Yi Tianyun paused, then nodded. Very well. Although deeply unsettled by Lin Chen's disdain, he had no choice. Lin Chen had clearly looked down upon him, and he must take the initiative. With a swift motion, 100 white long swords materialized above Yi Tianyun's head, emanating a fierce aura as boundless energy surged towards the blades. This technique was a fusion of Yi Tianyun's third and fourth soul skills, representing his most formidable attack. Though this move could barely withstand a blow from Feng Xingchen, it was clear that it would inflict no harm on Lin Chen, yet he had no choice but to press forward. Heavenly slash, Yi Tianyun declared with a fierce shout. The white long swords launching towards Lin Chen at an imperceptible speed, embodying the might to cleave through the heavens. As the piercing attack bore down, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed in vigilance, and he released his energy, raising his right palm directly against the oncoming blade. Chapter 27, Candle Dragon Fist. Watching Lin Chen's seemingly simple gesture, the audience was momentarily stunned. Was Lin Chen truly attempting to block Yi Tianyun's attack with his bare hand? What immense strength and confidence would one need to dare such a feat? In that instant, Lin Chen's standing in the eyes of the spectators ascended yet another level. They envisioned him effortlessly seizing Yi Tianyun's weapon, thereby neutralizing all aggression. A light clash echoed through the arena, drawing the crowd's attention. Yet when they beheld Lin Chen's right hand, they froze, expressions of disbelief and shattered faith etched upon their faces. Instead of seizing the long sword, Lin Chen's palm was pierced, blood oozing forth. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen bore the excruciating pain in his right hand as he yanked Yi Tianyun's weapon free, blood continuing to flow. In that moment, Yi Tianyun was left dumbfounded. Lin Chen had failed to block his attack. How could this be? His technique had barely managed to withstand a strike from Feng Xingchen, yet now it had directly wounded Lin Chen. Wasn't Lin Chen supposed to be stronger than Feng Xingchen? How could he not defend himself? Outside the arena, the crowd was in shock, and both Mu Xianin and Lu Qingyu, who had been closely observing Lin Chen, were equally astonished. Dean, could it be that he was merely deceiving us all along? Did he possess no secrets or struggles, but instead sought admission into the Starcy Academy? As Mu Xianin gazed at the disheveled Lin Chen, disbelief clouded her thoughts, recalling the words he had spoken during recruitment. At 15 years of age, with an unknown martial spirit and soul power, she had initially believed Lin Chen to be concealing something significant. Yet, it now appeared that he was simply weak. Lu Qingyu regained her composure, a chill radiating from her as her icy gaze fixed upon Lin Chen. Her voice devoid of warmth. Let's observe further. Mu Xianin shifted her focus, but at that moment, her doubts regarding Lin Chen deepened. After a brief period of distraction, Yi Tianyun regained his focus, his penetrating gaze fixed on Lin Chen, voice cold and mocking. Ah, so you are this feeble. The scene before him could only be interpreted as Lin Chen feigning mystery, his strength pitifully inadequate, though a sense of betrayal and frustration simmered within him. Yi Tianyun wore a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with malice. Moments ago, he had been cowed by Feng Xingchen and then intimidated by Lin Chen. A whirlwind of pent-up frustration swirling within him. Yet, the thought of the retribution he was about to unleash brought him an inexplicable sense of relief and elation. He would teach Lin Chen a lesson, a severe lesson, to vent the anger festering within him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated and smug he felt, ultimately erupting in a laughter. It seems I have overestimated you all along. Oh no, you lack even the qualification to be regarded highly. As Yi Tianyun reveled in his triumph, Lin Chen remained remarkably composed. Despite the searing pain in his right hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his muscles trembling slightly, Lin Chen stood upright on the stage, his demeanor exuding an indifference to all. Still putting on an act? Yi Tianyun seethed with rage. Summoning his long sword back, for soul rings shimmering around him as he concentrated his energy into the blade once more. Let us see how you will continue to feign strength. With a swift motion, the long sword sliced through the air like an arrow, aimed directly at Lin Chen's heart. Yet Lin Chen maintained his composure, even coldness, as he raised his left hand, mirroring his previous action, evidently intent on blocking Yi Tianyun's ferocious strike with his left palm. In that moment, the audience, for reasons unbeknownst to them, found themselves fervently hoping for Lin Chen to perform a miracle and seize Yi Tianyun's long sword. Just moments ago, they had derided Lin Chen for his ostensible mystery, feeling cheated by his pretense. Yet seeing him now, stubbornly raising his left hand, all prior discontent seemed to dissipate. Child, I've only just awakened from slumber, and you allow yourself to be bullied to this extent? As Yi Tianyun's long sword was barely 2 fists away from Lin Chen's palm, poised to pierce through his left palm, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then responded, I don't wish for this either. My strength is limited, and I cannot fight back. What else can I do? The voice continued, I shall impart to you a simple method for utilizing dragon blood, sufficient to contend with this insolent brat. Lin Chen's eyes instantly brightened, his previously bitter expression transforming into one of excitement. Senior, what method is that? He inquired eagerly. Ah, so now you acknowledge me as a senior. Where was your respect earlier? The voice retorted with disdain. Please, senior, do not hold my previous ignorance against me. Lin Chen pleaded. Very well, since I reside within you. I shall lend you my assistance this once. With that, a wondrous technique unfurled within Lin Chen's consciousness. As he fully absorbed the knowledge, a smile crept onto his lips, his eyes brimming with joy. In essence, the technique imparted by the venerable Zhulong allowed for the concentration of dragon blood within a specific part of the body, transforming it into the corresponding limb of a dragon. For instance, in this moment, he could gather the entirety of his dragon blood essence into his right hand. unleashing immense power. From the moment he comprehended the words of the Zhulong, to the instant he grasped the technique, all transpired in the blink of an eye. When he regained his focus, Yi Tianyun's longsword was now less than a fist's distance from Lin Chen's left palm. Zhulong fist, Lin Chen shouted, as the essence of dragon blood surged to his left palm, transforming it into a blood-red dragon claw, adorned with scales. A thunderous sound erupted, engulfing the onlookers in a tempest of overwhelming energy, the ferocity palpable in the air, inducing a sense of terror among those present. As the energy dissipated, the crowd's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. They beheld Lin Chen's left hand bleeding profusely, the injury rivaling that of his previously pierced right palm. Their attention was drawn to a broken longsword lying on the ground, its pristine white blade nearly shattered, had it not been for an inexplicable aura that had kept it intact. Opposite Lin Chen, Yi Tianyun lay sprawled on the ground, pallid and gasping, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. With his martial spirit damaged, his master was gravely wounded, and the signs of his martial soul's destruction were evident. Clenching his teeth against his fury and despair, as well as the last vestiges of his stubborn pride, Yi Tianyun summoned his longsword back before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 28. The blood-colored soul ring is revealed. As the scene unfolded, the onlookers regained their senses, their attention once again drawn to Lin Chen, their eyes filled with awe, astonishment, admiration, and deep curiosity. At that moment, Mu Xianyin approached the crowd, her voice laced with urgency. "We need a healing-type soul master." With that, she flew toward the competition stage. The classmate who had previously treated Yi Tianyun struggled to keep up, his gaze fixated on Lin Chen, still reeling from the shock he had experienced. Upon reaching the stage, he immediately began tending to Yi Tianyun's wounds. Sensing Yi Tianyun's condition, Mu Xianyin's expression remained somber and concerned. Yet relief washed over her as she realized that Yi Tianyun had not sustained grave injuries that would impede his future as a soul master. The injuries he bore could heal with adequate rest. As for his martial spirit, once he recovered physically, he could seek the assistance of a specialized soul master to restore it, which would not pose any significant issues. Mu Xianyin glanced at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity, yet she refrained from probing further, instead instructing a nearby classmate, "Take him with me." Thus, Yi Tianyun was taken away from the venue by Mu Xianyin. Lin Chen descended from the competition stage and slowly approached the crowd. Observing this, Feng Xingchen swiftly joined Lin Chen, turning to the crowd and asking, "Is there a healing-type soul master among you?" Although Lin Chen's injuries were not as severe as Yi Tianyun's, they were still significant. His left hand was grievously wounded, and his right palm had been pierced by Yi Tianyun's longsword, blood still oozing from the wound. Upon hearing Feng Xingchen's inquiry, the crowd fell silent for a moment before several voices chimed in unison. I am. Clearly, Lin Chen's display had left a profound impact on everyone, intensifying their admiration and respect for him. A chubby boy promptly stepped forward, wearing a naive expression. "Let me handle it. Lin Chen will surely recover fully." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Chen replied softly, "Thank you." Despite having nearly shattered Yi Tianyun's martial spirit with his last blow, the injury to his right hand had caused excessive blood loss, leaving him not only physically pained, but also mentally dazed. The chubby boy, Xueqing, gathered his soul power in both hands, swiftly producing 2 spicy strips. "Here, Lin Chen, eat these. I guarantee you'll be good as new," Xueqing said, wiping away a few beads of sweat with a goofy grin. Although he was a food-type soul master, the spicy strips, produced by his 4th soul skill, possessed miraculous healing properties, capable of mending all injuries except for fatal ones, restoring the individual to their former state. Upon seeing the familiar spicy strips, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with surprise and reminiscent of Earth. He then noticed the slight fatigue etched on Xueqing's face and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Without hesitation, Lin Chen consumed the spicy strips. The instant they touched his tongue, a warm and ferocious energy surged through him, eventually converging upon his injured hands. Within mere breaths, his previously bleeding hands returned to normal. Undoubtedly, the efficacy of the 2 spicy strips was remarkable. Lin Chen looked at Xueqing once more, his voice brimming with sincere appreciation. "Thank you." "Not at all. If you ever get hurt again, feel free to seek me out," Xueqing replied with a cheerful grin. Just as Lin Chen was about to engage in conversation with someone, a chilling aura enveloped the crowd, prompting Lin Chen to turn his attention. He saw Lu Qingyu approach, her demeanor cold and her eyes reflecting inscrutable emotions. She swiftly grasped Lin Chen with one hand and Feng Xingchen with the other, and the trio departed hastily. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion. What was the dean up to? Someone questioned. Perhaps she intends to reprimand Lin Chen. After all, he nearly shattered Yi Tianyun's martial spirit. Another responded. I suspect the dean has other motives, considering Lin Chen's newfound enigma. The crowd nodded in agreement. Today, they had witnessed both Lin Chen's vulnerable side and his raw, overwhelming power, yet most intriguingly, they had not seen him employ his martial spirit, nor had his soul rings manifested. This left them utterly perplexed regarding the true extent of Lin Chen's strength. One thing, however, was indisputable. Lin Chen was formidable. If only I possessed half of Lin Chen's prowess. I must forge a good relationship with Lin Chen, not far from the crowd. A middle-aged man observed Lu Qingyu's retreating figure, his expression impassive, eyes glinting with a discerning light, as if contemplating something profound. Director Yi, it appears that I just witnessed the student taken away by the dean release a blood-red soul ring. Am I mistaken? A middle-aged woman in her 30s pondered aloud, her voice tinged with self-doubt. You are indeed mistaken. That student never unleashed his martial spirit or soul ring at any point. The middle-aged man turned to look at her, his tone devoid of warmth. That's a relief. Thank you for affirming that. The woman exhaled, her hand pressed against her chest, visibly relieved. If it truly were a blood-red soul ring, it would have terrified me. However, considering the circumstances, how could a 15-year-old student possibly possess a soul ring older than 10,000 years? She chuckled, self-deprecatingly. The man remained silent, his eyes seemingly lost in thought. By the way, Yi Tianyun was injured. Shouldn't Director Yi check on him? The woman suddenly realized and questioned, perplexed. It was quite peculiar for this Director Yi, a member of the prominent Yi family in Shanghai City, to remain indifferent when Yi Tianyun, the representative of their generation, was hurt. All right, my next class is starting. I must take my leave. She shook her head and glanced in the direction of Class 1 as she departed, muttering, Class 1 truly lives up to its reputation. Aside from Yi Tianyun, there are even more formidable students. The others must not be weak either. Humph, Muksuanyin. Our Class 2 may very well outperform yours in the final assessment. After the woman left, the man's gaze held a mix of curiosity and intrigue, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, Is the first soul ring indeed a blood-red one? An extraordinary soul ring that can only be generated by soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Historically, aside from Tang San and Hu Hao, it will be difficult to find a third. To think I would encounter such a rarity today. What a twist of fate. I wonder how Shanghai City will react when this news spreads. His expression darkened with a hint of malicious amusement, as if he were concocting a nefarious scheme. Suddenly, a dangerous visage flashed through his mind, causing him to quiver involuntarily, as though in fear of someone. Perhaps it would be wiser to report this matter first. Otherwise, I may find myself in peril. As if struck by a thought, the man abruptly raised his head, noticing the surveillance devices surrounding him, momentarily taken aback. I must expedite my report. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if other families beat me to visiting this Lin Chen. With urgency in his eyes, he quickly departed. After Lin Chen was taken away, the crowd dispersed, yet he undoubtedly became the focal point of the day, leaving an indelible impression on their minds. Chapter 29. Lu Qingyu's Promise. Outside the office of the Dean of Shanghai Academy, Feng Xingchen gazed at the closed door before him, filled with speculation and curiosity. Moments ago, Dean Lu Qingyu had ushered him and Lin Chen in, only to abruptly bar him from entering, her expression hurried and somber, as if something significant had transpired. What could it possibly be? Feng Xingchen found himself deep in thought. Inside the office, observing the cold and ethereal Lu Qingyu, Lin Chen frowned slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Lu Qingyu stood behind her desk, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her countenance betraying no emotion, exuding an inherent chill. I initially believed your grievances and secrets to be trivial, but it seems I have underestimated you. A hint of astonishment and curiosity flickered in Lu Qingyu's eyes, mingled with an inexplicable sense of concern and regret. What do you mean, Dean? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his foreboding feeling intensifying. Lu Qingyu scrutinized him carefully before merely stating, You have been exposed. With a sudden realization, Lin Chen recalled a specific incident. The soul ring. It must have been the soul ring that was revealed. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu wouldn't exhibit such gravity. But that cannot be right. I didn't even use soul power when employing the Zhulong fist. How could the soul ring have been exposed? Lin Chen found himself ensnared in confusion. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Lu Qingyu spoke slowly. During your final strike against Yi Tianyun, you must have summoned a certain force within you. Though you did not utilize soul power, the soul ring briefly manifested, while others may not have discerned the nuances of Lin Chen's final blow. Her prowess allowed her to recognize it. Whether Lin Chen's revelation of that extraordinary blood-red soul ring was intentional or accidental, it ultimately came to light. Just the thought of Lin Chen's blood-red soul ring left her incredulous, for it was his first soul ring. Soul masters in the Douluo realm typically possess 9 soul rings by the time they reach the titled Douluo level, with the most extraordinary first soul ring being a black one of 10,000 years. Yet Lin Chen began with one exceeding 10,000 years, placing him on par with historical figures Tang, San, and Hui Yuhao. But who were Tang, San, and Hui Yuhao? One was the founder of the Tang sect, the foremost pioneer in the Douluo realm, while the other was the creator of the Spirit Pagoda. Both significantly influenced the evolution of the Douluo realm. And now, standing before her was someone who could be likened to them. Lin Chen was initially stunned, clearly not anticipating that the exposure of his soul ring stemmed from his final confrontation with Yi Tianyan. Damn it, I've been set up. The method of using dragon blood was imparted by the Zhulong Zun, who never mentioned that it would release a soul ring. Either he forgot or deliberately withheld that information. The latter possibility seemed most likely. Now that his soul ring was exposed, aside from Mu Xianin and the members of Class 1, several other teachers were present. And the most daunting aspect was the surveillance. The thought alone darkened Lin Chen's expression. Without needing to guess, he could easily envision the uproar that would ensue if word got out about his blood-red soul ring. Shanghai City would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos, and his days of tranquility would come to an abrupt end, bringing forth a deluge of troubles. I apologize for this. Lu Qingyu spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of regret as she observed Lin Chen's troubled countenance. The very fact that she, as a dean, would feel remorseful over this matter indicated the magnitude of the trouble Lin Chen would face after being exposed. With that in mind, Lu Qingyu began to explain. Shanghai City is dominated by 3 powerful families: the Long family, the Lu family, and the Yi family. The elders of these families currently serve as representatives in the Sun Moon Federation, with the Lu family holding the greatest strength, followed closely by the Long and Yi families. As she mentioned the Lu family, Lin Chen could distinctly sense a flash of pride in Lu Qingyu's eyes, suggesting a deep connection to the Lu family, possibly indicating her position as a high-ranking member. Lin Chen continued to absorb Lu Qingyu's insights regarding the powers in Shanghai City, clearly aware that she understood the impending turmoil he might face, and this was merely a preparation for him. If the events of today had gone unnoticed, it would have been one thing. However, if they are exposed, no one within Shanghai Academy would dare to target you. As for what happens once you leave Shanghai Academy, that will depend on you. Lu Qingyu's gaze turned serious as it met Lin Chen's. Her curiosity had inadvertently led Lin Chen into this predicament. Thus, her assurances now served as a form of promise and protection. As long as Lin Chen remained a student at Shanghai Academy, no one would dare to harm him. Thank you, Dean. Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. He was keenly aware of the implications behind Lu Qingyu's words. It seemed that for the next year, he would be unable to leave the academy at his leisure, lest he find himself in dire straits. Although he had no enemies in Star City, certain factions had taken an interest in him, treating him like a rare treasure to be studied. What could he do about that? After bidding farewell to Lu Qingyu, Lin Chen departed directly with Feng Xingchen. Shortly after their exit, a middle-aged man approached Lu Qingyu, his demeanor cold and unyielding. What brings you here? Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Qingyu's eyes reflected surprise and confusion, but she quickly seemed to grasp something and coldly replied, "Has the news spread so swiftly that it has reached you? I wish to see him." The middle-aged man's voice was frigid, tinged with a hint of dominance. Is the Lu family also interested in him? He is merely a student. Lu Qingyu's tone was flat, but laced with resentment, her expression sharp and frosty as she retorted, "What do you want with him? That is not for you to concern yourself with. You need only bring him to me." The man maintained his domineering tone, showing no courtesy for Lu Qingyu's status as the dean. "This is Star Sea Academy. I am the one who holds the authority here. Leave and do so quickly." Lu Qingyu pointed at the man, her voice brimming with hatred and fury. Observing her expression, the man paused, taken aback, but disregarding her hostile gaze. He seated himself at a nearby position. After surveying the surroundings, he turned his gaze back to Lu Qingyu, his voice nonchalant. "I fear I cannot depart, for it won't be long before the Long family and the Yi family send their representatives. You'll have to manage the situation yourself." At these words, Lu Qingyu's face turned pale in an instant, her eyes filled with profound concern. Was there truly no escaping what was destined to come? Lu Qingyu silently lamented, but looked resolutely at the middle-aged man, Lu Chuan. As long as I am present, you shall not see Lin Chen today. The man chuckled without a word. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Star Sea Academy, two formidable figures strode directly into the academy, making their way towards Dean Lu Qingyu's office. Should any formidable beings have attuned their senses to the auras of these two, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For both were titled Douluo. Chapter 30. The Three Overlords of Star Sea City. Not long after Lin Chen returned to the villa, he was summoned once more to the dean's office. With an ominous premonition, he found himself standing outside the office door. For reasons unknown, the door, which was typically closed even when Lu Qingyu was present, now stood wide open, as if it had been waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. Inside the office, besides Lu Qingyu, there were three middle-aged men seated. One on the left with a foolish expression and a corpulent figure, the one in the center exuding a cold and domineering presence, and the one on the right wearing a congenial smile, his squinted eyes radiating an extraordinary wisdom. Surprised yet curious, Lin Chen slowly entered the room. Lin Chen, take a seat. Lu Qingyu gestured towards an empty chair. Observing her serious and slightly worried expression, Lin Chen's suspicions deepened, yet he did not hesitate to sit down. At that moment, the cold and domineering man in the center spoke first, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chuan, the current head of the Lu family. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpulent man on the left chimed in. I am Long Yun, the leader of the Long family. I am Yi Filiu, the head of the Yi family. After the introductions, the man on the right turned his gaze to Lin Chen, his expression warm and inviting. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, Yi Filiu suddenly added, by the way, Yi Tianyun is my son. Indeed, upon hearing their introductions, Lin Chen let out a bitter sigh. It was clear that their intentions were far from benign. The inevitable had come to pass sooner than anticipated, and to his astonishment, the leaders of the three major factions of Star Sea City had come to him. The situation was starkly evident, akin to a lone lamb being observed by three ravenous wolves, utterly helpless, devoid of even the slightest semblance of power. Lin Chen, shaking his head, Lin Chen stood up, gazing at the three figures before him, and calmly introduced himself. After all, the current circumstances could hardly worsen. It was far better to face them with composure. Regardless of whether they were from the three major families or were titled Douluo, Lu Qingyu remained vigilant, observing everything without uttering a word. Yet should the three attempt to take Lin Chen away, she would undoubtedly intervene, even if her efforts might prove futile. Suddenly, Long Yun stood up, directing his attention to Lin Chen, his voice imbued with an inexplicable warmth. I have heard that my son Long Outyin recently had an unpleasant encounter with you at a flower shop. On his behalf, I offer my apologies. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined upon our return. At this declaration, the room fell into a stunned silence, with Lu Qingyu and Lin Chen gaping at Long Yun in disbelief. However, what happened next was even more surprising. Long Yun approached Lin Chen, extending a black card with a smile. This card contains 1 million. Consider it a small gesture of goodwill to compensate for my son's transgressions. I hope you'll accept it. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, Long Yun firmly placed the card in Lin Chen's pocket. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered, as was Lu Qingyu, while Lu Chuan's eyes flickered with what seemed like prior knowledge. Meanwhile, Yi Filiu's gaze turned icy, casting a disapproving glance at Long Yun, as if he had been robbed of something. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen stood, intending to voice his thoughts, but the words eluded him, ultimately condensing into a mere 2 syllables. Thank you. After all, this man was the leader of the Long family in Star Sea City, a formidable titled Douluo, and yet he had treated him in such a manner. Shouldn't there have been a counterattack for offending Long Outyin? Why was he now being compensated instead? Most importantly, he had incurred no losses during his encounter with Feng Xingchen at the flower shop. This meant he had received 1 million from the Long family without any cost. Once seated, Yi Filiu glanced at the still smiling Long Yun before standing up himself, addressing Lin Chen with a gentle tone. My son Yi Tianyun also acted inappropriately during today's competition. I apologize on his behalf. At these words, Lu Qingyu and Lin Chen were once again left in a state of utter disbelief. What was happening? This was not what they had envisioned. While Long Yun could be excused, why was Yi Filiu apologizing as well? After all, it was Yi Tianyun who had suffered the most today, nearly shattering his martial soul. Yet now Yi Filiu was acting as if Lin Chen were the one who had been grievously injured. As Lu Qingyu regained her focus, she began to contemplate the implications of Long Yun and Yi Filiu's visit today. Lin Chen too was struck by a multitude of thoughts, with the most significant speculation revolving around the possibility that the Long and Yi families were captivated by the potential represented by his blood-red spirit ring. Otherwise, why would such powerful factions extend an apology to a mere soul master? Simply avoiding trouble would have sufficed. With this in mind, Lin Chen turned to Yi Filiu, striving to adopt an expression of astonished delight, his voice fervent. Head Yi, you jest. If anyone should be apologizing, it is I, Lin Chen. Lang Xiaowei Yu. Your talent is unparalleled, and your future is boundless. Naturally, it is my son who owes you an apology. Yi Filiu squinted his eyes, his tone carrying an odd undertone. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Yi Filiu's words. In truth, my encounter with Yi Xiong was merely a friendly competition. We are classmates after all. How could we allow this to damage our camaraderie? Before him, Yi Filiu epitomized the archetype of a man who conceals malice behind a facade of smiles. Were he to candidly express the strained relationship between himself and Yi Tianyan, one could only speculate on the covert machinations the Yi family might employ against him in the future. But what a relief! With a smile, Yi Filiu extended a black card, his tone amiable yet detached. This card contains 1 million. I trust you will not find it lacking, my young friend Lin. Lin Chen paused momentarily, then caught a glimpse of a flicker of danger in Yi Filiu's eyes. Without hesitation, he accepted the card. He had no choice but to acquiesce. This was clearly a test from Yi Filiu. Disdain? How could he possibly express disdain? Lin Chen feigned a smile, though inwardly he had already cursed Yi Filiu 100 times over. Yi Filiu nodded in satisfaction and took his seat. At that moment, the gazes of the onlookers converged upon the stoic Lu Chuan. Simultaneously, Lu Qingyu and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the trio had come to foster goodwill with Lin Chen on behalf of their families, rather than to forcibly take him away as they had initially feared. After all, bringing Lin Chen back would yield little benefit. It was far more prudent to establish a rapport for one day, when Lin Chen reached his zenith. He might be inclined to return the favor for today's overtures. Lu Qingyu mused internally. Lu Chuan rose, his gaze fixed with an icy, domineering demeanor. We are all astute individuals here. I shall not beat around the bush. Let me speak plainly. The Lu family wishes to cultivate a relationship with you. And should you indeed manage to ascend to greater heights, I hope you will remember our Lu family. Lin Chen maintained his tranquil expression, though internally he scoffed at the arrogance. The Long family and the Lu family at least offered 1 million, yet Lu Chuan merely relied on words. Why not present some tangible benefits? Just as Lu Qingyu was about to interject, Lu Chuan continued, as a condition. All your expenses in Star Sea City will be covered by the Lu family, and upon your graduation from Star Sea Academy, you will be directly recommended to Shrek Academy. At this proclamation, the room fell silent, as Long Yun and Yi Filiu exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Chuan, both taken aback. They could certainly afford Lin Chen's expenses in Star Sea, but the promise of admission to Shrek was astounding. Shrek, being the premier Soul Master Academy in the Douluo realm, presented a formidable challenge for entry. The Lu family, indeed, displayed remarkable confidence. This also implied a significant connection between the Lu family and Shrek. Otherwise, such assurances would not be so readily offered. However, upon contemplating Lin Chen's extraordinary soul rings, Long Yun and Yi Filiu felt a sense of relief. Lu Chuan had struck a bargain. Even without the guarantee, Lin Chen's prowess would surely secure him a place in Shrek. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen expressed, I thank you. Elder Lu. Although Lu Chuan's promise held little weight, it was essential to play along. Facing the 3 prominent figures of Star Sea City, Lin Chen stated, If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I have classes to attend. With that, he paid no heed to their expressions and swiftly departed. Chapter 31. Lu Feifei's Confession. As the heads of the 3 great families entered Star Sea Academy, 2 individuals sat opposite each other in a restaurant within Star Sea City. One of them was a middle-aged man, seemingly nearing 40, whose countenance was chillingly austere, emanating an unsettling aura that instinctively inspired fear and revulsion. Across from him sat a young girl clad in green, her appearance radiating a pure, sunny disposition. Yet her gaze was strikingly frigid, starkly contrasting with her outward charm. As though her appearance was a mere facade crafted for others' perception, the 2 dined leisurely, their movements with knife and fork marked by an eerie precision that compelled observers to watch intently. Suddenly, the man set down his cutlery, directing his gaze toward the girl. His voice devoid of inflection. I have heard whispers of a prodigious young talent emerging from Star Sea, a peer of yours, whose first soul ring is a blood-red one exceeding 10,000 years in age. Is this rumor substantiated? Indeed, the girl continued her meal, nodding with an indifferent demeanor, as if conversing with a stranger of equal standing. His name is Lin Chen. He is my classmate at Star Sea Academy. Seemingly lost in thought, the girl added. Ah, splendid. The man hesitated momentarily, then a sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with dangerous intent. The directive is clear. Either we recruit him to our side or eliminate him. What course of action do you propose, holy maiden? His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the girl, his tone laced with underlying implications. Is this your notion or the command of our leader? The girl maintained her sunny smile, yet her eyes and voice were imbued with an icy chill, creating an unsettling dissonance. Of course, it is the leader's command. Are you questioning my fidelity to the orders? The middle-aged man interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. The girl fixed her sharp, cold gaze upon him, as if piercing through to the depths of his thoughts. The man stiffened for an instant but quickly regained his composure, allowing her to scrutinize him unabashedly. Within a breath's time, the girl set down her cutlery, rising slowly to depart. I understand. The four words drifted back to the man's ears. At that moment, he felt a sudden rush of urgency, turning to watch her retreating figure, his expression marked by both vigilance and inexplicable ire. Were it not for the leader's protection, you would not dare to act so brazenly before me. In Star Sea City, within the villa district of Star Sea Academy, Lin Chen exited the dean's office and hurried toward the villa, only to be greeted by the sight of two individuals standing at the entrance, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. One was Feng Xingchen, and the other was unexpectedly Lu Feifei. Seemingly aware of Lin Chen's arrival, Feng Xingchen promptly approached him, his gaze appraising Lin Chen with an odd expression, his voice infused with enigmatic undertones. Lin Chen, what a surprising turn of events. Lin Chen glanced at Feng Xingchen and then at Lu Feifei, feeling perplexed. What could be so surprising? Ha! Lu Feifei is here to see you. I shall not intrude upon your moment. Feng Xingchen flashed a knowing look, casting a peculiar glance between Lin Chen and Lu Feifei before heading into the villa. Leaving the two alone, observing Feng Xingchen's somewhat teasing and meaningful expression only deepened Lin Chen's curiosity. He approached Lu Feifei, intending to say something, but ultimately stammered. That is, to be honest, aside from Feng Xingchen and Yi Tianyun, he barely knew anyone else at Star Sea Academy, having only been there for 3 days. Why was Lu Feifei seeking him out? Lin Chen wondered in confusion. At that moment, Lu Feifei wore a radiant smile, her eyes narrowed joyfully, her voice bright. Lin Chen, I have something to tell you. This matter is a bit embarrassing to express, but I've resolved to share it with you directly. Her eyes shone with determination. Her small fists clenched, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. Lin Chen's mind raced as he suddenly recalled a certain matter that excited yet troubled him. His heart quickened in response. My heavens, could this be my first experience in such a situation? As Lin Chen's thoughts spiraled with excitement, his hands began to tremble. When he glanced at Lu Feifei's bashful visage, enchanting gaze, radiant smile, a vivacious demeanor, he was suddenly engulfed by an extraordinary sensation. It was sheer exhilaration. Being confessed to was indeed such a delightful experience. Wait, am I perhaps thinking of something? Lin Chen abruptly extinguished all his fervor, his expression returning to calm, and his heartbeat stabilizing. Lin Chen, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Before Lin Chen could fully comprehend the situation, the long-anticipated confession arrived. At that moment, Lu Feifei wore a shy expression, her cheeks flushed as if she were about to burst, and her gaze averted from Lin Chen, as if fearing rejection. Upon hearing Lu Feifei's declaration, even though Lin Chen had previously quelled his excitement, he couldn't help but feel a tremor of exhilaration within. It was unmistakably a sign of joy. No, no, Lin Chen's heart screamed, and in an instant, a graceful silhouette flashed through his mind, restoring his composure. Lu Feifei. I'm sorry, Lin Chen said, gazing earnestly at her. Lu Feifei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, before she hurriedly inquired. Why? Give me a reason. I have someone I like. Lin Chen's gaze drifted into the distance, his voice tinged with an inexplicable bitterness and resignation. Had this been before his journey into another world, prior to encountering Gu Yuena, he would have undoubtedly accepted Lu Feifei's feelings without hesitation. For he had never even had someone he fancied. Of course, it wasn't for lack of beautiful girls around him. Rather, it was a matter of not finding the right one. Love, at times, transcends mere appearances. It requires a genuine spark. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Lu Feifei maintained her gentle smile, though her expression returned to normal, her eyes filled with understanding. I see. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. With a soft smile, Lu Feifei turned to leave. Wait, how about we sit inside? Lin Chen instinctively gestured towards the villa, wanting to persuade her to stay, but then seemed to realize something and fell silent. Lu Feifei glanced back, offering Lin Chen a radiant, charming smile before swiftly departing. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chen could only sigh internally. Shaking his head, he entered the villa. Not far from the villa, a figure clenched their fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing with barely contained fury and jealousy. Lin Chen, one day, I will not be inferior to you. Lu Feifei will surely be mine. This person was none other than Yi Tianyun, who had previously confessed to Lu Feifei, only to be rebuffed by Feng Xingchen, and had suffered defeat on the competition stage against both Feng Xingchen and Lin Chen. In the villa's grand hall, the moment Lin Chen entered, Feng Xingchen approached him, scrutinizing him with an exaggerated expression, his voice laced with mockery. Oh, Lin Chen, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? At that moment, Feng Xingchen bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Feifei during her confession. Get lost, Lin Chen retorted, pushing Feng Xingchen away with exasperation before plopping down onto the sofa. Huh, who would have thought, Lin Chen? I never expected Lu Feifei to boldly confess to you in broad daylight. Feng Xingchen mused, stroking his chin in feigned astonishment. What do you think she sees in you? If it's looks, you're not even a fraction of my worth. If it's wealth, you're just a pauper. If it's status, you're merely a nobody. What did she possibly see in you? The more he spoke, the more smug and self-satisfied he became. Are you foolish? Obviously, she is captivated by my potential future. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze, suddenly realizing the implications. Could it be that she genuinely saw something in his future? Lin Chen stared blankly at Feng Xingchen, questioning himself internally. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. I must have been too self-absorbed. Such fortuitous circumstances are rare. Lin Chen chastised himself inwardly. As if the Scarlet Soul Ring is something remarkable. Feng Xingchen turned his head, feigning indifference. Although he spoke dismissively, jealousy simmered within him. If only my first soul ring were a 100,000-year red one. Winning over Xiao Shui would be a piece of cake. He lamented enviously. Lin Chen took a sip of water, eyeing Feng Xingchen, initially intending to offer some words of comfort, but instead jested, being born with a talent is a technical skill. With my background and aptitude, my future will undoubtedly rival yours. Feng Xingchen scoffed, though the thought brought him some solace. By the way, why did the dean summon you again? Feng Xingchen shifted to a serious tone, recalling Lin Chen's earlier departure. When they had returned together, Lin Chen had hinted that his soul ring had been exposed. The dean, Lu Qingyu, calling Lin Chen back a second time, surely indicated something significant was afoot. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sighed, slowly responding, word travels fast. The heads of the three major families of Shanghai City have sought me out. Feng Xingchen blinked in surprise, then pressed on, what happened next? Lin Chen replied with an air of mystery, gradually recounting the events that transpired in the office. The more Feng Xingchen listened, the more astonished he became. When he learned that the three families not only refrained from pressuring Lin Chen, but also offered him substantial benefits, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Coming to his senses, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, you're incredibly fortunate. If it had been a more extremist family, they might have captured you to use as a test subject. Indeed, that was beyond my expectations. Lin Chen nodded, but now, I can essentially walk freely in Shanghai. A smirk crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he began to formulate other plans. Since the three families had pledged to cover all expenses in Shanghai, he could relish the lifestyle of the wealthy. Soul bones, soul guiding devices, rare herbs, battle armors, anything related to cultivation would surely be on his shopping list. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the good intentions of the three families. Noticing the dreamy look in Lin Chen's eyes, Feng Xingchen realized Lin Chen's intentions and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the three families might go bankrupt thanks to you. Since they wish to benefit from me, they must pay the price. Spending money is no crime. Lin Chen said with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the notion of shamelessness. You really are quite the shamelessly confident one, Feng Xingchen remarked, rolling his eyes. Seemingly recalling something important, Feng Xingchen's expression turned serious as he instinctively scanned the surroundings. Then looked at Lin Chen earnestly. Lin Chen, I need to tell you something serious. Intrigued by Feng Xingchen's unusual demeanor, Lin Chen urged, go ahead. Remember when I taught you a set of mental techniques? You had asked me if it was the Xiantian skill of the Tang sect, right? Feng Xingchen continued slowly. What about it? Lin Chen asked with a calm expression, already harboring some suspicions. At this moment, I can indeed reveal to you that it is the Xiantian skill of the Tang sect. Suddenly, Feng Xingchen spoke up. Upon uttering these words, his expression relaxed significantly, as if this question had been pent up in his heart for a considerable time, and now that it was voiced, a wave of relief washed over him. Lin Chen was not overly surprised. He had anticipated this revelation. On the contrary, he found himself curious as to why Feng Xingchen had chosen to confess so suddenly. Previously, Feng Xingchen had exhibited a demeanor of complete ignorance, which Lin Chen could understand, for only disciples of the Tang sect were eligible to learn the Xiantian skill. Thus, Feng Xingchen's reticence was comprehensible. But what had prompted his candor now? Could it be that the Tang sect? At that moment, Feng Xingchen suddenly spoke earnestly. Lin Chen, you are aware that only disciples of the Tang sect are qualified to learn the Xiantian skill. However, you are not a disciple of the Tang sect, and I have imparted this skill to you. Therefore, you must understand what I'm trying to convey, right? You wish for me to join the Tang sect? Lin Chen feigned calmness, yet his heart surged with excitement. Joining the Tang sect had always been one of his aspirations. Only by becoming a member could he gain access to the two great treasures of the Tang sect and seek out artifacts capable of restoring vitality. Now, before he had even contemplated joining, Feng Xingchen had already broached the subject, clearly eager for him to become a part of the Tang sect. Indeed, Feng Xingchen nodded and continued, although the fact that I taught you the Xiantian skill has not yet been disclosed. It is only a matter of time before it is revealed. As of now, the Tang sect must surely be aware of your situation. With your innate talents and potential, the Tang sect would undoubtedly welcome you with open arms. Once you become a disciple, I will feel at ease. Feng Xingchen gazed at Lin Chen with sincerity, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. The private importation of the Xiantian skill to an outsider would undoubtedly incur severe repercussions. Since teaching Lin Chen the skill 3 days prior, Feng Xingchen had experienced an underlying sense of dread, but now, should Lin Chen agree, his anxieties would be alleviated. Ahem. For the sake of your future, I shall reluctantly consent to join the Tang sect. Lin Chen deliberately coughed, striving to present an expression of selflessness and consideration for Feng Xingchen. His performance, if placed in the past, would undoubtedly earn him the title of an acclaimed actor. Perfect. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy within. Receiving Lin Chen's affirmative response, Feng Xingchen inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. It just so happens that I have yet to visit the Tang sect branch here in Shanghai City. Let's go together tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. The Spirit Transmission Tower, Yunxiao and Yunya. The following day, in a central location of Shanghai City, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen were following a map of the city in search of the Tang sect's branch. Although Feng Xingchen was already a disciple of the Tang sect, he was as unfamiliar with Shanghai City as Lin Chen was. Suddenly, both Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen came to a halt, swiftly turning around to fix their gaze on a certain spot within the crowd, specifically 2 figures. The 2 figures, one male and one female, appear to be over 30 years of age, clad in matching attire adorned with the words Spirit Transmission Tower embroidered on their left chests. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the identities of the newcomers, their expressions growing somewhat grim. The Spirit Transmission Tower, established 9,000 years ago by the spirit Ice Douluo Yuhao, aimed to mitigate the slaughter of soul beasts by humanity and alleviate the conflict between humans and soul beasts. Initially, it achieved its intended purpose, but as time progressed, the Spirit Transmission Tower became utterly corrupt, evolving into the most direct perpetrator of soul beast extinction. Lin Chen knew that soon, the Spirit Transmission Tower would launch an assault on the Star Dou Forest, with only a minuscule number of soul beasts likely to escape annihilation. The remainder would face total extinction, and the tower would subsequently occupy all but the central region of the Star Dou Forest. Feng Xingchen's gaze was filled with heartfelt disdain. He had heard whispers that the Spirit Transmission Tower was about to implement a grand plan capable of altering the relationship between humans and soul beasts, an initiative that directly contravened the original intent behind its establishment, and one that the Tang sect vehemently opposed. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Transmission Tower had become utterly degenerate, now standing in opposition to the Tang sect. Noticing Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, the 2 representatives of the Spirit Transmission Tower approached without hesitation, coming to stand before them. The male scrutinized Lin Chen, a flicker of surprise flashing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by disdain, as if he held a deep-seated contempt for Lin Chen. This was perhaps a manifestation of the inherent superiority complex that came with being affiliated with the Spirit Transmission Tower, causing him to regard everyone with such unwarranted disdain. The female's gaze also appraised Lin Chen, a smirk playing at her lips, her eyes glimmering with a mysterious smile. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Yun Xiao of the Spirit Transmission Tower, and I am Yunya. The male and female spoke slowly, their tones still laced with an air of superiority and disdain. Lin Chen glanced at the two, feeling no particular inclination toward them, and promptly disregarded their presence, turning to leave, setting aside his fundamental aversion, even bordering on hatred for the current state of the Spirit Transmission Tower. He found their unwarranted sense of superiority and condescending tone intolerable. Witnessing Lin Chen and Feng Xingqian's blatant disregard for them, Feng Xingqian was momentarily surprised, then quickly reassured. Given Lin Chen's temperament, it was indeed odd for him to react otherwise. Lin Chen was here today to report to the Tang sect in Shanghai. So why should he care about the likes of the Spirit Transmission Tower? Observing the dismissive and indifferent attitude of Lin Chen and Feng Xingqian, the male and female felt a surge of indignation. They instinctively prepared to unleash their aura to intimidate, but quickly restrained themselves. As members of the Spirit Transmission Tower, they were accustomed to being treated with respect wherever they went, yet now they were being ignored by two mere youths, which was infuriating. Had it not been for the deputy's orders, they would have been tempted to eliminate the source of their frustration right then and there. Exchanging glances, it was evident that they shared the same thought. Wait, the male, Yun Xiao, spoke up. Lin Chen and Feng Xingqian turned to him, his voice flat. What is it? You need to come with us. We from the Spirit Transmission Tower have matters to discuss with you. The female fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, her tone dripping with inherent arrogance and condescension, making her words particularly unpleasant to hear. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled a certain matter. The news of his blood-colored soul ring must have already reached various factions in Shanghai. Although the three great families were significant forces in Shanghai, they paled in comparison to the Spirit Transmission Tower, one of the most formidable powers across the continent. Thus, even though he was indirectly protected by the three great families, he could not escape the attention of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Given the tower's current conduct, it was likely that upon entering, he would find it nearly impossible to leave, with a grim fate awaiting him. At best, he would be controlled by some influential figure and secretly trained as a pawn. At worst, he might be subjected to experimentation as a mere lab rat by the Spirit Transmission Tower. After all, in the past 20,000 years of Douluo continent, he was the first, aside from Tang San and Huiyuhao, to possess a soul ring exceeding 10,000 years, making him a prime target for the tower's obsessive research. Feng Xingqian also recognized the intentions of the Spirit Transmission Tower representatives, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, and he promptly addressed them. Why should Lin Chen accompany you? On what grounds? At present, Lin Chen has not yet become a disciple of the Tang sect. Should he be taken away by the Spirit Transmission Tower, the consequences could be dire, and most importantly, he finds himself at a loss for solutions. The man cast a glance at Lin Chen and Feng Xingqian, the corners of his mouth curling up in a sinister smile, as if he had anticipated this moment. His voice dripped with malevolence. This is the command of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The domineering tone resonated with an overwhelming sense of superiority, filling both individuals with unease. Can the Spirit Transmission Tower really abduct someone without reason? Feng Xingqian's voice was laced with anger. We are not here to discuss reason today. The woman sneered coldly. In one sentence, either come with us obediently, or we will take you by force. The choice is yours. Her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her tone unyielding. With that, a formidable aura enveloped both Lin Chen and Feng Xingqian, causing Feng Xingqian's heart to plummet. Strong, exceedingly strong, their soul power level surpassed his by dozens. And if it came to blows, he and Lin Chen would be as powerless as fledglings. Lin Chen's eyes darkened, his heart burning with a desire to obliterate these imperious figures before him. Yet he lamented his own lack of power. In that moment, his yearning for strength felt unwavering and urgent. Without power, one would indeed face oppression, no matter the place. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the two, his expression unervingly calm, his voice icy. We are disciples of the Tang sect. I advise you to think carefully before taking action. The history of the Tang sect predates that of the Spirit Transmission Tower by 10,000 years, and if one were to consider strictly, the Spirit Transmission Tower is merely a newcomer. Although the covert strength of the Tang sect currently surpasses that of the Spirit Transmission Tower by a slight margin, He was confident that merely mentioning their affiliation would deter Yun Xiao and Yun Yu from acting against them. Of course, he was not yet an official disciple, and could only rely on the imposing presence of the Tang sect. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Yun Xiao and Yun Yu merely smiled faintly, their voices laced with derision. Even if you are a disciple of the Tang sect, you must come with us today. Moreover, you are not yet a disciple. The woman regarded Lin Chen with a mocking expression. In that instant, Lin Chen's heart sank further. It was evident that they had thoroughly investigated his background. Glancing at Feng Xingchen beside him, Lin Chen exchanged a meaningful look, to which Feng Xingchen nodded silently. Then, Lin Chen suddenly smiled at the two and said, "Since you of the Spirit Transmission Tower have extended an invitation, how could I refuse? I was merely jesting earlier. Let's proceed." He stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, as if all that had transpired before was but a pretense. Heh, Yun Xiao and Yun Yu scoffed, following closely as they made their way toward the branch of the Spirit Transmission Tower amidst the Star Sea. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Feng Xingchen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Lin Chen, do not worry. You'll be absolutely fine." Chapter 34, Deputy of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Jian Wuxing. At the center of Star Sea City, the trio arrived at a towering building with dozens of stories. Gazing up at the prominent characters emblazoned on the structure, Spirit Transmission Tower branch, Lin Chen felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Who could have imagined that beneath the grandeur of this edifice lay the machinations of sinister madmen? "Follow us," Yun Xiao instructed, with Yun Yu trailing behind, clearly treating Lin Chen with utmost seriousness. Ironically, in their eyes, Lin Chen was but an insignificant ant, yet the two dared not relax their vigilance. Perhaps it was their profession, or perhaps Lin Chen was simply too crucial. Entering the elevator, they ascended to the 33rd floor. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a vast hall, more accurately described as an oversized conference room. The elevator had brought them directly to the meeting room, a privilege not afforded elsewhere. At the center of the room lay a long table with dozens of empty seats on either side, and at the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor. From a distance, he exuded a warm aura, yet an undercurrent of sharpness emanated from him, instinctively invoking a sense of physical caution. As the three entered, the man greeted them with a smile. His gaze first directed at Yun Xiao and Yun Yu, and he spoke in a calm tone. "You may leave now." "Yes." The two responded respectfully, shedding the earlier arrogance they had displayed towards Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen. Lin Chen could discern the reverence in their eyes towards this middle-aged man, a respect that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Once Yun Xiao and Yun Yu departed, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Lin Chen, his smile still warm. Gesturing toward the seat opposite him, the one closest to Lin Chen, and said softly, "Please, have a seat." Without hesitation, Lin Chen complied, sitting down and regarding the middle-aged man from several meters away, his expression tranquil as he awaited the man's words. Undoubtedly, this man was the most powerful figure present, likely the head of the Spirit Transmission Tower in the Star Sea branch. The situation before him was undoubtedly a deadlock, with his only hope resting on Feng Xingchen. Thus, during the ensuing moments, he needed to buy time while ensuring his safety, waiting for Feng Xingchen to gather allies. While it was possible that Feng Xingchen might not be able to bring anyone, or that even with reinforcements, the situation might not change, he had no other option. "Long family, Lu family, Yi family, I hope you'll knock me down," Lin Chen thought, sighing inwardly. Even if the three families arrived, could they contend with or dare to confront the Spirit Transmission Tower? After Lin Chen settled in, the middle-aged man studied him attentively for a moment, his eyes revealing clear astonishment and curiosity. Then, he finally spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jian Wuxing, the head of the Spirit Transmission Tower's branch in Star Sea City, and also a deputy of the Spirit Transmission Tower." Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze impassive. Since the man had forcibly brought him here, it was evident that his affairs had already been scrutinized, rendering any self-introduction unnecessary. Lin Chen's eyes locked onto Jian Wuxing as he coldly inquired, "What business does the deputy have with me? I have heard of your exploits." Jian Wuxing replied with a smile, as if sidestepping the question. But Lin Chen instantly grasped the implication, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "You possess a blood-red soul, ring spanning 100,000 years, and it is your first soul ring." Jian Wuxing stroked his chin, his tone slightly hurried as he spoke. In the current Douluo continent, aside from a few known ferocious beasts, it would be exceedingly rare to find another exceeding 100,000 years. The fact that Lin Chen's first soul ring was of such an extraordinary caliber was nothing short of shocking and unexpected. I wonder which of the 10 great ferocious beasts made the offering? Jian Wuxing suddenly posed the question. Given Lin Chen's strength and background, it was inconceivable for him to have acquired such a soul ring independently. The only plausible scenario was through the sacrifice of a ferocious beast. In that instant, Lin Chen comprehended Jian Wuxing's line of thinking, though Jian Wuxing could not possibly fathom that his soul ring was, in fact, a congenital soul ring. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's face, completely disregarding the presence of this deputy of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Why should I divulge that to you? Since he had already stepped into this grand edifice, ensnared in a predicament, he might as well embrace it, casting aside any pretense of fear towards Jian Wuxing. Sword Without Sound was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Lin Chen's demeanor. He then spoke in a nonchalant tone. Are you not afraid of death with such a tone? Heh, if you wish for my demise, then go ahead and make your move. Lin Chen responded with a smile, displaying an air of defiance, as if he were a rogue who feared nothing. Though uncertain, he could sense from Sword Without Sound's eyes that he certainly did not wish for Lin Chen's death. Sword Without Sound gazed at Lin Chen for several breaths, and Lin Chen met his gaze with calmness in his eyes. Heh! Sword Without Sound suddenly chuckled, then coldly declared, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority. I present you with 2 choices. In an instant, Sword Without Sound conjured a piece of yellow parchment, covered in an array of bizarre red symbols, exuding an aura of submission, peculiarity, and malevolence. Although Lin Chen was unaware of the parchment's purpose, he instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. With a wicked smile, Sword Without Sound continued, you can either die, or you can sign this contract with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the sea. He had contemplated how the Spirit Transmission Tower would treat him, but never anticipated such a turn of events. Sword Without Sound was preparing to assert complete control over him, noticing the surprise and fear in Lin Chen's eyes. Sword Without Sound chuckled. Once you sign this contract, your life and death will be in my hands from now on. Of course, you may refuse. Lin Chen's expression darkened, his gaze icy with disdain. Rest assured, as long as you obey me, I shall not harm you. After all, with your talent, you might very well grow to become a figure who changes the Douluo continent, perhaps even standing alongside Tang San and Hu Hao. Sword Without Sound's eyes sparkled with dreamy ambition, his smile broadening. And because you control me, you consider yourself the master behind the scenes of the Douluo continent? Lin Chen inquired coldly. Absolutely. Sword Without Sound's pride swelled. Compared to the heroes in the spotlight, tangible benefits are the most valuable. Lin Chen sneered, though his heart raced with urgency. Yi family, Long family, Lu family, are you not coming? He instinctively glanced through the glass at the scenery outside, a silent lament echoing within him. At that moment, the elevator chimed, and 2 figures emerged. The previously encountered Yun Xiao and Yun Yue. Upon seeing them, Sword Without Sound frowned, his tone turning unfriendly. What is it? Deputy Envoy, the heads of the 3 major families wish to see you. Yun Xiao spoke quickly, a hint of inexplicable anxiety in his eyes. Let them wait. Sword Without Sound initially paused, then scoffed dismissively. To him, the 3 major families were hardly worth his concern. Deputy Envoy, in addition to the heads of the 3 major families, the leader of Tang's sect in Xinghai City has also arrived. Yin Yue's voice was somewhat urgent, filled with astonishment and confusion. Upon hearing this, Sword Without Sound immediately turned to Lin Chen, a flicker of surprise and disbelief crossing his features. Lin Chen, however, revealed a smile, relieved at last. They have all come. Chapter 35. Convergence of Forces, Lu Qingyu's Dominance. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as Sword Without Sound regarded Lin Chen with cold suspicion, momentarily at a loss on how to handle him. Although he held little regard for the 3 major families, Tang's sect was a different matter. He needed to tread carefully. Lin Chen had yet to join Tang's sect, so why was that old man here? Sword Without Sound's mind was awash with confusion and suspicion, increasingly convinced that Lin Chen harbored secrets he had yet to uncover. Yin Xiao and Yun Yue regarded Lin Chen with puzzled expressions, their minds racing with conjectures. They had investigated the relationship between Lin Chen and the 3 major families, and at least by yesterday, they had received news. But what was Tang's sect's involvement? Had they misjudged, and Lin Chen truly belonged to Tang's sect? Yet, if that were the case, when they forcibly brought Lin Chen here, he would certainly not have feared them. From Lin Chen's expression at the time, he indeed appeared to be apprehensive of them, suggesting he was not a Tang sect disciple. As they pondered this, their confusion deepened. When had Tang's sect ever sought out an outsider like Lin Chen at the Spirit Transmission Tower? At that moment, Sword Without Sound clenched his fists, then relaxed, casting a glance at Lin Chen before addressing Yin Xiao and Yu Yue. Let's go. The two did not hesitate, following Sword Without Sound into the elevator, leaving Lin Chen behind. Watching them depart, Lin Chen finally exhaled, his expression relaxing. Sword Without Sound, having provoked me. There will come a day when I make your dreams a reality. Lin Chen spoke with cold, unwavering determination, as if vowing to himself. The previous sense of helplessness and oppression fading from his heart. In the lobby of the second floor of the Spirit Transmission Tower, 6 figures sat in an eerily quiet atmosphere, as if trapped in the depths of winter, their bodies nearly immobile and their breath stifled. The service personnel stood to the side, their gazes fixed on the 6, still filled with shock and curiosity. Among the 6, 3 were the heads of the 3 major families: Long Yun, Lu Chuan, and Yi Filiu. The other 3 were Feng Xingchen, the dean of Xinghai Academy, Lu Qingyu, and Tang Hu, the leader of Tang sect in Xinghai. At this moment, Feng Xingchen surveyed his surroundings, rubbing his hands together in an attempt to alleviate his anxiety. Glancing at the burly, fierce-looking middle-aged man beside him, Feng Xingchen felt his worries ease somewhat, as long as Tang Hu was present. The Spirit Transmission Tower would undoubtedly refrain from acting against Lin Chen. Looking at Lu Qingyu not far away, Feng Xingchen was filled with curiosity and gratitude. The 3 major families had come due to their prior agreement with Lin Chen, while Lu Qingyu's presence was driven by personal motives. Given her insistence on meeting Lin Chen, it seemed she was there solely because he was a student of Xinghai. No one was allowed to lay a finger on him. Sighing, Feng Xingchen pondered the relationship between his father and the dean. Just then, 3 figures emerged from the elevator, revealing Sword Without Sound, Yin Xiao, and Yin Yue. Ha! What brings you all to my Spirit Transmission Tower today? Did you come together? Sword Without Sound's gaze swept over the 6, dismissing Feng Xingchen and the heads of the 3 major families. Upon seeing Lu Qingyu, however, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and his gaze ultimately settled on the fierce-looking Tang Hu. Before Long Yin, Lu Chuan, and Yi Filiu could speak, Lu Qingyu stepped forward, her expression unfriendly as she regarded Sword Without Sound. Her voice carried an absolute authority. Sword Without Sound, Lin Chen is my student, and I demand to take him away immediately. It will be best if I do not see any harm come to him, or I shall dismantle your Spirit Transmission Tower today. As these words fell, the atmosphere plunged into an uncanny silence, with all eyes fixed on Sword Without Sound and Lu Qingyu, each person harboring their own thoughts. It was rumored that Sword Without Sound had once pursued Lu Qingyu, only to be rejected on the grounds that she had someone else in her heart. Now, both remained unmarried, and the intricate web of their past compelled scrutiny. Long Yun and Yi Filiu exchanged glances with Lu Qingyu, their hearts filled with contemplation. In those bygone days, both of them were suitors of Lu Qingyu. Yet, they ultimately could not compete with a more gifted Jian Wuxing. It was only upon learning that Jian Wuxing had also been rejected that they discreetly relinquished their pursuits. Lu Chuan merely gazed at his younger sister, Lu Qingyu, with a tinge of regret in his heart. The Lu family had once hoped that Lu Qingyu would unite with Jian Wuxing, but alas, their aspirations proved futile, culminating in Lu Qingyu severing ties with her family and dedicating herself entirely to the Star Seat Academy. Yin Xiao and Yun Yu stood silently behind Jian Wuxing, fully aware of the events of that year. To speak frankly, in the present day, apart from Lu Qingyu, no one in the Star Sea would dare to act so domineeringly before Jian Wuxing, not even the distant Tang Hu. Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's words, Jian Wuxing concealed the slight flutter in his heart, turning his gaze toward her with a smile. Qingyu, I merely invited Lin Chen to tour our spirit tower. Your words imply that I have kidnapped him. I feel most unjustly accused. I care not for your excuses. Immediately bring Lin Chen before me, or I shall raise your spirit tower to the ground. Lu Qingyu's tone was imperious, disregarding Jian Wuxing's demeanor. Jian Wuxing momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a dangerous light, his voice cold and unfriendly. Qingyu, I advise you to think clearly. The spirit tower is not merely Jian Wuxing's domain. If you dare to act upon such threats, the spirit tower will not let you off lightly. You may be indifferent to the consequences, but the Lu family will not be. Jian Wuxing cast a glance at Lu Chuan nearby, his voice laced with deliberate menace. Lu Chuan's cold visage flickered with a hint of concern. It was evident that if the spirit tower truly sought to target the Lu family, it would be a trivial task. Lu Qingyu, upon hearing Jian Wuxing's words, was momentarily taken aback, although she felt reluctant. She could not allow her family to be implicated. Nonetheless, she was determined to take Lin Chen away today. Spare me your threats. Should matters escalate to that point, do not expect to fare well either. Lu Qingyu's tone was harsh, yet the previous dominance had faded. Though she had unilaterally severed ties with the Lu family, they remained a formidable obstacle she could not overlook, as she did not wish for them to suffer because of her actions. I can assure you that Lin Chen is quite fond of this place. He will not be leaving the Spirit Tower. Jian Wuxing scoffed. At that moment, the heads of the three major families, who had remained silent until now, spoke up in unison, resolutely declaring, Lin Chen must leave here today, or we shall not depart. Since they had staked their future on Lin Chen, they would not abandon their pursuit midway. Ensuring Lin Chen's safe exit from the Spirit Tower today would be worth more than showering him with riches and benefits. After all, favors bestowed in perilous situations are far more precious. Chapter 36. Lin Chen is my disciple from the Tang sect. Do you have any objections? Faced with the simultaneous declarations from the heads of the three major families, Jian Wuxing merely cast a cold, disdainful glance. His voice tinged with subtle mockery. Do you truly believe that you can offend my Spirit Tower? The Spirit Tower stands as the greatest power on the continent, surpassed only by the Tang sect and the Federation. It would hardly concern itself with the so-called three major families of Star Sea City. The three of them, Lu Chuan, Long Yun, and Yi Filiu, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, their hearts filled with both resentment and anger. In just a few sentences since Jian Wuxing's arrival in the hall, he had silenced Lu Qingyu, leaving the three major families unable to speak further. This was the power of the Spirit Tower in the present day. Feng Xingchen observed everything unfolding before him with a chill in his heart. Yet he understood the plight of Lu Qingyu and the three family heads. Indeed, the Spirit Tower was not a force they could contend with. His gaze shifted to the taciturn Tang Hu, and hope ignited within him, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not only informed the three major families, but had also summoned the leader of the Tang sect in Star Sea. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, Lin Chen might still find himself ensnared within the Spirit Tower. As the atmosphere grew tense, Tang Hu suddenly wore a smile, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Jian Wuxing, let's speak plainly. Lin Chen is my disciple from the Tang sect, and today I intend to take him away. Do you have any objections? The simplicity of his statement was overshadowed by an undeniable air of confidence and dominance, surpassing even Lu Qingyu's earlier bravado. Perhaps this was the backbone of the Tang sect. Upon hearing Tang Hu's words, Lu Qingyu, Lu Chuan, Long Yun, and Yi Filiu exchanged bewildered glances. Since their arrival, they had been curious about Tang Hu's purpose at the Spirit Tower and were astonished to discover that it aligned with their own, a desire to take Lin Chen away. However, now that Lin Chen was a disciple of the Tang sect, everything made sense. With this realization, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although they might encounter obstacles from Jian Wuxing, they were confident that with Tang Hu present, Lin Chen would surely be escorted away from this place. That was the assurance of the Tang sect. Lu Qingyu exhaled, then returned to her seat. Her expression one of keen interest as she and Lu Chuan, Yi Filiu, and Long Yun awaited the unfolding of events. With Lu Chuan's departure seemingly assured, all they could do was observe the ensuing confrontation between Tang Hu and Jian Wuxing. At the moment Tang Hu spoke, Jian Wuxing's brow furrowed, clearly displeased. Indeed, one fears what one wishes to avoid. Had Lin Chen not been a disciple of the Tang sect, even if Tang Hu were to protest vehemently or resort to violence, Jian Wuxing would not have been intimidated. However, if Lin Chen were genuinely a disciple of the Tang sect, the situation would become complicated. Currently, the Spirit Tower and the Tang sect maintained a facade of neutrality, yet an underlying enmity simmered, particularly since a significant decision had been made above. Undoubtedly, when the Spirit Tower executed its grand plan, the Tang sect would undoubtedly intervene. Just as Jian Wuxing wrestled with his conflicting thoughts, Yin Xiao approached and whispered in his ear. In an instant, Jian Wuxing's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk, as if he had suddenly discovered a winning card. He directed his gaze at Tang Hu, speaking with an air of indifference. Tang Hu, do not attempt to deceive me. Lin Chen is not yet your disciple. Feng Xingchen's heart plummeted. Indeed, Lin Chen was not yet a disciple of the Tang sect. However, Tang Hu seemed to have anticipated Jian Wuxing's response, merely smiling faintly. Firstly, Lin Chen has learned my Tang sect's Xintian skill, which is the hallmark of a disciple of the Tang sect. Secondly, even if he is not yet my disciple, I hereby declare that Lin Chen is now a disciple of the Tang sect. Do you have any objections? His domineering and audacious declaration reverberated throughout the hall, leaving Lu Qingyu and Lu Chuan momentarily stunned, their admiration for the Tang sect's audacity swelling within. In the face of Tang Hu's brazen words, Jian Wuxing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold fury igniting within. Tang Hu, do you truly wish to offend my spirit tower over a mere non-disciple of the Tang sect? Jian Wuxing continued, his tone strained with suppressed anger. In the current Douluo world, the spirit tower feared no one, not even the Federation. But the Tang sect remained a barrier they could not cross. The question should be directed at you. Do you truly intend to forcibly detain my disciple from the Tang sect and offend us? Tang Hu retorted with a derisive smile, their words clashing like swords. The atmosphere once again descended into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed upon the two, breaths held in anticipation. On one side stands the illustrious Chuanling Tower, while on the other looms the formidable Tang sect. A mere misstep could ignite an all-out war, should that come to pass. The long-standing tensions between these two most powerful factions on the continent would be laid bare, irrevocably severing any semblance of civility. After all, the magnitude of such a conflict would rival that of two small nations clashing. With a frosty glare fixed upon Tang Hu, Jian Wuxing finally spoke after several breaths. His voice as cold as ice. Yin Xiao, Yun Yu, fetch our esteemed guests. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two departed. On the 33rd floor, Lin Chen remained steadfast, his gaze unwaveringly trained on the elevator, for he anticipated that someone would soon make an appearance. Ding-dong! The sound of the elevator halting echoed, and two silhouettes materialized. It appeared that an agreement had been reached. Upon seeing Yin Xiao and Yun Yu, Lin Chen stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the duo. Your time is running short. Yun Yu scoffed, a malevolent glint in her eyes. Given the vice envoy's temperament, anything deemed uncontrollable, especially individuals who could spell trouble, would be swiftly and decisively dealt with. Thus, even if Lin Chen were to escape today, he would not stray far from death's door. Should your Chuanling Tower seek to contend with me, I advise you to ponder the ramifications. Lin Chen replied with a nonchalant smile, unfazed by the threat. Jian Wuxing snorted, visibly displeased with Lin Chen's demeanor. The trio exited the grand hall and swiftly ascended to the second floor. Lin Chen, upon Lin Chen's arrival, Feng Xingchen was the first to approach, examining him with lingering concern in her eyes. All is well. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. His gaze then drifted toward Long Yun, Yi Filiu, and Lu Chuan, before landing on Lu Qingyu, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart. Ultimately, his attention settled on the fierce-looking yet smiling Tang Hu, and he recognized that this man was undoubtedly the head of the Tang sect within Star Sea. It was likely for this reason that he found himself here today. Otherwise, gaining access through the three prominent families would have proven quite challenging. I have had the honor of meeting the esteemed elder. Lin Chen swiftly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Simply refer to me as Vice Lord Tang, Tang Hu replied. A flicker of surprise and intrigue crossing his eyes as he regarded Lin Chen, his tone measured, due to the matter of the blood-red soul ring. He had been keeping a close watch on Lin Chen. He had initially intended to covertly recruit Lin Chen into the Tang sect, but the situation had changed when Feng Xingchen's unauthorized teaching of Xintian Gong led to Lin Chen's current objective of joining the Tang sect. A talent like Lin Chen was more than welcome in the Tang sect, which explained Tang Hu's presence here today. Chapter 37, A Safe Departure. In the hall, Jian Wuxing's gaze was icy and his expression grim as he observed Lin Chen's interactions with the others. Ideally, once Lin Chen signed a contract with him, he would have been bound as his puppet for life, a remarkably gifted puppet at that. With a stroke of fortune, Lin Chen might have even ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. However, since Lin Chen's appearance in the hall, all of his ambitions had crumbled. It seemed today he would not be able to retain Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze met Jian Wuxing's, his voice calm, yet laden with meaning. I am grateful for your attentiveness today, Vice Envoy Jian. When I achieve success in the future, I shall not forget your kindness. From the moment Jian Wuxing revealed the contract, it had become evident that he and Lin Chen were destined to be adversaries. Jian Wuxing's expression twitched slightly, his anger at Lin Chen's words palpable. Everyone present could discern the implications of Lin Chen's statement, yet he could only swallow his frustration. This was the most infuriating aspect. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept into Jian Wuxing's heart once Lin Chen departed with his exceptional talent. It was only a matter of time before he reached the peak of Douluo, and at that juncture, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Lost in thought, Jian Wuxing instinctively unleashed a formidable aura, enveloping Lin Chen in a fluctuating force, as if he were hesitant. Sensing the oppressive aura closing in, four figures interposed themselves before Lin Chen, the leaders of the three prominent families, along with Lu Qingyu. Their vigilant gazes scrutinized Jian Wuxing, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Lu Qingyu, merely perceiving Lin Chen as a student of the Star Sea Academy, remained oblivious. While the leaders of the three families had staked their fortunes on Lin Chen, should he ascend to greatness, they would undoubtedly reap the rewards. At that moment, Tang Hu, who had remained passive until now, stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Jian Wuxing with an icy demeanor. Jian Wuxing, when you act recklessly, it would be prudent to engage your intellect first, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Clearly, Tang Hu's words served as both a warning and a threat. Observing the expressions of the five, Jian Wuxing retracted his aura and suddenly burst into laughter, directing his gaze toward Tang Hu. Tang Hu, I have heard you have made recent advancements. Shall I assist you in testing your prowess? Before Tang Hu could respond, Jian Wuxing surged forward, hurtling directly at him. Swish! An overwhelming, tempestuous aura surged forth, crashing toward Tang Hu. Strangely, while the onlookers could distinctly sense Jian Wuxing's ferocious punch, the surrounding space remained unperturbed. Even the aura itself showed no ripples. Lu Chuan, Long Yun, and Yi Filiu exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in surprise and a hint of trepidation, intermingled with envy. Despite being titled Douluo like Jian Wuxing, the apparent simplicity of his punch concealed profound intricacies. Had they been in his position, they would have been unable to withstand it. In an instant, the trio turned their gazes toward Tang Hu. Since you wish to test, let us see how it feels. In response to Jian Wuxing's enigmatic assault, Tang Hu stepped forward, unleashing a punch of his own. As his fist struck, Lu Chuan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening with intensity. From their perspective, this punch bore an uncanny resemblance to Jian Wuxing's, imbued with unfathomable mysteries. Yet they sensed it was subtly superior. Bang! A light sound reverberated. No explosive aura erupted, nor did the space tremble. The surrounding furnishings remained utterly still. In that fleeting moment when the two fists collided, an aura enveloped Lin Chen, shielding him from harm, but it became evident that the trio had underestimated Jian Wuxing and Tang Hu's mastery over their strength. Had they been the ones to unleash a punch, the entire second-floor hall would have been reduced to rubble. As Lin Chen watched the seemingly effortless clash between Tang Hu and Jian Wuxing, envy flickered in his eyes. With only 13th-level soul power, the road to achieving the esteemed title Douluo at level 90 seemed daunting. Tang Hu withdrew his fist, seemingly deliberate in his actions, shaking off his hand as he regarded Jian Wuxing, whose expression remained placid, before turning to leave. Having accomplished his objective for the day, further lingering held no significance. Let us depart. Tang Hu glanced at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen before proceeding toward the elevator. The leaders of the three families exchanged glances with Jian Wuxing and slowly intoned, "Farewell." They then exited without delay. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu cast a cold stare at Jian Wuxing, her voice devoid of warmth. You would do well to abandon any intentions toward Lin Chen. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your Chuanling Tower. With that, he left with an imposing demeanor. As the crowd dispersed, Yinxiao Yinyun gazed at the silent Jian Wuxing before him, wishing to utter something, yet ultimately refrained. Allowing everyone to leave like this was not in line with the Jian Wuxing they knew. You may go now. Jian Wuxing's indifferent voice reached the ears of the two, who then promptly departed as well. Suddenly, Jian Wuxing spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly pale, his gaze piercing through the window to the buildings of the starry sea, filled with vengeful animosity. Tang Hu, just you wait. Next time, I shall surpass you. And you, Lin Chen, you will inevitably become my puppet. After leaving the transmission spirit tower, Lu Chuanlong, Yun Yefliu, and the others exchanged farewells, having achieved their objective for the day. Although Lin Chen's exit from the tower did not result in any substantial contribution from them, their actions still constituted a favor for Lin Chen. Jian Wuxing is cunning. Though he may not personally act in the future, he will not easily let you go. If there are no pressing matters, avoid appearing at the Star Sea Academy. Lu Qingyu earnestly advised Lin Chen. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I will be careful in the future. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. It was unexpected for Lu Qingyu to attend today, and he felt a sense of appreciation for the beautiful Dean. Deputy Hall Master Tang, farewell, Lu Qingyu remarked coolly, casting a glance at the nearby Tang Hu before departing immediately. The four of them left, leaving behind only Lin Chen, Feng Xingchen, and Tang Hu. Huh. Your strength is rather lacking, yet your skills are commendable. You managed to provoke the 3 great families and the Star Sea Academy. Who would believe such a tale? Tang, who observed Lin Chen with an expression of intrigue. Who would have thought that a mere 15-year-old boy could stir the attention of all the major powers in the Star Sea? Hee. Even if the 3 great families and the Star Sea Academy are formidable, they pale in comparison to the Tang sect. Once I join the Tang sect's transmission spirit tower, they won't dare to touch me. Lin Chen flattered, fully aware of the implications. In truth, this was indeed a form of security. As long as he became a disciple of the Tang sect, even if Jian Wuxing or the transmission spirit tower intended to act against him, it would not be as brazen as today, where they could openly seize him. Ha ha ha, you certainly know how to speak. Dang hu juk ge. Though his fierce countenance made his smile somewhat unsettling. However, you are correct. Anyone who wishes to harm a disciple of the Tang sect must first consider whether the Tang sect will permit it. Tang, whose voice resonated with dominance and pride. Gulme, I shall take you to see the Tang sect outside the Star Sea. Chapter 38, The Tang Sect Division and the Little Lowly. 100 meters from the center of Star Sea City, a building of equal height to the transmission spirit tower stood tall. This was the Tang sect's division in Star Sea. Following Tang Hu into the building, they initially expected to ascend to the top floor, only to find the elevator descending instead. Lin Chen noted the digital display, revealing that they were heading to the 33rd floor underground. At last, the elevator halted, and the 3 disembarked. Wait for me here. I will be back shortly, Tang Hu stated before striding in a particular direction. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes wide with wonder. The decor was quite similar to the division he had previously visited, indicating that all divisions were constructed to a standard design. Feng Xingchen glanced around, appearing unfazed. Noticing Lin Chen's expression of curiosity and astonishment, Feng Xingchen smiled and suggested, "Shall I give you a tour? Weren't you here for the first time as well?" Lin Chen questioned, surprised. Hee. It seems that all the Tang sect divisions are built in a similar style. I am familiar with this place. Feng Xingchen patted his chest, beaming with pride. Lin Chen, realizing the implication, responded nonchalantly, TSK. Are you trying to show off and take advantage of my inexperience? How could that be? Feng Xingchen would never flaunt before you, Lin Chen. Feng Xingchen retorted, looking somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, he merely sought an opportunity to showcase himself, though he could not quite grasp why. TSK. Just wait until you regret it. Lin Chen muttered, following Feng Xingchen as they proceeded. The 2 passed through various halls, including the Research Hall, Mechanical Hall, Battle Armor Research Hall, Experimental Hall, and Testing Hall, among others. They halted upon reaching the Training Hall, where the doors stood wide open, revealing figures inside. Shall we go in and take a look? Feng Xingchen proposed, stepping forward without awaiting an answer. Lin Chen followed suit. Upon entering, Lin Chen was astounded by the sight before him. In addition to basic physical training equipment, there were virtual training devices. Surrounding the hall were rows of sealed pods, and one of them lit up, its door opening to reveal a little girl of about 10 years old emerging. In an instant, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen felt immensely awkward and instinctively averted their gazes. Upon seeing the 2, the little girl froze momentarily before letting out a piercing scream, pointing at them in panic. It's a misunderstanding. Feng Xingchen rushed forward, gesturing wildly, but his attempts only served to complicate the situation further. With a swift motion, the little girl donned her clothing, exuding a potent aura that bore down on Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen. Hey, I told you it was a misunderstanding. There's no need to resort to violence. Feng Xingchen quickly interjected, raising his right hand to block the little girl's punch. You 2 despicable and shameless scoundrels. To lay hands on such a cute girl, naturally gifted in beauty. Today, I shall rid society of your kind. The little girl glared at Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen with murderous intent. Yet her self-praise left them momentarily speechless. Prepare to meet your end, she declared, summoning a massive fireball that hurtled towards them. However, Feng Xingchen, being a level 40 soul master, easily dissipated the fireball with a simple defense. Hey girl, it wasn't intentional. Do you really need to act this way? Feng Xingchen remarked, his expression unfriendly. Besides, with that undeveloped body of yours, what could you possibly reveal? He muttered, instantly regretting his words. You are. In an instant, the little girl's fierce demeanor crumbled, and she began to wail uncontrollably, her sorrowful cries sending chills down Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen's spines. As the saying goes, the last individuals one should provoke are children, for they are utterly unreasonable. Seeing this, Feng Xingchen wore an expression of innocence, wishing to say something, but ultimately found himself unable to speak gazing at Lin Chen for assistance. Lin Chen shook his head and stepped forward, attempting to console the little girl. However, to his surprise, she retreated, her eyes warily fixed on him, ceasing her cries as if her earlier outburst had been mere pretense. What do you want? I must caution you. My father is the esteemed leader here. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not let you go unpunished. The little girl, her hands tightly clasped around herself, spoke with a tremor in her voice that echoed a warning, embodying the stance of a child wary of a lurking wolf. Huh? What could I possibly do to you? Feng Xingchen glanced at the little girl, his expression bemused, amusement flickering in his eyes. Observing Feng Xingchen's nonchalant demeanor, the little girl resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupting in indignation as she glared fiercely at him. Who do you think you're looking down upon? I'm not looking down on you at all, Feng Xingchen retorted, utterly speechless. It was his first encounter with such an eccentric child, despite her tender age. Her thoughts were remarkably complex, prompting him to question her true age. Witnessing the subtle tension between the two, which had morphed from hostility to a more neutral stance, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then offered a gentle smile to the little girl. This is all merely a misunderstanding. We simply left the gate ajar and were curious about what lay within, never expecting you to emerge in such a manner. At this moment, the little girl shifted her gaze towards Lin Chen, her eyes scrutinizing as she stroked her chin thoughtfully, her voice measured. Are you disciples of the Tang sect? Or are you here to join the Tang sect? He is, and I am here to join as well. Lin Chen pointed towards Feng Xingchen and then himself. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the little girl suddenly broke into a cryptic, mischievous smile. After a brief, indifferent response, she turned on her heel and departed, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting memory. Observing her retreating figure, Feng Xingchen wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, she appeared ready to seek vengeance, and now she acts as if nothing had occurred. Have children become so capricious nowadays? Hopefully, her change of demeanor is merely superficial. Lin Chen shook his head, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. As the two exited the training hall, they fortuitously encountered Tang Hu on his return. Yet, unlike before, when his expression bore a fierce countenance tempered by a hint of warmth, an unmistakable aura of suppressed fury now emanated from him. Master Tang, what troubles you? Feng Xingchen inquired, puzzled, while Lin Chen sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 39. I hear you have just seen my daughter in her undress? Master Tang, don't you think I ought to complete some formalities now that I'm joining the Tang sect? Surely, I cannot simply waltz in and leave without any acknowledgement. Lin Chen spoke nonchalantly, though his tone carried an undercurrent of awkwardness. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us address another matter. Tang Hu cast a cold glance at the two, his voice laced with irritation. Oh, come now, Master Tang, is it really necessary to complicate things over an identity token? Feng Xingchen interjected suddenly. Typically, upon joining the Tang sect, one is issued a personal identity token, signifying their status as a disciple. Under normal circumstances, this process is quite straightforward, and Feng Xingchen had assumed that Tang Hu had already prepared Lin Chen's token during his earlier absence. Feng Xingchen appeared indifferent, even somewhat disgruntled, while Lin Chen's sense of foreboding only intensified, prompting a timid inquiry. What is this other matter, Master Tang? Feng Xingchen also turned to Tang Hu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tang Hu let out a cold chuckle before suddenly unleashing a potent aura that immobilized Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen in their tracks. It was evident that under the pressure of his formidable presence, their bodies trembled, demonstrating the terrifying power of a titled Douluo. I hear you have just seen my daughter in her undress. Tang Hu's glare bore into Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, his tone menacing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart. So this was the source of his ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen stood frozen, his expression turning ghastly, as he instinctively scrutinized Tang Hu, muttering under his breath. How can you say that? She is not your daughter at all. Boy, do you have a death wish? Tang Hu roared in fury, fixing his gaze on Feng Xingchen. Lin Chen quickly interjected, his voice imbued with both reassurance and apology. Master Tang, it was truly unintentional. We had no such intentions. We were merely wandering about, unaware that anyone would be in the training hall. It was quite unexpected to find someone in a virtual chamber completely undraped. What a peculiar preference. Of course, it was all truly accidental. Tang Hu paid no heed to their protests, continuing to exert his pressure upon them. A minute passed, and just as they were on the verge of collapsing to their knees, he finally retracted his oppressive aura, directing a cold gaze at them. Follow me. With a collective sigh of relief, both boys gasped for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. To endure the pressure of a title Douluo for a minute was commendable, though it could not be ruled out that Tang, who had intentionally shown leniency. Damn, I have never endured such humiliation. I must inform my father upon returning, urging him to revoke your vice master position. Feng Xingchen muttered discontentedly as he watched Tang, whose retreating figure, though he knew better than to voice such grievances aloud. Let us go. Lin Chen rose, taking a deep breath before stepping forward. Following Tang Hu, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the battle hall. Before Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen could utter a word of inquiry, Tang Hu turned, casting a sly smile at Lin Chen. The Tang sect is not a place where just anyone can enter. To join us, you must undergo a trial. Defeat the person within, and this token, signifying your status as a disciple of the Tang sect, shall be yours. In Tang Hu's hand appeared a jade green token, inscribed with the number 1, holding special significance. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wishing to refuse. What a joke. He was merely a level 33 novice. How could he possibly pass any trial? Yet, upon witnessing Tang Hu's unwavering gaze and the unspoken depth behind it, he found himself acquiescing. Very well. With his innate talent, he was already qualified to join the Tang sect. This trial was likely just for show or an opportunity for Tang Hu to gauge his true capabilities. After Lin Chen stepped into the battle hall, Feng Xingchen finally turned to Tang Hu, his expression rife with dissatisfaction. Hey, Master Tang. Does Lin Chen truly require this so-called trial, given his talent and aptitude? Little brat, do not think that just because your father is the master, I will treat you with leniency. As the vice master of the Tang sect, my status is superior to yours. You'd best choose your words wisely. Tang Hu shot a fierce glare at him, his voice suffused with authority. Feng Xingchen stood there, momentarily dumbfounded and speechless. You two little brats have seen my precious daughter in her undress, and now my daughter is quite upset, eager to teach you both a lesson. Noting Feng Xingchen's stupefied expression, Tang Hu spoke slowly. In an instant, Feng Xingchen realized the implications of the so-called trial. Pointing at Tang Hu, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, so you think your daughter cannot defeat me, which is why you chose Lin Chen." Previously, the little girl had sparred with him, and she certainly was no match for him. Now, he understood the mysterious smile that had graced her face when she departed. She must have known Lin Chen was to join the Tang sect and recognized that he was only a level 33, thus seeking to take this opportunity for revenge against him. Indeed, children can be quite formidable. Feng Xingchen mused inwardly. When my precious daughter reaches your age, she will undoubtedly surpass you. Tang Hu scoffed, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence in his daughter. TCH, Feng Xingchen rolled his eyes, his gaze shifting to a nearby electronic screen displaying the scenes from the battle hall. Inside the battle hall, Lin Chen stepped in and immediately spotted the little lowly who had been waiting for him. This adorable little girl was clad in trendy sportswear, exuding a vibrant youthful energy, her face still bearing the remnants of childhood innocence. It was hard to imagine that this 10-year-old could previously put on the airs of an 18-year-old girl right before him and Feng Xingchen. You've arrived. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the little lowly's lips curled into a smirk as she stepped forward, hands on her hips, radiating an air of superiority. I want to fight you. Only by defeating you can I pass the test to join the Tang sect. Lin Chen tentatively replied. To be honest, he was taken aback to find his opponent was a little girl, and it dawned on him that this was likely her form of revenge. I heard you're only at level 13 despite being 15 years old? The little lowly circled Lin Chen, scrutinizing him as if he were a rare gem. Her eyebrows raised in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instinctively felt a surge of embarrassment. Although her words were factual, he couldn't shake the inexplicable shame of being a 15-year-old with only level 13. He couldn't allow a mere child to look down on him. Determined, he regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he narrowed his eyes slightly, pride seeping into his tone. Since you know about me, you should also be aware that my first spirit ring exceeds 100,000 years in age. After uttering this, Lin Chen cast a glance at the little girl, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. How dare this child underestimate him without knowing whom she was facing? Chapter 40. Losing isn't a loss. Winning is a windfall. In response to Lin Chen's boastful declaration, the little lowly merely shot him a contemptuous glance, her expression dripping with disdain. You're 15 years old with only level 13 spirit power. You're 15 years old with only level 13 spirit power. The repetition of her words plunged Lin Chen into silence, his face reddening as he glared at the 10-year-old in front of him. Can you please stop fixating on that? I possess immense talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. At this moment, Lin Chen felt utterly speechless, recalling how Feng Xingchen had once dealt with Long Outyin. Only now did he comprehend the level of frustration Long Outyin must have experienced. Why would I be angry? How can I be upset with a child? He struggled to calm the rising irritation within him, repeatedly patting his chest. However, the instant he glanced at the little lowly, his resolve crumbled. You're 15 years old with only 13. Stop. Lin Chen interjected abruptly, his voice slightly raised. I can see, little girl. Let us get started quickly. We wouldn't want to keep Lord Tang waiting. TCH, my father wouldn't blame me for this. Witnessing Lin Chen's flustered state, the little lowly wore a smug expression, clearly relishing her revenge on him. With a flick of her wrist, the little lowly instantly assumed a combat stance, a potent aura emanating from her. Let me tell you, although I'm only 10, I'm far stronger than you. My spirit power is nearly at level 20. With that, she momentarily relaxed her stance, narcissistically praising herself. All right, I get it. You're formidable. Now can we begin? Lin Chen replied, exasperated. Each mention of her age and spirit power felt like a merciless blow, and he could sense that he had already lost in terms of momentum. Frustration was truly mounting. Come on, let me test your so-called genius. The little lowly posed defiantly, her words igniting a desire in Lin Chen to charge at her immediately. Calm down, calm down. How can I stoop to a child's level? Lin Chen breathed deeply. But the moment he laid eyes on the lowly's insufferable expression, he found it hard to maintain his composure. With a swift motion, Lin Chen unleashed his strongest form. A light sound echoing as a blood-red, long sword materialized, exuding a menacing bloodlust. I want to hold back. Gripping the blood-red sword, Lin Chen lunged forward, treating the little lowly as a formidable adversary. It was no surprise he felt this way. Although the little girl was only at level 19, her capabilities far exceeded his, especially in comparison to him. You better be careful. Unfazed by Lin Chen's charge, the little lowly conjured a black, eerie scythe, gripping it effortlessly. The massive scythe seemed disproportionate to her petite frame, akin to an infant wielding an axe, raising doubts about her ability to wield it effectively. The air crackled with the sound of slicing as Lin Chen's blood-red sword intensified, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. Just as the sword was about to pierce the little girl's right shoulder, she deftly swung her scythe, effortlessly intercepting Lin Chen's attack. Had Lin Chen not sensed the impending danger and dodged, he would have undoubtedly been the one injured. Despite being the aggressor, he found himself anxious about being hurt, a testament to how much stronger the little lowly was compared to him. Is this truly the extent of your power, oh great genius? The little lowly cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chen, deliberately emphasizing the word genius with a sharp edge. Lin Chen's expression darkened as thoughts raced through his mind. Should he resort to using the Candle Dragon Fist? Previously, he had defeated Yi Tianyun with it, but here stood a mere 10-year-old, a child whose spirit power only surpassed his by 6 levels. Wait, I think I have a first spirit skill. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes brightened with excitement. Though it would be his first time using it, he was eager to test its strength. If it didn't work out, so be it. Losing was no great loss. But winning would be a significant gain. Lin Chen formulated a plan in his mind. After all, this battle served merely as a means for the little lowly to vent her frustrations, while for Tang Hu, it was an opportunity to gauge Lin Chen's true strength. In terms of joining the Tang sect, it bore no real consequence. Losing would simply be losing. Resolved, Lin Chen relaxed, fixing his gaze upon the little lowly, his voice steady. You should be aware that I'm unsure of the power behind this move. I certainly don't wish to invoke your father's ire. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his demeanor serious. TCH, oh great genius, come on, let me see why you're so confident. The little lowly smirked disdainfully, beckoning Lin Chen with her finger. Witnessing this exchange from outside the battle hall, Tang Hu's expression darkened, his face etched with discontent. Lord Tang, is this truly your daughter? Feng Xingchen gazed at Tang Hu in astonishment, his expression incredulous. Is this really just a 10-year-old child? How does she seem more infuriating than an adult? Inside the hall, Lin Chen focused intently, channeling all his spirit power into the blood-red longsword. Around him, invisible sword energy began to coalesce, forming an ominous and powerful force. Heaven and earth, one sword, Lin Chen shouted, then swung the sword, unleashing a furious wave of sword energy charged with destructive intent, slicing through the air as it surged towards the little lowly. Feeling the immense threat of Lin Chen's strike, the little girl momentarily froze, her heart a tumult of astonishment and shock. She quickly regained her composure. her gaze sharpening as she swung her dark scythe to conjure a crescent of shadow, coldly declaring, "Dark moon." A massive dark crescent erupted forth, colliding with the invisible sword energy, causing the entire space to tremble violently, and a fissure tore through the ground. It is worth noting that the battle hall, designed to withstand damage, contained materials of exceptional durability, capable of accommodating 2 level 20 soul masters engaged in combat. The crack before them clearly indicated that the strength of their attacks had surpassed that of ordinary soul masters. The overwhelming energy dissipated, and both Lin Chen and the little girl stood calmly in their respective places, gazing at each other with serene expressions. Lin Chen silently marveled at the fact that a level 19 was indeed a level 19. Even with all his might, he could not shake her. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl was more astonished than he was at this moment. She had just unleashed her most formidable attack, the Dark Moon. And even with her significantly higher soul power, it barely managed to stave off Lin Chen's assault. How embarrassing, truly embarrassing. She had never felt such a sense of shock coupled with humiliation before. Could he truly be a prodigy? The little girl mused internally, realizing that her previous sarcastic moniker for Lin Chen as a great genius was now overshadowed by genuine doubt regarding his capabilities. Even if he is a genius, this young lady will never concede defeat. She directed her gaze at Lin Chen, retracting her earlier disdainful demeanor and adopting a serious expression instead. Lin Chen, too, sensed the shift in her demeanor and braced himself, ready for action. Today, losing would not be a loss, and winning would be a significant gain. Determination flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as his aura surged once more, preparing for another strike. Just then, a voice echoed through the hall. "All right, the test has been passed." In an instant, both Lin Chen and the little girl were taken aback as the grand doors of the battle hall swung open, revealing Feng Xingchen and Tang Hu entering. Chapter 41. Returning to the academy, Lin Chen, who enchants thousands of maidens. Upon seeing Tang Hu and Feng Xingchen, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, albeit tinged with regret. Just moments ago, he had genuinely utilized his soul skill for the first time and had proven to be no ordinary technique. With further practice, he was certain the power of his heaven and earth sword would amplify. "Father, we haven't finished our battle yet." The little girl glared at Tang Hu, her face a picture of indignation, clearly blaming him for the interruption. "All right, little one, it was merely a test." Tang Hu, witnessing her anger, immediately broke into a smile, his tone conciliatory. "Besides, you saw his previous strike. He truly possesses talent, enough to join the Tang sect." "Oomph." The little girl merely snorted in response, still visibly displeased, though she sheathed her dark scythe. Observing this, Tang Hu approached her, ruffled her hair with a goofy grin, and added, "Of course, even with talent, it cannot compare to our little one here. At 15, you're only at level 13, while our little girl is merely 10 and already at level 19, far surpassing some. That is more like it." The little girl's expression softened slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen, radiating pride. Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen exchanged silent looks of disbelief. Was this truly the domineering, aloof Tang who they remembered, or did he resemble a playful kitten instead? "Ahem. Little one, is it?" Lin Chen cleared his throat, directing his gaze toward the girl, speaking softly. "What do you want? Do you wish to fight again?" The little girl, Tang Xiaoya, shot him a fierce glare, her aura flaring as if preparing for another bout. It was evident that she was still aggrieved by Lin Chen's earlier strike, unable to accept that someone with lower soul power had managed to counter her soul skill. "Oh no, no, you are superior to me. Your talent far exceeds mine. You are the best, I concede." Lin Chen rapidly shook his head, realizing that the little girl was quick to revert to a combative stance the moment he challenged her. A stark contrast to her initially narcissistic demeanor when they first met. That is more like it." The little girl smirked, then slowly began. "When you have time to train here, if I'm available, I might just test you again to let you know what true disparity feels like." With that, she turned and strode away. "Hey, little one, wait for me." Tang Hu pivoted instantly, eager to pursue her. "Ah, sect leader Tang, what about my identity badge?" Lin Chen called out, his expression darkening. Goodness, did he only have eyes for his precious daughter, forgetting about my identity badge? Lin Chen silently lamented. "Oh, here you go." Tang Hu paused for a moment, then tossed a jade token towards Lin Chen, adding nonchalantly, "Welcome to the Tang sect." Without waiting for Lin Chen's reaction, he turned and rushed after Tang Xiaoya. As Lin Chen grasped the token, he felt the smooth, warm surface emanate an inexplicable sense of comfort. The token bore a prominent character, and Lin Chen pondered its significance. The character 1 denoted his soul power level, while 1 stood for Soul Master. 2 for Great Soul Master, and so forth. Observing Lin Chen's contemplation, Feng Xingchen smiled faintly and explained, by the way, here, as a similar token, producing one that bore the character 4, signifying that his strength had reached the soul sect stage. How about it? Looking at my token, do you have profound reflections? Feng Xingchen flaunted, clearly reveling in the moment. Rarely had he the chance to show off in front of Lin Chen, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. It won't be long before my token bears the number 5. While you'll take ages to upgrade yours. Lin Chen scoffed, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Who do you think you're looking down on? Rest assured, I'll surpass you in no time. Feng Xingchen initially blinked in surprise before quickly retorting, his tone brimming with bravado. Deep down, he was aware that with Lin Chen's rapid ascent of 3 levels in just 3 days, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him in soul power, which made it impossible for him to feel entirely calm or without envy. I'll be waiting, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. If there's nothing else, let us return. Okay. The 2 departed from the Tang Sect branch. In a certain area of Star Sea Academy, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen walked leisurely. Strangely enough, the moment they stepped into the academy, Lin Chen felt an immediate sense of calm. Perhaps this was what they called a sense of security. Look, that's Senior Lin Chen. Not far from Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, 3 girls appearing to be around 13 or 14 pointed at Lin Chen, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Where? Where is Senior Lin Chen? One girl gasped. There. Another girl pointed toward Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen. Her face lit up with excitement. In an instant, the 3 quickened their pace and approached the 2. Since Lin Chen's match with Yi Tianyun, his exploits had rapidly spread throughout Star Sea Academy, known by everyone from the teachers to the students, leaving no one unaware of Lin Chen's illustrious name. Having become the object of admiration for countless classmates and the idol of numerous junior girls, even regarded as the ideal boyfriend, Lin Chen found himself perplexed as he gazed at the trio before him. Who are you? He inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Senior Lin Chen. I am Zhulong, stammered the girl in the center, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor shy and hesitant, leaving Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen utterly speechless. What was happening? Before the first girl could finish her sentence, the second girl interjected, Senior Lin Chen, I am Xiaohe. I wanted to ask if you were in need of a girlfriend. And I too. My name is Dongmei, chimed in the third girl. All 3 displaying an unmistakable blend of shyness that enveloped the atmosphere in an odd tension and awkwardness. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the trio, his surprise palpable. Beside him, Feng Xingchen could hardly believe his eyes. It was now evident what the intentions of these junior girls were. They were clearly confessing their feelings for Lin Chen. In a fleeting moment, Feng Xingchen instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, then at himself, musing, why am I not the one receiving such attention? I'm just as worthy, if not more so. I have status, wealth, and strength that surpasses his. Yet, that ridiculous yet enviable scene had not unfolded for him. Let us go, Lin Chen said, shaking his head as he continued on his way. Shortly thereafter, a girl clad in green, radiating a pure and sunny disposition, stood before them, leaving both Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen momentarily stunned, while Feng's thoughts turned to curses and a desire to eliminate Lin Chen. Damn it, his luck with love is extraordinary. The girl in green was none other than Lu Feifei, who had previously confessed her feelings to Lin Chen. Upon witnessing Lu Feifei's slightly bashful demeanor and her hesitance to speak, Feng Xingchen, discerning the situation, turned away, feigning ignorance. But if he truly wished to observe and listen, it was a mere triviality. Seeing Lu Feifei's demeanor, Lin Chen could only sigh inwardly. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, yet he felt no spark of interest, a sensation that baffled him. It was as if no matter her beauty, his heart remained unmoved. Over time, perhaps they could evolve into friends or even lovers, but at that moment, Lin Chen was acutely aware that his heart belonged to another, rendering any feelings for other girls impossible. Lu Feifei looked at Lin Chen, her movements somewhat awkward as she spoke with a clear, gentle voice. Senior Lin Chen, I would like to invite you to dinner. Would that be all right? Lin Chen shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Sorry, Lu Feifei. But there are far greater trees in the world than I. Lu Feifei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of strange emotion crossing her eyes, her face displaying disbelief. Gathering her courage, she continued, Senior Lin Chen, could you teach me some combat techniques this weekend? I feel a bit weak in practical skills. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned before replying. I'm afraid I must decline, Lu Feifei. At this point, Feng Xingchen could no longer endure Lin Chen's pretentious and juvenile remarks. He pushed Lin Chen aside, smiling broadly at Lu Feifei. Ahem, Lu Fei, Lin Chen is unavailable, but I am, whether it's dining or facilitating your combat training. I am entirely free. Feng Xingchen wore a shameless expression, seemingly having forgotten his pursuit of Su Xiaoxue, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused on Lu Fei. I apologize, Lu Fei said, momentarily taken aback by Feng Xingchen's brazen demeanor. She quickly turned to Lin Chen, speaking softly, since Senior Lin Chen is busy, perhaps next time? I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Lin Chen or Feng Xingchen to respond, she swiftly departed, leaving them to ponder whether her hasty exit stemmed from embarrassment or other motives. Watching Lu Fei's retreating figure, Feng Xingchen turned to Lin Chen, his voice laced with jealousy and incredulity. What a wonderful girl. How could you let her slip away? I feel sorry for you. Some things you wouldn't understand. Lin Chen replied coolly, dismissing him. Do you think I don't understand? Feng Xingchen retorted, indignation creeping into his tone. I have pursued more girls than you've had meals, and yet you dare to say I don't understand? Spare me the bravado. If what you say is true, you would have long captured Su Xiaoxue's attention, rather than remaining an afterthought. Lin Chen shot back disdainfully. Do you doubt my words? Feng Xingchen's expression soured, clearly touched by Lin Chen's critique. Indeed, he had never pursued a girl before. Su Xiaoxue was his first. What do you think would happen if I relayed your earlier words to Lu Fei to Su Xiaoxue? How do you think she would react? Lin Chen smirked mischievously, his expression gleeful. Feng Xingchen's face darkened in an instant, as he shouted no. Brother Lin Chen, I was wrong. I am a sinner. Please don't let that slip. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Chen replied with a narrowed gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he moved ahead. Feng Xingchen, filled with resentment, could do nothing but stew in silence as he watched Lin Chen's retreating figure. Endure, I must endure. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, having distanced herself from Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen, wore an unusually calm expression, devoid of her earlier sunny demeanor. A strange tranquility enveloped her as she murmured softly, Is this truly the only way to silence you? Time slipped away unnoticed, and before Lin Chen could fully grasp it, a month had passed since he joined Shanghai Academy. During this period, he had devoted himself to classes and training, seizing every moment, not out of urgency, but because time waits for no one. Half a month prior, Mu Xianin had revealed the details of the upcoming final assessments during class. Due to her personal grievances with the second class's homeroom teacher, compounded by Shanghai's existing assessment regulations, a competition was scheduled between the two classes at the end of the term. The competition would eliminate the bottom 5 students from each class, meaning that when the next semester commenced, 5 students would be lost. Though somewhat harsh and devoid of compassion, this was the educational system of Shanghai Academy, survival of the fittest. Yet, it was precisely this system that enabled Shanghai Academy graduates to boast an extraordinarily high caliber, making them coveted talents across various sectors. To Lin Chen, this was undoubtedly disheartening news. After all, aside from himself, every other student in the class boasted a soul power exceeding level 40, showcasing formidable strength. Although he could temporarily enhance his combat prowess using the Zhulong fist, it was ultimately a short-term solution. Furthermore, after his last use of the dragon blood, he had felt a touch of dizziness and lethargy, undoubtedly a side effect of utilizing the dragon's essence. That morning, Lin Chen ceased his cultivation, emerged from his bedroom, and made his way to the lobby on the first floor of the villa. At that moment, Feng Xingchen was engaged in his own training in the lobby, his gaze fixed upon the morning light, his pupils shimmering with a violet hue. Lin Chen instantly recognized Feng Xingchen's current method of cultivation. It was undoubtedly the purple extreme demon eye from the Xiantian Baolu. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but at present, he was merely an outer disciple of the Tang sect, only able to enter the inner sanctum upon reaching level 40 in soul power, where he could access the Xiantian Baolu. Upon completing his training, Feng Xingchen rose to drink a glass of water and glanced at Lin Chen, speaking in a leisurely tone. What's this? Finally decided to step out of your room? For nearly a month, Lin Chen had secluded himself in his bedroom, speaking little to anyone aside from the necessary interactions during classes and meals, which highlighted the extent of his dedication. Naturally, Feng Xingchen was curious about Lin Chen's intense training, especially considering the imminent elimination of 5 participants. Encountered a bottleneck, hence I needed to step out for a breather, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then promptly sprayed the water he had just consumed, staring incredulously at Lin Chen, his voice filled with astonishment. A bottleneck? Have you reached level 20? Previously, Lin Chen had been at a mere level in the teens, and upon breaking through to level 20, Ordinary soul masters were required to acquire soul rings to continue their advancement. While it was not unusual for Lin Chen to achieve level 20, the timing was astonishing. After all, just a month had passed since he awakened his martial soul, and he had managed to ascend 10 levels in such a short period. Who would believe such a feat? Monster, you truly are a prodigy, Feng Xingchen remarked, circling Lin Chen with his chin resting on his hand, expressing his astonishment. Although aware of Lin Chen's extraordinary talent, this was beyond comprehension. At such a pace, Lin Chen might very well reach level 50 before him. The thought of his previous bravado in front of Lin Chen now seemed laughable. Damn, Feng Xingchen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. So, are you planning to head to the spirit tower to acquire soul spirits and rings? Feng Xingchen inquired tentatively. Had this been before, he wouldn't have been overly concerned. But given Lin Chen's somewhat delicate relationship with the spirit tower, it raised questions whether Lin Chen could even obtain a soul spirit, let alone exit safely. As for soul spirits and rings, let's set that aside for now. I've just received a mission from the Tang sect, and may need to head out tonight. Lin Chen shook his head and replied. This was one of the reasons he had halted his cultivation. Regarding the matter of soul rings, he had a certain intuition that he might not require them to continue enhancing his soul power, but he didn't have the luxury of time to experiment at present. You've received a mission too? Feng Xingchen paused, somewhat surprised. Lin Chen was equally taken aback. The disparity in combat strength between a soul master in the teens and one in the 40s was vast, and the fact that this mission spanned such a range in strength piqued curiosity about its nature. Oh well, we shall find out by nightfall, Lin Chen remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, Feng Xingchen chuckled. Chapter 43, Tang Sect Mission, Small World. In a subterranean area of the Tang Sect branch in Shanghai City, a gathering of over 20 individuals took place, primarily consisting of youths aged 13 to 15, with Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen among them. Before them stood a robust and intimidating man, the head of the Tang sect in Shanghai, Tang Hu. Tang Hu's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression serious as he spoke in a calm tone. This mission is rather unique. If handled well, it could be your opportunity. Upon hearing this, murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. The missions assigned by the Tang sect were always diverse, ranging from assassinating a nefarious title to law to gathering intelligence in a particular location, all falling under the realm of Tang sect missions. Different tasks were allocated to disciples of varying strengths, with rewards given upon successful completion. As the crowd observed one another, they noted the varying levels of cultivation, from soul masters in their teens to soul sect members in their 40s, indicating the exceptional nature of this mission. Naturally, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen were no exceptions to this curiosity. Tang sect master, what exactly is this mission? Why are so many participating? Someone, unable to contain their impatience, directly inquired. Tang Hu shot a glance at the speaker before replying nonchalantly. This time, your mission takes you to a small world on the brink of destruction, filled with abundant resources. If you manage to seize them, they will belong to you. If fortune favors you, it may even lead to a leap in soul power. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in excitement. Without a doubt, small worlds were exceedingly rare in the Douluo continent. Yet each one was a treasure trove brimming with resources. Once discovered, they would invariably incite fierce competition. Such a wonderful opportunity. It seems this trip to Shanghai was not in vain. Feng Xingchen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lin Chen smiled as well, though he noted the emphasis Tang Hu placed on the word seize, as well as the phrase on the brink of destruction, stirring speculation within him. Some individuals also took note of this nuance and voiced their concerns. Tang sect master, could it be that besides us, others are involved? They understood Tang Hu's reference to the imminent destruction of the small world. Pristine small worlds were incredibly precious, often more so than a tidal Douluo's power. Given that a small world could serve as a refuge for a mighty force, only a small world nearing destruction could involve a group with such disparate strengths. Responding to the crowd's inquiries, Tang Hu nodded slowly and elaborated. This time, in addition to our Tang sect members, there will also be individuals from the Spirit Tower, as well as those selected by the Federation. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, followed by realizations dawning upon them. It seemed that the small world had been discovered simultaneously by the three major forces, or that one faction had found it, but could not monopolize it, necessitating the involvement of the other two. With the small world on the brink of destruction, it was only logical that they would collaborate to select individuals to scavenge its resources. Due to time constraints, each faction was limited to selecting no more than 30 individuals, all below level 50. Upon entering the small world, your task is simple. to frantically pillage and gather resources while striving to grow stronger. Tang Hu's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes gleaming with fervor. At this declaration, the crowd's breaths quickened, their expressions filled with eager anticipation, longing to rush into the small world immediately. While the others were consumed with fervor and insatiable desire, Lin Chen found himself in a predicament. Tang Hu's message was clear. The small world was brimming with resources that they were expected to seize, yet the participants ranged from level teens to 40s. How could someone like him, a mere level 20 Great Soul Master, hope to compete with them? Not to mention the individuals from the Spirit Tower and the Federation. Even those surrounding him included several Soul sect members in their 40s. In a fray, what chance would he have? Wen Xingchen, standing beside Lin Chen, discerned his concerns and could not help but smile faintly. Fear not, with me around, I assure you, you shall partake in both meat and broth. Lin Chen chuckled softly, remaining silent, yet a subtle gratitude blossomed within him. In the direst of circumstances, he would truly have to rely on Wen Xingchen. Ultimately, I shall convey but one thought. You are all disciples of the Tang sect. You must comprehend the essence of my words. A chilling aura of menace emanated from Tang Hu, instantly silencing the crowd. Now follow me. With that, Tang Hu retracted his imposing presence and turned towards a specific direction, prompting the others to trail behind him. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a train materialized before them. Ignoring the astonishment in the eyes of the crowd, Tang Hu boarded the train, with the rest promptly following suit. As the train commenced its journey, its destination remained a mystery. It was astonishing to fathom that beneath the Tang sect's branch, several dozen meters underground, lay a train, revealing the profound secrets and substantial scale of the subterranean structures. The opulent buildings above might merely serve as a facade. From such a convoluted process, the significance of the small world was unmistakable. What does the Tang Hall Master's earlier statement imply? Someone aboard could no longer contain their curiosity. Ah, you still do not comprehend. The Hall Master intends for us to uphold the Tang sect's reputation in the small world. Fight fiercely for our claims. Another chimed in with a casual smile. No, you are mistaken. Came a counter-argument. Oh, then enlighten us on the Hall Master's true intentions, the challenger retorted. The Hall Master wishes to remind us that infighting cannot be tolerated. At this declaration, the atmosphere around several individuals chilled instantly, as they grasped the ominous implications of such a statement. Truly, the allure of treasures can stir the most profound greed. Who can guarantee that one can resist such temptations? Even adults struggle with it, let alone youths barely in their teens. It seems both outsiders and allies must be regarded with caution, Lin Chen mused, feeling a pang of bitterness. Worry not, with my presence. No one dares to contest us, not even our own. Wen Xingchen declared confidently, clenching his fist. Lin Chen glanced at him and suddenly grinned impudently. Then I shall rely on you, my pillar. Pillar? What pillar? Wen Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening as he pointed a finger at Lin Chen, at a loss for words. Shameless. Hee. Lin Chen beamed, utterly devoid of shame. 10 minutes later, the train came to a halt, and the group disembarked, still following in Tang Hu's wake. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at a dimly lit area resembling a mine tunnel, surrounded by long-forgotten relics. Not far from them stood two men over 50, accompanied by a group of youths. Upon approaching the two men, Tang Hu signaled to his companions and stepped forward, his gaze fixed on them, his voice devoid of warmth. Very well, we may begin. Your Tang sect's speed leaves much to be desired, one of the men remarked, his expression calm yet tinged with anger. Since we are all here, let us commence. The other man interjected, abruptly cutting off the conversation. Humph. The first man scoffed before turning his head away. The three positioned themselves in a triangular formation, and simultaneously unleashed a terrifying, violent aura. An extraordinary scene unfolded as a swirling portal materialized between them, emanating a faint yet rich life force. Enter, they commanded simultaneously to the individuals behind them. Without hesitation, the crowd stepped into the portal. Chapter 44. Each going their separate ways, Li Qingshan's hostility. Only after everyone had entered did the three halt their actions, retracting their auras. In an instant, the swirling portal vanished, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Heard there's a prodigy from Shanghai City, named Lin Chen, who has joined your Tang sect. One of the men, previously dissatisfied with the Tang sect's tardiness, directed a disdainful gaze at Tang Hu. And what of it? Tang Hu glared back, his tone unfriendly. Rumor has it, his first soul ring exceeds 10,000 years and is blood red. Quite unexpected and enviable. The man continued, a mocking expression on his face. Alas, he is now 15 and only at the 13th rank. Even with such innate advantages, his future accomplishments may be limited. Tang, who initially appeared taken aback, his eyes narrowing, before regaining his composure, a smirk lacing his voice. If that were true, why did the spirit transmission tower forcibly take him away? Is this not the classic case of saying one thing while the body betrays the truth? Just as the two were on the verge of exchanging barbs, the previously silent man suddenly interjected. Enough. Tang Hu, Jian Fingyu, I did not come here to listen to your quarrels. Brother Liu, are you not curious? Jian Fingyu turned to Liu Hai, his voice peculiar. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard that not long ago, the head of the Liu family, your son, had an encounter with Lin Chen and even caused a commotion at my spirit transmission tower for him. That was merely your son acting out of line. Liu Hai replied, his gaze icy and dismissive. The dialogue among the three remained calm, yet charged, resembling a conversation that danced between chat and quarrel. If Lin Chen were to learn that three prominent figures were engaging in such fervent discourse over him, one could only imagine the delightful expression on his face. Meanwhile, upon entering the small world, the group was struck by the astonishing sight before them. They found themselves in a blood-red realm, where both the sky and earth were stained crimson by some unknown force, with eerie, red wisps floating in the air, exuding a faint aura of blood. The entire world imparted a heavy, oppressive sensation, causing their breaths to slow involuntarily. The members of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation cast glances at the Tang sect members before selecting a direction and departing without hesitation. Their sole purpose for being here was to fervently scour for resources and elevate their strength, leaving no time for frivolities. Though the members of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation were divided into two major factions, each group further subdivided into smaller teams, all moving towards their respective goals to avoid the pitfalls of overcrowding in resource-scarce areas. The Spirit Transmission Tower members headed straight ahead, while the Federation members veered right, with one small team from each faction opting to head left. Once the two groups departed, only the Tang sect members remained behind. With a swift motion led by one individual, the group instinctively formed smaller teams, most consisting of 5 members, some of 4, leaving Lin Chen and Wen Xingchen to stand alone together. Dan Xiaoza. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a petite girl behind the group, momentarily stunned. Upon catching Lin Chen's gaze, Tang Xiaoya bounded over, her face beaming with mischief. I see you two are rather lonely, so I shall reluctantly take you under my wing. Seeing the impish expression on the little girl's face, Wen Xingchen was left utterly speechless, muttering under his breath, I reckon you must be unwanted to come over here. Apart from him, Lin Chen and the solitary Tang Xiaoya, the surrounding individuals seemed to have conspired, effortlessly forming teams, with even the smallest group boasting a minimum of 4 members. It is only out of respect for you all that I have chosen to join. Otherwise, with my prowess, I could easily find a group that would welcome me. Tang Xiaoya's gaze was haughty, and after her proclamation, she did not forget to cast a glance at those around her. However, the only response she received was their disdainful looks. In an instant, the little girl was taken aback, her face flushed with indignation and embarrassment, and a fleeting shadow of unspoken disappointment flickered in her eyes. Observing this, Lin Chen hurriedly intervened, offering a gentle smile. Thank you for joining us. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Feng Xingchen became displeased. Pulling Lin Chen aside with a grim expression, why are you being so nice to her? What do you want? The little girl glared defiantly, her aura unwavering. Lin Chen whispered into Feng Xingchen's ear, do not stoop to her level. You are, after all, older than she is. We had not noticed her earlier. She likely came here under the auspices of Lord Tang. Seeing her alone is rather pitiable. Let's allow her to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen paused, then looked at the little girl again, her demeanor noticeably softening. An adult does not argue with a child. Let us consider this a concession from me. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Feng Xingchen's gaze shot back to Lin Chen, her eyes widening. Wait a moment. What do you mean by letting the little girl join us? She is clearly only following you. After all, Lin Chen is indirectly following her too. In response, Lin Chen merely wore a faintly cheeky smile. Forget it. I shall endure it. After all, with great strength comes great responsibility. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xingchen consoled herself. Thus, within moments, the 20 or so individuals formed their groups seamlessly. At that moment, a figure approached Lin Chen slowly, a smile gracing his face as he spoke in a calm tone. You must be Lin Chen? Is there something you need? Sensing the subtle malice in the other's words, Lin Chen chose not to reciprocate with kindness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Qingshan from Sun and Moon City. Li Qingshan's eyes held a depth that seemed a mix of jealousy and disdain. The resources here are abundant, if fortune smiles upon us. Perhaps we could indeed achieve a qualitative leap, as Lord Tang mentioned. However, Li Qingshan's tone shifted, imbued with a deeper meaning. But this place is fraught with danger. Not to mention the unknown soul beasts, but also human beings have... Lin Chen's trio's expressions immediately turned icy, an aura of chill enveloping them. What do you want? Lin Chen shot back directly, confronting him head-on. I harbor no ill intentions. I remember Lord Tang's words. We are all disciples of the Tang sect, and I would not harm you. Of course, should you find yourself in any predicament, you may seek my assistance, as my strength here is comparatively formidable. With that, Li Qingshan led his four companions swiftly toward a certain direction to the left. It seems even one's own cannot be trusted. This Li Qingshan appears to hold a grudge against you. Proceed with caution. Feng Xingqian spoke slowly, her eyes wide with surprise. I don't believe I've offended anyone named Li. Why does he act this way? Lin Chen responded, equally perplexed. His gaze then turned resolute, a faint murderous intent emanating from him. However, he had best not provoke me, for even as a disciple of the Tang sect, I would show him no mercy. TCH, with your current strength, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Feng Xingqian and the little girl looked at him with disdain. But I have you both, right? Lin Chen suddenly shifted his tone, a shameless grin spreading across his face. Shameless, the two retorted with scorn. Let's move on. The trio headed in a unified direction. Chapter 45, Dragon Fruit, Dark Tiger. A day later, the trio of Lin Chen arrived at a ridge. The terrain before them was relatively flat, dotted with several small fiery red trees, laden with vibrant, droplet-like red fruits that sparked an irresistible urge to taste. Upon seeing this, the three hastened forward. What on earth are these fruits? They appear to be something extraordinary. Feng Xingqian stared intently at the red fruits, swallowing hard, clearly tempted. Up close, the peculiar fragrance emitted by the red fruits wafted through the air, igniting desires within one's heart, compelling one to consume them immediately. Unable to resist, the little girl reached out to pluck one. Let's give it a taste first. Just as she was about to take a bite, Lin Chen swiftly intervened. Wait, don't eat it just yet. Although the fruits look enticing, what if they are poisonous? The young girl paused, then shot Lin Chen a disdainful look, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What? Are you afraid? Nevertheless, despite her bravado, the little girl refrained from indulging her cravings, opting to store the fruit away instead. What should we do? I have a feeling these fruits could enhance our soul power. If nothing else, they could merely satisfy our cravings. We can't just leave them here. Feng Xingqian glanced at Lin Chen, then at the fiery red trees, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Lin Chen smiled, of course. We cannot simply stare. Let us gather them all first, and we can decide what to do after we leave. He too sensed that these strange fruits could aid them. Though uncertainty lingered, to be safe, it was best to harvest them first. However, just as the trio was about to act, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted in the distance, followed by a tremor in the ground, as a massive black tiger came charging forth. Roar! The great tiger's gaze fixed upon the trio, and upon spotting the fruit in the little girl's hand, it unleashed a furious roar and lunged towards them. This is the dark tiger. It appears to possess at least a millennium of cultivation. You two step back. I will handle this. Feng Xingqian urgently instructed Lin Chen and the little girl, then unleashed his aura, stellar light shimmering behind him as several stars shot forth. Bang! Bang! The battle was imminent. The sounds of thunderous clashes reverberating, the scene revealing a fierce stalemate. How is this dark tiger so powerful? Watching the formidable creature, Feng Xingqian cursed inwardly. According to his recollections, while the dark tiger was ferocious and swift, a typical Soul King of level 50 could easily dispatch it. Although he had yet to reach level 50, he believed he could put up a fight against the dark tiger. Yet during their previous exchange, he found the beast unusually strong, its attacks imbued with a peculiar force that left him at a disadvantage, though it appeared to be evenly matched on the surface. Only he knew that if things continued this way, defeat was imminent. Hey, do you need my help? If so, just say the word. The little girl, hands on her hips, stood beside Lin Chen, her expression brimming with arrogance and an unexpected fervor for battle. It is worth noting that she had only been at level 19 during her last competition with Lin Chen, yet now she dared to boast such bravado. Little girl, you need not concern yourself. Just ensure your own safety. Feng Xingqian glanced back at the two, then resumed battling the dark tiger. Lin Chen observed the fight closely, noting Feng Xingqian's gradual decline in strength, and then turned to the little girl. Let's join forces, but remember to keep your distance. With that, Lin Chen advanced, his blood-red sword materializing in his hand as he unleashed his first soul skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. Swish! The terrifying sword aura, imbued with a sense of annihilation, surged directly towards the dark tiger. Witnessing this, the little girl retracted her haughty expression, and the dark scythe materialized, her body levitating in mid-air as she unleashed a strike. Proclaiming martial technique, Dark Moon. Bang! The two attacks collided with the dark tiger, instantly diminishing its attack speed and momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Xingchen launched a ferocious assault, an array of stars shimmering brilliantly, tearing through space like countless meteorites crashing down upon the dark tiger. Boom! 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 The cacophony echoed as the dark tiger sustained grievous injuries, its black blood flowing incessantly. With a roar, it howled towards the sky, casting a venomous glare at Lin Chen and his companions, casting a reluctant glance at the red fruits. In a flash, the dark tiger darted away with astonishing speed, clutching several fruits in its jaws. Stunned by this spectacle, Wen Xingchen exclaimed in disbelief, "When did a 1,000-year soul beast become so sentient?" Upon glancing at the remaining fruits, Wen Xingchen's mood lifted, relieved to find a considerable number still intact. It seemed these fruits were likely edible. In that instant, all three harbored the same suspicion. If the fruits were poisonous, the dark tiger would not have fled while clutching them. There was something peculiar here. The soul beasts were even more formidable than we had been led to believe, perhaps linked to these fruits. Lin Chen sheathed his blood-red sword and spoke slowly, harboring his own conjectures. Let's first gather them. Promptly, the trio began a harvest, their movements swift. In less than a minute, each had collected a dozen red fruits. Glancing at the 5 red fruit trees before him, Lin Chen turned to Wen Xingchen and asked, "Do you possess any spatial treasures capable of holding items?" Wen Xingchen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped Lin Chen's intention, his face twitching slightly. "Are you suggesting we uproot the trees as well?" Lin Chen's face flushed slightly, and he responded awkwardly, "Cough. Since this place is destined for destruction, it would be better to take them with us. Perhaps we could reap a bountiful harvest in the years to come." "I have one," the little girl interjected, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Although she looked down upon his plundering, she could not deny the logic in his reasoning. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen had uprooted the 5 fruit trees, tucking them away. He dusted off his hands, appearing quite satisfied. Noticing the disdainful expressions of his companions, Lin Chen chuckled. "Rest assured, when the fruits bear again, you shall receive your share." The two fell silent, their expressions reflecting their thoughts on the fruits, but directed at Lin Chen's actions. "All right, let's leave this place and find a suitable location to experiment." Lin Chen's demeanor turned serious. The trio quickly departed. Shortly after their exit, a group of individuals clad in white arrived at the scene. They were a team from the Spirit Transmission Tower. Upon discovering the large craters and signs of battle, they were momentarily taken aback, only to spot remnants of the red fruit nearby. Instantly, visions of a treasure hunt ignited in their minds. "It seems they left not long ago. Should we pursue?" One inquired. "Of course we must. If they are from the Spirit Transmission Tower, let them share a portion with us. If not, we shall seize everything." The leader, a young man with a wild glint in his eyes, declared ominously. Swiftly, the group vanished, heading in the same direction Lin Chen and his companions had taken. Chapter 46. The Dragon's Falling Land and 5 Treasures. At the entrance of a cliffside cave, Wen Xingchen and the little girl turned their gazes towards Lin Chen, hesitating to speak. "Perhaps I should experiment first, to ascertain whether these fruits are toxic, and, if not, what effects they possess," Lin Chen suggested with a faint smile. "Or perhaps," Wen Xingchen began, but the little girl interrupted, fixing her gaze on Lin Chen with her usual arrogance. "All right, you may try it first. Rest assured, if you perish, I shall return to inform my father of your folly, ensuring that the Tang sect remembers you as the feeble disciple who volunteered to test poison." She added nonchalantly. Lin Chen, exasperated, replied, "Could you not utter something more pleasant?" Despite harboring some concern, he felt an inexplicable sense that the red fruit in his hand was not only non-toxic, but could bring him immense benefits, an instinctive sensation coursing through his body. "Very well. I refuse to believe my luck is so dire that this fruit is harmless to soul beasts yet lethal to humans." In that moment, Lin Chen resolved to take a bite of the fruit. Crunch! A crisp sound resonated as the succulent flesh filled his mouth, a mildly sweet flavor enveloping him, the aroma wafting through his nostrils, invigorating his senses. Simultaneously, he sensed a gentle yet slightly turbulent energy swirling within the fruit's flesh. How does it taste? The two leaned closer, intrigued by Lin Chen's expression of delight. Well, to put it simply, the texture and flavor are quite pleasing. Lin Chen responded slowly, savoring each nuance. Soon, the fruit flesh was swallowed. With a whoosh, in an instant, Lin Chen felt an energy surge through his body, coursing wildly within him, particularly within his bloodstream. He could distinctly sense his blood vessels undergoing a baptism, the temperature of his blood significantly elevated. A sensation of ease and comfort enveloped him, akin to the relief one feels after a long day's toil, though accompanied by a slight, exhilarating sting. Observing Lin Chen's euphoric demeanor and flushed face, Wen Xingxin and the little girl grew anxious, even holding their breath as they scrutinized him. 30 seconds passed, yet Lin Chen remained in the same state. His face increasingly flushed. Is he poisoned? The little girl whispered to Wen Xingxin. He doesn't appear to be. Who would exhibit such enjoyment if poisoned? Wen Xingxin shook his head. What if he has fainted but maintains this expression? The little girl speculated. Hearing this, Wen Xingxin poked Lin Chen. Hey Lin Chen, wake up. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's consciousness had plunged into the sea of his spirit, where half a drop of candle dragon's essence floated above. A red light flickered from the essence, manifesting into a strikingly handsome young man in a fiery red robe, adorned with two horns resembling those of the legendary dragon. Lin Chen's spiritual avatar gazed at the figure before him, momentarily taken aback, then ventured, "Are you the candle dragon sovereign?" "Indeed, it is I." The young man nodded affirmatively. "Have I entered the sea of my spirit?" Lin Chen marveled at his surroundings and the azure depths below, astonished and awestruck. "I never anticipated you would encounter such a fortuitous event, discovering a dragon's falling land." Suddenly, the candle dragon's gaze fixed upon Lin Chen, his eyes glinting with unexpected intrigue. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen instantly discerned the underlying meaning and could not help but inquire, "What is the land of dragons fall?" Realizing something, he exclaimed, "Could it possibly be the very place where dragons have perished?" Indeed, the candle dragon spoke, gradually elucidating. Every dragon that meets its demise gives rise to a minuscule world, within which lies the essence of the 5 supreme treasures. In that moment, Lin Chen hastily interrupted, his voice urgent and breath somewhat labored. "Wait a moment. Let me catch my breath." The notion of a dragon's resting place and the 5 treasures was undeniably a monumental opportunity for him. Excitement and fervor manifested vividly on Lin Chen's face, a pallor of anticipation crossing his features. Heavens! Could this be your compensation for not bestowing upon me a golden finger of traversing realms? Lin Chen's heart cried out. After taking a deep breath, he forcefully calmed his tumultuous emotions and asked, "How did you ascertain that this is the land of dragons fall?" He had been in this place for at least a day, and it was only now that the candle dragon revealed its secret, suggesting prior ignorance. Was it the crimson fruit I just consumed? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to grasp something. Sensing the thoughts swirling in Lin Chen's mind, the candle dragon smiled indeed. "The fruit you just ingested is known as the dragon fruit, one of the 5 treasures of the land of dragons fall, originally condensed from the essence of dragon blood and flesh." How enlightening. Lin Chen nodded, his heart instantly easing while simultaneously growing more exhilarated. It now appeared that the fruit he had consumed was not only non-toxic, but also a treasure of great value. "By the way, you mentioned there are 5 treasures in the land of dragons fall. What are the other 4? Lin Chen inquired eagerly. The mere thought of 4 more treasures akin to the dragon fruit stirred his excitement. The dragon's fall gives rise to a transformation of realms, yielding 5 treasures: the dragon fruit, the blood river, the dragon bone, the dragon heart, and the dragon soul. The candle dragon spoke slowly, each mention causing its body to tremble involuntarily, its voice imbued with an inexplicable excitement. What extraordinary treasures! Upon hearing the candle dragon's description, Lin Chen's desire intensified. Although he was still unaware of their precise benefits, the mere possibility sufficed. He recalled how he had once gone to great lengths to obtain merely half a drop of candle dragon's blood. Now, within this minuscule world, lay an abundance of dragon treasures. If he could acquire them all, he would be immensely fortunate. Observing Lin Chen's current demeanor, the candle dragon's lips curved into a slight smile, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in its eyes, its expression radiating joy and excitement. "Well, you have learned what you needed to know. Whether to seek out the remaining 4 treasures is entirely up to you." With that, the candle dragon transformed into a beam of crimson light and returned to the half drop of essence. "Seek? How could I not? It would be a travesty to overlook treasures that have presented themselves so readily." Lin Chen's eyes shone with determination. Once you have refined the dragon fruit, I can assist you in your search, as I can sense the presence of the other 4 treasures nearby. The voice of the candle dragon echoed from within the essence. Lin Chen paused for a moment, his expression returning to normal, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. All right, once I refine the dragon fruit, I shall set out to find them. With a flash, Lin Chen vanished into the sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the external world, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Completely unaware of his physical anomalies, nor did he glance at Feng Xingchen and the little girl beside him. He merely muttered to himself, "Let me see what has you so eager." After all, he had previously deceived the candle dragon, and he did not believe that the candle dragon would be so benevolent as to assist him without ulterior motives. Yet, even knowing the candle dragon harbored some secrets, he was still determined to seek out the remaining 4 treasures, as they were indeed valuable gifts delivered right to his doorstep. "Hey, are you daft?" The little girl playfully tapped Lin Chen's face, her voice laced with mild concern, though her expression betrayed a teasing demeanor. Chapter 47. A Frenzied Surge, Mutual Pretense. "I say, you've gone too far, girl," Lin Chen remarked, observing the little girl's deliberate antics. However, in an instant, he finally sensed the changes within his body. Heat coursed through him, akin to being boiled by high temperatures, yet strangely, Lin Chen was not sweating at all. Ignoring Feng Xingchen and the little girl, Lin Chen instantly entered a meditative state, channeling the Xiantian art to continuously refine and absorb the energy within him. A few minutes later, Lin Chen finally returned to normal. His body no longer flushed, and his face bore a healthy glow, clearly benefiting from the effects of the dragon fruit. "From the looks of you, it seems the fruit is safe to consume." Feng Xingchen, having witnessed Lin Chen's transformation, promptly produced a dragon fruit and took a bite. He had been coveting it since he saw Lin Chen eat, and now, seeing Lin Chen unscathed, he naturally wished to partake. Indeed, after consuming the dragon fruit, Feng Xingchen's body turned as red as Lin Chen's had moments earlier. Observing this, Lin Chen slowly advised, "Eat while operating the Xiantian art to refine it. Otherwise, you might explode from overindulgence." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen hastily began to channel the Xiantian art, and in just a few minutes, he returned to his normal state. "What a marvelous fruit. Just one bite, and I can feel my soul power subtly increasing. Imagine how much more I could gain with a few more bites." Feng Xingchen's face radiated excitement as he gazed at the half-eaten dragon fruit. The effects of the dragon fruit were indeed extraordinary. For the next few days, we should remain here and absorb all the dragon fruits we can. We might reap great rewards. Lin Chen spoke slowly, formulating a plan in his heart. Once the dragon fruits were fully absorbed, his strength would surely rise, making the subsequent search for the remaining treasures much safer. How do you know this fruit is called dragon fruit?" Suddenly, the little girl fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, her voice inquisitive. As a disciple of the Tang sect and the daughter of the Deputy Hall Master Tang, she had grown up surrounded by knowledge of many precious herbs and fruits. Yet this particular fruit was unknown even to the Tang sect, while Lin Chen seemed to know its name. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled. "I just suddenly recalled having read about this fruit in some ancient text." "Really?" The little girl eyed him skeptically. "Had I known earlier, I would have feared its toxicity," Lin Chen asserted with conviction. "The matter of the candle dragon must remain undisclosed to anyone, at least for the time being. After all, the blood of the candle dragon had been fervently pursued by both humans and soul beasts in the Douluo realm, with even formidable beings like the Empyrean desiring it. If he accidentally revealed this secret, his good fortune would be at an end. All right, let us hurry and refine it. After we finish absorbing the fruits, gaining strength is secondary. We must seize the opportunity to search for more treasures." Feng Xingchen urged, clearly eager for more dragon fruits. In the following days, the 3 of them began to refine the dragon fruits, a process that proved exceedingly monotonous. Bite after bite, they continued to refine. 10 days later, the trio had refined all the dragon fruits, and their soul power had surged to astonishing levels. Outside the cave, the expressions of the 3 were filled with immense satisfaction. After 10 continuous days of refining, Lin Chen's soul power had skyrocketed from level 20 to a staggering level 30. A remarkable leap of 10 levels in 10 days. Such an achievement was rare in history. Yet, the most significant aspect of this monumental breakthrough was Lin Chen's realization that he could now elevate his soul power without the constraints of soul rings. The ordinary individual ascends to the 20th level only upon acquiring a soul ring, yet he seems to transcend such limitations, advancing infinitely until he reaches the rank of title Douluo. Perhaps it is due to my refinement of the blood of the candle dragon, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Whether it be the innate soul rings or the innate blood-colored soul rings, and now the ability to elevate his soul power without the necessity of acquiring additional soul rings. The only explanation Lin Chen could fathom was the blood of the candle dragon. It appears that the potential contained within the blood of the candle dragon remains to be fully explored. Recalling the candle dragon sovereign's teachings of the candle dragon fist, Lin Chen felt an increasing sense of curiosity. Shaking his head, he observed the satisfied expressions of the two and could not help but inquire, "Do tell. How much have you both progressed?" Wen Xingchen, with hands clasped behind his back, struck a pose of lofty indifference and replied nonchalantly, when a person possesses exceptional talent, it becomes impossible to hinder their ascent. In just 10 days, I inadvertently leveled up 4 times. At this juncture, Wen Xingchen deliberately cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, his tone peculiar. "In such a brief time, I have somehow reached level 45. Isn't that infuriating?" He lamented, "I intended to restrain my soul power, but alas, it proved impossible." Wen Xingchen continued to boast, oblivious to the disdain reflected in Lin Chen and the little girl's eyes. Upon noticing their expressions, Wen Xingchen paused, a sense of foreboding rising within him, and he tentatively asked, "How about you two? What levels have you attained?" The little girl, hands on her hips and gaze tilted at a sharp angle, responded coolly, "I cannot compare to someone like you. I have barely risen from level 20 to level 28. A total increase of merely 8 levels." While Wen Xingchen had been bragging, the little girl was now delivering a stark reality check. "Just look, it's not much. An increase of 8 levels, surpassing Wen Xingchen by 4. Though the difficulty in advancing at higher soul power levels plays a role. An 8-level leap in one go is indeed a remarkable feat." Wen Xingchen's face flushed, struggling to find words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Redirecting his gaze to Lin Chen, he promptly inquired, "And you? How much have you progressed?" The little girl, too, turned her curious eyes towards Lin Chen. Previously, during their competition, Lin Chen had been at level 13 while she was at 19. After a month of diligent training, she had finally reached level 20 and, with Tang Hue's assistance, had obtained her second soul ring. Now, she could elevate her level by 8 through the dragon fruit. Surely Lin Chen would not lag behind. He might even leap 9 levels, given that his cultivation was lower than hers. Under the intense scrutiny and anticipation of the two, Lin Chen slowly spoke. "I have not advanced much either, merely 10 levels. Upon hearing this, Wen Xingchen felt utterly crushed, contemplating a desire to vanish. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, thinking he would undoubtedly be the one with the greatest advancement among the three, only to find that both the little girl and Lin Chen had outdone him. The humiliation was unbearable. This was the consequence of his arrogant posturing. Had Lin Chen merely progressed by 10 levels, he might have accepted it without despair. But the fact remained that Lin Chen had awakened his martial soul just a month prior, reached level 20, and now jumped 10 levels to 30. In the span of 2 months, achieving level 30 is a feat unparalleled in history. Not even Tang San or Hui Yuhao had accomplished such a thing. If Wen Xingchen had taken a moment to reflect, he would realize that Lin Chen had ascended to level 30 without even acquiring a soul ring. What would be his reaction upon learning of Lin Chen's astonishing feat? Meanwhile, the little girl stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. A mix of panic and astonishment in her voice. "What is your current soul power?" "Level 30, Lin Chen replied with a serene smile. In that instant, a wave of despair washed over the little girl for the first time. "What has happened to you? Surely you cannot be that disheartened." Lin Chen chuckled, redirecting his gaze to the little girl, his tone unperturbed. "Having advanced 10 levels to reach 30, how amusing." The little girl muttered, her face revealing her profound disappointment. This meant that upon entering the small world, Lin Chen had also started at level 20, just like her. If Lin Chen had simply advanced 10 levels through the dragon fruit, she might have envied him. But the fact that he had begun at level 20 like her was unacceptable. Previously, during their competition, he had been 6 levels below her at 13, and she had thought it remarkable to reach level 20 in a month, only to find Lin Chen's progress to be even more formidable. Soaring from level 13 to 20, the chasm between them was indescribable, transcending mere talent. As she regained her composure and glanced at Lin Chen, a realization dawned upon her, and her expression brightened. He is now 15 while I am merely 10. My talent does not pale in comparison." The little girl silently assured herself, swiftly regaining her spirit. Whose face is truly grim. She challenged Lin Chen, reverting to her usual cheeky demeanor. You have reached level 30. Come now. Let me see just how much stronger you are compared to my level 28. Or do you perhaps fall short of this mere child? The little girl displayed a defiant posture, her voice laced with challenge, emphasizing her youth. Lin Chen and Wen Xingchen exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. The little girl appeared to be acting in a somewhat petulant manner. After all, they hadn't even started yet, and she was already stressing the distinction of being a child. Lin Chen chuckled softly. There is no need for comparison. You are indeed stronger. He had little desire to spar with a child. Are you looking down on me? If I challenge you, then let us compare. Why evade? The little girl insisted, her tone adamant. In the past, she might have relented, but today, she was determined to gauge Lin Chen's strength and defeat him. That was the singular thought occupying her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen had inadvertently become her mental adversary. Wen Xingchen recognized the little girl's stubbornness and empathized with her feelings. After all, being surpassed by someone whose soul power had been lowered just a month ago could not fail to stir some turmoil within her heart. Lin Chen gazed into the little girl's eyes and suddenly smiled. Since you were so insistent, then let us proceed. But I hope you won't regret it should you lose. In an instant, Lin Chen retreated, a blood-red longsword manifesting in his grasp, his aura intensifying. Do not get too smug. While I may be 2 levels below you, the outcome is far from certain. The little girl replied, her tone filled with determination. Feel free to attack first. Lin Chen proposed, adopting a defensive stance. Very well, prepare to defend yourself. The little girl retorted with a huff, conjuring a massive scythe of darkness, slashing forward with a powerful arc, unleashing a wave of dark energy. First soul skill, Dark Moon. Swish. The air crackled with the sound of slicing as Lin Chen, not one to hold back, retaliated with a swift sword strike, channeling a terrifying sword energy that surged forth. Bang! The clash of sword energy and Dark Moon produced a thunderous sound, unleashing a tempestuous aura that radiated outward. This strike resulted in a stalemate. Be cautious. For I shall now unleash my second soul skill. Upon witnessing this, the petite girl remained undeterred. On the contrary, her fighting spirit soared. She raised the ominous scythe, which was incongruous with her diminutive stature, and in an instant, an array of strange energies converged madly towards the scythe, amplifying its might. Shadow Moon Slash. The girl exclaimed coldly, as a crescent moon of contrasting hue shimmered with an eerie glow, surging with unparalleled momentum towards Lin Chen. Undoubtedly, this strike was several times more formidable than the previous one. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate, invoking his first and only soul skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. A colossal wave of sword energy erupted, as if capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, barreling forth to meet the Shadow Moon Slash. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, causing the cavern to collapse instantaneously, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Damn, even a mere exchange creates such a commotion, Wen Xingchen muttered, waving away the dust before his eyes. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood erect, as if nothing had transpired, while the petite girl appeared somewhat breathless. Her complexion slightly pale, indicating that the exertion of her second soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash, had drained her energy. The difference is quite evident. All right, young lady. You must now recognize that I am indeed a notch above you. There's no need to continue, is there? Lin Chen sheathed his blood-red longsword, casting a gentle smile at the petite girl. Truthfully, he was reluctant to engage in such a contest. It seemed unnecessary, and even if victorious, he would derive no pleasure from it, and it might cast a shadow over the young girl. You are indeed a trifle stronger than me. Just a trifle. The petite girl conceded, though her spirit remained unyielding, as she harbored the desire to challenge Lin Chen again in the future. All right, just a trifle. Lin Chen concurred. Wen Xingchen stepped forward, directing his gaze at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Where shall we go next? Unbeknownst to Wen Xingchen, he had begun to seek Lin Chen's guidance, subtly placing Lin Chen in the position of leader. Follow me, and I shall lead you to a splendid place. Lin Chen grinned, a mysterious aura enveloping him. The trio soon departed. Shortly after their exit, the individuals from the Spirit Tower, who had been tracking Lin Chen, finally arrived at the site. Observing the collapsed cavern and the remnants of battle, they exchanged knowing glances filled with subtle speculation. Have they unearthed some treasure and engaged in combat? One question puzzled. I believe there has been discord among them regarding the distribution of spoils. Another retorted. Considering the collapse occurred not long ago, they cannot be far. One of them remarked, directing his gaze at the leader of the group. They had spent a month in search of Lin Chen without success. Had it not been for the sound of the collapse, they might have lost their trail entirely. Fortunately, they had made some progress during that month and now had a lead on their target. Otherwise, pursuing an unknown individual and treasure for an entire month would have felt exceedingly foolish and fruitless. How intriguing. It appears they are not affiliated with my spirit tower. The leader's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he surveyed the surroundings. Since they are not our people, we shall pursue them, and the treasure will be ours. Someone echoed, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us go, the leader commanded, and in an instant, the group hastened to follow. Should Lin Chen and his companions have overheard their conversation, they would likely have laughed heartily. Indeed, treasures were present, but they had already been fully refined, and the notion of competing for treasures was utterly non-existent. Chapter 49, The River of Dragon Blood. In a location several kilometers from the center of the small world, a blood-red river spanned the horizon, its source and destination shrouded in mystery. An oppressive miasma of blood hung in the air, exuding an uncanny aura reminiscent of hell itself, evoking a visceral feeling of disgust and revulsion. On either bank of the blood river, not a blade of grass grew. Life was utterly extinguished. It was unclear whether this desolation was due to natural causes or the river's presence, but the entire scene felt as though one had stepped into a hellish bloodbath, oppressive enough to deter a mere glance. At this moment, 3 figures arrived: Lin Chen, Wen Xingchen, and the petite girl. Guided by the sensation emanating from the Candle Dragon Elder, Lin Chen led the others in search of the nearest treasure to them, dragon blood. Initially, Lin Chen thought the Candle Dragon Elder's reference to the river of dragon blood was an exaggeration, but upon witnessing the grand river before him, he was left astounded. If this entire river were composed of dragon blood, would it not be an extraordinary boon for him? He instinctively began to contemplate how to siphon the entire river dry. He recalled the struggle he endured for half a drop of Candle Dragon blood, which the elder had reluctantly granted him. Now, an entire river of dragon blood lay before him. Even if he could not absorb it all, merely refining a few bowls would yield immense benefits. With sufficient dragon blood, would he not be able to utilize the Candle Dragon Fist at will, its power amplifying infinitely? Excitement surged within him, even more so than when he had acquired the dragon fruit. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, swiftly extinguishing Lin Chen's naive aspirations. You do not genuinely believe that this entire river is dragon blood, do you? Is it not? Lin Chen inquired, bewildered. Indeed, this blood river is composed of dragon blood, but after refining it, you would be lucky to obtain a fist-sized essence of dragon blood. Thus, do not harbor unrealistic dreams. The elder continued. Damn! Lin Chen cursed under his breath. Yet after a moment of contemplation, his expression remained joyful. But a fist-sized essence of dragon blood is still considerable, especially since you were so stingy with a half drop of blood. That is not comparable. If I were to give you everything, even if you possessed extraordinary talent and could refine it all, what of me afterward? Without the nourishment of my blood essence, I would swiftly dissipate. The elder's voice brimmed with indignation, evidently still holding a grudge over Lin Chen's previous actions. Cough, you should have mentioned that earlier, making me feel awkward, Lin Chen retorted. The elder snorted in response. By the way, how does one refine the dragon blood from this river? Lin Chen quickly inquired. The Shintian art can only absorb the surrounding and internal energies. It lacks the ability to refine. Did I not teach you the method of utilizing a fragment of dragon blood? Simply reverse that technique, and the essence of dragon blood from the river will automatically be drawn into your body for you to refine. The elder explained. Thank you. Lin Chen laughed heartily, departing from the sea of consciousness. Finally, there is a breakthrough. It seems my recovery will accelerate. As Lin Chen departed, the Candle Dragon Elder sighed, his voice tinged with undeniable excitement. However, these words Lin Chen would never hear. In the external world, their exchange lasted but a moment. Once again, gazing upon the blood-red river, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he could not help but lick his lips, barely able to contain his eagerness. Feng Xingchen and the little lowly gazed at Lin Chen's expression with profound confusion. This place appeared ominous and eerie, evoking a sense of repulsion and agitation. Yet, Lin Chen seemed to revel in it, as if he had ascended to paradise, his face alight with excitement. Ahem, Lin Chen, you wouldn't happen to recognize this place, would you? Feng Xingchen ventured cautiously. This is the river of dragoness blood, its waters entirely transformed from dragon blood. Lin Chen blurted out instinctively, immediately regretting his words. He noticed Feng Xingchen and the little lowly fixating on him, their intense stares causing a shiver to run down his spine. The little lowly feigned a mocking expression. Do tell, is this something you stumbled upon in some ancient tome? And did it just dawn on you? Once was sufficient for your fanciful tales. Any more would insult her intelligence. Observing their reactions, Lin Chen sighed deeply, then turned to them with a serious and earnest demeanor. I shall be frank. This is the land of Dragonfall, home to 5 treasures. He then proceeded to divulge the secrets of this place. Do not inquire how I know. It suffices to understand that this is a land rich in treasures. Lin Chen continued. He would never divulge the matter of the candle dragon. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Feng Xingchen and the little lowly's eyes widened, their breaths quickening, their gazes sparkling with excitement. The mention of the dragon and the 5 treasures that followed its fall struck them with overwhelming force. Regaining her composure, Feng Xingchen directed her gaze towards the vast blood river nearby, her eyes gleaming, her voice trembling. So, you mean to say this river is formed from the blood of one of those treasures? Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. With a swift motion, Feng Xingchen rushed to the edge of the blood river, bending down in a posture as if to drink, and began to gulp down the liquid with an exaggerated flourish. Lin Chen and the little lowly were left dumbfounded. While dragon blood was precious, was it truly necessary for Feng Xingchen to behave in such a manner? Suddenly, Feng Xingchen began to retch violently, expelling the blood water she had just consumed. Her face contorted in distaste as she looked at Lin Chen. This truly is the river of dragon's blood, but why does it taste so vile? Extracting a mere fist-sized essence from the entirety of the river, one could only imagine the impurities present in the water. Lin Chen was left speechless. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen turned back, standing opposite Lin Chen alongside the little lowly, her gaze fixed on him. Since you seem to know everything, we won't ask too many questions. Just get started, and we shall be satisfied with a share of the final outcome. Lin Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. Very well. Allow me to bear the brunt of the labor while you both assume the role of bodyguards. Without hesitation, Lin Chen leapt into the blood river under the watchful eyes of Feng Xingchen and the little lowly. Is he truly all right? This is utterly reckless, the little lowly murmured, her expression one of bewilderment. Feng Xingchen's countenance twitched, his earlier act of drinking paled in comparison to Lin Chen's current audacity. He is not the sort to court danger. Feng Xingchen replied slowly. Let us wait patiently. I only hope he can complete the extraction swiftly, he sighed, glancing at the expansive blood river. If the Spirit Transmission Tower or the Federation were to discover this place, it would be disastrous. The little lowly naturally grasped the urgency behind Feng Xingchen's words. Should this location be unearthed, they would have no choice but to relinquish their findings to others. You little rascal, don't jinx it, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, suddenly surveying the surroundings. Chapter 50. Frantic Extraction, the Arrival of the Spirit Transmission Tower. At the moment Lin Chen plunged into the blood river, the turbulent waters instantly enveloped him, forming a blood cocoon. The ferocious energy of the blood surged violently against Lin Chen's body, akin to a baptism from the depths of hell, coursing through his blood, meridians, and every part of his being. Lin Chen could distinctly feel the transformation occurring within him. Although it was not as excruciating as the time he refined the candle dragon's blood, it was still far from pleasant. After all, he was tasked with refining an entire river of blood, and should the pain accumulate, it would inevitably reach a peak that could prove fatal. As a substantial amount of dragon blood essence was absorbed into his body, a half-drop of candle dragon essence above Lin Chen's spiritual sea began to emit a faint red glow, with crimson energy continuously flowing into the candle dragon blood. Over time, it became increasingly evident that the candle dragon blood was expanding. Despite the loss of half of it initially, he was now reaping the benefits from the remaining portion, which seemed worthwhile. However, this lad's fortune was indeed remarkable. To encounter such a fortuitous location, if I managed to refine this entire blood river, I estimate I could indirectly obtain 2 drops of essence, and following that, with dragon bones, dragon heart, and dragon soul to nurture me, it would be long before my true self is restored. The voice of the candle dragon was faint, yet one could clearly discern the excitement in its tone. Meanwhile, on the bank of the blood river, Feng Xingchen and the little lowly observed the massive whirlpool within the river and the crimson anomaly above, both wearing expressions of awe and astonishment. Undoubtedly, the anomaly was instigated by Lin Chen, and the magnitude of the commotion suggested he was undergoing an unimaginable encounter. His luck is simply extraordinary. I can't shake the feeling that after he refines this river of blood, his soul power will surge. The little lowly stared at the whirlpool in the blood river, murmuring to herself, her tone tinged with envy. Within a month, Lin Chen had already surpassed her in soul power. If he were to gain even more from this extraction, she would surely lose her mind. The saying goes, comparison breeds envy. And if Lin Chen were to advance once more, it would be nothing short of terrifying, eclipsing her completely. Ahem, that is not a certainty. Feng Xingchen remarked, noticing the little lowly's thoughts with a peculiar expression. What are you so smug about? If he truly does advance again, it won't be long before he catches up to you, or even surpasses you. Then we shall see how you gloat. The little lowly retorted with a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then a serious expression crossed his face as he sighed inwardly, recognizing the truth in the little lowly's words. In less than half a year, Lin Chen had escalated from awakening his martial soul to attaining the rank of Soul Master. Merely contemplating this was daunting and oppressive. It seemed he must exert himself even more, lest he be overtaken one day. Feng Xingchen resolved inwardly. 2 days passed, and the anomaly above the blood river showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, the whirlpool within the river grew larger, resembling a dragon poised to swallow everything, drawing in the surrounding blood water towards its center. Feng Xingchen and the little lowly remained vigilant on the shore, simultaneously continuing their cultivation. Although they had made significant progress over the previous 10 days, a few dragon fruits remained, which they had intended to use for future training. Now, they served their purpose perfectly. Just then, 5 figures arrived, shattering the tranquility of the area. These 5 were the members of the Spirit Transmission Tower who had been pursuing Lin Chen and his companions. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted Feng Xingchen and the little lowly, as well as the phenomena occurring above and within the blood river. Upon noticing the unfinished dragon fruits in Feng Xingchen and the little lowly's possession, for powerful presences surged towards them. Those fruits, they are undoubtedly treasures for cultivation. A voice rang out, its owner fixated on the dragon fruit clutched in the hands of Feng Xingchen and his companion. The two, engrossed in their cultivation, were jolted back to reality, their eyes immediately meeting 5 figures before them. Rising to their feet, they regarded the intruders with heightened vigilance. Lin Chen's refinement process was still ongoing, and it was evident from their attire that these individuals hailed from the Spirit Transmission Tower. Moreover, the leading youth exuded a strength that Feng Xingchen sensed was on par with his own. Should conflict arise, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. So, they are members of the Tang sect. How delightful. The leading youth stepped forward, his gaze laced with mockery, his voice deliberately peculiar. I suggest you vacate this place promptly, regardless of your identity, or you shall live to regret it. Before Feng Xingchen could respond, a petite girl boldly interjected, her tone brimming with arrogance and confidence. And who might you be? The leading youth, Yin Feiyong, furrowed his brows upon witnessing the diminutive girl's audacity despite her low soul power, instinctively feeling irked. You need not know my name. Merely recognize that I am a disciple of the Tang sect, and my father is Tang Hu, the vice master of our sect. The girl spoke slowly, unperturbed by the intimidating presence of the 5. Clearly, she viewed her father Tang, who was a formidable backing. Yin Feiyong paused, surprise flickering in his eyes, before a sinister smile crept upon his face. He turned to his companions, his tone indifferent. Did you hear that? She is the daughter of Tang, who? Indeed, we heard, boss. The group replied, their faces adorned with wicked grins, their eyes gleaming with madness. Yin Feiyong's gaze returned to the little girl, dripping with scorn and disdain. Here, your lineage means little. Whether you're merely the daughter of a vice master or the sect leader's offspring, it matters not. By stepping into this domain, you have implicitly accepted its rules. I can seize your belongings, and should I choose to, I could even humiliate or eliminate you. What recourse would you have? His voice dripped with murderous intent. Furthermore, allow me to enlighten you. Your father once took my mother's life with his own hands. Imagine the consequences if I were to slay his precious daughter today. His eyes suddenly radiated a chilling aura, fixating on the little girl. Faced with Yin Feiyong's menacing gaze, she instinctively took a step back, visibly frightened. Observing this, Feng Xingchen stepped protectively in front of her, directing his gaze at the 5. State your intentions clearly. If it involves murder, I highly doubt you possess the courage to proceed. It was no jest. The 3 great powers were guarding the exit of this small world. Should Yin Feiyong dare to act violently, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Yin Feiyong suppressed his turbulent emotions, maintaining a facade of calm. He understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from taking a life here. Otherwise, he would not survive outside. Hand over all the treasures you possess and divulge the secrets of this blood river. His voice was flat, but his demand was anything but trivial. Feng Xingqian and his companion, having occasionally glanced at the Blood River's whirlpool and the anomalies above it, clearly harbored significant knowledge. Yield all the fruits you carry. One of Yun Feiyang's companions advanced, menacingly approaching Feng Xingqian and the girl, while the remaining three closed in, clearly intent on seizing their possessions by force if necessary. Chapter 51. The Terror of Yun Feiyang. As the four approached, Feng Xingqian hesitated no more. He unleashed his martial soul, his expression stoic. Are you truly set on fighting? Ha, and what of it? The four chuckled, each releasing their martial souls to attack Feng Xingqian and the little girl directly. They could distinctly sense that the fruit Feng Xingqian had just dropped was undoubtedly a rare cultivation treasure. They required only one to greatly benefit from it. Since you've chosen this path, do not blame me for being merciless. Feng Xingqian scoffed, unleashing his martial soul, a multitude of stars flickering and emanating a terrifying aura. Boom! Boom! The battle erupted. The four's attacks converged in a frenzy towards Feng Xingqian, who stood resolute, each strike met by a star that shielded him. As the tension dissipated, the four stared, momentarily dumbfounded, at Feng Xingqian, who remained unscathed. Their gaze shifted to the usually silent Yun Feiyang. They had merely been posturing. With their maximum soul power barely surpassing 30, how could they possibly contend with Feng Xingqian's 45? Their role was merely to distract, while Yun Feiyang took charge of the confrontation. Their focus was primarily on the little girl. Useless. Yun Feiyang discerned their thoughts, but chose not to comment further. Instead, he unleashed his aura and darted towards Feng Xingqian with incredible speed. That little girl is yours to handle, he added, not forgetting to assign a task. While he could not kill her, he could certainly teach her a lesson, and the matter of revenge could wait for another day. As he approached Feng Xingqian, he suddenly halted, locking eyes with him, his voice a mixture of warning and derision. Here's a piece of advice. Surrender your treasures and divulge the secrets, and you may yet leave here unscathed. Otherwise, even if you survive, it will be a grim ordeal. I assure you. If it's a fight you want, then let us fight. Spare me your prattle. Feng Xingqian retorted, his eyes alight with battle fervor and wariness. He sensed that Yun Feiyang's strength was at least equal to his own. Should they engage, the odds of his defeat loomed large. Casting a glance at the vortex at the center of the Blood River, he sighed inwardly. Lin Chen, you must hurry. His only strategy was to leverage the fact that Yun Feiyang, despite his threats, was reluctant to kill him, buying time until Lin Chen emerged. Once Lin Chen completed his task, escape would be within reach. In light of Feng Xingqian's resolute demeanor and palpable combat spirit, Yun Feiyang's interest was piqued. Very well, let me witness the depth of your confidence. With a swift motion, a black heavy sword appeared behind Yun Feiyang, exuding an aura of weight and sharpness that instilled a sense of psychological oppression merely by its presence. Mountain Splitter, he bellowed. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced echoed as the massive sword, seemingly imbued with sentience, soared towards Feng Xingqian with an eerie speed, despite its imposing size. In Feng Xingqian's perception, it was not merely a sword but a mountain cleaving through the air, bearing down on him with an overwhelming sense of pressure as though he might be split in two. Falling meteor. Feng Xingqian released his aura in a flash, uttering a low cry as countless stars behind him hurtled forth like meteors, crashing into Yun Feiyang's heavy sword. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering stars rang out incessantly, the space around them vibrating as though the heavens themselves were shaken by the clash of sword and star. The ferocious energy forced the little girl and the other four to halt their skirmishes, instinctively retreating from the epic confrontation. Boom! With a final resounding crash, the stars dissipated, and the heavy sword rebounded. Both Feng Xingqian and Yun Feiyang stood, their expressions cool and composed as they regarded one another. Well done. You managed to withstand my first soul skill, Mountain Splitter. It seems you possess some skill. Yun Feiyang's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing. However, he quickly altered his tone, now dripping with mockery. But this is where your prowess peaks. See parting. Yun Feiyang let out a cold shout, and the heavy sword once again surged with an unparalleled might towards Feng Xingqian. This was Yun Feiyang's second soul skill, piercing the sea. The speed of the heavy sword this time was incredibly slow, yet those present could vaguely hear the sound of mighty waves crashing, as if the surrounding space were submerged by the ocean. At this moment, Feng Xingqian was unusually cautious. He could sense an absolute suppression emanating from Yun Feiyang's strike, a force as unstoppable as a bamboo being split. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xingqian summoned countless stars from behind him, which instantly coalesced into a massive celestial body. radiating intense heat and destructive power. Starfall, Feng Xingqian shouted, and the colossal star shot forth directly at the heavy sword. Boom! The impact reverberated as if stars were colliding with the sea, creating turbulent waves and a ferocious atmosphere. With a resounding crash, the celestial body shattered, and the heavy sword halted, its ominous presence dissipating into the air, leaving only the sword suspended in space. Swiftly, Yun Feiyong withdrew his sword, his gaze more solemn than ever, and commanded, "Tell me your name." "Feng Xingqian," came the weak reply, his complexion paling as the previous attack had clearly taken a toll on him, leaving him in a state of fatigue. "Feng Xingqian, I shall remember you." Yun Feiyong's expression was frigid, his voice devoid of warmth. "In all my years, no one of my age has ever withstood my second soul skill. You are the first. Is that so?" Feng Xingqian responded, sitting down on the ground, struggling to remain standing. The four spectators seized the moment, praising him excessively. Indeed, Brother Yun is unmatched. With his second soul skill unleashed, he stands unrivaled among peers. Yes, and to think Brother Yun has achieved such prowess as a soul ancestor. If he were to reach title Duo, or even ultimate Duo, he would undoubtedly reign supreme, the strongest in the continent. They continued their flattery. At this moment, the little girl suddenly shouted, "Dark Moon," as the scythe of darkness appeared, and she unleashed her first soul skill. "Ho impiho, mia trex." The four scoffed, and one of them stepped forward to deliver a punch, shattering the Dark Moon slash, though he too was repelled. That is somewhat impressive. It actually pushed me back?" He mused, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It was a humiliation for someone of his level, in the 30s, to be repulsed by a mere child. Observing that the Dark Moon failed to inflict harm, the little girl's expression darkened, her eyes gleaming with determination as she prepared to unleash her second soul skill. Bright Moon, her most powerful attack thus far. Yet, a soul sovereign is still a soul sovereign. She was unable to shake him, and the situation grew dire. Just then, Yun Feiyong's heavy sword gathered strength once more, aimed directly at Feng Xingqian. "Feng Xingqian, to fall before my third soul skill, you will have no regrets, even in death," he bellowed. "Open heaven." Yun Feiyong's eyes glowed crimson, devoid of reason, as countless energies surged into the heavy sword. The four spectators were suddenly overtaken by panic, murmuring, "Oh no, Brother Yun has lost his sanity. If he kills them, we won't survive either." One exclaimed in alarm. Then one shouted to Feng Xingqian, "Run, otherwise, you'll truly be killed." But at that moment, Feng Xingqian lacked even the strength to flee, helplessly watching as the aura from the heavy sword intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. With a swift motion, the heavy sword flew forth, aimed at Feng Xingqian. In that instant, the little girl dashed towards him, instinctively ignoring her previous grievances with him and Lin Chen. "It's over. If they die, the spirit tower won't let us off. And our master will surely kill us too." The four watched in despair as the heavy sword was unleashed, their faces ashen. Chapter 52, The Sword of Heaven and Earth. As the heavy sword was about to collide with Feng Xingqian, the ominous phenomenon above the blood river suddenly vanished, and a fierce wind swept through the area. Amidst the tempest, a youth broke free from his blood cocoon, revealing none other than Lin Chen. Upon seeing Feng Xingqian in peril and the little girl racing towards him, yet still some distance away, Lin Chen's gaze flickered. In an instant, a blood-colored long sword materialized in his hand. The sword of heaven and earth. With a single stroke, the space trembled and the air surged. The violent sword energy, with its uncanny speed, collided with Yun Feiyong's heavy sword, producing a thunderous impact. The heavy sword fell to the ground, ringing out with a clear sound, while Lin Chen swiftly reached Feng Xingqian, supporting him. Noticing Feng Xingqian's pallid complexion and weakened state, Lin Chen expressed mild concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, I won't die." Feng Xingqian managed to smile. The little girl scolded, "Why did you insist on facing that attack head-on if you couldn't win? Were you seeking death?" Though her tone chastised him, it was laced with concern. Indeed, had Feng Xingqian evaded Yun Feiyong's second soul skill instead of confronting it directly, he might not have been reduced to such a feeble state. "Haha, escaping is impossible. I will never flee in this lifetime. I can only rely on my strength to withstand." Feng Xingqian chuckled, displaying a foolish yet admirable resolve. "Leave the rest to me. You should rest well." Lin Chen spoke calmly, rising with the blood-colored longsword in hand, facing the enraged Yun Feiyong. As they observed Lin Chen's silhouette, the little girl and Feng Xingqian were momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing something, their eyes widening in shock, breaths quickening as if startled. The little girl regained her composure, her expression slightly forlorn, yet her gaze towards Lin Chen held a newfound intensity. "Here, lean on me. Today I'll let you off easy, she declared, her tone still proud, yet tinged with a peculiar concern as she helped Feng Xingchen aside. The four followers of Yun Feiyang, initially astonished at Lin Chen's arrival, were left speechless when they witnessed him block Yun Feiyang's third soul skill with a single sword. What did they just witness? A peer managed to withstand Yun Feiyang's third soul skill? It was known that only Feng Xingchen could withstand Yun Feiyang's second soul skill. While they were astounded, they simultaneously sighed in relief. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention, Feng Xingchen would likely have perished, and the little girl would have been grievously injured. They had witnessed Yun Feiyang obliterating a soul king of over 50 levels with his third soul skill, a testament to its terrifying power. Do you think he could defeat Yun Feiyang? One of them asked, gazing at Lin Chen, who stood tall and imposing, his aura rivaling Yun Feiyang's. Although he can block Yun Feiyang's third soul skill, do not forget, Yun Feiyang has a fourth soul skill. You all know the power of that attack. Another shook his head. I have not witnessed it firsthand, but I have heard that Yun Feiyang has only demonstrated his fourth soul skill once during a competition in the sect, and that occasion resulted in the immediate annihilation of a soul king of over 50 levels. It was due to this remarkable display that the sect leader designated Yun Feiyang as the Holy Son. One person spoke up, affirming the truth of the matter. Another, who was privy to the inside scoop, nodded gravely as he observed Lin Chen and Yun Feiyang in the arena. His voice tinged with concern. If they were to flee now, they might still have a chance. Given Yun Feiyang's loss of reason, he is likely to unleash a violent rampage, and if we remain here, we too shall perish. Yet, should we attempt to escape, neither the spirit tower nor the sect leader would let us off lightly. One person's eyes reflected worry. The most powerful among the four slowly spoke, which is preferable, dying now or later. The other three fell silent, exchanging glances that conveyed their resolve. In a flash, the four departed at great speed, leaving Yun Feiyang alone. On the other side, Yun Feiyang glanced at Lin Chen before launching his heavy sword, employing his third soul skill, heavenly opening. In response, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He swung his long sword, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved through the air to meet the attack. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The heavy sword paused. The sword energy dissipated, and the space returned to tranquility. Swiftly, Yun Feiyang activated his third soul skill, heavenly opening once more. Lin Chen continued to wield his crimson sword, intercepting the assault. The two engaged in this exchange repeatedly, a dozen times or more. At last, Yun Feiyang's aura shifted dramatically. An overwhelming and terrifying energy radiated from him, enveloping Lin Chen, signaling the impending unleashing of a dreadful soul skill. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere and the bizarre energy surrounding him, Lin Chen had no choice but to remain vigilant. He had already refined 90% of the dragon's blood essence from the blood river, although 10% remained. Extracting it would require an immense amount of time, which he could ill afford. Of course, it was the confrontation between Feng Xingchen and Yun Feiyang that prompted him to conclude the refinement of the dragon's blood. Despite his singular focus on this task, he had been aware of the events on shore through the vigilant oversight of the Candle Dragon Elder. Thus, he was informed of Yun Feiyang's actions against Feng Xingchen. Observing the now irrational Yun Feiyang, Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Since you intended to harm my brother, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a surge of formidable energy emanating from Lin Chen, the sword energy around him began to coalesce. More alarmingly, a red aura from the blood river subtly infused his long sword. As both combatants gathered their energies, they reached a critical threshold. Open the earth, Yun Feiyang bellowed, his heavy sword hurtling towards Lin Chen with cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, Lin Chen unleashed a sword strike, still invoking his soul skill, earthly sword, but this time, its potency was at least tenfold stronger than before. Crack, crack, crack. Before the two attacks even collided, the space seemed unable to bear the pressure, producing a crisp sound akin to shattering glass. The surrounding air currents appeared to be drawn into the fray, swirling and spiraling like ripples across a water surface, radiating outward. Feng Xingchen and the little girl at a distance could acutely sense the overwhelming energy rushing towards them, a testament to the sheer terror and intensity of their clash. I never imagined he would grow so powerful. Surely his soul power must now be at least level 40. The little girl mused, observing Lin Chen's calm and composed demeanor in the arena, her eyes reflecting a hint of defeat, yet her face bore an inexplicable smile. Perhaps even she was unaware that her initial disdain for Lin Chen had subtly transformed into acknowledgement and admiration. Feng Xingchen wore a bitter expression. Why must I encounter such a prodigy? Gazing at Lin Chen, who seemed capable of confronting the very heavens. Feng Xingqian felt a flicker of admiration welling up within him. Boom! The two soul skills, imbued with annihilative force, finally collided. In an instant, the entire space reverberated with thunderous noise. Chapter 53. The Defeat of Yun Feiyang. A Transformation of Status. The crimson smoke and dust engulfed the arena. Waves of potent energy surging forth. When the haze finally dissipated, revealing the scene, Lin Chen stood resolutely in place, gripping his blood-red long sword, resembling a deity of the blade. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang remained upright, albeit with a massive wound gaping across his chest, blood rapidly staining his white garb. Suddenly, Yun Feiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to a single knee, his right hand propped against his heavy sword, his face paling. The once fiery intensity in his eyes had vanished, replaced by their original clarity. He had regained his composure. Observing Yun Feiyang, now devoid of combat capability, Lin Chen sheathed his martial soul. This was not an act of mercy. It was simply that killing here was not an option. For even the Tang sect could not shield him from the repercussions. Of course, he had sufficiently vented his anger. Turning, Lin Chen strode towards Feng Xingqian. Wait! Yun Feiyang suddenly called out, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen's retreating figure, his voice laced with astonishment and resentment. Tell me who you are and your current level. Lin Chen paused momentarily, then replied coolly, I am Lin Chen, a 40-level soul master. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yun Feiyang was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his features. Forgetting even to breathe, he, Yun Feiyang, a 48-level soul master, had never suffered defeat against peers of his age or within the same realm. No one had ever withstood a single blow from him. Yet now, he had fallen, into one whose level was inferior to his own. Regaining his composure, Yun Feiyang's gaze locked onto Lin Chen, determination resonating in his voice. I am Yun Feiyang, and one day, I shall exact vengeance for this defeat. With that, he turned to depart, dragging his weakened body away. Having been defeated, there was no need or reason for him to linger. Lin Chen glanced back at Yun Feiyang's silhouette, an inexplicable sense of certainty lingering in his heart that they would meet again. Well, if we do meet again, I will surely prevail a second time. Lin Chen silently vowed. That is not a certainty. I find that lad rather peculiar. Based on his current potential, he rivals your own. The voice of the Candle Dragon Elder echoed in his mind. Is that so? A formidable opponent is welcome. Otherwise, things would be rather dull. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Approaching Feng Xingqian, he noted her somewhat weakened state, and his tone carried a hint of remorse. My apologies and my gratitude. Simple words encapsulated all his appreciation. Feng Xingqian merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Then, with an air of feigned nonchalance, she added, Ahem, it is not for you. I merely sought my dragon's blood. Upon mentioning dragon's blood, Lin Chen raised his right hand, revealing 2 droplets of crimson blood hovering above his palm, exuding a formidable and terrifying aura, accompanied by an alluring aroma that beckoned consumption. One for each of you, Lin Chen offered with a faint smile. The droplets were extracted from within him, a rarity he had forced out, otherwise they would not exist at all. Indeed, being submerged in the blood river, he could only rely on his body to absorb the essence of dragon blood, unable to refine it externally. Gazing at the 2 droplets of dragon blood, Feng Xingqian and the little lowly nearly had their eyes pop out, their breaths quickening, faces flushed with excitement. The 2 did not hesitate. Each consumed a droplet and immediately began to refine it. After 3 days, they finally completed the refinement of the dragon blood, and Feng Xingqian emerged from a state of weakness, perhaps due to the absorption of the dragon blood. The aura emanating from both was even more intense than 3 days prior, indicating a notable enhancement in their soul power. How was it? Lin Chen inquired, his gaze fixed on the 2 with a hint of curiosity. Having absorbed such a substantial amount of dragon blood essence to elevate himself 10 levels to the 40th rank soul master, he was eager to know how much a single droplet could elevate them. Learning from the previous incident where he was ridiculed after boasting about his soul power enhancement from the dragon fruit, Feng Xingqian had learned to be more reserved this time, simply stating, I've increased by 2 levels. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the little lowly. I also gained 2 levels, but perhaps due to my current plateau at the 30th level, I can feel that at least half of the dragon blood essence still lingers within my body. She replied with a contented expression, clearly pleased with her enhancement. Not bad. Lin Chen smiled in response. However, this smile prompted Feng Xingqian and the little lowly to fix their gazes on him with an intimidating intensity. What is the matter with you 2? Lin Chen felt a pang of unease at their expressions, his body tensing. If 2 levels are commendable, then what about your 10 levels? Would that be explosive? Feng Xingchen remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. Lin Chen instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and simply replied, I was just fortunate, very fortunate. Indeed, his good fortune was undeniable. After entering this small world, he had astonishingly raised his level by 20 in just over a month, a feat that would surely drive others mad if spoken aloud. Even in moments of quiet reflection, he found it hard to believe. It was amusing to think that upon his arrival, someone had insisted on him being their protector, their support. Now, it seemed the roles might be reversed. Feng Xingchen regarded Lin Chen with a complex expression, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Indeed, I too shall seek to hold onto someone's leg in the future. The little lowly chimed in, causing both Feng Xingchen and Lin Chen to momentarily pause before they felt a sense of relief. The once exceedingly proud little lowly had unknowingly undergone a transformation. Looking at the two, Lin Chen suddenly grinned. Once you were my support, henceforth, allow me to be yours. I am unafraid of your grasp. Ha ha ha. The three burst into laughter. Now, where shall we venture, O support? Feng Xingchen inquired. Lin Chen had previously mentioned the existence of 5 treasures in the dragon's descent. And with the dragon fruit and dragon blood already found, they were still in search of the dragon bones, dragon heart, and dragon soul. The mere discovery of the dragon fruit and dragon blood had already yielded such significant enhancements. If they were to acquire the remaining 3 treasures, their growth would be unfathomable. The more they contemplated it, the more their excitement grew. Let's seek the dragon bones, Lin Chen finally declared. According to the senses of the Candle Dragon Elder, a small area with potent energy lay 100 miles from their current location, most likely where the dragon bones could be found. The 3 departed swiftly. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Lin Chen, precisely at the location sensed by the Candle Dragon Elder, 5 individuals were excavating the ground, having already created numerous large pits surrounded by an array of various skeletal remains. Brotherly, is there truly a treasure here as you claim? After digging so many holes, all we've unearthed are a pile of broken bones. One individual questioned a young man amongst them. If Lin Chen and the others were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these 5 as disciples of the Tang sect, with one being the previously enigmatic youth, Li Qingshan. If you do not believe, you need not dig. I can manage alone, Li Qingshan replied coolly, continuing to excavate without regard for the others. The other 4, observing the determination and conviction in Li Qingshan's eyes, exchanged glances, curiosity peaking as they resumed digging, evidently choosing to trust Li Qingshan. Chapter 54, The Burial Ground, Dragon Bones. Upon arriving at the burial ground, Lin Chen and his companions indeed spotted Li Qingshan and his 4 associates, who were equally aware of their presence, surveying the several pits of varying sizes before him. Lin Chen felt a flicker of surprise. Had Li Qingshan and his group also discovered the matter of the dragon bones? Naturally, Lin Chen was most astonished to see Li Qingshan, recalling the threat veiled within Li Qingshan's words upon his entrance into the small world. Though he could not pinpoint where he had offended Li Qingshan, he sensed the hostility directed at him. Upon noticing Lin Chen and the others, Li Qingshan paused, a flash of surprise and a hint of wariness crossing his features. He had arrived here, guided by his martial spirit, convinced that this place concealed treasures beneficial to him. Why had Lin Chen and his companions come? Did any of them possess a dragon-type martial spirit? A spark of intrigue ignited in Li Qingshan's eyes as he scrutinized Lin Chen and his companions anew. He stepped forward, directly approaching them, with the other 4 aligning behind him, clearly recognizing him as their leader. We discovered this place first. If you seek treasure, I suggest you move on to another location, Li Qingshan declared without preamble, attempting to shoo them away. Though he did not comprehend Lin Chen and the others' intentions, he simply wished for them to leave him undisturbed in his search for treasure. Lin Chen was taken aback momentarily before his expression hardened. There's no rule here dictating that the first to arrive has claim. We intend to search for treasure here. What will you do about it? With his newfound strength, Lin Chen spoke with a confidence that he had not possessed before. In Douluo continent, strength held paramount importance, and it was no mere saying. You are pushing me to take action. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, releasing a strong aura characteristic of a soul master, clearly attempting to intimidate them. Well then, if it comes to blows, so be it. I fear no one. Feng Xingchen stepped forward, exuding an equally potent soul master aura, his voice brimming with combativeness and self-assurance. With his significant soul power boost, he was eager for an opportunity to practice and adapt. Sensing Feng Xingchen's energy, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes. He promptly retracted his pressure, turning his gaze to Lin Chen, speaking calmly. Whatever we unearth belongs to the one who excavates it. How's that sound to you? Huh, that suits me perfectly. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile. With his current strength, Lin Chen felt no fear towards Li Qingshan and his group. Yet, as they were all disciples of the Tang sect, there were some lines that should not be crossed. Of course, should Li Qingshan prove obstinate and attempt to act against them, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Time passed as they each dug in their respective areas. Despite the agreement that whatever was unearthed belonged to the excavator, Li Qingshan and his companions frequently cast glances in Lin Chen's direction. Before long, Lin Chen and his companions unearthed a large pit. Lin Chen, if Li Qingshan finds the dragon bones, are we truly going to concede them to him? Feng Xingchen asked, observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor. He was all too aware of Lin Chen's character, knowing he was not one to suffer losses lightly. Rest assured, we shall be the first to unearth the dragon bone. Lin Chen chuckled, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Witnessing such a peculiar expression from Lin Chen, Feng Xingchen felt an inexplicable surge of belief that they would indeed discover the dragon bone. 15 minutes later, the trio had excavated a colossal conical pit, surrounded by countless skeletal remains. Yet, Lin Chen showed no signs of halting, evidently intent on delving even deeper. Observing that Li Qingshan and his companions had already created several pits, Feng Xingchen could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Lin Chen, perhaps it's time to stop? I think we should call it here. Digging further might yield nothing. Shall we try a different location? Lin Chen lifted his gaze, his enigmatic smile unwavering. You must trust me. With that, he resumed his digging, appearing utterly absorbed in his task, oblivious to the world around him. Noticing Feng Xingchen's bewildered expression, the little girl could not help but comment, do you not know his nature? If you were not certain that dragon bones lay beneath, would he exert himself so fervently? Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at the little girl, a sense of unfamiliarity stirring within him. What's wrong? The little girl blinked, surprised by his gaze. And no, it's nothing. Keep digging, keep digging. Feng Xingchen chuckled awkwardly, his thoughts racing. It seems this little girl has changed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's excitement grew with each stroke of his shovel. According to his senses, guided by the Zhulong elder, he was on the verge of uncovering a piece of dragon bone. Another half hour passed, and the pit they had excavated approached 10 meters in depth. Yet Lin Chen showed no inclination to cease. Witnessing this, Li Qingshan's eyes flickered with surprise and curiosity, accompanied by an uneasy premonition. TCH, what a fool, digging so deep. He is unlikely to find anything of value, not even a single bone. One of Li Qingshan's companions scoffed, a mocking expression on his face. They had only dug down 5 meters. Once they ceased to find any more skeletons, they would immediately relocate, for even the depths held little promise. Hey, how can you speak of him like that? We are all disciples of the Tang sect. After all, another chimed in, attempting to defend Lin Chen. At that moment, an unusual bone revealed itself before Lin Chen and his companions, a vertebra radiating an enigmatic energy. Without hesitation, the trio uprooted it from the ground. The bone, approximately 3 meters in length, emerged. Given the vastness of the pit they had dug, Li Qingshan and his group could clearly see what was transpiring. When they beheld Lin Chen's triumphant expression, they burst into laughter. Ha ha! If it's vertebrae you seek, the ground is littered with them. I thought they had unearthed something truly precious. While the four laughed heartily, Li Qingshan's gaze remained fixated on the vertebra in Lin Chen's grasp, his body trembling and breath quickening. He sensed an aura emanating from the bone, the very essence he had sensed previously. Lin Chen, noticing Li Qingshan's reaction, felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that Li Qingshan sought the dragon bone as well? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen wasted no time and promptly stowed the bone away. Adopting a deliberately dejected demeanor, he voiced his feigned despair. Alas, after all this digging, to find only this worthless bone. What a waste of effort. Feng Xingchen and the little girl were momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending Lin Chen's intent. He was likely preparing to flee. Although they were not intimidated by Li Qingshan and his companions in their current strength, avoiding conflict would be preferable. Just as they turned to make their exit, Li Qingshan swiftly positioned himself before them, his expression icy. Since it is merely a worthless bone, why not relinquish it to me? Consider it a keepsake. Li Qingshan's companions were momentarily stunned, but they quickly grasped the situation, their faces flushing as they stepped forward to block Lin Chen and his friends. They now understood that the treasure had indeed been unearthed by Lin Chen, the very vertebra they had just ridiculed. The 5 of them fixed their gazes on Lin Chen's trio, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 55, Breach of Trust, a direct confrontation. As Li Qingshan and his companions eyed them malevolently, the little girl could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Li Qingshan, did we not agree that whoever unearths it claims it? Are you now attempting to renege on that promise? Before Li Qingshan could respond, the little girl pressed on, as disciples of the Tang sect. If we cannot uphold our word, we surely do not deserve to remain among its ranks. Upon hearing her words, the four behind Li Qingshan were momentarily taken aback, uncertainty flashing in their eyes as they turned their gaze toward their leader. There was no doubt that the little girl had a point. If the upper echelons of the Tang sect learned they could not even honor their most basic commitments, they would undoubtedly be expelled. Li Qingshan's gaze turned cold as he regarded the little girl, his expression darkening slightly, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Then, as if struck by an idea, he suddenly smiled. Breach of trust? Pray tell, how have I been untrustworthy? With a sly smirk, Li Qingshan spoke with a tone of unwarranted authority. Previously, we agreed that whoever excavated it would own it, yet now you obstruct our departure. Does that mean, I did say that whoever discovers the treasure claims it. But did you truly unearth a treasure? Li Qingshan interjected with a mocking laugh. Upon hearing this, the four behind him quickly grasped the implication. One of them wore an odd smile, exuding confidence. Indeed, it is only when a true treasure is unearthed that the claim holds. What you found was merely a worthless bone, right? And you acknowledged that yourself earlier. Another added, directing a triumphant gaze toward Lin Chen. The little girl and Feng Xingchen stood speechless, their faces growing increasingly pale, their lips twitching. They instinctively turned their gaze to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had referred to the find as a worthless bone, it was clearly a sarcastic remark made in the interest of escaping. Now, however, it had become a weapon for Li Qingshan to wield against them, and frustratingly, his words rendered them speechless. As all eyes turned toward Lin Chen, he stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the five, ultimately resting on Li Qingshan. His voice, cold and commanding, declared, "A true man speaks plainly. We have indeed unearthed a treasure." At this proclamation, not only did Feng Xingchen and the little girl stand stunned, but even Li Qingshan's companions were taken aback, their breaths quickening, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission, Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with desire, his emotions stirring. Although he had suspected that Lin Chen's discovery was the treasure he sought, Lin Chen's confirmation solidified his resolve to seize it. In response to the fiery gazes from Li Qingshan's group, Lin Chen simply smiled coolly, his voice laced with frost. "Considering we are all disciples of the Tang sect, I offer you an opportunity. Leave this place at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon concluding his words, Lin Chen unleashed a formidable aura that surged forth, directly pressuring the four individuals before him. What did I just hear? Is there someone daring enough to act so audaciously in front of Brotherly? At Lin Chen's declaration, one of the men behind Li Qingshan burst into laughter. Although his words were laced with flattery towards Li Qingshan, it was evident that they held a strong confidence in his capabilities. The remaining three regarded Lin Chen with mocking eyes, their expressions imbued with disdain. While they were uncertain of the extent of Li Qingshan's strength, they were convinced it was formidable, which was why they willingly followed him in this small world. Among Lin Chen's trio, despite Lin Chen being the apparent leader, they sensed that only Feng Xingchen possessed a strength that was marginally formidable. Yet still far from being a match for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's gaze assessed Lin Chen, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. What audacity! If it were Feng Xingchen uttering those words, I might comprehend, for I can sense that he is at least a soul sect adept. But Lin Chen? Even with Feng Xingchen's prowess, I am confident in my ability to triumph over him. And this is the foundation of my confidence in confronting Lin Chen and his companions. Upon witnessing the glances exchanged among Li Qingshan's five companions, Feng Xingchen and the little girl shot a look at Lin Chen. Upon seeing the icy demeanor etched upon Lin Chen's face, a sense of security washed over them. Given Lin Chen's current strength, he could undoubtedly back up his words. Having already bested individuals of extraordinary caliber, such as Yun Feiyang, Lin Chen's earlier choice to retreat was not born of fear of Li Qingshan, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. With this thought in mind, as Li Qingshan's five companions gazed at them in astonishment, Feng Xingchen and the little girl stepped aside, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen as they spoke calmly. "Since they show no regard for our camaraderie, you need not uphold it either. Let us settle this with a direct confrontation. Indeed, let us fight," the little girl echoed, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. A flicker of skepticism crossed Li Qingshan's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, his tone devoid of warmth. It appears I have underestimated you. I'm left to wonder whether you are genuinely humble or merely feigning modesty. Li Qingshan was no fool. He recognized that Feng Xingqian and the little girl acted so brazenly because they perceived Lin Chen's strength as the most formidable among them, and he had failed to notice it earlier. The four individuals trailing Li Qingshan fell silent, their eyes scrutinizing Lin Chen, a sense of foreboding settling within them. With a swift motion, Lin Chen and Li Qingshan simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. Lin Chen's side revealed a blood-red longsword suspended in midair, emanating a fierce and potent aura. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's side manifested a colossal mountain dragon, a palpable sense of oppressive weight enveloping the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. Li Qingshan's martial spirit was indeed a dragon-type mountain dragon. A realization struck Lin Chen. It was likely due to his martial spirit, the mountain dragon, that Li Qingshan had discovered this burial ground. Li Qingshan's gaze brimmed with fierce combativeness and unwavering confidence as he spoke with a hint of disdain. You are Lin Chen, correct? You had better be prepared to withstand my strike. Otherwise, you shall leave me disappointed. Hurry up and end this, then be on your way. Lin Chen merely responded with a calm demeanor, devoid of any combativeness, only tranquility. Such arrogance. Upon noticing Lin Chen's indifference, Li Qingshan's anger flared, and a massive mountain dragon surged forward, charging towards Lin Chen. Under such an attack, any ordinary individual would surely be crushed to oblivion. However, in the face of Li Qingshan's oppressive strike, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping the blood-red longsword, and then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a single strike. With a whoosh, a colossal wave of sword aura sliced through the air, aimed directly at the mountain dragon. Bang! A ressounding explosion reverberated, and the surrounding area was instantly engulfed in a crimson haze, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward, forcing Feng Xingqian and the little girl to shield their eyes. With such a commotion, he can't possibly be unharmed, can he? I find this Li Qingshan to be quite formidable, the little girl murmured, unconsciously beginning to worry for Lin Chen. Feng Xingqian shot a peculiar glance at the little girl, his thoughts swirling, before responding with a subtle smile. Rest assured, he'll be just fine. It was a jest. Although Lin Chen was only at the 40th level, his strength was certainly comparable to that of an ordinary Soul King, rendering him more than capable of handling Li Qingshan, a mere Soul Sect adept. The little girl exhaled in relief. Then her tone shifted, laced with a hint of malice. We should never have tried reasoning with Li Qingshan. We should have just taught him a lesson and sent him packing, regardless of any so-called camaraderie. Feng Xingqian smiled faintly. Lin Chen has only recently joined the Tang sect. He likely wishes to avoid conflict with his peers. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would not have acted so timidly. He understood Lin Chen. For Lin Chen, it seemed he had no desire for the confrontation unfolding before them. Bang! Another thunderous crash echoed. A terrifying and violent energy surged forth once more. All present fixed their gazes upon the battlefield, eager to ascertain what transpired within, yet the swirling dust obscured their view. As the dust settled, clarity emerged. There stood Lin Chen, sword in hand, unwavering and calm, while not far from him, Li Qingshan knelt on one knee, his complexion pale, blood pooling at his feet, a stark testament to the grievous injuries he had sustained in their earlier clash. Though they had anticipated this outcome, witnessing Lin Chen's unwavering posture and overwhelming strength still instilled shock within Feng Xingqian and the little girl. It seems you will soon surpass me in soul power. Feng Xingqian mused, a bittersweet expression gracing his features, his eyes reflecting both joy and complexity. The little girl's gaze grew solemn, her small fists clenched, clearly envisioning Lin Chen as a future goal to strive towards. As Li Qingshan's four companions absorbed the scene before them, they stood frozen in disbelief, their bodies trembling, faces etched with incredulity. The Li Qingshan they had unwaveringly believed and had fallen. The Li Qingshan with a dragon-type martial spirit, a figure of immense strength, had been defeated. In the midst of this turmoil, Li Qingshan, despite the pain coursing through his body, gradually rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, an expression of disbelief and fear lingering in his eyes. He had unleashed 2 successive attacks using his mountain dragon martial spirit, each one more potent than the last. Yet Lin Chen had effortlessly countered them with just 2 light strokes of his sword. The most terrifying aspect was Lin Chen's second strike. He could feel that Lin Chen had merely tempered his power at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly perished. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, awe, disbelief, and terror flooded his mind. While Li Qingshan could not be deemed the pinnacle of genius, He was undeniably a rare talent, one of the few capable of overpowering others within the same realm. Coupled with the might of his domineering mountain dragon martial spirit, he had faced virtually no defeats. Yet today, here now, he had succumbed. He had fallen beneath the weight of Lin Chen's seemingly effortless two strikes. And it was only due to Lin Chen's restraint that he had survived. Humiliation, resentment. Lin Chen's expression remained exceedingly calm as he retracted his martial spirit. Swiftly approaching Li Qingshan. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing this, Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a flicker of fear in his eyes, his entire being brimming with wariness. In an instant, the four individuals approached Li Qingshan, exuding a palpable aura. Their gazes fixed on Lin Chen with trepidation. We are all disciples of the Tang sect. Should you dare to harm us here, rest assured, you will not fare well outside. The Tang sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. Given the current situation and Lin Chen's indifferent demeanor, they genuinely feared he might resort to violence. Suddenly, a powerful and tumultuous energy surged forth, forcing the four to retreat. Lin Chen's gaze remained cold as he directed his attention towards Li Qingshan, his voice devoid of emotion. Pray tell, in what manner have I offended you previously? He would not forget the words Li Qingshan spoke upon entering the small world, insinuating a grudge against him. Taken aback by Lin Chen's inquiry, Li Qingshan paused, sighing with relief as he focused intently on Lin Chen, gradually articulating. Initially, I mistook you for the Lin Chen of the Lin family in Ryu City, only to later realize you are not. He added, the Li family and the Lin family have a history of enmity in Ryu City. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. So it was merely a case of mistaken identity. Internally, Lin Chen felt exasperated. Who was this unfortunate soul sharing his name? Had fortune not favored him and his strength not increased, he might have faced a dire fate today at the hands of Li Qingshan. Shaking his head, Lin Chen chose to disregard Li Qingshan, turning to make his way towards Feng Xingchen and the little girl. Observing Lin Chen's departure, Li Qingshan's eyes momentarily widened with surprise. Yet he soon dismissed any lingering thoughts and turned to leave without hesitation. Having suffered defeat, he deemed it unnecessary to linger, fearing further repercussions. Brother Li, take care. The four swiftly moved to support Li Qingshan, despite his defeat, as they still relied on him, not to mention his esteemed status warranted their loyalty. Within mere breaths, the five vanished from the burial grounds. As Lin Chen approached, Feng Xingchen glanced at the direction from which Li Qingshan and his companions had departed, then turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. You let them leave just like that. Are you not concerned about future retaliation? With a faint smile, Lin Chen replied, if I could triumph over him once, why should I fear a second encounter? His decision was not born of mercy. Although Li Qingshan had acted excessively today, their enmity was not irreconcilable. Otherwise, he would not have so easily let him go. Suddenly, a spine appeared in Lin Chen's hand, emanating a peculiar energy. Is this truly dragon bone? It appears rather unremarkable, Feng Xingchen and the little girl observed, skepticism evident in their expressions. Despite Lin Chen's repeated assurances, their doubts remained. If this was indeed dragon bone, it seemed rather mundane. Fear not, this is indeed dragon bone, Lin Chen affirmed with conviction. If even the revered candle dragon could misinterpret its essence, it would only signify their lack of affinity with dragon bone. Just then, a voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind, causing his eyes to light up with uncontainable excitement. What is it? Feng Xingchen and the little girl were momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden shift in demeanor. I bring you delightful news. There's more than one piece of dragon bone here. Lin Chen grinned. Upon hearing this, their eyes widened, their breaths quickening as they cast their gaze towards the ground, now riddled with large pits, their faces alight with anticipation. The trio quickly set to work, digging fervently in accordance with the guidance of the candle dragon. Several hours later, 3 colossal pits emerged, and Lin Chen's group unearthed their quarry, 3 distinct bones. Feng Xingchen held a curved, blue skull, pulsating with an elusive energy, clearly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the little girl grasped a small, black arm bone, exuding an eerie black aura that instilled both fear and a strange longing to assimilate it. Both gazed at their newfound treasures with satisfaction, based on their appearances and energies. They had certainly uncovered soul bones. Soul bones, a rarity akin to soul rings, originate from soul beasts and are highly sought after by soul masters, serving as a natural and precious means to augment their power. Undoubtedly, each soul bone is worth a fortune and is often rare to find, being heirlooms of prestigious families within the Douluo realm. For instance, nearly 19,000 years ago, the Spirit Hall, aspiring for dominion over the continent, possessed 6 unparalleled soul bones. We've struck it rich. Feng Xingqian and the little girl exchanged ecstatic glances, their excitement uncontainable. They turned their attention to Lin Chen, only to be momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. In Lin Chen's hand was yet another 3-meter-long spine, even more robust than what they had previously unearthed. Lin Chen, are you certain this is truly dragon bone? The trio gathered, with Feng Xingqian unable to suppress his inquiry once more. It was evident that the bones in their possession bore no resemblance to the so-called dragon bone. However, they were undoubtedly soul bones. For them, while dragon bones were rare, they held little practical significance, whereas soul bones were treasures capable of significantly enhancing their abilities. At Feng Xingqian's query, Lin Chen was taken aback, instinctively nodding awkwardly. To be frank, were it not for his faith in the candle dragon, he would hardly believe that the spine in his grasp was the fabled dragon bone. Observing the variances in color among the bones held by Feng Xingqian and the little girl, Lin Chen felt a flicker of surprise, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. The bones they possessed had merely absorbed a fraction of the dragon bone's essence, transforming into what this world regarded as soul bones. In reality, they were nothing but trifles. While the true treasures lay within his own grasp, the voice of the candle dragon echoed in his mind, confirming his thoughts. Lin Chen came to a realization, casting another glance at the spine in his hand, yet it still appeared quite ordinary. Here, at that moment, Feng Xingqian and the little girl simultaneously extended their soul bones towards Lin Chen, their faces adorned with smiles. Though they were genuinely satisfied and even coveted their soul bones, they recognized that Lin Chen had brought them to this place. Claiming the soul bones outright would leave them with an insurmountable moral dilemma. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Since you unearthed them, they are rightfully yours. Besides, I was contemplating shamelessly asking you to part with those 2 dragon bones. Lin Chen understood the sentiments swirling in Feng Xingqian and the little girl's hearts. In truth, he was currently deliberating the division of the 2 dragon bones. As for the soul bones in their possession, while precious, they could not compare to dragon bones. Feng Xingqian and the little girl exchanged astonished glances, then suddenly broke into smiles. Ahem, this feels rather awkward. How about this? We shall take the soul bones and the dragon bones, as well as the dragon heart and dragon soul, shall all belong to you. Feng Xingqian spoke nonchalantly, as if he had gained a tremendous advantage over Lin Chen. The little girl nodded in agreement. Clearly, for the 2 of them, directly opting for the soul bones felt like a significant boon at Lin Chen's expense. Ultimately, they recognized that everything they had acquired upon entering this small world was due to Lin Chen's efforts, which solidified their resolve not to claim anything further. Upon witnessing the resolute expressions of the 2, Lin Chen smiled gently, his voice sincere. Thank you. The sight of Lin Chen's demeanor only served to heighten the sense of guilt in Feng Xingqian and the little girl, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Should we absorb the soul bones first, or proceed to the next location? The little girl inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Observing the soul bones in their hands and the glimmer of desire in their eyes, Lin Chen chuckled and replied, let us absorb the soul bones first. Then we shall move on. I, too, need to assimilate the dragon bones. Soul bones are treasured artifacts for any soul master, and the first instinct upon acquiring them is to absorb their power for personal gain. Subsequently, the trio each found a suitable spot and commenced the absorption of their soul bones. A day later, Feng Xingqian and the little girl had successfully integrated their soul bones, while Lin Chen was engulfed in immense agony. Sweat drenched his clothes, steam billowed from his head, and his brow was furrowed in a grimace of pain. Is he going to be all right? The little girl asked, concern etched on her face. He should be fine, Feng Xingqian replied, equally worried. The soul bones they absorbed could be safely assimilated as long as their energy levels weren't excessively powerful, but Lin Chen's situation was different. He was absorbing dragon bones, which, while conceptually similar, entailed a level of suffering several times greater than that of ordinary soul bones. Suddenly, Lin Chen let out a thunderous scream, his eyes snapping open as a frenzied, eerie aura radiated outward, causing blood and earth to splatter, forming a crater around him. As the energy dissipated, Lin Chen lowered his head, gasping for breath, his expression still contorted in pain, yet his eyes sparkled with a sense of satisfaction. He had succeeded. He had successfully fused 2 dragon bones into his body. Although he had yet to feel the tangible effects of the dragon bones, his instincts hinted that they were subtly influencing his physique. Congratulations, young man. From this moment forth, the dragon blood within you shall not diminish with its usage. The voice of the Candle Dragon Master echoed in his mind. What do you mean? Lin Chen pondered, suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening with excitement. Indeed, these two dragon bones are quite special. They will continuously generate dragon blood within you. The Candle Dragon Master continued, his voice laced with evident joy. Fantastic! Lin Chen exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Had it not been for Feng Xingxian and the little girl witnessing him, he would have shouted in sheer exhilaration. As long as his body could produce dragon blood indefinitely, he could utilize it without restraint, even to the extent of transfusion. He certainly wouldn't forget that there was someone in the Star Dou Forest who needed his blood. Feng Xingxian and the little girl exchanged glances, puzzled by Lin Chen's transformation from agony to elation. Has he lost his mind? He looked so morose a moment ago, and now he's brimming with excitement? The little girl mused, her expression skeptical. She and Feng Xingqian, having absorbed their soul bones, did not share Lin Chen's fervor. What could possibly be the source of his exhilaration? Had the fusion of the dragon bones truly conferred immense benefits upon him? Noticing their expressions, Lin Chen quickly composed himself and approached them with a serene smile. So what do you think? He asked. Hee. Feng Xingqian and the little girl exchanged knowing glances. Clearly satisfied. How about a demonstration? Lin Chen suggested, intrigued by their somewhat smug demeanor. Gladly. Feng Xingqian's gaze locked onto Lin Chen, an intense aura emanating from him, his eyes gleaming with combativeness. Though uncertain of the extent of Lin Chen's newfound power after fusing the dragon bones, he was resolutely confident that he had grown stronger, more formidable than before. A match against Lin Chen would reveal whether the gap between them had narrowed, and by how much. Seeing Feng Xingqian's determined stance, Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly interjected, Wait, that's not what I meant. I merely intended to observe your strength, not to compete. However, before he could finish, the little girl also released her aura, enveloping Lin Chen with an undeniable sense of challenge. Lin Chen, exasperated, looked at the two of them, his voice tinged with resignation. Do you two truly understand my intention? I merely wish for you to showcase your most powerful strike and assess its potency. Do you grasp my meaning? Yet the two remained fixated on him, their combat spirit unwavering, seemingly oblivious to his words. Witnessing their stubbornness, Lin Chen sighed in exasperation. Glancing at them, why must you go to such lengths? I simply wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Feng Xingqian responded earnestly, his tone carrying an inexplicable undertone. By the way, you better unleash your full power. Let me see how far our differences extend, or you'll be underestimating me. Lin Chen was left speechless, caught in a state of conflicted emotions. And me too, the little girl chimed in. I demand that you exert your full strength. Otherwise, I shall inform my father about this. Well, never mind, just make sure to give it your all. Lin Chen sighed in resignation, and at that moment, Feng Xingqian and the little girl unleashed an even more potent and ferocious aura, clearly intent on joining forces against him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's gaze hardened with determination, and he declared with conviction, I will indeed unleash my full strength. With that proclamation, a blood-red long sword materialized in an instant, exuding a terrifying bloodlust, and the sharp sword energy coalesced. Lin Chen's aura surged to unprecedented heights, resembling a legendary sword deity that commanded both awe and fear. Feng Xingqian and the little girl did not hesitate and summoned their martial spirits. Behind Feng Xingqian, a blue starry sky emerged, with countless stars shimmering within, while the little girl wielded a massive black scythe, emanating an eerie dark aura. Starfall, Feng Xingqian shouted, and in an instant, numerous stars shot forth from behind him, coalescing into a colossal astral phantom that radiated terrifying energy, hurtling towards Lin Chen. The last time he faced Yun Feiyang, he had forcibly unleashed Starfall, but now, after fusing the skull bone, his control over the soul technique Starfall had markedly improved, fueling his fervor for battle against Lin Chen. He was eager to witness the true power of Starfall when fully unleashed. Moonlight, the little girl gripped the dark scythe and swept it through the air, creating a dazzling crescent that seemed capable of severing all in its path, rushing straight toward Lin Chen. The arm bone she had fused amplified her soul technique's power and attributes, making her current moonlight at least 3 times stronger than when she last employed it. Sensing the overwhelming destructive energy emanating from the two attacks, Lin Chen did not hesitate. With his right hand gripping the sword, he executed a swift strike. Heaven and Earth Sword, the terrifying sword energy seemed to cleave through the very fabric of existence. Although it was yet another casual strike, Lin Chen could distinctly feel that this blow was on par with his previous full-powered strikes. Such was the benefit bestowed by the dragon bones. The sword's energy cleaved through the luminous wheel of the moon, producing a crisp sound, and then surged forward with an unstoppable force, directly striking the colossal silhouette of a planet. Another thunderous roar resonated as the planetary illusion was split in twain. Yet, the sword's energy did not dissipate. It surged forth towards Feng Xingchen and the little girl at an imperceptible speed. "You must dodge." Lin Chen's face paled as he shouted urgently at Feng Xingchen and the little girl. Upon hearing this, both Feng Xingchen and the little girl displayed resolute expressions, instinctively wanting to withstand the attack. However, feeling the overwhelming destructive force within the sword energy, they hesitated for a brief moment. At Lin Chen's command, they snapped back to their senses in an instant, and with a reluctance born of instinct, they executed an uncanny evasive maneuver to avoid the sword's assault. The technique they employed was the Tang Sect's ghostly shadow steps, a method swift in both attack and defense. Boom! The sword energy soared into the distance, accompanied by a tremendous roar. Visible to the naked eye, a deep and massive trench marred the ground behind Feng Xingchen and the little girl, extending far into the distance where the echo of the roar resounded. Within the trench, a faint yet fierce sword energy and an eerie crimson aura lingered. Lin Chen's sword was indeed fearsome. As everything settled, Feng Xingchen and the little girl fixated their gaze on the trench, then turned to Lin Chen, their eyes reflecting a tinge of despondence, quickly replaced by determination. Undoubtedly, Lin Chen's talent far surpassed theirs. His power growth was nothing short of terrifying. It was a stark reality that they could not compare. Yet perhaps this very truth only intensified their resolve to surpass Lin Chen. On the other side, Lin Chen, relieved to see them successfully evade the attack, couldn't he help but feel a pang of regret. While exerting his full strength was a mark of respect towards Feng Xingchen and the little girl, he couldn't shake the thought that if they hadn't dodged in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this in mind, Lin Chen sheathed his martial soul and approached them, his voice laced with guilt. "I apologize." Feng Xingchen and the little girl were momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling anger. Did Lin Chen look down upon them? But they quickly comprehended Lin Chen's sentiments, and their expressions softened, filled with an inexplicable guilt. Lin Chen had indeed given his all, yet they had failed to defend against the attack. After falling into danger, Lin Chen still felt remorse. What kind of situation was that? "You need not apologize. You have done nothing wrong. If anything, we are simply too weak." Feng Xingchen couldn't help but retort at Lin Chen. The little girl, having retracted her martial soul, gazed intently at Lin Chen, her voice resolute. "Lin Chen, rest assured, one day I will certainly catch up to you." Witnessing the contrasting attitudes of the two, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. "Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, the three of them erupted into laughter, dissipating the tension of the previous moments. "Let us move on to the next location swiftly. We must finish our tasks and exit this small world, as I fear it cannot endure for much longer." Feng Xingchen smiled faintly, her gaze directed at Lin Chen. Agreed. The trio departed with haste. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Abyss. The blood-colored dragon. At the heart of the small world, a dimly lit blood-red abyss stretched across like a chasm, the visible expanse barely spanning a few dozen meters. Yet its true depth remained unknown. Compared to the small world's somber crimson hue, the air within the abyss exuded a fetid stench and an eerie energy, instilling a sense of oppression in anyone who ventured within. Roar! From the depths of the abyss, the occasional roar of an unknown beast echoed, each sound trembling through the chasm, threatening to collapse it at any moment. Three figures appeared at the entrance of the vast abyss, momentarily awestruck by the towering barrier above them. Undoubtedly, they had never encountered such a profound or towering abyss. Lin Chen, could the dragon heart truly exist in a place like this? Feeling the vague yet unsettling aura emanating from the abyss, along with the strange roars that intermittently echoed, Feng Xingchen turned to Lin Chen, instinctively positioning herself behind him. The little girl had already taken her place at Lin Chen's rear, clutching the hem of his garment, her eyes scanning the eerie abyss with a mix of vigilance and fear. Lin Chen, too, wore a solemn expression as he surveyed the scene before him. He had only arrived here by following the guidance of the Candle Dragon Sovereign. Were it not for his faith in the Sovereign, he might have doubted the existence of the dragon heart in such a bizarre location. "Do not fret, my child. While I may occasionally misinterpret other signals, the dragon heart, being the essence of the dragon clan, is something I shall never misread. It lies deep within this abyss. The confident voice of the candle dragon sovereign resonated in Lin Chen's mind, imbued with an unexplainable excitement. Let's proceed with the sovereign's affirmation. Lin Chen's expression remained grave as he stepped into the abyss. It was clear that this place was fraught with peril, as even the faintest hints of energy hinted at danger. Stay safe. Lin Chen glanced at Feng Xingchen and the little girl. Both of them wore serious expressions and followed closely behind Lin Chen as they entered. Swish! Upon entering the abyss, a gust of wind greeted them, accompanied by the sound of the surrounding walls scraping against each other, creating a peculiar rhythm. The walls on either side were stained a deep red, seemingly dyed by the blood of some creature, with the overwhelming stench of blood predominantly emanating from the rocky surfaces. This is indeed the site of the dragon's fall. Lin Chen, Feng Xingchen, and the little girl speculated internally. Half an hour later, the walls on either side showed no signs of widening. The abyss seemed to have been cleaved open by some formidable instrument. The walls remained unchanged, yet an unusual sight appeared not far from the trio. Before them lay several heaps of white bones, some scattered haphazardly on the ground, as if intentionally placed there by some creature. All the bones were of beasts, tigers, bears, leopards, snakes, and more. Seeing this, the trio's expressions grew increasingly grave, their auras radiating vigilance. It was evident that something unknown lurked here. Otherwise, such a collection of bones would not have appeared without reason. It must be the roar we heard earlier, Lin Chen pondered, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. The trio pressed on. Just as they passed the area littered with bones, a colossal, eerie roar erupted, reverberating through the abyss. Instantly, the three of them clamped their hands over their ears, their expressions turning even more serious. The previous roar, had they not shielded their ears, would undoubtedly have caused them harm. This indicated that the creature dwelling in the abyss was formidable indeed. Glancing at Feng Xingchen and the little girl, Lin Chen suddenly felt a twinge of hesitation. Despite the allure of the dragon heart, the imminent danger ahead made him feel guilty about potentially leading them into peril. Feng Xingchen and the little girl, initially startled, quickly transformed their previously wary expressions into calm, composed ones. TSK, do not be afraid. That is the dragon heart. We cannot give up now that we have come this far. Indeed, it is the dragon heart. Perhaps that roar was merely a sound. There may be no real danger ahead. The little girl spoke softly, her earlier fear completely dissipated. Observing the gazes of the two, Lin Chen discerned their concern for him, and with a deep breath, his resolve solidified once more. Very well, I shall see what lies ahead. From that moment on, no matter what transpired, ensuring the safety of the two would be his paramount priority. The trio pressed onward. As they traversed the land of bones, the deeper they ventured, the greater the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped them, imbued with an eerie and inexplicable danger. 10 minutes later, the abyss before them narrowed, the cliffs on either side closing in, barely allowing passage for the three. They moved forward, and suddenly, a vast space unfolded before them, even more expansive than before, shrouded in a crimson mist. Thump, thump, thump. The deafening sound of a colossal heartbeat echoed in their ears, and as they followed the sound, they were rendered speechless. High above, a heart the size of an infant hung, suspended in the air, emanating a potent scent of blood and waves of formidable energy. The heart pulsed rhythmically, with several blood vessels extending downwards, piercing the ground as if siphoning energy to sustain its beat. The dragon heart. At first glance, the three understood that this was the object of their quest. The dragon heart. Lin Chen, hurry, retrieve it, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed to the dragon heart, her words tumbling over each other. The Douluo realm, theoretically devoid of dragons, made Feng Xingchen's reaction comprehensible. Hearing her words, Lin Chen hesitated, gazing at the enormous heart above, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Regardless of whether he could retrieve the dragon heart, how could he possibly transport it? Even if he could, how could he ensure it would not be damaged or lose its inherent potency? At that moment, the voice of the candle dragon elder resonated in his mind. You cannot take the dragon heart. It must be refined now, similar to merging with the dragon bone. You must integrate it directly with your heart, which will greatly benefit your future. Enlightened, Lin Chen was about to act when a terrifying roar reverberated through the space. And from the depths beyond the dragon heart, a massive crimson figure slowly emerged. The figure resembled an enormous serpent, rising majestically as it approached the trio. When they finally discerned the figure clearly, shock and fear filled their eyes, and their auras flared as they assumed a defensive stance. With a crimson horn atop its head, A colossal serpentine body and 4 peculiar claws, it was indeed a flood dragon. Before the trio could react, the blood-red flood dragon swiped a paw. Its might accompanied by a tempest that surged toward them. With a soft thud, they were sent staggering back several paces. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen steadied the little girl and cast a glance at Feng Xingchen, his gaze now fixed with unprecedented seriousness upon the colossal creature ahead. They were in grave trouble. Chapter 60. The Flood Dragon's Spirit. Boy, slay this flood dragon. Its entire body is a treasure that will immensely benefit you. The moment the blood-red flood dragon appeared, the candle dragon elder spoke, his voice charged with urgency. Lin Chen could easily discern the elder's anxiety and yearning, which ignited a flicker of doubt within him. As Lin Chen contemplated, the blood-red flood dragon let out a tremendous roar, its gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Lin Chen and his companions, as it declared, "Those who enter here shall perish. The dragon heart is mine." With that, it lashed its tail, unleashing a violent force akin to a hurricane that bore down upon the trio. Bright moon, starfall, the sword of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, the trio unleashed their martial souls and soul skills. In an instant, the raging energy filled the entire space. The sounds of sharp clashes rang out as their attacks dissipated, halting the flood dragon's assault. You managed to withstand my attack. It seems your strength is commendable," the blood-red flood dragon remarked, clearly taken aback by their resilience. "Since you can speak, this makes things easier. May I have a word?" Lin Chen, gripping the crimson longsword, a fierce sword aura swirling around him, fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure of the flood dragon. Typically, only soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years possess the ability to speak. Although the blood-red flood dragon exuded formidable power, it was evident it had not yet reached that level. The only plausible explanation was its absorption of the dragon heart's energy. Lin Chen even began to suspect that the flood dragon's transformation was directly linked to the dragon heart. The blood-red flood dragon, intrigued, fixed its large eyes on Lin Chen and inquired, "What do you wish to say?" Without hesitation, Lin Chen pointed at the dragon heart above and spoke slowly. "We have come to obtain the dragon heart." Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to acquire it today. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, the blood-red flood dragon released a surge of wild energy, pressing toward him with unmistakable fury. Lin Chen appeared unfazed, wearing a calm smile as he continued, "Given your prowess, you must be aware that this small world is on the brink of destruction. Ultimately, you will perish alongside it." Behind him, Feng Xingchen and the little girl exchanged glances, their eyes alight with understanding, having grasped Lin Chen's intent, a mix of excitement and admiration swelling within them. Clearly, Lin Chen aimed to acquire the dragon heart without resorting to violence, while harboring ulterior motives. The blood-red flood dragon's gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen, its voice calm. "Go on." It was evident that it was aware of many things, and Lin Chen had struck a chord. Hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a sly smile as he withdrew his martial soul, locking his gaze onto the flood dragon, and began to speak. "We soul masters possess a spiritual entity known as a soul spirit, formed through a pact between a soul beast and a soul master. Once this pact is established, it generally persists unless the soul master perishes. You wish for me to become your soul spirit?" The flood dragon's eyes widened as it scrutinized Lin Chen, its tone measured. "Precisely," Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. If he could acquire the dragon heart along with a powerful soul spirit without engaging in battle, it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune. The thought alone filled him with excitement. "Once you become my soul spirit, you will safely accompany me away from this impending doom of a small world." Lin Chen continued, "And should you become my soul spirit, the dragon heart will belong to either of us. It will matter not." His tone carried an element of persuasion. Feng Xingchen and the little girl, though maintaining calm exteriors, felt a tempest of emotions within as they heard Lin Chen propose the idea of the flood dragon becoming a soul spirit. Lin Chen's audacity was truly remarkable. It was apparent that he intended to claim both the dragon heart and the flood dragon. "Ah, Lin Chen, you are indeed impressive." Feng Xingchen regarded him with admiration. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Would the flood dragon accept this offer? The little girl also refrained from invoking her martial soul, her gaze shifting between Lin Chen and the blood-red flood dragon, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Though Lin Chen's words are not devoid of consideration for the blood-colored Zhulong, ultimately, they serve his own interests. Now, it is up to the blood-colored Zhulong to make its choice. The space fell into an eerie silence, with only the rhythmic beating of the dragon's heart resonating through the air. Lin Chen and his companions exchanged contemplative glances with the blood-colored Jiao Long suddenly. The creature cast its gaze upon the pulsating heart in the sky, then turned to Lin Chen. A glimmer of peculiar light flickering in its eyes as it spoke in a flat tone. Very well, I agree to become your soul spirit, but I hope you are not deceiving me. Rest assured, I have never deceived anyone. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile. He swiftly drew an intricate star formation upon the ground and positioned himself at one edge of it, directing his gaze toward the blood-colored Jiao Long. Touch one edge of this formation with your claw, and then follow my commands. This formation was a contract array passed down by Gu Yuena 9,000 years ago, utilized for the formation of the first soul spirits, and had once been widely applied in the signing of contracts between spirit masters and soul beasts. However, as soul beasts have nearly faced extinction, coupled with the emergence of artificial soul spirits, the usage of this formation has significantly diminished, rendering it almost obsolete. The blood-colored Jiao Long placed one of its enormous claws upon the edge of the star formation, causing it to radiate a brilliant light. Kid, are you truly willing to make it your soul spirit? The voice of the candle dragon elder echoed, imbued with an inexplicable reluctance. Why not? What's the matter? Lin Chen retorted. It seems to me that it is not genuinely inclined to become your soul spirit. It likely harbors ulterior motives. Once the contract is signed, what does it matter what its motives are? Does it intend to kill me? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, observing Lin Chen's unwavering conviction. The candle dragon elder let out a resigned sigh. Alas, such a magnificent Jiao Long is wasted. Listening to the elder's tone, Lin Chen felt a surge of suspicion. It was evident that the elder was concealing something from him, yet he had no intention of inquiring further. Separate a strand of your spirit, Lin Chen commanded. The blood-colored Jiao Long complied, while Feng Xingqian and the little girl watched in envy and delight at the peculiar glow emanating from Lin Chen and the blood-colored Jiao Long. I never imagined Lin Chen could so effortlessly acquire such a powerful soul spirit. He truly is fortunate, Feng Xingqian exclaimed in astonishment. Though their time together had been brief, he had already witnessed Lin Chen's extraordinary talents. At times, he even questioned whether Lin Chen was truly human, given his unparalleled luck. A Jiao Long soul spirit, surely. It must be unique in the Douluo continent, the little girl remarked, full of admiration. Being the daughter of Tang Hu, the deputy hall master of Tang's sect, she was well aware of many formidable soul spirits, aside from the few fearsome beasts that still existed. It seemed that this blood-colored Jiao Long was the most powerful of them all, while Feng Xingqian and the little girl outside brimmed with envy and anticipation. Within Lin Chen's spiritual realm, an intense battle was unfolding. Chapter 61. The blood-colored Jiao Long's conspiracy. The candle dragon elder appears. At this moment, above Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, a colossal shadow of the blood-colored Jiao Long loomed, glaring down at the blue-hued figure of Lin Chen with a malevolent and triumphant expression. The spiritual manifestation of Lin Chen appeared somewhat faint, showing signs of severe injury. I never expected you to be so despicable, exploiting the contract to invade my sea of consciousness, seeking to seize control. Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed on the soul of the blood-colored Jiao Long, his tone icy. In the very instant the contract was nearing completion, the blood-colored Jiao Long had brazenly intruded into his sea of consciousness, aiming to dominate it. To have one's sea of consciousness overtaken was akin to being possessed, leaving one a mere puppet. Ha, kid. Do you truly think you can make me your soul spirit? Do you even know who you are? You are not worthy. The shadow of the blood-colored Jiao Long erupted in laughter, almost yearning to transform into its human form to mock Lin Chen directly. Without me, you would perish in this trivial realm. Lin Chen maintained his cold demeanor, his expression unyielding, though a hint of weakness seeped into his voice. Even in death, I refuse to become a mere pawn for you humans. What utter nonsense about soul spirits. They are nothing more than pets to you. The blood-colored Jiao Long's voice dripped with disdain, overflowing with contempt. Soul spirits are companions to spirit masters, friends, not mere pets. Lin Chen's calm facade suddenly cracked, a chilling air enveloping him as he vehemently rejected the notion of being a pet. Don't deceive yourself. Surely you are aware of the true nature of your kind. The blood-colored Jiao Long's tone dripped with mockery, its gaze locking onto Lin Chen, a murderous intent radiating from it. Moreover, even if soul spirits were indeed friends, what of it? I do not require friends. No one is worthy to be my friend. With a swift motion, a surge of red spiritual energy morphed into the head of a Jiao Long, hurtling toward Lin Chen. Given Lin Chen's current state, He was wholly unprepared to withstand such a blow. If struck, he risked becoming a mere imbecile, his body forever under its control. As the massive head of the blood-colored Jiao long loomed larger in his vision, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy into a blood-red longsword, unleashing all his might in a decisive strike. Sword of heaven and earth. The ferocious sword energy whipped through the sea of consciousness, conjuring a tempest as Lin Chen poured his remaining strength into the attack. If he succeeded in blocking the assault, it would suffice. Should he fail, his mind would be annihilated, leaving him a mere fool. Futile. Save your strength. Were you in the outside world, perhaps with the aid of those two, I might have had difficulty with you. But here, I am the master. The blood-colored Jiao Long's expression remained smug as it observed Lin Chen's attack hurtling forth, its voice brimming with arrogance. It was all too evident that the reason it had consented to the contract was to invade Lin Chen's mind. Once it fully controlled Lin Chen, it would not only escape the impending doom of this crumbling world, but also cultivate through Lin Chen's body, establishing a grand reputation in the outside realm. As it envisioned the splendid future ahead, the blood-colored Jiao Long displayed an anthropomorphic grin, as if it could hardly contain its drool at the thought. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Lin Chen's sword strike was effortlessly swallowed by the head of the Jiao Long, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. The imposing head of the blood-colored Jiao Long surged forth, having consumed the sword energy, now barreling toward Lin Chen. Damn it! Is this truly how I, Lin Chen, am to meet my end today? Lin Chen gazed at the colossal dragon head approaching him, his expression unwavering. He felt no panic, only a strange calmness, reflecting on his fate. Having arrived in the Douluo realm for less than half a year, he had believed that, as a transmigrator, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life, standing proudly in the Douluo realm, winning the heart of the woman he cherished. Yet, he now found himself ensnared in a dead end. How unfortunate. After all, I have yet to even confess my feelings properly, merely leaving behind a line that was both juvenile and laughable. Perhaps my demise in the Douluo realm will hardly cause a ripple, let alone stir anything within your heart. A vivid, seven-colored figure flickered in his mind. Though its face was obscured, its extraordinary aura was palpable. Ha ha ha, fear not, young one. Once your body is entrusted to me, I shall make good use of it. After all, I have yet to experience the pleasures of interacting with humans. The blood-colored Jiao Long's voice was filled with smugness, its expression radiating an anthropomorphic glee as it beheld Lin Chen's melancholic demeanor. As the blood-red dragon's head loomed ominously to engulf Lin Chen's feeble spiritual apparition, a sudden flash of crimson light erupted from a droplet of blood hovering above the sea of spirits. In an astonishing display, an ethereal figure materialized before Lin Chen. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, this strikingly handsome young man bore two peculiar crimson horns upon his forehead, exuding an intense and searing aura coupled with an inexplicable air of extraordinary arrogance. With a resounding crash, the young man swept his hand, seizing the colossal blood-red dragon's head with ease. To the astonishment of both Lin Chen and the dragon, he proceeded to knead the dragon's head as if it were mere dough, ultimately shaping it into a blood-red pill the size of a thumb. With a satisfied ah, the young man swallowed it whole, the crisp sound of his chewing resonating throughout the space. His expression was one of sheer delight, as if consuming this entity was akin to savoring a feast of exquisite delicacies, granting him immense benefits. The blood-red dragon's gaze evolved from initial shock to utter disbelief, and finally to a contorted expression of fear as it perceived an unprecedented intent to kill and a violent surge of spiritual power emanating from the young man. "Who are you?" the dragon inquired, its eyes warily scrutinizing the figure before it. The audacity of this man, who had so brazenly consumed its attack, compelled the dragon to exercise utmost caution, for it sensed an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. "Who am I?" The young man paused his chewing, swallowing the morsel and unconsciously licking his lips. He then directed a languid gaze at the blood-red dragon, a smirk gracing his features. "Well, to put it simply, I should be your ancestor. However, at present, you lack the capability to acknowledge me as such. Even to be your ancestor would be a bit of a stretch," he continued, stroking his chin in contemplation. The dragon's expression darkened further at the young man's condescending remarks, which were laced with disdain. If it were to take human form, its face would undoubtedly resemble a stormy sea. "You are courting death," it roared, an unprecedented fury enveloping the entire sea of spirits, which had once been calm, now roiling like a tempest. On the other hand, Lin Chen stood transfixed at the appearance of the young man, recognizing him as the revered candle dragon, who resided within his sea of spirits. As he regarded the figure in the crimson robe, Lin Chen rose slowly, cursing himself inwardly. How could I have forgotten him? If I perish, he too shall cease to exist. If he fears nothing, why should I? With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the blood-red dragon's apparition, the unfolding spectacle promising to be quite entertaining. Judging by the candle dragon's earlier display, the outcome seemed predetermined. Chapter 62, Devouring the Dragon's Soul. In response to the blood-red dragon's murderous intent and overwhelming presence, the candle dragon merely raised an eyebrow in disdain, seemingly unfazed. Turning to Lin Chen, he mocked. I told you from the outset to simply slay it, yet you insisted on attempting to capture it as some trivial spirit. Regretting it now, are you? Lin Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, his voice subdued. Not quite regret, but I certainly did not anticipate its desire to invade my sea of spirits again. Such thoughts are unnecessary. Slay it, and you shall gain everything. What need have you for a mere spirit? The candle dragon scoffed, his contempt palpable. Why would you settle for it as a spirit? Your standards must be exceedingly low. Once my power is restored, I could easily capture several divine beasts for you as spirits. Creatures like this one are hardly worth consideration. Just eliminate it. Listening to the candle dragon's words, Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. According to the candle dragon's perspective, it seemed there would be no suitable spirit beasts left in the Douluo realm. If he indeed awaited the opportunity to capture spirit beasts, he might find himself long gone from that realm. However, he did not doubt the candle dragon's claims, as he had recounted his past as a remarkable genius from another universe, a member of the illustrious candle dragon clan. Surely, he had encountered all manner of divine and sacred beasts. As Lin Chen and the candle dragon exchanged banter, their words often belittling the dragon, the blood-red dragon could no longer restrain its fury, erupting, "You are seeking death." With a swift motion, the blood-red dragon's head surged towards them, now tenfold larger than its previous attack against Lin Chen, its terror and rage unprecedented. The entire sea of spirits quaked violently, reflecting the turmoil of the moment. I hope you can handle this, or we are doomed, Lin Chen exclaimed, his gaze shifting anxiously to the candle dragon. Presently, he could hardly withstand even the most mundane of spiritual assaults, let alone the ferocious onslaught before him. All he could do was rely on the candle dragon. Though he instinctively felt that the candle dragon could withstand the attack, Lin Chen could not help but worry. If it failed to hold back the assault, he would be rendered a mere fool, his body at risk of being overtaken. Rest assured, I shall not falter against such a trivial attack. The candle dragon smiled faintly, an air of unwavering confidence radiating from him. As he turned his gaze to the blood-red dragon's apparition, an insatiable hunger glimmered in his eyes, akin to a predator yearning for a sumptuous feast. With a swift gesture, the candle dragon unified his hands, channeling his spiritual energy into an inferno that coalesced before him. Heavenly Flame Dragon. The flames, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, transformed into a dragon that surged forth. With a thunderous boom, the fire dragon collided with the blood-red dragon's head, unleashing a tempestuous force that rocked the entire sea of spirits. The fire dragon engulfed the dragon's head, expanding in size as it charged toward the blood-red dragon. A resounding crash was followed by a piercing wail as the blood-red dragon was sent hurtling, crashing against the edge of the sea of spirits. Lin Chen and the candle dragon swiftly approached, hovering above the fallen creature. At this moment, the blood-red dragon had diminished in size by at least half and appeared significantly more ethereal, clearly having been gravely wounded by the candle dragon's earlier strike. Indeed, a mere weakling, hardly a challenge. The candle dragon observed the now weakened blood-red dragon below, a smile of disdain adorning his face. This was not mere condescension. It was the innate superiority that stemmed from being a member of a clan more noble than dragons, emanating from deep within. Do not presume this means I am finished. The blood-red dragon's expression darkened, its voice laced with anger and intent to kill. Yet before it could complete its statement, the candle dragon swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending it crashing to the opposite side of the sea of spirits. The cycle continued, with the blood-red dragon repeatedly rising in defiance and rage, only to be met with another swift slap from the candle dragon, sending it sprawling. Perhaps the candle dragon was deliberately controlling the force of his strikes, ensuring the blood-red dragon remained unharmed while being tossed about. What a jest! The blood-red dragon, a treasure trove for Lin Chen, was equally valuable to the candle dragon. Even its spiritual apparition was a rare delicacy and a means of restoration. The earlier attack had reduced the blood-red dragon's spiritual form by half, leaving the candle dragon regretting the loss. As Lin Chen observed this absurd cycle, he remained speechless while diligently working to restore his spiritual energy. 10 minutes later, just as the candle dragon sovereign was about to take action, the blood-colored dragon suddenly roared. "Stop! You concede? You concede? Do not strike." The candle dragon sovereign disdainfully retorted, "Your concession is of no concern to me." With that, he delivered another resounding slap. Bang! The spectral form of the blood-colored dragon was sent flying once more. The candle dragon sovereign did not pursue, but instead clapped his hands, wearing an expression of delight. "It has been quite some time since I last had the chance to stretch my limbs. Although this feels somewhat tedious, it is better than nothing. Young one, I concede. I am willing to become your soul spirit." The blood-colored dragon darted directly to Lin Chen, casting a fearful glance at the candle dragon sovereign before pleading for mercy. It was evident that if it did not yield, it would sooner or later be utterly destroyed by the candle dragon. The candle dragon approached Lin Chen, gazing at him with an expression of calmness. Yet his voice bore an enigmatic undertone. "How do you wish to proceed? Is it beneficial for you?" Lin Chen regarded the candle dragon with a serene demeanor, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. "His essence can serve as my sustenance, and his soul can expedite my recovery. As for his flesh and blood, they are akin to the dragon's blood and bones you previously acquired, albeit slightly less potent." The candle dragon spoke slowly, his tone imbued with profound tranquility, as if willingly relinquishing the choice to Lin Chen. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen glanced at the blood-colored dragon, now ashen-faced, and fell in silence. In an instant, Lin Chen coldly stated, "The opportunity one offered you to become my soul spirit was your chance to depart this impending demise of a small world and witness the beauty of the outside realm. Perhaps I appear ordinary now, my strength seemingly lacking, but I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of this world in the future. Aligning with me is not a loss, but rather your fortune." The blood-colored dragon's eyes widened, breath halted, before it exclaimed loudly, "I am willing to become your soul spirit. I am willing." Lin Chen, seemingly unfazed, turned his head aside, his voice remaining indifferent. "Yet you not only failed to seize the opportunity, but also sought to invade my sea of consciousness to usurp me." Upon hearing this, the blood-colored dragon's face fell once more. "Since you harbor ill intentions towards me, there is no need for me to spare you." Lin Chen issued a fatal decree. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the blood-colored dragon transformed into a streak of red light, gathering all its remaining energy and mental power in an attempt to flee the sea of consciousness. Witnessing this, the candle dragon's sovereign scoffed, "Humph, attempting to escape under my very nose?" The candle dragon's speed was swift as he surged forward, capturing the now diminutive yet remarkably solid spectral form of the blood-colored dragon. With a whoosh, the candle dragon paid no heed to Lin Chen's reaction and swallowed it whole. Accompanied by a thunderous cry of despair and the sounds of the candle dragon's chewing, the spectral form of the blood-colored dragon was obliterated, with its essence extinguished. The external blood-colored dragon became an empty shell devoid of spirit. Even if its soul remained, it could only stand motionless like a statue. Chapter 63. The Candle Dragon's Confession. Lin Chen's Mockery. In the sea of consciousness, following the straightforward one-sided suppression, tranquility returned. After absorbing the spectral essence of the dragon, the candle dragon bore an expression of indulgence, his eyes slightly squinted as if savoring a delectable treat, yearning for another similar supplement. At this moment, Lin Chen's spirit had notably recovered, and his spectral form gradually solidified. "You seem to be enjoying yourself, do you not?" Lin Chen observed the candle dragon with a calm demeanor, his voice deliberately peculiar. The candle dragon paused, then turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, a faint smile gracing his features. "Haha, just like you might relish tasting the flesh of that dragon outside. Would you not say, I am enjoying myself?" Lin Chen smiled silently, his expression still composed, his gaze fixated on the candle dragon. "Young one, what is with that look? Do you have regrets?" Observing Lin Chen's oddly resolute gaze, the candle dragon's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, yet his expression remained unusually solemn and earnest. "Regret is not quite the sentiment, but I suspect there are matters you have not disclosed to me," Lin Chen remarked, his voice imbued with a sense of unwavering conviction. The candle dragon intended to retort, but upon meeting Lin Chen's steadfast gaze, he fell silent. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, then he turned his gaze away, speaking languidly. "Since entering this small world, you have been remarkably active, informing me that this is the Dragon's Fall, where the 5 treasures of dragons reside." The candle dragon remained silent, You not only eagerly assisted me in locating the 5 treasures, but each time you appeared genuinely pleased, as if the treasures were yours. Lin Chen continued, his tone steady as he scrutinized the candle dragon. The candle dragon persisted in his silence. Most significantly, you were compelled to part with half a drop of your precious blood, and yet you so willingly aided me. Lin Chen's voice rose, directly challenging the candle dragon, his tone laced with suspicion. I cannot believe you hold no grudges. At least were I in your position with but a drop of blood remaining, I would not relinquish half to anyone. The candle dragon regarded Lin Chen with an impassive expression, the earlier look of enjoyment completely vanishing, a subtle chill emanating from him. Haha, you need not regard me so. Do enlighten me, my esteemed candle dragon sovereign. Lin Chen smiled lightly, placing particular emphasis on the title. An eerie silence enveloped the entire sea of consciousness. Several breaths later, the candle dragon suddenly chuckled, his voice imbued with an inexplicable sense of pride and joy. Turning his gaze to Lin Chen, the candle dragon spoke lightly. Since you harbor suspicions, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Your doubts are indeed warranted. I do have ulterior motives. Lin Chen's gaze remained tranquil, his silence inviting further explanation. In truth, the reason I offered you half a drop of my blood was neither out of generosity nor a willingness to be taken advantage of. Rather, I was gambling. The candle dragon's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he regarded Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Gambling on what? Gambling on your abilities and my fortune. The candle dragon replied with a serene smile, his gaze sweeping around as if he could perceive the external situation through it, his voice infused with an inexplicable fervor. Now that I observe, my fortune is not only adequate, but remarkably favorable. Although I bestowed that half drop of blood upon you, it also intertwined your fate with mine. As long as you continue to grow stronger, I shall recover correspondingly, until I am fully restored. The candle dragon's eyes shimmered with a sense of pride and elation, as if he had chosen wisely. While Lin Chen's understanding dawned, he simultaneously felt a sense of relief. Although the candle dragon's intentions were, in effect, to utilize him as a means to regain strength by siphoning off his progress, effectively claiming half of his labor's rewards, at least he was not at a loss. Not only had he acquired half a drop of precious blood, but his own strength had also seen a considerable increase. It appeared that their relationship was mutually beneficial. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Chen's mind. If you can restore yourself through my growth, why not seek others? For instance, the powerful human cultivators or soul beasts who previously pursued you would suffice. Their strength is formidable. Wouldn't you recover faster by aligning with them? Zhulong merely smiled faintly, having already anticipated that Lin Chen would pose such a question. Although they possessed formidable strength, they were incapable of control. If they were to succumb to greed and drain all of my essence blood, would I not perish without the sustenance of my vital energy? Did they seek me solely because of my weaknesses? Lin Chen gazed incredulously at Zhulong, a hint of unexplainable indignation lacing his voice. Not entirely. It just so happened that I encountered you, and by the time I did, my true form was already on the brink of collapse. Zhulong paused momentarily before speaking with a calm demeanor, articulating the truth. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's astonished and disbelieving expression, Zhulong scoffed. You don't honestly believe I chose you for your talent, do you? Lin Chen felt a whirlwind of emotions, wishing to shout to the heavens. Dismissing notions of being the destined child or a time traveler as mere fabrications, it was simply because there were no alternatives that he was chosen. After a moment of self-soothing, Lin Chen managed a strained smile, saying, You do as you please. At this moment, he found himself bereft of words, feeling that anything further would only deepen his melancholy. Observing Lin Chen's subtly dejected demeanor, Zhulong gently remarked, Do not wear such a face. To be favored by me is indeed a stroke of fortune. Once I regain my power, your status will rise accordingly. After all, without my protection, even a pig could, never mind. Indeed, I understand, even a pig can soar. Our esteemed Zhulong is the greatest. Lin Chen's tone was peculiar, his eyes narrowing with a friendly grin. Naturally, Zhulong nodded, as if it were self-evident. Suddenly, Lin Chen's tone shifted, still wearing that benevolent smile. Since I have your esteemed protection, starting today, no. From this very moment, I shall cease all training. What use is there in striving for strength when I have the protection of Zhulong? Lin Chen's expression was one of delight, his voice laced with exaggerated praise. Zhulong's countenance darkened, his expression twitching slightly. Undeterred, Lin Chen continued, By the way, I recall our esteemed Zhulong mentioning that he would procure a divine beast for my soul spirit. I shall not forget that, and I extend my gratitude in advance. Each time Lin Chen uttered the title esteemed Zhulong, the latter's expression grew increasingly grim. By the end of Lin Chen's proclamation, Zhulong's face was a canvas of embarrassment, fury, and regret, all vividly displayed. With a flash, as if unable to endure the situation any longer, Zhulong transformed into a crimson light, soaring back to the scarlet essence blood above the sea of consciousness. He uttered, "Ahem, if there is anything, I shall remind you. You may leave now. The body of that dragon has nearly perished. Go handle the remains." Lin Chen gazed calmly at the essence blood above, bursting into laughter, filled with exhilaration, before vanishing from sight. Chapter 64, Refining the Dragon's Body, Enhancements in Various Aspects. Outside, observing Lin Chen and the blood-red dragon frozen like two corpses within the hexagonal star array for quite some time, Feng Xingchen and the little girl were engulfed in both curiosity and concern, especially as Lin Chen's expression turned agonized. While the bond of the contract connects soul masters and soul beasts, there is no guarantee that no mishaps will occur during its establishment. Given Lin Chen and the blood-red dragon's strength, should the dragon have a change of heart during the process, Lin Chen would undoubtedly be harmed. Could something truly have gone awry? Unable to contain herself, the little girl spoke, her gaze fixed on the colossal form of the blood-red dragon. Her eyes hardening. Should we take the opportunity to slay it now to prevent any unforeseen consequences? Feng Xingchen's gaze shifted between the dragon's immense body and Lin Chen's gradually calming expression, reflecting hesitation. Perhaps we should observe a while longer. Leaving aside whether they could indeed defeat the blood-red dragon. Even if they could, what if their fears were unfounded? Wouldn't that ruin Lin Chen's opportunity and waste a remarkable soul spirit? At that moment, Lin Chen emerged from the sea of consciousness, awakening. Lin Chen, seeing this, Feng Xingchen and the little girl rushed forward, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Upon meeting their gaze, Lin Chen offered a faint smile before turning to the massive blood-red dragon's body, emitting a murderous intent that vanished just as quickly. Though the blood-red dragon had not technically perished, it was effectively lifeless, rendering it unworthy of his wrath. How'd it go? Were you successful? The little girl, unable to restrain her curiosity in light of Lin Chen's peculiar demeanor, inquired. Lin Chen shook his head and recounted the events that transpired in the sea of consciousness. Naturally, Zhulong had remained hidden. Upon hearing his account, both of them wore expressions of anger, their voices tinged with displeasure. "I can't believe that beast intended to seize your body. What should we do with this body now?" the little girl asked, glancing at Lin Chen, then at the blood-red dragon's remains. Lin Chen was enveloped in contemplation. He knew how to refine dragon blood and utilize it, but dealing with the blood-red dragon's corpse posed a challenge. Seemingly aware of Lin Chen's dilemma, Zhulong's voice resonated in his mind. "I shall impart a technique to you, allowing you to refine it just like dragon blood." Immediately, the incantations began to materialize in Lin Chen's mind. Once he fully comprehended and absorbed them, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he regarded the blood-red dragon's remains. Gradually, Lin Chen rose, moving to sit cross-legged before Zhulong, the incantation swirling around him as his entire being radiated a crimson glow. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The blood-red dragon's body began to dissolve, as if it were liquid, starting from the antennas on its head, and before long, it transformed into a puddle that did not spread. Feng Xingchen and the little girl stood aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Lin Chen, their gaze shifting to the strange red symbols flickering around him, revealing their intrigue. Clearly, Zhulong's technique was akin to the hexagonal star array of the Douluo realm, an element not of this world. The hexagonal star array, as a bonding formation, was transmitted by Huiyuhao, but originally brought from another world by a necromancer. Now, the many techniques regarding dragon blood being revealed were similarly transcendent, just as many were unaware of the past necromancer. Perhaps in the future, the people of the Douluo realm would remain oblivious to the existence of the illustrious Zhulong. 1 minute later, the liquid form from the blood-red dragon surged toward Lin Chen, enveloping him in a crimson cocoon as myriad bizarre red energies converged. 10 minutes passed, and a crisp, shattering sound echoed. The blood-red cocoon burst apart, and Lin Chen emanated a powerful aura. A blood-red soul ring shimmered above his head, still the innate crimson soul ring, but at its center appeared a pattern that, upon closer inspection, was identical to that of the blood-red dragon. Remarkably, Lin Chen's soul power had reached level 44. Yet, Even more profound than the transformation of the soul ring or the increase in soul power was the heightened density of dragon blood within him. After completely refining the body of the dragon, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that the density of the dragon blood within him had at least doubled. Feng Xingqian and the little lowly naturally sensed Lin Chen's transformation and enhancement. Their excitement mingled with curiosity about the extent of his improvement. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a furious roar echoed through the air, and a blood-red phantom glared at the trio. It was none other than the soul of the blood-colored dragon. Ah, how could I have forgotten you? You have merely become a fool, your spirit extinguished, and your flesh has been directly refined by me. Now, only your soul remains. Gazing at the dragon's soul above, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a glimmer, his voice calm. Feng Xingqian and the little lowly instantly unleashed their martial spirits, their faces brimming with combat spirit as they stared at the blood-red phantom in the sky. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. They harbored no fondness for the dragon that had nearly seized Lin Chen's body, wishing they could charge at it and battle fiercely. Do not act rashly. You have absorbed its flesh and leave the soul to me. The voice of the candle dragon echoed in Lin Chen's mind, and then a crimson light shot forth from the center of Lin Chen's brow. The candle dragon moved with remarkable speed, and before Feng Xingqian and the little lowly could react, it directly yanked the blood-colored dragon's soul into Lin Chen's sea of consciousness as effortlessly as one might grab a chick. In mere moments, accompanied by a low, reluctant cry of despair, Lin Chen's sea of consciousness fell silent once more. Phew, it's done. Lin Chen silently mused, although he could not see the state of his sea of consciousness at that moment. He could imagine how satisfied and joyous the candle dragon must be after consuming the dragon's soul. While it had not fully restored itself, due to merely one dragon soul, it had at least regained a significant amount. Lin Chen, did you see that just now? Feng Xingqian and the little lowly were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the instant disappearance of the bloodlight and the dragon soul. Well, in any case, it's thoroughly resolved. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. He certainly could not disclose that it was the candle dragon that had devoured the blood-colored dragon's soul. The two exchanged bewildered glances with Lin Chen, saying nothing further as they retracted their martial spirits. The more Lin Chen acted this way, the more they inclined to believe that everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by him, and the more they pondered, the more they found Lin Chen's enigmatic nature extraordinary. Recalling the previous transformation of the blood-colored dragon and the strange crimson symbols surrounding Lin Chen at that time, they could no longer fathom the immense secrets Lin Chen must possess. Despite their immense curiosity and confusion, it was evident that they were not prepared to pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Lin Chen rose, inhaling deeply, and then fixed his gaze upon a pulsating gigantic heart in the sky, his face illuminated with unmistakable excitement and fervor. At last, Chapter 65, Absorbing the Dragon Heart, the Man in the Black Robe. The enormous dragon heart in midair resembled a vibrant, living entity, rhythmically pulsating with a lifelike cadence that resonated through the space, echoing in the hearts of the trio, particularly in Lin Chen's. The colossal blood vessels descending from the heart continuously channeled energy to the ground, maintaining the stability of this small world. Even from a distance, the fiery energy within the crimson vessels could be felt, stirring an innate thirst deep within one's blood. Feng Xingqian and the little lowly exchanged glances with Lin Chen and nodded in agreement. The three had come to this place for the dragon heart, and with the dragon now vanquished, Lin Chen should seize the opportunity to absorb the heart, both to facilitate their escape from this perilous realm and to hasten their quest for the final dragon's fallen land. The five treasure dragon's soul, were it not for the imminent destruction of the small world, they, who were relatively weak compared to titled Douluos, would never have had the chance to enter here, nor would they have experienced such substantial improvements. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward beneath the dragon heart, preparing to absorb and merge with it. Following the techniques taught by the candle dragon, not only could he fuse with dragon bones and refine dragon blood, but he could also absorb and merge with the dragon heart or other parts of the dragon's body, a truly formidable and terrifying capability. Eerie crimson symbols manifested around Lin Chen, and a horrifying force of attraction expanded towards the giant heart above, akin to a colossal, bloodied hand reaching out to grasp the dragon heart. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dragon heart, as if sensing a grave threat from the approaching blood hand, reacted like a newborn creature, uprooting its massive blood vessels in a bid to escape from Lin Chen's control. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling welling up within him. Lin Chen, we're here to assist you. Feng Xingqian and the little lowly sprang forward, their blue and black soul powers radiating forth. The blue soul power transformed into a vast curtain of starlight, enveloping the dragon heart to prevent its escape, while the black soul power morphed into a massive hook that latched onto the dragon heart, firmly restraining it. Boom! 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 The air reverberated with thunderous sounds as the dragon heart thrashed and struggled to break free. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, his enormous blood hand clutching the dragon heart and tearing it down from the sky, drawing it towards himself. The closer he got, the more he could sense the immense energy contained within the dragon heart, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Its magma, energy capable of obliterating an ordinary person with ease. Would absorbing it truly be safe? A hint of hesitation flickered through Lin Chen's mind. Fear not. The greater the energy contained, the more benefits you will reap upon absorption. The voice of the candle dragon resounded. Lin Chen nodded, and the blood-red symbols transformed into a colossal blossom that enveloped the dragon heart, initiating the process of absorption and fusion. Phew! Everything was set in motion, and Feng Xingqian and the little lowly retracted their soul powers, sighing in relief. That was truly perilous. Almost lost control. Feng Xingqian glanced at the little lowly, a trace of lingering fear evident in his eyes. Even he and the little lowly could feel the vast energy contained within the dragon heart. Moments ago, he had been gripped by apprehension, fearing that if the energy had increased even slightly, it would have been beyond their capacity to control. The massive blood-red flower encasing the dragon heart emitted a sound akin to swallowing, as its enormous roundness continuously funneled energy from the flower's apex into Lin Chen's body. However, at that moment, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. A crisp sound echoed as the gigantic bud encasing the dragon heart cracked open like fragile glass. Bang! The immense heart sprang forth, breaking free from control and gradually levitating in midair, before Feng Xingqian and the little lowly could make another move to regain control. The dragon heart trembled, and a dark entity surged forth from within it, transforming into a middle-aged man adorned in a black robe, with two black dragon horns atop his head, exuding an aura of malevolence and void, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Just a glance at him instilled a profound sense of fear and loathing deep within one's heart. Boom! The man in the black robe waved his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming wave of dark energy that seemed unintentional. It surged directly toward Feng Xingqian and the little lowly, causing them to be sent flying backward. The petite girl fell into unconsciousness instantaneously, while Feng Xingqian appeared weak, struggling against his own frailty as he approached her side, his gaze fixed intently on the figure of the man in the black cloak, who was not far from Lin Chen. The moment the black-clad figure emerged, Lin Chen opened his eyes wide, bearing witness to the unfolding events with unwavering focus. Although the dragon heart had flown beyond the reach of the blood-red flower's control, it remained within Lin Chen's absorption range, continuously infusing him with crimson energy. During the process of assimilating the dragon heart, it was crucial that he did not cease. Otherwise, the immense power of the dragon heart would overwhelm his body, leading to a futile demise. Observing the injured duo and the ominous figure in the distance, Lin Chen was consumed by an indescribable anguish and fury, coupled with profound concern. How infuriating! He could not afford to break the cycle. Lin Chen silently cried out within himself. Feng Xingqian, sensing Lin Chen's precarious state, felt the fear of the cloaked man gripping him. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely shouted towards Lin Chen, "Hurry, I will hold him off." With that, a radiant star map materialized behind him, and countless astral phantoms surged forth, hurtling towards the man in black. Starfall. Meteor strike. Feng Xingqian unleashed his two most formidable soul techniques, his eyes gleaming with determination, intent on inflicting harm upon the black-cloaked man. From the instant the black figure appeared, he had recognized the futility of resistance, and now, with the petite girl incapacitated, the burden rested solely upon him. You scoundrel! Feng Xingqian roared. Countless meteors erupted violently from the star map, some racing towards the black-clad man with tremendous force, while others coalesced into a colossal sphere, launching towards him as well. Boom! 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 The night sky erupted with a cacophony of sounds as innumerable stars rained down upon the figure, creating a thunderous uproar. However, as the tempest of attacks subsided and calm returned to the scene, the black-cloaked man remained unfazed, standing firmly, his robes untouched, save for a countenance that exuded ruthlessness and an air of indifference. How could this be? Feng Xingqian stood frozen, his expression one of sheer disbelief, as immense terror welled up within him. His most powerful soul techniques had failed to graze the black-clad man, even slightly. With no time to ponder the implications, Feng Xingchen, struggling against the shock, yelled towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you. Yet, before he could finish, a mocking smile crept across the black-clad man's lips as he waved his sleeve. A massive wave of ominous black energy surged forth, sweeping Feng Xingchen into the air before crashing him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. "Huh! How dare an insect touch the forbidden?" The black-cloaked man uttered disdainfully. Then his gaze shifted dismissively from Feng Xingchen and the petite girl to Lin Chen, who was seated beneath the dragon heart, his face contorted with rage, his aura pulsating fiercely, and his eyes glowing crimson. In that instant, their gazes locked, a clash of power dynamics igniting the air between them. The black-clad man's eyes seemed to harbor the depths of a blood-soaked abyss, a hellish demon, inciting strange hallucinations within Lin Chen. How intriguing that someone dares to absorb and fuse with the heart of this emperor, he mused, his expression tinged with nostalgia and a sense of longing, as if reminiscing about a bygone era filled with tales untold. Observing Lin Chen's current state, the black-clad man retracted his aura, his eyes filled with a mixture of lament and reflection. In my prime, I too was a formidable force. Yet here I find myself in such a wretched state. At this juncture, his gaze darkened with fury, memories of past grievances flooding back. The Azure Emperor, the White Emperor, the Crimson Emperor, and the Blue Emperor. Those four will pay dearly for their audacity to challenge me. Their kind will be obliterated from the universe. Hatred surged within him, his body trembling with agitation. But it matters not. You foresought to vanquish me when I was weak. You likely never imagined I would survive to this day. The black-clad man laughed heartily, a sinister satisfaction etched upon his face. Lin Chen observed silently, battling the fury within while continuing to absorb the dragon heart. Undoubtedly, he was powerless at this moment, unable to cease the fusion, praying instead that the black-clad man would continue his monologue, granting him precious time for the assimilation. Perhaps due to his prolonged solitude within the dragon heart, the black-clad man began recounting tales of his past, treating Lin Chen as an attentive listener. In my youth, I refined countless beings of imperial potential, merging them into a sea of blood, ultimately rising as an emperor and crafting a legend within the cosmos. His eyes sparkled with pride. But you seized upon my weakness and inflicted grievous wounds upon me. Your jealousy and fear of my ascendance drove you to conspire against me. Lin Chen was left speechless, a being who reveled in slaughtering countless souls, particularly those with imperial potential. Was such a creature not deserving of universal scorn? Were he capable, he would not hesitate to eradicate the man before him. Of course, even now, if not for the necessity to continue fusing with the dragon heart, he would have charged into battle, regardless of the odds. The black-clad man continued his soliloquy, oscillating between laughter and ire. Though he endeavored to mask his contradictions and exaggerate his own glory, Lin Chen could easily envision the cataclysmic battle that had unfolded. It began with the bloodthirsty Black Emperor ravaging countless lives, a calamity akin to a cosmic disaster. The leaders of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans, the Azure Emperor, White Emperor, Crimson Emperor, and Blue Emperor, united in their efforts to vanquish the Black Emperor, inflicting significant damage before ultimately perishing alongside him. Yet, the current reality revealed a grim truth. The four emperors had indeed fallen, while the Black Emperor remained unscathed. Lin Chen's thoughts swirled chaotically as he pondered this revelation. It was glaringly evident that the man before him, cloaked in black, was a notorious bloodthirsty Black Emperor of yore. Even if he succeeded in fusing with the dragon heart, would he stand a chance against the Black Emperor? The answer was painfully clear. He stood no chance whatsoever. Seeing the expression on Lin Chen's face, the Black Emperor chuckled mockingly. "What troubles you, young one? Whatever happened to that furious countenance you wore moments ago? You seemed ready to tear me asunder with your gaze. How is it that you now appear so composed?" His tone dripped with disdain and derision. Lin Chen maintained an icy calm, his demeanor utterly serene as he regarded the Black Emperor with cold indifference, while crimson sigils flickered around him, coalescing into a massive blood-red hand reaching towards the colossal heart suspended above. In this moment, there was nothing left for him to do but expedite the fusion with the dragon heart. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dark Emperor did not intervene, instead casting a disdainful glance at his own dragon heart, which was being drawn inexorably towards Lin Chen by the colossal bloodied hand, only to be subsequently enveloped by crimson flowers, with energy being continuously devoured by Lin Chen. Ha! Truly unaware of your impending doom. Do you think you can assimilate this emperor's heart? The Dark Emperor scoffed lightly, shaking his head, his tone languid. Let us not even discuss your lack of capability. Even if you could succeed in merging, I would still need to congratulate you. For if you truly managed to fuse with the dragon heart, you would become the vessel for my resurrection. At this juncture, the Dark Emperor's gaze scrutinized Lin Chen once more, muttering to himself, though the human form is considerably frail, there exists within you a potent energy that even I find somewhat unsettling, significantly fortifying your physique. Surely, you possess some fortunate source. The Dark Emperor's eyes flickered, having discerned the power of the blood of the candle dragon within Lin Chen. This is fortuitous, as long as you can truly merge with the dragon heart. Everything shall belong to this emperor. Upon hearing the Dark Emperor's words, Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. But as he recalled how the previous blood-colored dragon had sought to seize his body, he began to comprehend the Dark Emperor's intentions. Damn! Regardless of whether I can successfully merge with the dragon heart, I will become the Dark Emperor's free vessel. Lin Chen's mind raced with strategies. Candle dragon, candle dragon. Lin Chen had been incessantly calling out to the candle dragon within the sea of spirits, yet the candle dragon seemed to have vanished, offering no response for quite some time. Undoubtedly, the candle dragon was his only hope of altering the situation. It appeared that the Dark Emperor had sensed Lin Chen's current summons, his gaze shifting to fixate on Lin Chen, furrowing his brow. In this place, I am the sovereign. Even if you possess some hidden trump card, you shan't escape my control. The Dark Emperor suddenly roared, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he revealed a cold smirk. Very well, since it seems merging with my heart presents some difficulty. Allow me to lend you a hand. The Dark Emperor began to approach Lin Chen with deliberate, measured steps, though his pace was slow. Each stride felt as if it were crushing down upon Lin Chen's heart, his complexion growing increasingly pallid with each inch gained. When the blood-colored dragon sought to usurp him, he could still resist to some degree, but against the Dark Emperor, he felt utterly powerless to oppose. At that moment, the Candle Dragon Elder finally responded to Lin Chen within his mind. What troubles you, that you appear so anxious? The instant the Candle Dragon uttered this question, it became aware of the Dark Dragon soul in the external world, swiftly comprehending the source of Lin Chen's distress. Ah, so the dragon soul has manifested. A beam of bloodlight erupted from Lin Chen's forehead, transforming into a young man adorned in a red robe, crowned with 2 crimson horns, exuding an aura of searing intensity as if he were a being from the realm of flames. Just as the earlier dragon soul had left him wanting more, this time, the true form was indeed fortunate. The Candle Dragon gazed upon the Dark Emperor as if he were a delectable feast or a millennium's worth of tonic, eyes brimming with longing. Chapter 67, The Battle Between the Candle Dragon and the Dark Dragon. The moment the Candle Dragon materialized, the Dark Emperor halted, his gaze fixated intently on the Candle Dragon, especially on the 2 horns atop its head, his entire being trembling as if in a mix of excitement and dread. Who are you? The Dark Emperor inquired, his right hand trembling as he slowly raised it, articulating each word deliberately. Despite being a legendary figure, the Dark Emperor had never felt such trepidation even when besieged by the 4 emperors. It was solely because he sensed an oppressive force emanating from the Candle Dragon that struck at the very essence of his bloodline, a power that disregarded all but lineage. If he could assert dominance over ordinary dragons, now facing the Candle Dragon, he felt as though he could not even match the most common descendant. Oppression, a natural suppression. Observing the Dark Emperor's expression, the Candle Dragon merely smiled lightly. Not long ago, another dragon posed the same question, though that dragon's soul now resides within my belly. Watching the Dark Emperor's countenance grow increasingly grim, the Candle Dragon continued, however, you are far purer than he was. He reached the realm of the Flood Dragon through your heart's energy, while you are a natural dragon, a rare black dragon. Encountering you is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. The Candle Dragon's words were simple, yet each syllable pierced the Dark Emperor's heart, inciting both anger and deepening fear. I can sense your bloodline holds power over me. Tell me, to which clan do you belong? The Dark Emperor suddenly regained his composure, scrutinizing the Candle Dragon with a gaze that suggested he recognized its origins, albeit with uncertainty. Ha! Since you truly wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. The Candle Dragon laughed heartily, adopting a nonchalant yet proud demeanor, its voice imbued with arrogance. Listen well, I hail from the Candle Dragon clan of the 9 heavens, the youngest prodigy, known throughout the cosmos as the Candle Dragon Elder. Then, much like Lin Chen before him, The Dark Emperor was compelled to listen to the legendary tale of some remarkable figure. Lin Chen, who had been silently observing the confrontation between the Dark Emperor and the Candle Dragon, felt a sense of relief wash over him, despite the Candle Dragon's penchant for boasting. Given its formidable strength, coupled with the inherent suppression it exerted over the Dark Emperor, at least for the moment, his attempt to merge with the Dragon Heart appeared secure. Noticing the Dark Emperor's expression shift from grim to astonished, then to elation and desire, the Candle Dragon abruptly ceased its narrative. A flicker of surprise and intensity flashing in its eyes, accompanied by a growing sense of unease. Directing its gaze towards Lin Chen, who was in the process of merging with the Dragon Heart, the Candle Dragon suddenly spoke. "Young man, focus on merging with the Dragon Heart. I shall handle the rest." Lin Chen met its gaze before shutting his eyes, as the surrounding blood-red symbols proliferated, causing the crimson flowers encasing the Dragon Heart to swell dramatically. With energy surging into his being, once more, the Candle Dragon cast a glance at the Dark Emperor, whose expression was now a captivating blend of emotions. "You are the first dragon to display such a reaction upon learning of my identity. Ordinary dragons, upon discovering the Candle Dragon's lineage, would certainly react with fear and reverence. Yet the Dark Emperor displayed not only a lack of fear, but an eagerness akin to primal hunger. Little did I expect such fortune. I have indeed encountered the legendary Candle Dragon. It seems fate does not wish for my demise." The Dark Emperor laughed heartily, his gaze toward the Candle Dragon growing increasingly satisfied and fervent. Although the Dark Emperor had once slaughtered and refined countless beings to achieve imperial status, he had ultimately reached an impasse. To transcend the imperial realm, he required an opportunity that surpassed the boundaries of emperors. Who could have imagined that after millennia of his physical demise, he would serendipitously encounter such a chance? With your consumption, not only shall I swiftly regain my peak, but after seizing a vessel, I shall transcend the imperial realm and ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos once more. The Dark Emperor's voice grew ever more boastful, his excitement escalating, his eyes sparkling with fervor. The Candle Dragon's expression had turned incredibly grim, its gaze darkening. It had not anticipated that a lowly species would harbor ambitions similar to its own, seeking to devour it to restore strength and even surpass its original realm. It is as if a feeble chick dares to fantasize about devouring the bloodline of an eagle to ascend to a higher echelon of existence. For the Candle Dragon, this is nothing short of a profound humiliation, an insult of monumental proportions. How dare you entertain the notion of consuming my essence? You are courting death. The Candle Dragon's gaze was icy as it regarded the Black Emperor, its voice laced with barely suppressed fury. Courting death? The Black Emperor retorted with disdain, a smirk dancing across his features. Had you still been at your zenith, or possessed even a fraction of your former power, I would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. After all, you are an evolutionary being beyond the reach of our dragonkin. He shifted his tone, imbued with longing. But now you are nothing more than a useless insect. Though you still exert some pressure upon me, what of it? In this diminutive world, I fear you not. His words dripped with unwavering confidence. Yet, even as you are but a mere insect, consuming you would undoubtedly confer upon me a qualitative enhancement. Once that human lad merges with my heart and I seize control, I shall depart this realm, free once more, and in years to come, transcend the imperial realm. At this point, the Black Emperor erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with pride, his eyes alight with visions of grandeur, as if he were already the sovereign of the cosmos, ruling over all beings. Listening to the Black Emperor's incessant taunts of useless insect, the Candle Dragon could no longer contain its outrage, unleashing a terrifyingly violent aura, glaring furiously at the Black Emperor. "If you seek death, I shall accommodate your wish. For I also wish to regain some of my strength through you. Come forth, I wish to witness how much power you have left, and how much strength I must exert." The Black Emperor responded with palpable scorn. With a whoosh, the sinister black aura collided with the searing red essence, leading to a stalemate as both the Black Emperor and the Candle Dragon locked eyes, their spirits ablaze with combat fervor. In the abyssal realm, the crimson and ebony orbs of energy clashed repeatedly, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, while the air resonated with the tumult of soul power, echoing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The two dragons were embroiled in a fierce battle, while elsewhere, Lin Chen, in the midst of merging with the Dragon Heart, found his soul projection transported into an eerie, unfamiliar space. This realm was saturated with sanguine and dark energies, a tumultuous force surging throughout this world. Standing upon the crimson and obsidian terrain, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his soul projection wavering, yet forcefully solidifying, as this place exerted a suppressive effect on his spirit. At that moment, as if sensing Lin Chen's arrival, the black mist in the world converged madly, forming a colossal, terrifying figure 100 meters away from him. Chapter 68. The World of the Dragon Heart, a sword to decimate thousands of souls. Countless wisps of black mist coalesced into a monstrous entity, its countenance grotesque and hideous. Neither human nor beast, embodying features of both. The creature emanated a miasma of darkness, from which silent screams could be heard, reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell. Utterly bizarre. What is this place? What manner of creature is this? Faced with the gargantuan monstrosity, Lin Chen felt an instinctive wave of confusion. From the aura radiating from the creature, he sensed it was a soul, albeit a tempestuous one, as if it were a chaotic amalgamation of myriad souls. Filled with eeriness and horror, sending a shiver down his spine and invoking a visceral revulsion. Could this be? In an instant, Lin Chen recalled the Black Emperor's previous words. The Black Emperor had once slaughtered and refined countless souls with the potential to become emperors in his quest for power. Is this the Dragon Heart space? And is this creature a manifestation of myriad souls? As soon as this conclusion struck him, Lin Chen felt a chill run through him. His gaze fixated on the agitated giant, his face contorting in distress. If all conjectures hold true, what depths of resentment must this being encompass? Roaring, the myriad soul puppet suddenly unleashed a thunderous howl, as if it had encountered its destined nemesis. Its pitch black, eerie eyes locked on Lin Chen, an overwhelming, frigid force enveloping him, rendering him immobile. The resounding roars continued as the colossal puppet plodded forward, its powerful aura intensifying, forcing Lin Chen back. Summoning all his strength to break free from the grip, Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the myriad soul puppet, his voice cold and commanding. "Humph. The spirit that seeks to kill you is not mine. Though I may pity your demise, when the spirit perishes, the lamp extinguishes. If hell truly exists, may you and your kind swiftly undergo reincarnation." The moment those words left his mouth, the myriad soul puppet halted, as if it comprehended Lin Chen's sentiments. A flicker of human-like hesitation appearing on its hideous visage. Roaring in apparent agony, the myriad soul puppet let out a deafening cry, akin to a madman seized by frenzy. Charging toward Lin Chen, the world quaked with its every step, the ground visibly collapsing around them, as its ferocious momentum bore down upon Lin Chen. Witnessing this, Lin Chen's gaze hardened, his aura surging forth as his soul manifested a blood-red long sword in his grasp. "Since you cannot control yourselves, do not blame me." The surrounding tempestuous sword energy surged wildly into the blood-red sword, Lin Chen gathering strength with fervor. In an instant, the sword energy peaked, and he swung the blade with a decisive motion. With a whoosh, the wind rose, the sword aura coalesced, and with an earth-shattering might, he unleashed his singular soul technique, the sword of heaven and earth. The colossal sword aura, akin to a monumental sword reaching toward the heavens, erupted from Lin Chen's form, swiftly advancing toward the myriad soul puppet, extending toward the distant horizon. With a resounding crash, a violent essence erupted, leaving a deep scar upon the black and crimson earth, forming a terrifying chasm. This strike, though simple and swift, wielded enough power to obliterate the earth. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the force of this strike was beyond his expectations. Gazing upon the vast chasm, Lin Chen's expression turned solemn, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is due to the absorption of the Dragon Heart's power. And being in a spiritual state, in the outside world, he would undoubtedly lack such formidable might. Yet, even under the weight of such a cataclysmic blow, once the dust settled, the myriad soul puppet remained hovering in midair, its right arm completely severed, while the rest of its form appeared unscathed. The wounded arm emitted a bizarre black mist, a viscous dark liquid, writhing, as if it could regenerate the lost limb in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes filled with unprecedented gravity, his entire being brimming with energy, poised to unleash another assault. With a thunderous roar, the myriad soul puppet emanated an immense rage, its power exceeding even its earlier fury, hurtling toward Lin Chen. From the black mist, a long spear materialized, hurtling directly at Lin Chen. "Humph, since you desire battle, I shall oblige." Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chen wasted no time. He raised his right hand, brandished his long sword, and unleashed another wave of ferocious sword energy. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the sword energy collided with the black spear, both dissolving and vanishing until they were utterly extinguished. Roar! The soul puppet let out a tremendous roar, seemingly unwilling to concede. Suddenly, the heavens and earth began to tremble, the ground, streaked in black and red, shattered as countless black fragments surged towards the soul puppet, as if gathering some arcane and terrifying power, preparing to strike Lin Chen down. Observing this, Lin Chen levitated into the air, his expression cold and composed, with a glint of battle intent in his eyes. "If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Fare thee well." As he spoke, Lin Chen's spiritual manifestation transformed into a colossal blood-red sword, rendering the previous blood-colored longsword as insignificant as a mere toothpick. Swish! Boom! An abundance of crimson energy converged into the blood-red giant sword within the Dragon Heart realm, the power it contained becoming increasingly formidable. If Lin Chen's earlier strike possessed the might to annihilate the heavens and earth, then this strike would indeed bring about true devastation. Curiously, the Dragon Heart realm was divided into shades of black and red, as Lin Chen and the soul puppet channeled their energies. The black matter was irresistibly drawn towards the soul puppet, while the red energy was entirely absorbed by Lin Chen, as if it were fate itself. The destructive energies of both sides grew ever stronger, poised to erupt, while the space around them fell into an eerie silence, or perhaps a state of obliteration. In that moment, only Lin Chen's colossal sword manifestation and the ever-enlarging soul puppet remained, as all else faded into nothingness. At last, the moment arrived. The soul puppet transformed into a gigantic black figure, launching a final assault towards Lin Chen. The sword of heaven and earth. An unvoiced incantation reverberated through the void as the blood-red giant sword cleaved through the fabric of space, delivering a decisive strike. Swish! The annihilating sword energy, akin to the celestial judgment of the heavens, cleaved through the void, tearing asunder all in its path, striking directly at the colossal soul puppet. Bang! The space shattered, the sound resounding loudly, yet no one remained to hear it. Swish! The soul puppet disintegrated, while the blood-red giant sword fractured repeatedly until the black mist dissipated, and the giant sword vanished. The entire Dragon Heart realm was obliterated. Am I to perish? In the face of life and death, Lin Chen felt a sense of lament and reluctance. Who would have thought this battle would be so exhilarating? Yet ultimately, I find myself at a loss, facing death. Had Lin Chen's spirit been intact, he would likely have worn a bitter smile. Alas, if I must die, so be it. Coming to this world has been fortunate in itself. There is no loss in that. Yet, there lingers a tinge of regret. I have yet to confess my feelings. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart brimmed with unwillingness, a vivid image of a seven-colored beauty flickering in his mind. Though her face remained obscured, her aura suggested she was a woman of unparalleled beauty, capable of bringing nations to ruin. Zhulong, do not hold it against me. Although my demise means yours as well, perhaps this is simply our fates. Lin Chen's consciousness began to wane, as if his spirit would dissipate entirely in the next instant. However, at that very moment, four luminescent orbs of differing colors suddenly appeared in the desolate Dragon Heart realm, enveloping the last vestige of Lin Chen's spirit, preventing its annihilation. Chapter 69. The Four Emperors' Souls, successfully merging with the Dragon Heart. In his weakened state, Lin Chen felt a surge of potent spiritual energy replenishing his body, his awareness gradually returning. Under the continuous infusion from the four orbs of light, Lin Chen's spirit, which had nearly perished, now regained the size of a fist. As long as the soul was not utterly extinguished, it could recover. It was merely a matter of time. Now, with his spirit restored to the size of a fist, though it would require a considerable duration to regain its previous state, at least his life was preserved. As consciousness returned, Lin Chen gazed at the four orbs, filled with gratitude, yet tinged with confusion. The orbs emanated colors of azure, white, crimson, and aquamarine, radiating immense yet seemingly fragile life energy, as though they might vanish into dust at any moment. "May I inquire who you four are?" Lin Chen inquired, scrutinizing the orbs. Judging from the spiritual energy they emitted, it was evident that the four orbs were in a similar spiritual state as himself. In the silence of oblivion, after several breaths, the azure orb emitted a feeble voice. "We were once referred to as the Four Emperors, yet now we are merely four souls clinging to existence." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, recalling the words of the Black Emperor from earlier. It was the four emperors who had once besieged the Black Emperor, leading to their mutual destruction, yet the Black Emperor's soul endured, hiding within the Dragon Heart to await revival. "So it is you four esteemed beings, I Lin Chen, Express my gratitude for your timely rescue. Lin Chen regained his composure, his spirit taking on its true form, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Yet compared to his original self, he now appeared merely as a fraction of his former size, resembling a diminutive human figure. No need for formality. Your ability to merge with the Black Emperor's heart signifies great fortune, and our assistance was merely a trifling act. The Azure Orb responded. Your capacity to vanquish the soul puppet speaks volumes about your prowess and talent. The Crimson Orb chimed in, its tone distinctly feminine. We had sought to eliminate the Black Emperor alongside our demise, hoping to eradicate future threats. Yet he outsmarted us, with his remnant soul retreating into his heart to slumber. While we were left to survive in this dragon heart realm, barely clinging to life, the Aquamarine Orb voiced its discontent. If the dragon heart realm were to be obliterated, we would be unable to even cling to existence. The Aquamarine Orb lamented. Lin Chen comprehended their implications. With the dragon heart realm on the brink of annihilation, the four souls would soon face natural extinction unless they found a new sanctuary. In that moment, Lin Chen turned to the four orbs, sincerity lacing his voice. If you esteemed beings do not mind, you may reside within my spiritual sea for the time being. When my cultivation reaches a certain level, I shall aid you in seeking methods for restoration. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The white orb suddenly burst forth with excitement and disbelief. Really? Of course. Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Are you not concerned that we might take over your spiritual sea and seize your body? The Azure Orb questioned, its tone somewhat unfriendly. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this, merely smiling serenely. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have perished long ago. And none of this would exist. If you truly wish to possess my body, I would simply have to accept my misfortune. Upon hearing this, silence once again enveloped the space. Ha ha, splendid. In my years of observing humanity, I have yet to encounter a youth with such integrity. The Azure Orb exclaimed joyfully. In that case, let us be courteous. With a soft chime, for luminous orbs soared directly into Lin Chen's spirit, and in an instant, he departed the realm of annihilation, his soul returning to his body as his consciousness gradually awakened. As Lin Chen's physical form began to regain awareness in the external world, four orbs of various colors materialized above the sea of spirit, encircling the skies. The four emperors. Upon witnessing the blood of the candle dragon hovering over Lin Chen's sea of spirit, were momentarily engulfed in astonishment and dread, especially the Azure Emperor, whose visage was etched with panic and trepidation. How could there be candle dragon blood here? It was evident that the Azure Emperor recognized it. While the other three emperors wore expressions of profound gravity, their gazes fixed intently upon the blood of the candle dragon. A silent exchange transpired among the four emperors. Yet Lin Chen, alas, had neither the means nor the time to comprehend it. In the external realm, the moment Lin Chen regained consciousness, he beheld the fierce battle of the twin dragons. At that moment, he observed the Black Emperor and the Candle Dragon having manifested their true forms. The Ebony Dragon and the Crimson Dragon were fiercely tearing at one another. Although their modes of attack appeared primitive, akin to children at play, simple and brutal, it was precisely this rawness that allowed Lin Chen to sense the immense power behind their strikes. There were no extravagant assaults, only relentless biting. Seemingly aware of Lin Chen, who had successfully merged with the dragon heart, the two dragons abandoned their entanglement, transforming into human forms and retreating. Kid, you finally succeeded. I fear I won't be able to hold out much longer. The candle dragon glanced at Lin Chen, then cast a wary look at the Black Emperor. From the moment he detected the Black Emperor, he had intended to devour him to hasten his recovery. Initially, he believed he could easily overpower the Black Emperor. But to his utter astonishment, the Black Emperor proved to be even stronger than he had anticipated. Not only did he hold his ground during their skirmishes, but he also displayed an increasing ferocity, eventually demonstrating the ability to disregard the Candle Dragon's suppression and confront him head-on. It was inconceivable that he, a genius of the Candle Dragon lineage, could be overlooked by such a lowly being. It was akin to an eagle being bested by a chick. Now, as the eagle, he found himself dominated by the chick. Simultaneously furious and unwilling to accept this reality, the Candle Dragon felt an inexplicable sense of defiance. Yet he truly had no means to contend with the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lin Chen's successful fusion with the Dragon Heart, the Black Emperor wore an expression of shock. He had anticipated that Lin Chen would merge with his heart only after directly seizing control of him. Yet here Lin Chen had accomplished it solely through his own efforts. After the initial astonishment, The Black Emperor's expression transformed into one of excitement and elation as he turned his gaze upon Lin Chen, laughing heartily. Excellent. I never imagined you would actually succeed in merging with my heart. It seems that fate has destined me for revival today. With your human body infused with my heart and coupled with the spirit of the Candle Dragon, I shall undoubtedly become a cosmic legend once more. The Black Emperor reveled in this thought, his eyes already envisioning a glorious future. However, Lin Chen suddenly interjected, his voice imbued with a chilling detachment. Humph, dream on. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. The atmosphere within the space abruptly turned frigid, the Black Emperor casting a malevolent glare at Lin Chen, his expression darkening. The Candle Dragon, too, regarded Lin Chen with astonishment, clearly surprised that he dared to utter such fierce words in front of the Black Emperor, who was exponentially more powerful than himself. Their gazes locked, and silent sparks ignited in the air. Chapter 70. Strategies against the enemy, trustworthiness. Noticing the change in Lin Chen's complexion, which appeared notably weaker than before, the Candle Dragon could not help but inquire, "Kid, what is the matter? Shouldn't merging with the Dragon Heart result in a surge of power? Why do you appear so listless?" Lin Chen succinctly recounted the events within the realm of the Dragon Heart, explaining that the final trial of merging was to destroy the world of the Dragon Heart and sever the souls of myriad beings. "Ah, I see," the Candle Dragon realized, then turned his gaze toward the distant Black Emperor, his voice laced with unmistakable reluctance. "Kid, do you understand the current situation? Although I am loath to admit it, we are clearly at a disadvantage. If you have any means at your disposal, now is the time to use them." Lin Chen paused, then regarded the Candle Dragon with an odd expression, puzzled. "Are you saying that this so-called Candle Dragon respect is merely a title? How is it that you cannot even defeat a Black Dragon? What happened to the first genius of the Nine Heavens, the supreme Candle Dragon clan?" Lin Chen recounted the Candle Dragon's own boastful claims, and with each utterance, the Candle Dragon's countenance grew increasingly grim. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly resumed his normal demeanor, his expression shifting to one of gravity. "To be honest, if you cannot handle him, then I stand even less of a chance." Though he had now merged with the Dragon Heart, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, elevating his soul power to rank 48, and augmenting the density of the dragon blood in his veins, what difference would it make? Faced with the Black Emperor, even a titled Douluo would not dare claim certain victory, let alone a mere soul master like himself. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the Candle Dragon was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. "If you had no way to confront him, why did you speak so boldly just now?" Earlier, Lin Chen had maintained an unflappable demeanor in front of the Black Emperor, his calmness almost uncanny, leading the Candle Dragon to believe he possessed a strategy against the Black Emperor. "I simply found him displeasing," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, speaking the truth. The Candle Dragon was rendered speechless. "Seriously, do you truly have no means?" Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with the Candle Dragon, his tone earnest. "If you genuinely have no solution, then we shall surely perish here today." Perhaps having faced death before, Lin Chen now exhibited a remarkable calmness. The Candle Dragon fell into contemplation, and suddenly a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes, as if an idea had struck him. "What is it?" Lin Chen inquired. The Candle Dragon fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, unusually serious. "There's indeed a method worth trying. It might enable us to obliterate him." "Do tell," Lin Chen prompted, taken aback by the Candle Dragon's grave expression, sensing an unsettling premonition. "This method is simple. Allow me to take control of your body. By combining my power with your current physical strength, we may unleash a force far beyond our present capabilities, potentially leading to his annihilation." The Candle Dragon spoke calmly, his eyes locked on a Lin Chen's. It was clear that this plan hinged upon a matter of trust, should they defeat the Black Emperor. If the Candle Dragon were to seize Lin Chen's body, he would find himself utterly powerless, akin to being possessed. Lin Chen was plunged into a moment of contemplation and hesitation. "You wouldn't actually intend to take over my body, would you?" Lin Chen tentatively queried the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon remained silent. The space once more fell into an eerie silence, both parties refraining from further speech. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, who had been observing them, suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice laced with mockery and derision. "Haha, I thought you had some hidden card to play. It turns out you were merely exchanging threats. How unexpected." The malevolent gaze of the Black Emperor fixed upon Lin Chen, and a tempestuous aura of the soul emanated forth, chilling and formidable. "Today marks your demise." Upon uttering these words, the Black Emperor transformed into his true form, a colossal black dragon materializing in the sky, which then charged directly at the candle dragon. To him, Lin Chen was nothing more than a frail wretch, incapable of altering the course of battle, and he had no desire to mar Lin Chen's corporeal form, for he intended to seize it after devouring the candle dragon and commence anew. Roar! The candle dragon, undeterred, manifested its true form and met the oncoming threat head-on. Boom! Crash! The sounds of collision and roars reverberated endlessly, the very fabric of space quaking with each impact, each clash of the two dragons inciting violent waves of energy. Lin Chen, observing the fray, did not hesitate. He grasped his weapon spirit, the blood-red long sword, and with a decisive flourish, unleashed his soul skill, one sword of heaven and earth. A tempest of sword energy and terrifying momentum surged toward the two battling dragons. However, the Black Emperor merely flicked his claw, effortlessly obliterating the attack, and resumed his fierce struggle with the candle dragon. It became evident that even if the Black Dragon had not actively countered, the assault of one sword of heaven and earth would scarcely inflict any damage upon him. Perhaps none at all. Witnessing this scene, even Lin Chen, who had anticipated it to some degree, was taken aback and rendered speechless. Even in the realm of Dragonheart, where he faced the myriad souls of marionettes, one sword of heaven and earth had showcased its formidable prowess. Yet against the unfathomable might of the Black Dragon, it felt utterly powerless, akin to a child's play. As the candle dragon appeared increasingly beleaguered, Lin Chen found himself engulfed in deeper indecision. Was he truly to allow the candle dragon to dominate his body? He harbored a profound aversion to relinquishing control over his own being, or more accurately, to surrendering his fate to another. If the candle dragon were to occupy his body thereafter, would his current deliberations not be rendered foolhardy? Enough, boy, what are you contemplating? The voice of the candle dragon echoed with urgency. Clearly, the candle dragon had no intention of meeting his end. Having narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the denizens of the Douluo realm, how could he wish for death? Not only did he wish to survive, but he also aspired to recover swiftly. Otherwise, he would not covet the soul of the Black Dragon before him. Gazing at the candle dragon on the verge of defeat, Lin Chen's resolve suddenly solidified. He had made his decision. Very well, if it comes to that, then so be it. I shall be possessed. After all, continuing on this path leads only to death. In an instant, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice resonated within his mind, causing Lin Chen's eyes to gleam with newfound clarity. Directing his call toward the candle dragon, he proclaimed, "I consent." The candle dragon, mid-battle, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's declaration, only to be struck by the Black Dragon, causing him to withdraw from the fray and transform into a crimson streak of light that surged into Lin Chen's brow. The Black Dragon, relentless, pursued without hesitation, its massive head lunging toward Lin Chen. The moment the candle dragon seized control of Lin Chen's body, the fiery mark upon his brow expanded rapidly, morphing into a flaming lotus, his pupils shifting from black to crimson, and an unprecedented aura of power emanated from him in an instant. As the Black Dragon's colossal head bore down upon Lin Chen, who was in truth now the candle dragon, he remained composed, murmuring to himself, "This is the bliss of possessing a physical form." Casting a glance at the Black Dragon's head, the candle dragon's voice dripped with disdain and arrogance. "Now you may perish." With that, an unparalleled torrent of terrifying energy erupted forth, and Lin Chen underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 71. Annihilate the Black Dragon, depart the small world. Boom! The ferocious aura radiating from Lin Chen sent the Black Dragon hurtling backward, while Lin Chen's form continued to undergo significant metamorphosis. Swish! The ground beneath was inundated with a myriad of bizarre and inexplicable energies, frantically drawn into Lin Chen's being by the candle dragon, particularly from the site where the dragon heart had connected with the earth. A tempest of chaotic energy surging forth like a tornado. The energy of the entire small world had originally been sourced from the dragon heart, and now that it had merged with Lin Chen, the candle dragon could harness the power of the small world. Lin Chen mused inwardly. With a flourish, the blood-red long sword levitated above Lin Chen's head, exuding an increasingly sharp and potent aura, tinged with an eerie, sanguine scent, as if it were the sword of a god capable of slaying deities. Crack! A subtle sound emanated from Lin Chen's spine as two bones, radiating an enigmatic glow, flew toward the blood-red long sword and fused with it in an instant. The blood-red long sword, post-fusion with the dragon bones, appeared unchanged in form. Yet the energy it emitted was palpably more immense and incisive, as if it could effortlessly pierce through and annihilate divine beings. Boy, today you shall witness the true application of dragon blood. The candle dragon intoned with a hint of pride. With that, a torrent of dragon blood surged forth from within Lin Chen, accompanied by a pungent aroma and a convergence of ferocious energy, enveloping him in a suit of blood-red armor, entirely composed of solidified dragon blood. Lin Chen could distinctly sense the terrifying energy embedded within the blood-red dragon blood armor, leaving him utterly astonished. The candle dragon had previously shared the method of utilizing dragon blood with him. However, given his current prowess, he could only condense dragon blood into his fists and arms. To forge dragon blood armor, he could scarcely fathom how long he would need to practice. This is called dragon blood armor. And since your body is currently dominated by my essence, this armor may also be referred to as the armor of the candle dragon. The candle dragon replied nonchalantly, a note of undisguised pride in his tone. The retreating black dragon hovered in the air, fixated on Lin Chen, a flicker of surprise and astonishment crossing its gaze. How could this be? Just the appearance and aura of the current Lin Chen were sufficient to astonish him. But what truly unsettled him, even instilling a tinge of fear, was the palpable threat he sensed emanating from Lin Chen at this moment. Impossible. No matter how strong you become, you shall ultimately serve as a stepping stone for my resurrection. In an instant, the black dragon's resolve hardened, and it let out a furious roar. A tempestuous aura erupted forth as the black dragon lunged once more at Lin Chen, its intent to collide with him unmistakable. Would it not be preferable to obediently serve as my sustenance? The candle dragon merely chuckled derisively in response to the aggressive black dragon. With a swift motion, the blood-red long sword gripped firmly in hand, the candle dragon murmured, "Boy, allow me to show you another splendid spectacle." "I'm watching," Lin Chen replied, clearly aware that the candle dragon was preparing to unleash some extraordinary martial technique. "Heavenly Emperor's sword," the candle dragon bellowed, with a simple sweep of a long sword. The very fabric of space trembled, and time itself seemed to still. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from an unknown source, and suddenly, a colossal figure materialized in this world. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man whose face remained obscured, with only his upper body visible, the lower half engulfed in the void. The phantom, wielding a simple long sword, struck out toward the oncoming black dragon with a single, decisive slash. In an instant, a fearsome and terrifying sword energy was unleashed, meeting the black dragon head-on. A crisp crack echoed as the sword energy cleaved the black dragon in two. Its breath extinguished the moment its head met the blade's arc. This strike, known as the Sword of the Celestial Emperor, was capable of annihilating all beings, even the world itself. Boom! Although the black dragon's essence had long been extinguished, the remnants of its soul collided with Lin Chen's body, producing a resounding impact. Crack! The armor of the candle dragon shattered like glass in an instant, but fortunately, Lin Chen remained unharmed. "Your frail body is quite the nuisance. Deploying a single martial technique necessitates adequate defense," the candle dragon lamented, its habitual boasting evident as it reflected on its former glory. Clearly, the purpose of the candle dragon's armor was to safeguard Lin Chen's form. Observing everything with a sense of awe, Lin Chen was profoundly shaken, his heart yearning for the pinnacle of power. The mere manifestation of the candle dragon's armor and the extraordinary martial technique it had wielded ignited an insatiable desire within him. "One day, I too shall attain such strength." After the initial shock, only unwavering determination and confidence remained in Lin Chen's heart. Sensing Lin Chen's irritation, the candle dragon fell silent, but the black dragon's soul, now reduced to a mere speck in the sky, suddenly radiated primal desire. "I nearly forgot my elixir while conversing with you." With a swift motion, a crimson light shot forth from Lin Chen's brow, enveloping the black dragon's spirit at an astonishing speed before it surged back into Lin Chen's third eye, restoring control of his body to him. "Kid, it's best not to disturb me unless absolutely necessary," the candle dragon uttered hastily before lapsing into silence. Even the candle dragon required time to recuperate after devouring the blood-red dragon's soul, let alone the essence of the black dragon. "Phew, it's over," Lin Chen exhaled, surveying the devastation wrought by the battle with an inexplicable sense of relief. In the land of Dragon Falls, he had gathered the 5 treasures of the dragon: dragon fruit, dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon heart, and dragon soul, all now within his grasp. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as the surrounding space began to fracture. Was the small world on the verge of destruction? Lin Chen paused momentarily, then came to a realization. This miniature realm drew its energy from the dragon heart, which he had now assimilated. Combined with the immense energy he had absorbed during the recent battle, it was no wonder the world's demise was hastening. Glancing at the injured and unconscious little girl and Feng Xingchen, Lin Chen stifled his waning spirit and physical exhaustion, rushing toward them. Perhaps due to the tremors below and the prolonged fusion with the dragon heart, both of them awakened just as Lin Chen approached. They exchanged glances with Lin Chen, then noticed his condition, prompting them to inquire, "Lin Chen, how are you faring? This place is on the brink of destruction. We should speak elsewhere," Lin Chen replied. His voice slightly weakened. They too recognized the changes around them and the absence of the dragon heart, leading them to contemplate various implications. "Let us go." Feng Xingchen and the little girl assisted Lin Chen as they hastily departed. Upon exiting the space where the dragon heart resided, the trio found themselves back in the abyss, which now shook violently as the small world neared its end. "Hurry," Feng Xingchen urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. While they had known that Tang Hu would open an exit for them as the small world crumbled, they were now far from their entry point, leaving them insufficient time to return. "Damn it," Feng Xingchen muttered, cursing under his breath while hastening forward with Lin Chen, the little girl expressing her own concern. Just then, a tempest surged forth, and a spatial vortex materialized. As the three stared in astonishment, a massive hand extended from the vortex, whisking them away. Boom! The instant they vanished, the vortex shattered, and the small world erupted with a thunderous roar before swiftly vanishing into oblivion. Chapter 72. The Plan of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The Emperor's Concerns. Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in the familiar underground mine, surrounded by familiar faces. All were members of the three great forces that had previously entered the small world. It was evident that a mysterious hand had forcibly extracted him, Feng Xingchen and the little girl from the small world. Otherwise, they might have perished within. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Chen noted not only Tang Hu and the representatives of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation, but also three middle-aged men whose auras were exceptionally restrained. To Lin Chen's surprise, Tang Hu, the vice lord of the Tang clan, stood respectfully behind one of the middle-aged men, as if the man held a superior status. The representatives from the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation also stood in deference behind the three men. While Lin Chen was unaware of the identities of the two individuals from the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation, he recognized the man in front of Tang Hu, garbed in the uniform of the Tang clan's lord. Who else but the lord of the Tang clan? From Tang Hu's demeanor, it was clear that this lord was Tang Hu's direct superior. The expressions of the disciples from the other two great forces mirrored those of the Tang clan members, indicating they were all in the presence of significant figures from their respective factions. A tacit understanding fell over the crowd as they stood behind their respective leaders. Once the Tang clan had arranged themselves, the man before Tang Hu turned, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before lingering on Lin Chen for 2 seconds. His expression warm and friendly. Lin Chen maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement, though he felt a flicker of unease within. The man's attention shifted to Tang Hu, his tone casual. "Old Tang, I never imagined you would allow your precious daughter to enter the small world. This truly surprises me." Upon hearing this, Tang Hu smiled. "It's good for her to undergo some trials. Otherwise, she'd be running wild all day." After speaking, Tang Hu shot a disapproving glance toward the little girl among the crowd, clearly displeased with her decision to enter the small world without informing him. Sticking out her tongue in response to Tang Hu's gaze, the little girl remained unafraid, her face even breaking into a delighted smile. The experience in the small world had elevated her soul power to level 30. Had she relied solely on her own cultivation, she had no idea when she would reach that milestone. "All right, let's take them away." The man finally spoke, his gaze shifting to the representatives of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation, his expression calm. "Understood. Tang Hu note that." Briefly glancing at the three and then addressing the crowd. "Follow me." Although he was curious about the forthcoming conversation among the three, some matters were not appropriate to discuss at this moment. The immediate priority was to escort the members of the Tang clan to safety. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Federation appeared to have coordinated their actions, with their respective leaders guiding their groups away, leaving only the Lord of the Tang clan, the Spirit Transmission Messenger, and the Federation's war god behind. On the Spirit Transmission Tower's side, the man in white, Yun Feiyong, cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chen, his eyes betraying an inscrutable expression before he turned to leave. Lin Chen, sensing Yun Feiyong's gaze, couldn't he help but smirk slightly. The The Candle Dragon had once remarked that Yun Feiyong's talent was on par with his own, and he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. But so what? Having triumphed over Yun Feiyong once, he was confident he could do so again. Let us go. Tang, who cast a glance at Lin Chen, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. However, he refrained from posing any inquiries at that moment. Instead, he grasped the petite girl firmly and swiftly led the members of the Tang sect away. It was evident to him that everyone who had entered the small world had undergone significant advancements, particularly the trio of Lin Chen. Their remarkable leaps in strength were nothing short of terrifying, igniting a fervent curiosity within him. He resolved that upon returning to the Tang sect, he would undoubtedly inquire about the events that had transpired in the small world. Once they had departed, the Tang sect's leader turned to the messenger from the spirit transmission tower, his expression suddenly shifting, and his voice tinged with discontent. I would advise you to abandon that plan. Let's not forget who established the spirit transmission tower. The original intention of Spirit Ice Douluo was to prevent the slaughter of soul beasts by humans. Are you truly considering reversing that principle? Times have changed. The spirit transmission tower's current actions are for the safety of humanity and the future of all soul masters. The messenger from the spirit transmission tower retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Do not forget that Emperor Tian is guarding Star Dou. If you push him too far, it may very well be humanity that faces destruction, the Tang sect leader declared angrily. Rest assured, our plan is flawless. Emperor Tian would not dare to intervene. And even if he did, we have individuals capable of confronting him. The spirit transmission tower messenger chuckled. If you truly dare to proceed with such actions, the Tang sect will certainly obstruct you, the Tang sect leader warned. Are you suggesting that the Tang sect wishes to stand on the opposing side of humanity against all soul masters of Douluo continent? The spirit transmission tower messenger sneered, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The Tang sect leader found himself at a loss for words. And what of your federation? Do you truly intend to stand by and watch the spirit transmission tower annihilate soul beasts? The Tang sect leader's gaze shifted to another individual. Our federation safeguards the interests of humanity. Other matters are beyond our purview. As long as human interests remain intact, we will not intervene. The man replied with a calm demeanor. The Tang sect leader was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed intently on the two men. To tell you the truth, the plan is about to be set in motion. At the start of the year, it will mark the extinction of soul beasts. The spirit transmission tower messenger laughed heartily. None were aware of the earth-shattering implications contained within the trio's words, while the Douluo realm was on the brink of monumental change. In the central region of the Star Dou Forest, by the Lake of Life, Emperor Tian knelt on one knee, his voice laced with anger and inexplicable concern. Master, we have recently detected numerous powerful humans in the vicinity, and given the previous intelligence we received, it is likely that they will soon launch an attack here. The current advancements in human soul tools have been rapid. The strongest among them are now equipped with the so-called battle armor. Under the enhancement of this armor, once the preeminent figure of Douluo continent now finds himself utterly outmatched by human powers. Boom! 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 The Lake of Life trembled violently, and a radiant seven-colored light erupted from its center, transforming into a girl whose features remained obscured. Since humanity desires the annihilation of my kin, let them come. You shall lead the kings of all soul beasts and ensure they are ready to counterattack. The girl commanded, her voice both melodious and commanding. But master, your injuries. Emperor Tian expressed his concerns. It matters not. Worst case, I shall simply slumber for several millennia or perish in battle. The girl's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, vowing to share the fate of the soul beasts. Perhaps we should allow the human who absorbed the dragon's blood to return first. If anything were to happen to you, it would be prudent to have a contingency plan, Emperor Tian suggested suddenly. The girl paused for a few moments before responding coldly. Are you doubting my strength? In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped Emperor Tian, paralyzing him in place. I was wrong, he hastily admitted. Prepare yourself well, the girl instructed, before transforming into seven-colored light and returning to the heart of the lake. Emperor Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing. Gradually rising, he gazed toward the horizon, his eyes filled with an inexplicable worry and fury directed at humanity. Chapter 73. The Star Sea has entered winter break. After departing from the Tang sect branch, Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen returned directly to Star Sea Academy. Life continued to be monotonous and tedious. Training, attending classes, engaging in practical combat, and the routine of daily life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Only 3 days remained until the final assessments at Star Academy. Lin Chen remained unconcerned about the evaluations, for after his experiences in the small world, his strength had soared dramatically, ascending from the teens to an impressive 48 levels, and now he had reached level 50. Not only would he not finish at the bottom of the assessments, but he was likely to be the strongest among all third-year students at Star C. 3 days passed, and the final assessments arrived as scheduled. As anticipated, Lin Chen secured first place, while Feng Xingchen achieved a commendable third. In ordinary circumstances, Feng Xingchen might have felt dissatisfied, but perhaps due to the fact that the second place was taken by Su Xiaoxue. Feng Xingchen not only accepted it gracefully, but was also inexplicably excited, though it was unclear what the source of her excitement was. Of course, this assessment also included a special evaluation, wherein classes 1 and 2 would select a team of 7 for a group battle, serving as a means for the Academy's higher-ups to discern the disparity between the two classes. The outcome was evident. 7 individuals were unnecessary, as Lin Chen alone could easily sweep through Class 2. While the members of Class 1 rejoiced in exhilaration, those from Class 2 wore expressions of dejection. Lin Chen also noticed that the Class 2 head teacher's countenance was particularly grim. He had heard whispers of a conflict between Mu Xianin and the head teacher Class 2, and it was likely that the current rivalry between the two classes stemmed from this. Nonetheless, regardless of external opinions or relationships, Lin Chen remained indifferent. For the Star C Academy had entered winter break. A multitude of students from Star C were filled with excitement and joy. Winter break not only offered a brief respite, but also the opportunity to celebrate the new year with family. At that moment, outside the villa where Lin Chen and Feng Xingchen resided, Feng Xingchen turned to Lin Chen with a gentle smile. Lin Chen, see you next semester. All right. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, a stranger, a middle-aged man with a somewhat handsome appearance and an extraordinary demeanor, appeared behind Feng Xingchen. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Feng Xingchen, prompting Lin Chen to form a guess in his mind. Father, you're here. Upon the man's arrival, Feng Xingchen seemed to have anticipated it, addressing him respectfully. Indeed, you have done well, surpassing my expectations with such significant progress in just a few months. The man remarked casually before turning his gaze to Lin Chen, his tone neutral. You must be Lin Chen. I've heard of you. You are quite impressive. Thank you. Uncle Feng, Lin Chen replied awkwardly, maintaining a humble tone. Feng Xingchen was a disciple of the Tang sect, and the man before them was Feng Xingchen's father, undoubtedly closely tied to the Tang sect. It was likely that he was aware of their experiences in the small world. You need not be modest. Your talent is exceptional. For Xingchen to have a classmate like you is indeed a blessing, as it serves to motivate him in his training. The man smiled lightly. Father, what are you saying? Your son is no slouch either. Feng Xingchen pouted, feigning a childish demeanor. All right, let's be off. The man shook his head and turned away. Lin Chen, farewell. With that, Feng Xingchen hurried to catch up with her father. Watching their receding figures, Lin Chen smiled softly, taking a deep breath and gazing off into the distance. Murmuring to himself, winter break has begun. Where shall I return to? With a deep sigh, Lin Chen mused that perhaps only this solitary place was worth revisiting. A vibrant silhouette of a girl, radiant with a smile, flickered in his mind. Not long after Feng Xingtian and Feng Tianji had departed, the imposing figure of Dean Lu Qingyu emerged, her formidable aura enveloping the entire academy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Feng Tianji, do you intend to leave just like this? Lu Qingyu's voice, laced with anger and an inexplicable sense of reproach, reverberated throughout the academy, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Those within the academy who were privy to Lu Qingyu's past regarded the situation with a sense of anticipation, eager to witness what might transpire upon the reunion of the two, while the uninformed students merely watched with curiosity, pondering the identity of the individual capable of evoking such emotions from the typically aloof and domineering Dean Lu. Yet, Lin Chen remained utterly disinterested. He tidied up his room and promptly departed from Shanghai Academy. Outside a company in Shanghai City, Lin Chen gazed up at the grand inscription of the Lu family auction house, a sense of unexplainable anticipation flickering across his face. How may I assist you? Approached 2 attendants stationed at the entrance, their smiles exuding a professional charm. I wish to purchase something, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. The attendants exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Apologies, esteemed guest, but we are an auction house. For purchases, you might consider visiting a supermarket or another store. We appreciate your understanding. Lin Chen sensed their skepticism. Their gazes seemed to regard him as a mere child, questioning his qualifications to enter such a prestigious auction event. Unperturbed, he calmly produced a black card, emblazoned with a distinctive dragon emblem. In an instant, the attendants' demeanor shifted dramatically, their expressions morphing into one of alarm and trepidation as they recognized the significance of the card. Our sincerest apologies. We were mistaken. Please do come in. The auction will commence shortly, they stammered, their professionalism shining through in their hasty apologies. No need. I have no interest in attending any auction. I simply wish to make a purchase, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Esteemed guest, we truly apologize, but our auction house can only. One of the attendants began, only to be cut off by Lin Chen's calm interjection. This card was personally bestowed upon me by the head of the Long family. I also possess another black card given to me by the head of the Yi family. With that, Lin Chen produced yet another black card. This one prominently marked with the character E. The attendants were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. They were well aware of the implications of holding such a card. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Could it be that you are Lin Chen?" At that moment, they stared at him, their faces awash with wonder and shock. The news of the three prominent family leaders seeking out Lin Chen had spread like wildfire throughout Shanghai City, with the families pledging to cover all of Lin Chen's expenses. They had never anticipated encountering him in person. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. "Please lead the way." With his confirmation, the two attendants underwent a remarkable transformation in demeanor, displaying utmost respect as they guided him, their eyes frequently darting towards him in awe. Who could have imagined that this mere 15-year-old boy had garnered the protection and goodwill of the three great families? Half an hour later, Lin Chen emerged from the building, satisfaction evident on his face as he donned a Soul Guide spatial ring on his right hand. Departing from Shanghai City, he made his way towards the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 74, Star Dou Forest, Emperor Tian and Bear King. Days later, at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, Lin Chen stepped into its embrace. He noted with a hint of nostalgia that the forest had significantly diminished in size compared to his previous visits. Nowadays, humans had become a frequent presence at the forest periphery, with some even settling outside, forming small towns. The Star Dou Forest had shrunk by at least half compared to its expanse 2 millennia prior, a testament to humanity's progress. As he ventured deeper into the forest's outskirts, Lin Chen observed numerous human footprints, many belonging to formidable individuals who seemed to be surveying the forest. A significant number were clad in the standard attire of the Spirit Transmission Tower, stirring his curiosity and concern. Could it be that the Spirit Transmission Tower is preparing to take action? He pondered, his brow furrowing slightly as anxiety crept in. He sighed regardless. Even if they were to act, what could my current strength accomplish? Although Lin Chen's power was indeed extraordinary among his peers, it paled in comparison to the pinnacle of strength within the Douluo realm, rendering him insignificant in that context. As he delved deeper into the forest, the ground suddenly trembled, and a massive golden bear appeared, its age easily exceeding 5,000 years. Roar! The colossal creature bellowed, fixing its fierce gaze upon Lin Chen, its overwhelming aura radiating menacingly. Lin Chen remained unfazed, devoid of any interest. Had it been before his power ascension, he might have found the encounter troublesome, but now that he had reached level 50, he felt no fear of the giant bear. "Move along. I have no interest in you. I must meet your leader, Emperor Tian," Lin Chen remarked, shaking his head as he continued forward. The golden bear let out an enraged roar, pounding the ground in fury at Lin Chen's disdain. In a flash, the bear lunged at him. "Why must you persist?" Lin Chen sighed, mildly exasperated. He raised his right hand, transforming it into a dragon's claw in an instant. With a swift strike, the golden bear was sent flying, letting out a pained howl as it was propelled into the distance. Lin Chen retracted his aura, his arm returning to its normal state as he gazed down at the fallen bear, sighing, "I warned you not to approach, yet you chose not to heed my warning. What a pity." Disregarding the bear, Lin Chen pressed on into the forest. However, as he entered a more secluded area, another identical golden bear appeared, exuding an aura that suggested it was even older, reaching the 10,000-year mark. This revelation left Lin Chen both puzzled and surprised. It was not the bear's formidable presence that astonished him, but rather the uncanny coincidence of encountering two identical bears in such proximity. Similar to the first bear, the golden giant charged at Lin Chen. Unhesitatingly, Lin Chen extended his hand once more, transforming it into a dragon's claw, and unleashed a powerful punch. A resounding impact echoed through the air as the golden bear staggered back, its legs sinking into the ground. Roar! It bellowed, clearly enraged that Lin Chen had managed to repel it. After a brief pause, the bear lunged at Lin Chen yet again. "Are you relentless?" Lin Chen exclaimed, his patience wearing thin as a surge of anger welled within him. Summoning his martial spirit, the blood-red, long sword manifested in his hand, and he swung it decisively. A torrent of ferocious sword energy surged forth, enveloping the bear while deliberately avoiding its vital areas. The clash resounded loudly, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. As the sword energy struck the colossal bear, it was propelled through the air, accompanied by a crisp sound of skin rupturing. A horrifying gash appeared on the bear's leg, from which golden blood gushed forth. Let me remind you once more, do not provoke me, or death shall be your fate. Casting a cold glance at the golden bear, he prepared to delve deeper into the forest. With a furious roar, the golden bear, intent on disregarding its injuries to charge at Lin Chen once more, was interrupted by a deep voice emanating from the depths of the forest. Enough, let him enter. The golden bear halted abruptly, its eyes reflecting a sense of relief, and it swiftly departed. Lin Chen observed the scene in astonishment. He could easily discern the source of the voice, none other than the Beast King, Di Tian. What was the meaning of the bear's earlier gaze? It seemed as though its prior confrontation with him had been reluctant. Upon Di Tian's command, it fled like a creature escaping peril. Lin Chen couldn't help but entertain an inexplicable suspicion. Coming quickly, Di Tian's voice resonated once more. Lin Chen shook his head and hastened toward the forest depths. 10 minutes later, in an area merely meters from the Lake of Life, two figures materialized before Lin Chen. To the left stood a man appearing to be in his 40s, draped in a black robe, with a strand of golden hair cascading from his forehead to his right cheek. His gaze was profound and his aura inscrutable. To the right was a man of similar age, characterized by a prominent bald head and a robust physique, clad in a voluminous suit, exuding a volatile energy that Lin Chen could sense from a considerable distance. Lin Chen recognized the man on the left. It was none other than Di Tian. As for the man on the right, Lin Chen had his suspicions, recalling the two golden bears that had previously attacked him. The identity of the bald giant became apparent. It was the Bear King, one of the 10 fierce beasts. To think he would return. Di Tian's eyes reflected surprise, clearly astonished by Lin Chen's return. Ordinarily, mere mortals would shy away from him. Yet after the ordeal involving the dragon's blood, Lin Chen had dared to come back. Although he had marked Lin Chen with a reverse scale to deter disobedience, Lin Chen's current compliance was astonishing. He had not even summoned Lin Chen. And yet Lin Chen had come of his own volition. It has been a long time, Di Tian. Lin Chen smiled faintly, as if greeting an old friend, showing no signs of trepidation despite the vast disparity in their powers and Di Tian's status as the Beast King's representative. Di Tian's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Yet he refrained from speaking. My name is Lin Chen. I pay my respects to the Bear King. Lin Chen stepped forward and addressed the bald giant with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Di Tian was momentarily taken aback. While the Bear King displayed a look of astonishment and awe, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, an overwhelming aura of destruction encroaching upon him. Just as Lin Chen was about to be engulfed by the Bear King's ferocious energy, Di Tian snapped back to reality and released a protective aura around Lin Chen. You seem surprised. The Bear King glanced at Di Tian, perplexed. I understand you wish to inquire how he knows your identity, but I am even more curious. It is best not to ask. Why? Firstly, there are matters you need not concern yourself with. Secondly, even if you were to learn them, it would be of no consequence. However, regarding my identity among humans, do not worry. You should not have been exposed. Their conversation transpired within their minds. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen. So you're Lin Chen. I am aware of you now. Considering your commendable talent, I shall let the matter of injuring my subordinates slide. The Bear King's gaze flickered towards Lin Chen, his temper flaring but evidently restrained. Lin Chen realized that the two golden bears had likely been a test orchestrated by Di Tian. After all, possessing Di Tian's reverse scale, it was inconceivable that Di Tian was unaware of his entry into the forest. Comme uitme, Di Tian commanded, casting a glance at Lin Chen before turning deeper into the forest. Lin Chen followed, leaving the Bear King behind. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, the Bear King's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. He clenched his fists tightly, then relaxed, murmuring to himself, I have concealed my identity among humans without exposure. How does he know? Moreover, how could he enter the Lake of Life, a place I cannot access? Chapter 75, Lin Chen's Confession, A Silent Night. Following Di Tian, Lin Chen soon arrived at a familiar location, the Lake of Life. The lake still brimmed with life energy, yet the parched banks indicated it had shrunk significantly, at least tenfold. On one hand, the core area of the Star Dou Forest had depleted much vitality over the years, and on the other, Gu Yuena's restoration had consumed a considerable amount of the lake's water. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Tian did not call for Gu Yuena as was his custom. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, scrutinizing him intently. In that moment, Lin Chen felt as though he were an exposed man, devoid of secrets under Tian's penetrating gaze. Lin Chen, fully aware of Tian's enigmatic scrutiny, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly inviting Tian to observe him thoroughly. After all, aside from Zhulong and the four emperors of the divine soul, he had little left to conceal, and Tian, whom he was concerned about, would not be able to discern it. Seeing Lin Chen's composure, a flicker of surprise crossed Tian's eyes before he averted his gaze to the distance. I did not expect your strength to advance so swiftly. I recall you were once an ordinary person who had yet to awaken your martial soul. Tian's voice carried a tone of clear astonishment and admiration. For Lin Chen's current presence was indeed remarkable. I am no ordinary person. You are well aware of that, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Placing his hands behind his back, adopting a demeanor and expression incongruous with his age, his gaze directed towards the horizon, mirroring Tian's stance. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Chen, Tian appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he was astounded. Were it not for his certainty that Lin Chen was merely 15 years old, he might have suspected Lin Chen was an ancient being. Previously, when I entered the forest, it was you who had the Bear King set up a test for me, was it not? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly, his expression unruffled. There is no need for such measures next time. After all, no one desires strength more than I do. Lin Chen offered a subtle smile. Moreover, if you truly wish to test my strength, in the future, it must be you who personally engages. While Lin Chen's tone remained calm, it was imbued with confidence and an extraordinary resolve. Tian did not respond, yet his brow visibly furrowed at Lin Chen's words, indicating that they had stirred something within him. After a prolonged silence, Tian finally spoke. I eagerly anticipate your performance upon your next arrival. With that, Tian transformed into a colossal black dragon with immense wings, the overwhelming force causing the surrounding trees to tremble and the ground to quake as he soared away. In an instant, Lin Chen found himself alone in the vicinity of the Lake of Life. The stillness was palpable, the essence of life vibrant. Lin Chen exhaled softly, revealing a look of relaxation and enjoyment. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Lin Chen smiled faintly, his voice barely above a whisper. Gu Yu, you should be able to hear me now. It's rare for me to return. Why not come out and meet me? The space remained silent, the lake undisturbed. Offering no response, Lin Chen, feeling a twinge of disappointment, reclined on the ground in a sunbathing posture, reveling in the moment while murmuring, Did you know, Gu Yu, I arrived in this world by accident. In the place I once called home, perhaps I was regarded as the chosen one, a fortunate soul. While I am indeed thrilled to have come here, the greatest joy lies in encountering you at this moment. Pausing briefly, Lin Chen cast a glance at the still lake, which remained unruffled, devoid of any ripple. Even before I arrived in this world, I was aware of everything about your past and future, familiar with all your deeds. I have envisioned your visage countless times in my dreams, and, at times, I would imagine that if I could just catch a glimpse of you in the Douluo realm, I would have no regrets. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere remained hushed, yet an inexplicable aura suddenly enveloped the space. Although Lin Chen felt nothing amiss, a sensation akin to being grasped by an unseen hand stirred within him. This peculiar feeling lingered for a few moments before abruptly vanishing. Are you angry? Lin Chen mused lightly. It's understandable. If our roles were reversed, I too would feel vexed. Now that my fantasy has materialized, and I have truly encountered you in the Douluo realm, even without seeing your face clearly, I have no regrets. With that, a smile graced Lin Chen's countenance, one that radiated a sense of being unburdened by the prospect of death. Yet, I ultimately find my understanding of my own heart lacking. Perhaps I am a bit greedy, for I have come to cherish you. After a brief pause, Lin Chen continued aimlessly, strangely enough. Expressing affection upon first meeting generally implies ulterior motives. To echo the sentiments of my friends, what I feel cannot simply be termed liking. It is more akin to a carnal desire. As these words left his lips, a tumultuous and chaotic energy surged forth from the Lake of Life, enveloping Lin Chen as if threatening his very existence with its intensity. A flicker of smugness crossed Lin Chen's eyes, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated this reaction. But then again, I have yet to even glimpse your face. How could I possibly be that kind of person? His tone shifted, a note of solemnity infusing his voice. The formidable energy dissipated in an instant. How amusing it is, really. that someone of my meager prowess likely lacks even the qualifications to behold you. Yet here I am, unabashedly confessing my feelings." Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. "But rest assured, one day I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo, standing by your side, allowing you to relinquish the burdens you carry." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, his voice resolute, a fierce confidence gleaming in his eyes. "What burdens does Gu bear?" Naturally, the revival of the Soul Beast clan. Had Lin Chen not appeared, Gu Yu would have awakened a millennium later, tasked with leading the Soul Beasts through a treacherous era where humans trample upon them with impunity. The outcome is all too predictable. Failure looms large. Observing the silent surroundings once more, Lin Chen smiled, choosing to remain silent. He had said all that needed to be said. At least, in this moment, he no longer felt the same lack of confidence he had when he first arrived in the Douluo realm. It was only when he departed from Star Dou that he mustered the courage to express his feelings. Though still a weakling, the future glimmers with promise, offering hope that he may one day stand beside Gu Yu. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the moonlit sky, and the once clear lake of life had transformed into a crimson hue, losing its former clarity. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an undercurrent of restless power emanating from the lake, as if it were infused with dragon's blood. At this moment, Lin Chen lay in slumber on the shore, his complexion pale and slightly weakened, yet his right hand dangled over the edge, droplets of blood steadily dripping from his fingertip. The blood trailed down the parched bank into the lake, creating a shallow, crimson streak that gleamed under the moonlight. Unbeknownst to him, a radiant rainbow light suddenly flickered within the lake, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Lin Chen's body, visibly channeling gentle energy into him. The night remained quiet, with the moon and stars illuminating the scene, blood falling, and the colorful shield shimmering. Chapter 76. Confronting Di Tian as dawn broke. Dew dampened the edges of Lin Chen's garments. The rainbow shield had long since vanished, and he was unaware that his bleeding had ceased, restoring him to his former state. Although Lin Chen's complexion still bore a hint of pallor and weakness, it was evident that he had improved considerably since fainting the previous night. Noticing the stark contrast of his surroundings, he smiled knowingly, understanding the unspoken changes within himself. Casting a glance at the now clear lake, Lin Chen shook his head and made his way out. No sooner had he stepped beyond the bounds of the Lake of Life than Di Tian's imposing figure materialized before him. Fixating on Lin Chen for what felt like an eternity, Di Tian's expression oscillated between fury and composure, as if Lin Chen had committed an act that incited his wrath, yet was held in check by his resolve. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Di Tian addressed Lin Chen directly. "If you dare to speak nonsense about our lord again, be wary of the consequences." Lin Chen blinked in surprise, casting a sidelong glance at Di Tian, then offered an awkward, faint smile. "I never imagined you overheard my words yesterday. How embarrassing." Di Tian stared at Lin Chen, incredulous at the boy's bashful demeanor, rendered momentarily speechless. Are humans truly this shameless? Simultaneously, Di Tian felt a surge of anger. Lin Chen clearly disregarded his admonitions. Were it not for their lord's plans and Lin Chen's dragon blood, he would have torn him apart long ago. "All right. I recall that the area surrounding the Lake of Life is entirely sealed. How did you manage to hear me?" Suddenly realizing something, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he fixated on Di Tian. "Were you eavesdropping?" His tone took on an odd quality. "If your lord were to discover that you could glean information beyond the barrier, what do you suppose would happen?" Di Tian, uncharacteristically drenched in cold sweat, exhibited an expression of discomfort, oscillating between fear and a primal shiver induced by Lin Chen's pointed words. "Humph. I would naturally confess to our lord in person. There is no need for you to suggest it." Di Tian turned away, his gaze averted from Lin Chen. Yet the signs of his unease were unmistakable. "Come now, brother Di Tian, no need for such a dramatic reaction. I shan't speak of it again, after all. It's not a matter of great significance." Lin Chen adopted a congenial demeanor, attempting to foster camaraderie with Di Tian. Yet, upon hearing Lin Chen's address, Di Tian's expression soured instantaneously, as if he could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped Lin Chen. It is truly unfathomable that the venerable leader of the Black Dragon clan, Emperor Tian, who has existed for several 100,000 years and serves as the representative of the soul beasts, would lose control of his emotions due to Lin Chen's words. In a swift motion, just as Lin Chen felt he could no longer endure, Emperor Tian retracted his aura, cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, and remarked with indifference, "Were it not for the master's request, and the fact that you possess dragon blood within you, you would have met your demise 100,000 times over. Lin Chen exhaled, his countenance still adorned with a smile, utterly unfazed by Emperor Tian's actions. If Gu Yuena refrained from harming him, what chance did Emperor Tian have? One cannot simply address you by your name, Emperor Tian, can they? Lin Chen continued nonchalantly. Emperor Tian remained unresponsive, a flicker of melancholy and impatience crossing his eyes. Before he turned away, leaving behind the command, "Follow me. Hey, wait for me." Observing the barely restrained expression on Emperor Tian's face, Lin Chen smiled faintly before stepping forward to follow. As he trailed behind Emperor Tian, Lin Chen arrived at a clearing nestled within the heart of the forest. Surrounded by dense woodlands, the clearing was spacious, adorned only with a sparse carpet of grass, evoking the ambience of a gladiatorial arena. In a sudden motion, Emperor Tian cast forth a vibrant green vine emanating a potent aura, which Lin Chen promptly caught. From the essence radiating from the vine, Lin Chen could sense a profound restorative power, an instinctual yearning coursing through him, a primal craving, to be precise, for blood. This segment of vine had the capacity to instantly replenish the vital energy missing from one's body, restoring one to their peak condition. Emperor Tian glanced at Lin Chen, explaining the vine's purpose and his intentions. Lin Chen, realizing the implications, wasted no time in consuming the vine as one might indulge in sugarcane. As the vine entered his body, a fierce and terrifying surge of vitality flooded him, coursing through his veins and reaching the very marrow where blood is produced. Lin Chen could feel the earth-shattering transformation occurring within him. Under the influence of the vine's vitality, the marrow tirelessly generated fresh blood, invigorating his veins with new life. Strangely, the newly produced blood bore a hue even deeper than before, as if infused with a more formidable energy. Perhaps due to the transformation wrought by the candle dragon's blood within him, combined with countless dragon fruits consumed in the dragon's fall, the absorption of dragon blood, and the fusion of dragon bones and dragon hearts, Lin Chen's new blood was now imbued with an even richer essence of dragon blood. It seemed the energy contained within the vine was overwhelming, as Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness, as if on the verge of bursting. With a roar that resonated like thunder, an intense and formidable aura erupted from within Lin Chen. Moments ago, his entire being was suffused with a crimson glow. Yet after that bellow, he felt a considerable recovery, though discomfort still lingered. If you feel an overflow of power, why not try attacking me? Emperor Tian suddenly interjected, his gaze upon Lin Chen tinged with mild astonishment. It was evident that Lin Chen's transformation following the consumption of the vine had surpassed his expectations, especially after Lin Chen's recent roar, which hinted at a hint of suppressive power emanating from his bloodline. Lin Chen's eyes now glowed red. It was clear he was not a mindless brute driven by rage. He addressed Emperor Tian. "Did you intend for me to become this way? Do not misconstrue my intent. I merely wished for you to recover swiftly and then comply with the master's orders for your training. I did not anticipate such a significant reaction from you after consuming a piece of the vine," replied Emperor Tian in a measured tone. Lin Chen was taken aback, incredulity flashing in his eyes. "Gu Yu instructed you to train me? Humph. Is it your place to casually invoke the master's name?" Emperor Tian suddenly snorted, his displeasure evident. In truth, he too was perplexed as to why the master assigned him, a soul beast representative and a pinnacle powerhouse in the Douluo realm, to train Lin Chen. What merits did Lin Chen possess? Was he truly worthy? Lin Chen, momentarily stunned, felt no anger. Instead, he shifted into a combat mindset, an intense battle spirit igniting within his gaze. "If that is the case, then I shall proceed." Faced with the formidable Emperor Tian, who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Lin Chen naturally summoned all his strength. The blood-colored long sword of his martial spirit gripped tightly in hand. He activated the technique for utilizing the candle dragon's blood. The dragon blood surging within him enveloped his chest and arms, releasing a terrifying aura that marked a qualitative leap from the Lin Chen of before. Though his body was brimming with dragon blood, he was still unable to envelop himself entirely in the candle dragon armor like the candle dragon itself. Nonetheless, this was a remarkable advancement. "Here I come." With a swift motion, Lin Chen charged towards Emperor Tian. Epilogue. On New Year's Eve, Lin Chen's gift. Throughout the year, there are always certain days that hold special significance. Whether on Earth, in the Douluo realm, or in the realms beyond, New Year's Eve remains a uniquely special occasion, yet also bears striking similarities. On this night, under the shimmering stars, in a certain area of the Star Dou Forest, the surroundings were enveloped by dense trees and shrubs, forming a natural secluded enclave. The atmosphere in the Star Dou Forest was still steeped in tension and mystery, yet this particular area presented a starkly different scene. Red lanterns adorned every corner, infusing the space with a festive spirit. A crimson carpet spread across the central ground, emblazoned with the auspicious characters for the new year. Atop the carpet stood a grand round table carved from translucent red crystal, laden with an array of fruits and delicacies. Suddenly, several figures emerged gradually. At the forefront stood Emperor Tian, clad in a black robe, his demeanor icy. Slightly behind him on the left was a young woman in a green dress, exuding an aura of comfort and approachability, her smile revealing her gentle and understanding nature. Emperor Tian's beloved, the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, one of the 10 great beast deities. To the right, another enchanting figure in a purple gown, with a bewitching expression upon her exquisite face, accompanied him. Emperor Tian's other love, the Hell Dragon King, Abyssal Dragon Queen, Ziji, also one of the 10 great beast deities. Behind the trio, a burly man, Xiong Jun, strode forward confidently, flanked on the left by a young man in green, the Demon Eye Tree, Wan Yao Wang, another of the 10 great beast deities. To the right stood a middle-aged man in red, the three-headed red demon, Ao Chi Wang, yet another member of the 10 great beast deities. Trailing behind this assembly was a strikingly charming man clad in white, whose appearance belied his age, seeming comparable to Lin Chen. The final member of the 10 great beast deities, Yao Ling, observing the gathering of the last remaining 10 great beast deities. Lin Chen felt a mixture of unease and excitement. After all, in the current Douluo realm, it was unlikely for anyone else to possess such fortune. The group approached the red crystal table, and all eyes converged upon Emperor Tian, who surveyed the assembly before his gaze lingered on Lin Chen for a moment. Gradually, he spoke, "Take a seat." With that, the others settled down. Apart from Xiong Jun and Di Tian, the rest of the individuals directed their gaze towards the outsider Lin Chen, their expressions marred by evident confusion. Each year, the New Year's Eve marks a grand convergence of the 10 great beasts, yet this year, an outsider has undoubtedly joined their ranks. His name is Lin Chen. Di Tian spoke at an opportune moment. Before anyone could react to his words, Lin Chen stood up, revealing a sincere and affable smile. "Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters. I am Lin Chen, the future son-in-law of Gu Yu." As soon as these words left his lips, an inexplicable tension enveloped the table, and the gazes of the assembly turned towards Lin Chen with a hint of hostility. Lin Chen, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, suddenly smiled and produced 2 exquisite boxes that exuded a fragrant aroma. Sister Bi, Sister Ziayi. These are premium beauty elixirs I specially selected from the Sea of Stars, and I hope you will enjoy them. With that, Lin Chen presented the boxes to Bai Ji and Ziji, seated on either side of Di Tian. The 2 women were momentarily taken aback, but they soon accepted the boxes and opened them to reveal a pink pill that emitted an enchanting scent, instantly evoking a sensation of rejuvenation just from a whiff. It was evident that such pills were not to be found in the Sea of Stars, nor in the entire Douluo continent. These were concocted from rare materials Lin Chen had acquired at the Lu family's auction, refined into beauty pills by Zhulong. "Thank you, Lin Chen, dear brother." Bai Ji responded with a warm and friendly smile, exuding an aura of approachability. As one of the 10 great beasts, she had encountered numerous treasures. Yet the beauty elixirs before her genuinely surprised and delighted her, appealing to her vanity, for women, at any time, are most concerned with their appearance. "Lin Chen, dear brother, do not bewilder me. I have not heard of such elixirs on the continent." Ziji remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Chen before playfully covering her face with a flirtatious smile. "However, I truly appreciate it. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly assist you." Indeed, Lin Chen feigned innocence, nodding vigorously. Di Tian silently observed the unfolding events, his expression remaining stoic and unyielding. The burly giant, Xiong Jun, regarded Lin Chen with a knowing gaze before diverting his attention elsewhere. Lin Chen, acutely aware of the scrutiny upon him, produced a beautifully crafted jar from his hand, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. "Brother Xiong, this is a jar of divine honey I procured through trials and tribulations. I hope you will not find it lacking," Lin Chen declared with grandiloquence as he extended the honey towards Xiong Jun. The moment Lin Chen unveiled the jar, Xiong Jun's eyes widened with undeniable intrigue, fixated upon it, his throat involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. As the sovereign of the bear clan in the Star Dou Forest, he had tasted various exquisite honeys. Yet the mere aroma of this honey had rendered him somewhat entranced, indicating its exceptional quality. In truth, Lin Chen had invested considerable effort into this honey. Though he did not exaggerate as much as he spoke, every auxiliary ingredient was of the finest quality, and he had utilized Zhulong's alchemical methods to elevate the already superior honey to an extraordinary level. Thank you. If you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Xiong accepted the jar, his tone somewhat awkward and bashful as he tucked it away and bowed his head. Lin Chen merely smiled, and then produced a white bone radiating a potent aura, a robust celestial herb, and a black demon core, 3 treasures he had brought from the Dragon's Fall world. The white bone, having absorbed the essence of dragon bones over time, had undergone a qualitative transformation. While it might not quite reach the level of a soul bone, it was not far off. This was intended for the 3-headed crimson demon. Aoshiwangi, the celestial herb, with its extraordinary properties, was meant for the king of all beasts. For the latter's current accomplishments were rooted in having devoured a celestial herb in the past. The black demon core was the only remnant extracted from the blood-colored flood dragon's remains, encapsulating its life essence, intended for the demon spirit. Unsurprisingly, Aoshiwangi, the king of all beasts, and the demon spirit were all likely to be delighted with Lin Chen's gifts. Lin Chen, dear brother, if you encounter any hardships in the future, do let me know. I shall do my utmost to assist you. All 3 expressed with gentle smiles, echoing the same sentiment. At last, everyone present, save for Tian, had received Lin Chen's gifts, igniting curiosity about what Lin Chen would present to Tian. As the gifts received thus far were all exceptional, and Lin Chen's relationship with Tian seemed to be anything but ordinary. Tian remained impassive, his demeanor unchanged as he quietly observed everything. Lin Chen stepped forward, unveiling a delicate box from his hand, which emanated a fierce and potent energy that shocked everyone present, heightening their curiosity. A small token of my appreciation. I hope it does not offend, Lin Chen offered, his face radiating sincerity. At the moment Lin Chen revealed the box, the usually stoic and composed Tian exhibited a fleeting flicker of surprise in his eyes. Although reason dictated that he should disdain and refuse Lin Chen's offering, his body instinctively betrayed him, accepting the box without hesitation. It was evident that Tian regretted his decision. Yet even he could not resist the allure of what lay within the box. While he could mentally resist, his body was unyielding. Upon opening the box, 3 crimson fruits emerged, exuding a powerful and turbulent aura. As this energy permeated the air, both Tian and the others instinctively tensed. They all felt an absolute suppression emanating from the fruits that resonated with their very bloodlines. Tian and Zg remained somewhat composed, but the others felt like mere ants in the presence of the overwhelming aura radiating from the crimson fruits. What could possibly possess such power? Including Tian. All eyes turned toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. These are dragon fruits, formed from the blood and flesh of a fallen true dragon. His nonchalant introduction stunned the assembly, their faces reflecting absolute astonishment. Undoubtedly, the understanding of dragons within the Douluo world remained limited to figures like Tian and, at best, the Silver Dragon King and even the Dragon God. However, what Lin Chen referred to as a true dragon was exponentially superior to the Dragon God. It was entirely understandable that the crowd was taken aback. Tian's gaze bore into Lin Chen, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained, silently stowing the fruits away. Let us commence. Tian finally spoke, his tone unexpectedly gentle, perhaps unbeknownst even to himself. The others snapped back to reality. What followed was a scene of familial warmth as they dined together, seemingly forgetting that Lin Chen was a human. An outsider, even the perpetually aloof Tian exhibited a hint of approachability. It was evident how well Lin Chen's gifts had resonated with their hearts. As night deepened, the old year was on the verge of conclusion. Perhaps due to the rarity of their gathering, some began to engage in light banter, while others reported to Tian. Yet Lin Chen found the conversation rather tedious, feeling somewhat superfluous. Before long, he quietly departed. In that fleeting moment of Lin Chen's departure, Tian instinctively hesitated, then suddenly recalled Lin Chen's intended direction. According to his usual temperament, he would undoubtedly have spoken out to stop or hinder, and, at the very least, would have uttered a few words. Yet, he restrained himself this time. I shall let you off this once. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, under the luminous night sky, arrived beside the Lake of Life. His gaze fell upon the center of the lake, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly called out, Gu Yu, Happy New Year. The space remained silent, yielding no response. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. He quietly retrieved several paper-wrapped boxes from his spatial soul guide and arranged them in order. A flicker of flame ignited. and soon the night sky was adorned with a dazzling array of colorful fireworks. Lying on the grass, he extended his wrist to the lake's edge, allowing his index finger to be pricked, blood dripping slowly. The night passed in tranquility, the sky ablaze with vibrant fireworks. On the ground, Lin Chen wore a serene smile, gradually succumbing to slumber, while the waters of the lake slowly turned crimson. In a side tale, Part 2, the Emperor of Flames, the Ancestor of Martial Arts, the Master of Pastures, and the Emperor of Dawn. The universe is divided into realms, each filled with exceptional talents, heralding an era of flourishing martial arts. A millennium later, Lin Chen had long become a legend within the Douluo realm, having ventured to the lofty abode of the Candle Dragon in the Nine Heavens. His current strength akin to an unfathomable abyss. In a certain region of the cosmos, where spiritual energy swirled and glimmers danced, one could discern the presence of a powerful formation. A crimson glow, transforming into an enigmatic banner, enveloped this realm, emanating an immense life force, upon which were inscribed three simple names: Mu Chun, Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, three prodigies from the vast world. At this moment, above the central expanse of the endless fire domain, the Mu Mansion, and the Ancestors' domain, a table fashioned of radiant light was set, with three figures seated around it. The man leaning against the endless fire domain wore a robe of white and azure flames, his face adorned with a confident smile. In his hand, a small flame with a bizarre and terrifying aura flickered, resembling a venomous serpent from the abyss, yet in his grasp, it behaved like a docile kitten. The Lord of the Endless Fire Domain, Emperor of Flames, Xiao Yin. The man leaning against the Ancestors' domain bore a serious countenance, his expression resolute, wielding a staff that radiated lightning power. The Lord of the Ancestors' domain, Ancestor of Martial Arts, Lin Dong. The man leaning against the Mu Mansion exuded an air of carefree nonchalance, idly toying with a toothpick-like white stick, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. The Lord of the Mu Mansion, Master of Pastures, Mu Chun. Why hasn't this kid arrived yet? Shall we begin without him? Xiao Yin remarked, igniting the cigarette in his mouth with a flicker of flame, addressing the other two. No way. How can we play with just three? Lin Dong interjected, a surge of lightning erupting from him, directly scorching a nearby object, as if he had a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder, fidgeting with his hands and casually uttering, "In my opinion, that lad is likely busy sweet-talking his wife. Perhaps he has forgotten about us." Mu Chun remarked, deftly picking his teeth with the stick. "What should we do then? We are one short." Just then, the earth trembled, and a formidable aura surged from afar, drawing their attention. A colossal crimson dragon appeared, moving with an uncanny speed, gradually morphing into a handsome youth clad in white as it approached the trio. "Apologies for the delay. Family was watching closely, you understand." The young man in white looked at the three, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Ha, understood. After all, I snuck out as well." Mu Chen chuckled. The other two shared expressions of understanding. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence." The young man in white seated himself, and a burst of radiant light illuminated the table where numerous rectangular blocks inscribed with unique characters appeared, each containing an extraordinary and potent energy, far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to bear. Soon, the four of them began stacking the blocks in accordance with a pattern, initiating a game. "Just so, you know, I only brought a few thousand divine herbs and a mere 10,000 drops of dragon blood, so you three better not deceive me." The young man in white spoke first, his gaze cautiously fixed on the three. "Rest assured, how could we ever trick you?" Xiao Yin replied with a faint smile, his expression akin to that of a cunning fox. "Xiao Bro makes a valid point. We would never deceive you." Lin Dong chimed in, sporting a smile that was different from his usual seriousness. "Don't worry, neither Xiao Yin nor Lin Dong would trick you. You can trust us." Mu Chen added, smiling. "Besides, with your skill, do we even need to deceive you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three burst into laughter simultaneously. "I don't care this time. I'm all in. I must win back everything I lost to you guys in the past," the young man in white declared with fervor, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. "Fear not. As long as you possess the capability, I will gladly concoct a fetal protection pill for you, ensuring your son's talent elevates by several ranks." Xiao Yin replied with a calm smile, a unique glint in his eyes. "Provided you have the ability, I shall gift you this Thunder Emperor's staff as a present for your child's birth." Lin Dong added, speaking slowly, his demeanor exuding absolute confidence in his ability to triumph over the young man in white. "Since both of you seniors are being so generous, what should I give in return?" Mu Chen pondered. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "How about I promise my daughter to your son?" Upon this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. the gazes of the three men instantly converging upon Mu Chen. Mu Chen, are you serious? Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at Mu Chen, his tone laced with surprise. You had previously rejected my grandson. Before Lin Dong and Xiao Yan could utter another word, Lin Chen, brimming with excitement, interjected, all right, Brother Mu. It's settled. Your daughter shall be my daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha, splendid. Just ensure you have the capacity today. Mu Chen responded nonchalantly, a glint of purity flashing in his eyes. Soon, the four began their game, their faint voices resonating through the heavens, yet failing to reach any living being's ears, an extraordinary occurrence indeed. 20,000. One tube. Wait, clash. 3 stripes. In a grand hall within the endless fire domain, several unparalleled women were bustling about. Should an absolute powerhouse from the vast world witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for the women present were legendary figures. The 2 matriarchs of the endless fire domain, Gu Yuena and Kai Lin. The 2 matriarchs of the ancestors' domain, Ying Huan and Ling Chen. The wife of the master of pastures, Luo Li. Beside the 5 stood a white-clad girl with silver hair and violet eyes. Sister Nar, it's rare for you to visit. Let us handle this. It would be unfortunate if you were to experience any discomfort. Gu Yuena and Kai Lin smiled gently at the girl. Yes, we shall do this. The other 3 chimed in softly. Sisters, you jest. It has only been a few months. Gu Yuena's face flushed slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. While we toil away in the kitchen, those fellows are likely at each other's throats by now. Kai Lin cast a glance in a certain direction, her expression filled with annoyance. Let them play today. After all, it has been several days since they last had their fun. Gu Yuena shook her head with a smile. It is not that we are unwilling to wait for him to play, but what does it signify that he sneaks out without informing us? Kai Lin still harbored a hint of irritation, yet it was evident that her anger was not genuine. Sister Kai Lin, please forgive Brother Xiao Yan. After all, he seems quite intimidated by you. Suna Xiaoke, covering her face. Kai Lin was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled softly. Very well. I shall let him off the hook today. It was clear that upon hearing Sun Er's words, she was quite elated. The other ladies wore gentle smiles, all adorned with expressions of bliss. The women continued their tasks, resembling ordinary housewives as they prepared delectable dishes, eagerly awaiting the return of those who toiled outside. Soon, a table adorned with both humble and sumptuous culinary delights was laid out. At that moment, 4 figures slowly descended from the vast expanse above the endless fire domain.